Chapter 1 Kayasan Campus. City District, Area A. The cold wind howled, swirl a great ustoveratus a lat wilderness strewn with grotesquerix. Yellow sand and sedenthere, and witherage ras thrived amidst tillic landscape. A decaying corpse, half-breed in thearth, crawled slowly forward, its right hand clutching a rusted short-bladed dagger, leaving a long, dragging trail behind it. The corpse says faceu a sa grotesque mask off decay, its body shriveled, with thestar quite bonesso fit spina clearly visible, while a milk high white worms writhed across its form. Its shallow eye sockets fixate down the horizon, surveying felane scape a fillet with countless such mindless urpses, akin to swarm of fants in motion. In the distance, a towering black metal aqua loomed against themed leswasta land, stretching high into the clouds, its summit obscured from view. Within the wall, skyscrapers is Tudensuri drinks. Fushing Hope Senior High School. First floor, gymnasium. 877. 878. Besadetha Combatarina, a youngman, standing at 6 fetal, Cladina whiting to pan deep bluey boxing gloves, was relentlessly striking a 5 kilogram sandbag, sweat pouring down his brow. Why the very bloateth this sandbag, Suro shooted his own name. Quirk. Nearby, interesting area. Hosea Pang could no longer bear tau h. Suraheo, this eccentric, Winton Tatha training remand immediately lost his mind, training with effervorant seemingly endless stamina. As Theron athletic campaign for 3 consecutive 8 years, first in academics, second in physical fitness, yet plagued by neurological frailty, Hosea Pang found himself quite fond of Suraheo. He sexagerated muscular physique and perfect tate packabs, capable of delivering gastric jarring 350 na forciant the strength testing machine, easily at classied the average person strength, which ranged between 250-300 n. With Suruho round, Nunet eredibly Hyman school. Suraheo, alas, such appetito ostial hos artistic names. Hosea Pang lamented, cracking sunflower seeds with a dramatic flair. No sooner has spoken than a deep bluey boxing glove flew toward him. Smack. Theglova landed squarely in Hosea Pang's face, soft yet impactful. Undeterred, he brushed Theglaviside and looked skyward, feigning indifferent continued to crack seeds. Seeing this, Suruhe orale these eyes in exasperation. Ho Xiaopong, his loyal companion, hated a pinchant for using him. Coming from a moderately affluent family in the outskirts, he was playful yet no tenor lion likable. Regrettably, Hestu de Marie 5 feet 6 in chestal, with astakai build, weighing around 1,200 pounds, and lacadaniath lettuce inclination. The crux of teameter lay in the fact that few girls would find high mappyaling, yet remained stubbornly persistent in his pursuits. Over Thepis 3 years, Suruha had often shielded him from trouble otherwise. Hosea Pang would have a cliff found himself cornered in their estrum. Fatty, mindy your words I hear devery be toff that. Brother how, emithit kinderferson? Hosea Pang gasped, thumping Ish's twiffig ned seriousness. If outsider swarunaware if this rotund fellow's truniture, they might tease a lib at his sevid be heasenosant focket. Well aware of Suruha's temperament, Hosea Pang wimto be manofintegru tiandi ployalty. Thus, had chuckled Dan Swift lickanged the subject, saying, Brother how, ihiri win tin to pliteth the Halen advanced military academicizier. Doyo have confidence? Doyo need me? Hehe. Hosea Pangwing ket suggestively at Suraheo. The Halen Advanced Military Academy weighs a premier military institution in the inner city. Gaining GAD mission and successfully graduating would likely secure a position in the current unified government's defense forces, akin to civil servant of 12th century espost, complete with ascertained social standing. Basic living security weighs adjuvant. 2 centuries ago, the solar system weighs engulfed be a black hole, plunging whirled into endless night, rife with cosmic radiation, biological infections, death, and mutation. The human population plummeted, with Thetis Seastress and Gaston dead, and mutated be spring upon humanity, rendering Earth a perilous domain. Their remaining humans, reeling in their ingenuity, forged metal walls to thwart the encroachment to finimutate titties. With the soon vanishing black hole irradiation pervasive, technological advancement stagnated, while humans' trained hand physicality gradually intensified. After 12th century of soft development, the population began to recover, why the Iron City now wowsing near Lysic stimuli in residents, yet still is hand and 10th first speak population. The Iron City was divided into 4 zones. Outer District, Inner District, Main District, and Core District. The Outer District, close to the wall, boast the poorest living conditions, medical facilities, and educational resources. Moving inward, conditions improved incrementally, with core district offering the best amenities. The Schule attended way Zaskandary Institution ein Thouder District. Gaining admission to Halen Advanced Military Academic Nified eligibility for residence St. Inner District. Observing Hosea Pang's flamboyant demeanor, Suruha couldn't help but chuckle. Fatty, I understand your meaning, but to steal wisterly on my own strength to enter Halen. True enough, Hosea Pang nodded. If Fan Unine Schul Kanganade mission ta the military academy, it would undoubtedly bayo, brother how. However, serving as Sadefins force member Sparrowless lie dangerous. Ida said Theophin venture beyond Thul's emissions to cleanse a mutated creatures, with an exceeding lahimortality rate. Speaking goff mutated beings, Suruhos expressing ru grava they were humanity sworn enemies, with Zama terrifying mutations reported lie impervious evento heavy sniper fire. Yetimis takatheism idona twistermain in Thouder district for the rest of my life. Moreover, Ehavian lysine suchman stursen buxi hevea tobold at phone eyes. Brother how? Hosea Pan grazed his thumb bin praised justas along, piercing siren blared. Suruha's face instantly shifted, glancing at Ho Xiaopong, asking, Fatty, isn't that the Schulsmergen's siren? Brother how, is something wrong? The siren indicate they need for immediate evacuation. Let's go, lechikatout. Suruha grabadisco tandasha do toff the door. Hey, brother how, wait for him. Seeing Wasleft behind, Hosea Pang sprang to his feet, tossing the sunflower seeds behind Himashiri dafter Suraheo. Up and exiting Thejim, Suruhoa staken abakbithesina before him. Student swerfrantically running eine v redirection. Thecro dead play ground gate blocked completely, with minus students trampled underfoot. Writhe in jin pain in the ground. Yet, amidst thecos, Nunasi medto to take a notice. One student, recognizing a classmate, turned edridi dan choked back tears. Classmate, something terrible has happened. A mutated creature has appeared in Thouder district, devouring many people. Some have been infected and turned in Tathun dead. They have already infiltrated the Schule, and the principal has failed. Some student shavial soder net in Tathun did and rushing thighs way. You should run. With that, the student broke free and joined the throng. Damn! Cursing Gundrous breath, Suruha immediately turned and sprinted back to Thejim. However, at that moment, a thunderous crash resonated, and the ground trembled violently. Accompanying thighs ways Azria saw furious, beast-likers, sharpened piercing. The earth shook as if under a great quake. Suruha swiftly grasped a near be metal railing, his face bulling dramatically. Simultaneously, a torrent of green light burst forth from the air, expanding outward in circular wave. The green glow swept beyond vanished in an instant. Before the tremors fully subsided, Suruhayashans, gripping the metal railing, began to shimmer silver, the glow spreading to his arms, shoulders, and throughout his entire body. A severe stinging sensation coursed through Suruhayo's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. 2. Assimilation ability. Cough. It felt as though it had settled in hishist, a pressure that demanded release. As Suruhio Penidices had found himself staring at the plump face, his arms draped on the shoulders soft he person carrying him. Fatty, put me down. Hosea Pang turned his head, his expression a mix of surprise and joy upon seeing Suruha wake. Brother how, you're finally awake. You scared me half to death. You have an idea. You should do tan saw you collapsed on the ground thought you had kicked the bucket. If I hadn't taken a closer look, I would have truly run away. In this criticalment, Theratun fellow proved himself to bequetel oil. Suruheo recalled beings what be the green light he's verashin and his badawasser tainly no illusion, yet the seemed unharmed no. Until ha clarified the situation, ha hadn't way intention of divulging thisto anyon. Without elaborating further, Suruha ped his arm over Hosea Pang's shoulder and surveyed her surroundings. One either side, towering buildings loomed, and no fair ahead lay a partially collapsed concrete road, the allelitared with debris fronthers and tremors. The Onsner path was almost entirely blocked. Fatty, where are we? Brother how im no tenterleischer. Weshold binner theschool, around Guangling Road. Hosea Pang's mutzim tohavi soured, and hezig heavily. I wonder how me family is faring. My old man has diabetes and is still in medication. Brother how, you'dn't know. When I renewed of theschool, I saw thun dead just like Thosian or biology textbook science and naturklein gan biting, killing mana classmates, Had it not been fleet of food, derm, would have become their breakfast. Even now, I am still reped bedread. Indeed. Suru heo recalled thwords of a classmate, such creatures existed beyond the city limits, yet now they hadn't filtrateth every heart of the city. In an instant, Suruha felt a foreboding that this steel satai might be on Thebering Kofu feeble. After brief hesitation, Suruha clapped his hand in Hosea Pang's shoulder and said in a grave tone, "Fatty, this place is no longer safe. We must depart at once." "All right, Haugu, I will follow your lead." The skull was in chaos, and danger lurked outside Hosea Pangwa's resolute in staying closeto Suruheo. Turning a corner, Suruho si Tofin in a third direction. Her remember Redthis Rudal Tothisa Tycenter's commercial district, not far from Fatty's residential area. Wow, aha da. Within mere a minute soft thyre escape, the heard a commotion ahead. Suruhea focused, lifting Iskazi towards the front. He continued running, his ears fixed ahead. Suddenly halting, Hekamito a sharp stop, licking his cracked lips are traced. 30 meters ahead. 5 grotesque, blooded corpses crouched at the intersection, encircling a motion less woman lying gaunt the ground, tearing into herful schwith ravenous bites, chewing heartily on the blood of meat. Crimson intestinous belladonna the ground, the blood flowing forth like a spring, pulling around them. Wow. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, fatally and against the land wretched. At the sound, the 5 decaying corpses slowly rose, turning the red toward them. Run. In that fleeting mint, Tumarek corpses began tostig jur towards them. Simultaneously, Abazar tunful dead woman, previous lignoegipan, stood up, her pale, empty eyes fixed on the massy proched step by step. Ho Xiaopong, paralyzed by fear, stammered, "Haugu, what shall dwed know?" Thetrish bin swear within arm's reach, yet he bond and Diron window frame lay a but farther away, still behind that were corpses. "Fatty, doyasi those atwatrishbins? Use them. With your advantage, create an escaparate." Instantly, Hosea Pang CS sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Haugu, you're a truly something. Don't worry, illy hand light just stincher they don't see mass her next meal." Pounding gishest, Hosea Pang to shed forward, lifting Thetrish by and shouting, "Zombies, your fatty is coming. Take this." Charging at that walker obsessed with Thetrishbin, Heslipodon Theground Dan fell face first, land in a most undignified manner. Thetrishbin flew from his grasp, landing softly before that walkerpses, is content spilling everywhere. Pig teammate. Suruhu shook a shed, swift ligrabing on a thermataltrish by Nander Lingitat that walker obsessed with great force. Even with, he only managed Tokna cone down he a thermally swayed slightly. Opportunity. After the ground, Suruha sprang forward, quickly retrieving the half-high iron frame, intending to smash the corpse Shedtos Mytherians. The corpses were recarrier so favorizing key bitten, one would succumb to becoming a corpse. The only way to destroy them was to sever their heads. As Suruha grasped the frame and prepared to charge, a rust-colored hue suddenly appeared on the back of his hands, spreading ominously. "What is this? Assimilation?" Akelranthruff Suruhoashi instinctively dropped the object. Quickly, Theskanon the Bacofficians returned to normal. Could me but his mutation beling keto thakarin light? Suruha paused, then picked up the frame again. 2 seconds later, the rust color emerged. Have felt as if he embodied that metal frame. Is it possible theta thermaterial smite react similarly? Just as Shaponda read this, fattest voicer and gout. "Hauga, save him, help me." 8 corpses, including Theany Thay that been knocked down, rose again, Closinjan and Fatty Uhawas leaning against the wall. At the same time, Suruha felt an overwhelming weight, as if finless strength coursed through him. Roar. With a fierce roar, Suruho fortless lighter a iron frame ain two, isifitwermer paper. Thud thud thud. With each stefatuk, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. With a single punch, the corpse struck was instantly obliterated, flesh and bone scattering. Crouching, he delivered a powerful upward blow. Every punch Suruha threw was executed with Isian precision, his quickness sounded adept combat skills showcasing the prowess of a top athlete. In this span off 20 seconds. As Suruha crushed the final corpse cool beneath his foot, Hosea Pangs to dumbfounded, his mount hagapes if hekud swallow a football. How good isatrill you? How have you changed so? Hosea Pang felt a surge off tear swelling up. Dropping the objections, Su Ruheo returned to his former self. Haogu, I adore you. Upon confirming it was indeed Su Ruheo, Hosea Pang struggled to rise from the ground, attempting to embrace him. Su Ruheo rele the Zaya-san sidestepped. All right, them must leave this place yet and cetus no longer secure. Hosea Pang relented. Then, Haogu, where shall we go? To your home. My home? Hosea Pang exclaimed in surprise. Su Ruheo nodded. Yes, let's check your place first, then we'll head to the inner city. Perhaps Hadis and Lysafi haven't left. 3. Security check. Xia Hofei. If we regard Steel City as an expansive circle, within this circle lie 4 varying size circles. Without a doubt, the outer circle is the largest and most populated. It resembles a pyramid, where the exceptional individuals are always in the minority, congregating in clusters. The decision to venture into the inner circle was a well-considered choice by Su Ruheo. Firstly, the wastelands surrounding Steel City are fraught with dangers. Moreover, the pathways leading outside the city are sealed, requiring approval from the combined departments for access, making it implausible for any rational individual to venture beyond the city limits. There are 5 main routes into the inner circle. While the main urban area is a restricted zone, only accessible to specific individuals, the core urban area is similarly restricted, with the routes behind them blocked and the outer circle proving unsafe. Su Ruheo's only concern was the possibility of encountering a scene reminiscent of school, a stampede, a crush, or worse. The commercial street and Hope community, Su Ruheo followed the rotund figure as they scoured the entire neighborhood, yet failed to locate his companion's father. What puzzled him was the apparent absence of residents in a community that should have housed at least 1,000 families. It seemed as though everyone had vanished into thin air. This was abnormal. Everything felt eerily out of place. Su Ruheo and the portly fellow forcibly breached the doors of 3 residences without finding a single soul. Strangely, while the inhabitants had departed, all their belongings and valuables remained untouched, neatly arranged within their homes, which was rather inexplicable. If they had fled, surely they would have taken their money, food, and clothing, essentials for survival. The only plausible explanation was that the residents of this community had abruptly evaporated. Deeply unsettled, Su Ruheo furrowed his brow, a sense of impending doom creeping into his thoughts. Ho Xiaopeng gently nudged Su Ruheo, abruptly interrupting his reverie. Brother Hao, do you think my dad might have? Su Ruheo shot him a sharp glare, admonishing, stop overthinking. We must see the living, and the deceased must be identified. The disappearance of so many people is undoubtedly a grave matter. But if they were all dead, how could there be no bodies? Clearly, something was amiss that eluded their understanding, and there was but one way to uncover the truth. Confused, Ho Xiaopeng inquired, what method? We search. Half an hour later, at Central Station, Platform 11, Su Ruheo and the portly figure stood outside the bustling central transportation hub. This station, capable of accommodating thousands and witnessing peak traffic of up to 60,000 passengers, was now swarming with a dense throng of people. Observing the crowd, Su Ruheo realized they could only stand at the square's periphery. A testament to the sheer volume of individuals present, it appeared they would have to wait several days to access the inner circle. Ho Xiaopeng, anxious and distressed, lamented the absence of his father, realizing their original plan was on the verge of collapse. Brother Hao, what should we do now? After deliberation, Su Ruheo resolved to explore the other 4 stations, hoping for a stroke of luck that might yield unexpected results. As they struggled through the crowd towards the northern station, an announcement blared from the Central Station's loudspeakers. Dear passengers, we have an important announcement. Due to unforeseen circumstances, all services, including Central Station, are suspended. We appreciate your understanding. The message repeated in a loop, while chaos erupted in the station square, voices rising in a cacophony of discontent. Why can't we proceed? What authority do you have to enforce this? We must get through. Please, my wife is still in the inner circle. I demand to lodge a complaint. My father is, at the onset of the announcement, all waiting areas were sealed, and ticket counters shut simultaneously. Among the agitated crowd, some individuals resorted to violence, smashing the entrance doors. The scene devolved into utter chaos, a cacophony of voices echoing throughout. Su Ruheo realized the gravity of the situation. The closure of the outer city's pathways was not a decision made lightly by a mere station master. He surmised that such a significant event must have been orchestrated by forces from the inner circle exerting pressure on the outer realm. Suddenly, sharp gunfire erupted, sending shockwaves of fear through the crowd. The sealed entrances burst open, and a contingent of armed personnel surged forth, clad in black uniforms, helmets, and goggles, their faces obscured by black masks. The word Union was emblazoned in white letters on their helmets. Their appearance effectively surrounded the central station, weapons raised, their steely gazes surveying all within. Silence fell over the station, an eerie stillness enveloping the area. A chilling announcement followed, accompanied by a sharp ringing in the ears. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Xiahou Fei, head of the security department. I understand your panic. A mutated creature has emerged within the city, resulting in a zombie transformation. However, I assure you, the creature has been neutralized, and the affected area surrounding Hope Middle School has been secured. Further investigations are underway, and results will be disclosed in due course. Upon hearing this, Ho Xiaopeng appeared somewhat exhilarated. Brother Hao, did you hear that? We can enter the inner circle now. Indeed, Su Ruihao replied softly. But is it safe? Though he instinctively felt that matters were far from straightforward, he also recognized the rationale in their request. That moment. For doctors donned in white coats joined the entrance, with 2 drawing blood, 1 registering personal information, and another organizing blood samples. Su Ruihao glanced ahead and suggested, Xiaopeng, we shouldn't linger here. Let's move forward and see if we can gather some useful information. Right now, information is paramount, and no sooner had he spoken than a peculiar buzzing noise caught his attention. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where several dark spots loomed, growing larger with each passing moment. A swarm of mutated flies appeared, expanding ominously, resembling black orbs hurtling through the air. The sound intensified, a disconcerting hum resonating in their ears. Suddenly, a series of explosive cracks echoed as the windows of the central station began to shatter. Spiderweb-like fractures spreading across the glass. The ensuing thunderous boom shattered the station doors and windows, sending shards flying like bullets. Screams erupted, and the previously settled station descended into chaos once more, as those waiting to enter the inner circle scrambled in every direction. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm blared, amplifying the pandemonium. Brother Hao, we need to run. Ho Xiaopeng trembled, his face pale, gripping Su Ruihao's sleeve tightly, as the throng surged towards the exits, engulfing the two in a tide of frantic humanity. Su Ruihao's expression turned grave as he clutched Ho Xiaopeng's arm, shouting, Hold on tight. Simultaneously, the dark figures in the sky descended rapidly. Though their speed was not overwhelming, the spectacle was terrifying. The silhouettes became clearer, revealing oversized flies towering at nearly half a person's height. These gargantuan creatures sported enormous blood-sucking appendages reminiscent of mosquitoes, with dozens of grotesque tendrils protruding. Their compound eyes, glistening like crimson gemstones, fixated coldly on the fleeing crowd below. With fierce flaps of their delicate wings, the monstrous flies dove into the scattering throng, their grotesque appendages piercing into their prey in an instant. They ascended with their trophies in tow. A robust middle-aged man was drained to a husk, plummeting to the ground as the once shriveled abdomens of the flies swelled noticeably, a hint of crimson visible. Curse those wretched mutated creatures. The station's announcement blared with palpable anger, though the roar of the crowd's cries drowned it out. Union Vanguard, prioritize the protection of civilians. At this command, the fully armed personnel began firing at the airborne mutated flies. A torrent of bullets rained down, transforming the creatures into mere sieves, as one by one they plummeted from the sky, green and foul-smelling pus oozing from their punctured bodies, sizzling as it met the ground. Just as Xiahou Fei exhaled in relief, believing the situation was under control, the ominous buzzing returned, and a massive swarm of mutated flies surged toward them, densely packed, with estimates suggesting at least 1,000 of these grotesque creatures. The gunfire echoed once more, and the sky was incessantly filled with the bodies of these mutated creatures plummeting down. However, with each descent, those struck by the putrid, decaying green viscera were instantaneously transformed into the same vile substance, their bones reduced to nothingness. These mutated flies descended fearlessly, and the personnel of the joint forces suffered severe losses, dwindling to fewer than 30 individuals. Xiahou Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he pounded his fist onto the broadcasting machine before him, leaving a deep imprint. A group of wretched individuals allowed such monstrosities to roam free. Did they wish for everyone to be oblivious to the chaos? Xiahou Fei retrieved a black communicator from his chest pocket gritting his teeth as he activated its internal button. A languid female voice emanated from the device. Soft and melodious. "Hello, this is Xiahou Fei. Where is the reinforcement promised by the inner city?" Suppressing his fury, Xiahou Fei spoke in a composed tone. "We are facing mutated monsters here that ordinary people cannot handle. If your reinforcements do not arrive soon, all the residents of the outer district will suffer." Upon hearing this, the woman's voice turned cold, responding, "They are dead. All dead." Xiahou Fei was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The woman's voice on the other end was chillingly calm as she continued. "We communicated with your joint department at the first sign of trouble and dispatched an elite team of 3 to manage the chaos in your outer district. 2 hours ago, although we eliminated that monster, all my personnel perished in the explosion. We have done what we could to assist, but the remaining matters are beyond our capability. You must rely on yourselves." "Are you suggesting you will abandon us?" Xiahou Fei suddenly let out a cold laugh. He had encountered betrayal before, but never with such urgency. "Do not forget that we in the outer district guard the passage to the inner city. There is no need to state such things, nor do I require a security department official to remind me that our 2 departments are independent and do not interfere with each other. I am not obligated to assist you." The sudden outbreak of today's events came without any prior signs of mutated creatures breaching our walls, and that strange explosion. There is no way we will believe it was not orchestrated by someone. Thus, we shall find the puppeteer behind this, and blood for blood is the only way to honor the 3 subordinates I lost in vain. With that, the voice on the communicator fell silent. "Damn it!" Xiahou Fei crushed the black communicator in his hand, gritting his teeth. "Just wait. One day, the joint department will no longer be under your control. Hello. Is this the Kanjin Pharmaceutical Group? I am looking for Dr. Sumin. I am Xiahou Fei, and I would like to I can agree to the request he made last time." Su Ruihao, pulling Ho Xiaoping, finally squeezed through the throng of people, nearly exhausted to the point of collapsing. The events of the day had profoundly shaken him. Mutated creatures had never appeared in the outer district before, yet today they emerged one after another. It was not the end of the world reborn. But it felt even worse. The only consolation was that the joint government personnel were still present, not neglecting the lives of ordinary citizens. Even so, they were struggling against the mutated creatures, making it hard to fathom how people endured the dark beginnings 2 centuries ago. As Su Ruihao watched the panicked crowd, his eyes blinked slightly. Although many had managed to escape, countless others remained trapped inside. In the next moment, he turned against the tide and rushed back into the fray. To save the people, the distance from the station's entrance to the central square was merely 100 meters, yet it took Su Ruihao nearly 5 minutes to traverse it. The panicked crowd surged forth like a swarm of disoriented ants, flooding out in a chaotic tide. The passage and square were in disarray, with people desperately fleeing, leaving behind backpacks, suitcases, clothes, abandoning their belongings in every direction. "Come on, you monsters, come at me," on the northern side of the central square. Behind a column of white stone as thick as 2 men, a man wearing black-framed glasses was hiding. He appeared to be around 30, tall and slender, with an air of refinement. Xiahou Fei removed his outer coat, revealing a white tank top, his bare arms readied with weapons. A look of determination etched on his face. 10 minutes no, perhaps just 5 minutes. Xiahou Fei motivated himself, believing that if he could hold on a little longer, reinforcements would arrive. Since the onset of the mutated creature attack, only a brief span of time had passed, yet the casualties on his side were staggering. The security department was not a combat unit. Their armed strength was weak, and they were unaccustomed to real battle. The unfolding situation had caught him completely off guard, and he had not anticipated the coldness of those from the inner city. Had they offered assistance, the circumstances would not have escalated to this extent. Just as Xiahou Fei prepared to charge out and attract the attention of the mutated flies, he noticed someone cautiously creeping into the square. Quickly taking shelter behind the column, this individual was hastily gathering the scattered luggage along the way, hands filled to the brim, tucking items under their arms without discrimination. Damn it! Even in such dire straits, they think of profit. Xiahou Fei cursed under his breath, glancing around as he resolved to sprint over and drive away that oblivious fool. However, the next scene took Xiahou Fei by surprise. The individual rummaged through a bag and produced a lighter, igniting one of the abandoned pieces of luggage. With a whoosh, the flames erupted, consuming the contents within, and the fire blazed fiercely, escalating rapidly. From a distance, it appeared as if Tsuruheo was wielding a fireball. Without hesitation, Tsuruheo dashed out from behind the column, hurling the fireball at a mutated fly hovering midair. Caught off guard, the creature plummeted to the ground, its half-human height igniting in flames. A nauseating scent of charred flesh filled the air. Tsuruheo, with his clothing wrapped around his hands, was unafraid of the flame's searing heat. As he threw the fireball, another mutated fly was sent crashing in a blaze. By the time he had disposed of most of the items nearby, over 20 mutated flies were already burning on the ground. What a brilliant idea! Truly a brilliant idea! Xiahou Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Who is this person? How did I not think of such a method?" Almost no creature could escape the innate fear of fire. Seizing the opportunity, Xiahou Fei rushed out without hesitation, and the remaining armed personnel also unleashed their attacks into the sky. Bullets rained down upon the flies, which, in their fear of the flames, scattered and fled. Countless mutated fly corpses plummeted from the sky like raindrops. Meanwhile, Tsuruheo continued to hurl burning fireballs into the dense swarm of mutated flies above. Though the impact was minimal, it nonetheless caused the creatures to disperse, no longer daring to dive down with their prior terrifying momentum. What a relief! For the first time, Xiahou Fei felt a sense of accomplishment as he gripped his weapon, simultaneously firing while gradually approaching Tsuruheo. "Friend, I am Xiahou Fei from the Joint Security Department." Tsuruheo glanced at him, igniting the clothes by his side, the flames quickly forming a bonfire. He tossed the burning garment toward Xiahou Fei, causing the mutated flies, drawn by the scent of blood, to shy away, fluttering in retreat. Tsuruheo had already guessed who this person might be. With such reckless bravery, and dressed differently from ordinary armed personnel, he could only think of the voice on the loudspeaker, "A student." Xiahou Fei furrowed his brow, then smiled lightly. The extermination of mutated creatures had never been the responsibility of a single nation or department. After the darkness had encroached upon the sun, it was a time for all humanity to strive for survival, to disregard personal safety to save others. Amidst the throngs of thousands at the station, only one person had stepped forward. The more Xiahou Fei pondered, the more he admired Tsuruheo. As the saying goes, those who fight together are comrades, and those who endure hardship together are brothers. It seemed that Xiahou Fei had gained another brother today. After expending the last of his ammunition, he tossed the weapon aside and burst into laughter. "Brother." Tsuruheo, momentarily taken aback, finally responded, "Xia brother." Xiahou Fei, displaying a hint of pride, drew another weapon from his waist and continued firing into the air. "Brother, there's no need to look at me like that. Xiahou Fei, trust my instincts, in any situation. When one meets a kindred spirit, one must not let the chance slip away. Especially since I don't know if I can hold out until those people arrive," Xiahou Fei added silently in his heart. At that moment, Tsuruheo could not afford to think too much. He scanned the entire station square. Aside from a few teams still counterattacking, the ordinary citizens had all fled. The ground of the square was a chaotic mess, strewn with the corpses of the fallen, likely over 1,000, while the green viscera corroded the ground, emitting a pungent stench. High above, hundreds of mutated flies still swarmed. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuruheo spoke. "Xia brother, most people have departed. We should retreat." "All right," Xiahou Fei nodded. "Brother, you go ahead. I will cover the rear." Tsuruheo exclaimed, "Aren't you leaving, Xia brother?" With a smile on his face, Xiahou Fei replied, "I have my duties. Besides, if everyone rushes out without cover, they will become fodder for these mutated creatures. You are just a student. You should not remain here to face death. Go." Tsuruheo shook his head, acknowledging that since Brother Xia regarded him as a brother, it was only natural that he could not abandon him. "If one must leave, then let us all depart together, and we shall fight and retreat as needed." "Excellent. I, Xiahou Fei, have indeed not misjudged my companions," he declared decisively. Immediately, Xiahou Fei gathered the 5 surviving members of their team, and as they retaliated, they began to cautiously retreat towards the station's exit. They were but a few meters from the station square's exit, yet every step was taken with utmost caution. The mutated flies, drawn by the scent of blood, became increasingly frenzied, seemingly aware of their intent to escape and surged towards them. Tsuruheo witnessed, with his own eyes, as the 2 individuals before him were approached by the mutated flies, whose large, Sharp black proboscises easily pierced through their bulletproof vests and plunged into their chests in the blink of an eye. Those two team members withered at a visible pace, transforming into mere wrinkled husks. Xia Hofei's eyes widened in fury as he angrily squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the two mutated flies. Viscous green pus mixed with streaks of crimson oozed from the bullet holes, and the mutated flies were swiftly turned into a mass of shredded remains, crashing to the ground. Yet, more mutated flies continued to swarm towards them. "Brother Xia, danger! Retreat quickly!" Su Ruheo urgently pulled upon hearing that Su Ruheo was a student. Lin Na couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him, especially as his attire bore a striking resemblance to a school uniform. It was quite astonishing to realize that this student was indeed so remarkable. Had it been someone else, they would likely have fled in terror rather than conjure up a plan involving fire. Su Ruheo humbly shook his head, stating, "I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. In times of crisis, it is even more imperative to assist those in need." Lin Na immediately chuckled softly, her gaze towards Su Ruheo becoming increasingly gentle, and her heart swelled with admiration for him. Surveying the surroundings, Su Ruheo noted the bright and immaculate environment. The entire floor of the building housed only a few rooms, with few people wandering about, most of whom were clad in white protective suits. As they walked, it became evident that the majority of the area was composed of enclosed offices, secured behind heavy metallic doors that required electronic passwords for access. Turning his head, Su Ruheo noticed a lively scene not far off, where a long line of individuals gathered at the entrance, appearing to be non-employees of the building. "Secretary Lin, what are they doing?" Su Ruheo inquired. Following his gaze, Lin Na pondered for a moment before responding. "Testing. Su Ruheo's curiosity was piqued. "What kind of testing? They don't look like your colleagues from Kangin. It's a strength test," Lin Na revealed without hesitation. Kangin Tower is home to many esteemed scientists. Each floor contains a research lab, most of which are closed to the public, accessible only to internal researchers. A select few labs are open to outsiders, and we recruit specific individuals for experiments, providing substantial compensation in return. That area is one of our publicly accessible labs, where we measure the overall coordination and strength values of the human body, gather data, and compile reports, among other tasks. Nodding, Su Ruheo asked, "Is your mechanical intelligence organism developed using such data?" Lin Na hesitated. A sheepish smile crossing her face, "I'm afraid that's confidential information. I'm not privy to the details." Su Ruheo had merely asked out of curiosity, but the number of research facilities at Kangin Pharmaceuticals exceeded his expectations. Intrigued by the complex and mysterious background of this biopharmaceutical company, he noted that even the formidable government-affiliated figure Xia Hofei seemed reluctant to engage with them. Curiosity piqued, Su Ruheo followed the crowd towards the lab. The research facility occupied half of the floor space, built against 3 walls of the building. The entrance was marked by 8 prominent rectangular panels of tempered glass, each 10 centimeters thick and frosted. With metallic handrails affixed to the edges of 2 of the panels, the doors opened outward. Inside the lab, the furnishings were remarkably simple, devoid of typical scientific apparatus like Bunsen burners, glassware, or test tubes. A brown desk occupied the far corner, cluttered with white folders. A man dressed in medical attire and wearing a white mask was busy recording notes, while behind him loomed a glass showcase filled with stacks of documents. 2 individuals were stationed at the entrance, managing the line, while another sat idly in a chair opposite the glass doors, shaking his head and nonchalantly shuffling a deck of playing cards. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, had his hair standing on end and one eye tightly shut, exuding an air of incredulity. On the ground beside him rested an L-shaped off-white machine. The machine featured a 30-centimeter trough, within which lay a palm-sized silver steel ball. The trough's base held a circular metal tray, mirroring a metal disc atop the machine, which bore a series of arc-shaped markings reminiscent of a clock face. As the metal ball rolled slightly along the trough, these markings fluctuated in brightness, almost as if they were fading away. Secretary Lin, the 3 individuals on duty greeted Lin Na with enthusiasm upon her arrival. Momentarily halting their tasks, the young man with one eye briefly glanced at Lin Na, his cards spinning in a playful whirl at his fingertips, seemingly oblivious to Su Ruheo and the others. With a swift glance at him, Lin Na addressed the 3, "These guests are visiting our building and are here for a brief tour. There's nothing urgent, so please continue with your work." The 3 nodded in agreement. Among the line, Lin Na's presence was akin to a morsel of meat amidst a pack of wolves, eliciting gluttonous gazes from some of the onlookers. Their predatory glances bore an unsettling air, revealing intentions that were anything but benign. If this were not Kangin Tower, and the outside world were not rife with mutated creatures, the atmosphere could easily descend into chaos, particularly for a solitary and vulnerable young woman. The military uniforms worn by Zhang Long and his companions, however, quelled the more unruly individuals. Su Raheo cast a casual glance at the gathering, an instinctual wariness surging within him. These were not good people. In school, even when classmates clashed, such ferocious gazes were absent. He mentally labeled them as distinctly different from his peers. Sensing the uncomfortable scrutiny, he expressed his desire to leave. Lin Na suggested, "If there is nothing pressing, shall we proceed to the lounge?" Zhang Long and his companions had no objections, but Su Raheo's attention lingered on the L-shaped machine in the lab. "What is that?" "A strength gauge," one of the staff members explained. "This is a machine we developed at Kangin for measuring overall strength. Unlike standard force collision machines, it primarily assesses the peak short-term explosive strength of the human body, yielding far more accurate results. The metal disc features 60 gradation values, calculated using an intermediate progression method. Each small gradation is equivalent to 1 N, while 5 small gradations total 5 N. The machine can measure up to 1200 N, with a standard human strength value of around 1000 N considered acceptable. However, it is rare for even one person in 1,000 to achieve this benchmark. The reason lies in the transmission and dissipation of force, Su Raheo interjected. Any force will incur some loss during transmission, whether minor or significant. To reach the standard value means the individual has likely surpassed 1000 N. The staff member appeared taken aback, regarding Su Raheo with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. "Are you in the same field?" Su Raheo chuckled, scratching his nose. "You're flattering me. I'm merely a student. My teacher has imparted some knowledge." "Indeed," the staff member acknowledged with a nod. "Someone who achieves that level can hardly be deemed an ordinary person. While the testing criteria may be stringent, they are entirely reasonable. Among thousands, there will always be 1 or 2 exceptional individuals." Su Raheo regarded the strength gauge, a smile forming on his lips. A result that stood out amongst the masses intrigued him. Just then, a burly man clad in a black vest stepped up for his turn at testing. He inhaled deeply, clenched his right fist, and with a sudden motion, slammed his fist down onto the metal disc at the base of the L-shaped machine. The disc instantly caved in, leaving a deep impression from his fist. The silver ball within the trough was propelled upward by the force, making a sharp sound upon striking the upper metal disc. The clear, resonant chime echoed as the disc remained unyielding, while the small scratches on its surface faded by nearly 1/15. As the ball rolled back down the trough, the markings on the disc reappeared. Wang Daqing, 934 N. The recording staff nodded in approval, noting that he was close to the qualifying value. Quite impressive indeed. As the test concluded, Su Raheo observed the metal disc gradually returning to its original form. The fist imprint slowly fading until it vanished completely. It made of soft metal. Su Raheo pondered, recalling having encountered this material only in textbooks, one of the rarer types of metallic substances. Kangin Pharmaceuticals appeared not only simple but also quite affluent. After a moment's thought, Su Raheo stepped forward, bypassing the line. "Let me give it ATRYUM. What are the rules?" The staff member hesitated, but Lin Na subtly nodded in agreement from the side. Consequently, the staff member fell silent. Drawing a deep breath, Su Raheo crouched down and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch against the disc. A soft sensation surged through him as the metal disc instantly caved in, sending the steel ball shooting upward along its path. The resonant sound echoed again as the markings on the disc faded by 1/10, indicating a force of 901 N. The recording staff nodded approvingly, recognizing this as a commendable achievement, particularly given Su Raheo's youth, suggesting room for further improvement. What defines an anomaly is its rarity, yet Su Raheo shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment as the result fell short of his expectations. Noticing that Su Raheo remained crouched and did not rise, the recording staff inquired with curiosity, "Excuse me, do you wish to test again? If so, you need not worry. Our power gauge is exceedingly precise, and a second attempt would yield the same outcome." "Is that not so?" Su Raheo retorted, his question leaving no room for denial. It was evident that Su Raheo had exerted himself to the utmost just moments ago. Even if he hadn't, the results would have been nearly identical. Lin Na gazed at Tsuruheo with a hint of confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Privilege may allow you a single use, yet one must not lose face in the process. It would also serve as a fitting opportunity to test the power levels post-integration. With that thought, Tsuruheo concealed a piece of iron within his hand, shedding his outer garment to wrap around his right arm. He shook it lightly and remarked, "Previously, I refrained from applying too much force for fear of injuring my hand. This fellow." Lin Na's expression turned awkward as she silently mused, to think he would resort to such an excuse. "I have truly misjudged him." As Tsuruheo felt the iron piece had likely integrated into his shoulder, he made a decisive move and launched a powerful punch. A deep boom echoed as the power gauge trembled violently. The metallic disc was punctured by the force of his strike, leaving a slight crack upon its surface. The silver ball, struck with ferocity, vanished in an instant, colliding fiercely with the gauge. Yet, the ball's momentum did not wane. With a sharp crack, the gauge shattered and both it and the machinery crashed against the wall, sending white plaster dust cascading down. The metallic sphere and gauge were severely deformed, with much of the sphere embedded within the concrete slab. Lin Na, covering her mouth in shock, stumbled back, utterly astounded. The recording personnel, witnessing the chaotic scene, felt a jolt of fear and fainted on the spot. The white ceiling bore the marks of destruction, with several varying-sized dents adorned by fine cracks that spread outward, marring a significant portion of the corner. Shaking off the remnants of the shattered gauge from his wrist, Tsuruheo glanced up at the ceiling, a flicker of excitement evident in his demeanor. With a force exceeding 1,200 N, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Indeed, such formidable power was exhilarating. However, the commotion caused by the incident in the laboratory stirred considerable unrest, as the remaining fragments of the machinery emitted sizzling sounds accompanied by occasional sparks. In a bid to avoid becoming collateral damage, those in line hastily evacuated the research facility. The one-eyed youth, startled by the thunderous noise, dropped the playing cards he had been spinning with his fingertips. Observing the wreckage of the power gauge, he expressed mild surprise, then a smirk crept onto his face. Is he hiding his strength? How intriguing, Su, Brother Su. Zhang Long and others stammered, gulping in disbelief. What have you done? Turning around, Tsuruheo sheepishly scratched his head, muttering, "It was an accident, merely an accident." He had only intended to gauge the strength of his arm post-integration, a curiosity he had harbored since his body began to change. The unfolding events had certainly caught him off guard. "What is your name?" the one-eyed youth interrupted coldly, a slight smile playing on his lips as he observed Tsuruheo with keen interest. "With such power, you must be an extraordinary individual, judging by the three companions behind you. Are you affiliated with the United Government?" Tsuruheo found the condescending tone of the youth distasteful. He detested self-important individuals. Zhang Long and the others, clearly more informed, discreetly pulled Tsuruheo aside and whispered a few words. Tsuruheo's gaze lingered on the peculiar individual, nodding in response as he listened. Extraordinary beings. A term denoting those who transcend the limits of ordinary humans, he pondered. Zhang Long had informed him that in the world, there always existed individuals superior to the average person, especially in the wake of 2 centuries of radiative existence that had enhanced human capabilities, rendering biological mutations a possibility. For instance, an individual's strength might surpass that of ordinary folk from an early age, which could be labeled as a prodigious talent or even genius. Such gifts could manifest in various forms: speed, hearing, intelligence. With consistent training, these abilities could be further augmented, potentially reaching astonishing levels. The human body inherently harbored immense potential, yet it had often remained untapped. According to Zhang Long, enhancing humanity itself had become the focal point of scientific endeavors following the emergence of external black holes. Scientists speculated that if they could create powerful weapons, why not cultivate even more formidable humans? Thus, certain phenomena came to fruition. Resources in the outer districts were limited, making encounters with such individuals rare. Yet within the inner district's military, such beings existed. Their origins were often elite, and within the ranks of the army, these soldiers were known as New Gene Warriors. As for the core area, such matters were beyond their comprehension. These occurrences belonged to the realm of secrecy, with the United Government prohibiting the dissemination of such information among the general populace, fearing potential unrest. Had Tsuruheo not revealed extraordinary powers, they would have remained silent. The one-eyed youth, who appeared to revel in his own coolness, might well be a product of Kangen's training or recruitment. Listening intently to the warnings, Su Ruheo nodded repeatedly. On one hand, there was a covert effort to cultivate new soldiers. On the other, a desire for a stable societal order. There was an unspoken understanding among them. Stability and development were paramount. It was undeniable that some leaders within certain departments possessed remarkable foresight. Seeing Su Ruheo engaged in hushed conversation, the one-eyed youth could no longer contain his impatience. After a day of tedium, he was eager not to miss this opportunity. He drew a card and flicked it forward. The thin piece of paper spun rapidly, gliding past Su Ruheo's cheek. Danger! The card appeared to magnify in his vision, the swift rush of air against his skin causing a stinging sensation. Slightly turning his head, the sharp card embedded itself into the white wall behind him at an angle. Zhang Long and the others were taken aback. What do you intend to do? With tensions rising, Su Ruheo's expression hardened as he questioned. Are you really prepared to resort to violence over a mere disagreement? You will understand soon enough. The one-eyed youth grinned wickedly, his previously closed left eye snapping open to reveal a pure white eyeball devoid of a pupil. Resembling white jade, his visage appeared menacing, terrifying. Concurrently, the nails at the tips of his fingers began to grow rapidly, extending to a length of 20 centimeters in mere moments. Is this a mutation? Su Ruheo felt a surge of alarm, gripping the iron piece tightly in his hand. Zhang Long and the others were genuinely frightened by the spectacle before them, instinctively retreating. The application of gene manipulation. Kangen had indeed developed such methods. Enhanced, this individual had undoubtedly undergone augmentation. Otherwise, he could not withstand the agony of external genetic influence. That scoundrel, witnessing the transformation, Lin Na's hand flew to her mouth in shock. Wang Shuang, you reckless fool. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? How dare you defy the doctor's orders and utilize your white-eyed cat genes in a non-combat scenario, especially in the research facility? I will report you to the doctor. You? Lin Na was momentarily speechless, her anger palpable as she dashed to the brown desk in the corner, flung open the central drawer, and pressed a small, inconspicuous red button within. Instantly, a blaring alarm echoed throughout the entire building. With a dismissive scoff, the one-eyed youth turned back to Su Ruheo, licking his cracked lips as he wickedly declared, even with their swiftest efforts, they will require 2 minutes to arrive. However, 2 minutes is ample time for me. With that, the one-eyed youth vanished like the wind, leaving behind an air of suspense. In the lounge of the building, Lin Na stood respectfully beside Dr. Suman, her demeanor tense. Numerous individuals occupied the secluded space, among whom was a robust man in his 30s, his square face framed by a buzz cut, thick brows accentuating his piercing gaze, clad in a black taekwondo uniform adorned with the Kangen emblem. His presence was imposing. Su Ruheo observed this middle-aged man with keen interest. His demeanor was serious and meticulous, speaking little, embodying the essence of a calm and kind individual. The reason for his scrutiny was that the arrival of this man had caused the previously unruly Wang Shuang to temper his demeanor, obediently following in this man's wake like a mouse caught in the presence of a cat. This Wang Shuang, who had been so defiant, now cowered in the presence of this individual, coupled with Lin Na's attitude and Wang Shuang's words. It was not difficult to surmise that this man might be the special manager of Kangen Tower. Perhaps he was also a gene warrior, even stronger than Wang Shuang. A chill ran down Su Ruheo's spine. It was precisely due to this man's unexpected appearance that Wang Shuang had reined in his combative stance, averting a potentially violent confrontation. Avoiding conflict was never Su Ruheo's temperament. On the contrary, the swift and peculiar movements of Wang Shuang ignited a desire within him to engage in battle. Jin warriors, a new breed. It would be disingenuous to claim one is not intrigued. It represents an alternative form of power. Sitting on the opposite side of the sofa, Xiahou Fei adjusted his black-framed glasses with his left index finger, while cradling a steaming cup of coffee in his other hand. He took a leisurely sip, his gaze fixed intently on Su Ruheo, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Clearing his throat, he set down his teacup and smiled. Little brother, I never anticipated that not only are you astute, but you are also among the rare individuals of extraordinary strength. It truly astonishes me. Just how much more ability do you possess that remains undisclosed? With a smile, Su Ruheo touched the tip of his nose. replying, "To be honest, I am not quite sure how much more I have." Xia Hofei burst into hearty laughter, losing any semblance of composure. Lin Na, too, found amusement in his words, stifling a giggle. In all honesty, this is also the first time I have come to realize my own power." Su Ruheo shrugged, adopting an expression that suggested he was indifferent to their belief. At this moment, the usually reticent Dr. Sumin gently tapped his fingers on the table, pondering aloud, "Minister Xia, are we in agreement regarding our matters? You have no objections, I presume?" Upon mentioning the subject, Xia Hofei's expression became serious as he replied, "Of course. Although there has been a minor hiccup, let us proceed as planned." "Very well," Dr. Sumin nodded, stating, "This is only natural. As long as the outcomes are beneficial for both parties, we can fully exchange the research results. I have always maintained an open stance towards scientific collaboration, for it is through such exchanges that we can achieve greater technological advancements." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Ruheo. Previously, he had merely regarded Su Ruheo as someone familiar to Xia Hofei, unremarkable and inconspicuous. However, upon closer inspection, he seemed to be a promising prospect. "Dr. Sumin suddenly smiled, looking at Su Ruheo. "How should I address you? I wonder if this esteemed student has any interest in joining my organization at Kangin?" "I work?" Su Ruheo responded, slightly bewildered. Dr. Sumin elaborated, "Certainly, as I understand, there has been an outbreak of the undead near your school, though the reasons are yet to be fully investigated. The entire area has been cordoned off, with no entry or exit permitted. While this poses some challenges, have you contemplated what you wish to do after graduating from high school? Open a shop? Become a low-level employee? Or perhaps a radio host?" These words left Su Ruheo momentarily speechless. He had always aspired to advance to a higher secondary school and then join the government security forces in pursuit of a respectable career, ideally within the inner city for a better living environment. The residents of Steel City each had their occupations. Though circumstances may change, professions endure. Owning a home requires financial means, residency is subject to eligibility checks, and daily sustenance necessitates expenditure. Such was the reality of life in Steel City. Given this, why not come to Kangin as an intern? It would not interfere with your studies, and once school resumes, Kangin will offer you additional educational benefits. Not only will your salary continue uninterrupted, but we will also focus on your development. You have witnessed Wang Shuang's capabilities. Surely you recognize your own advantages. Do you not wish to grow stronger rather than remain in obscurity?" As he swallowed hard, Su Ruheo felt a flicker of interest. Kangin Pharmaceuticals stood as one of the leading companies in the outer districts, extending an invitation to him. Particularly after encountering the undead, mutated mosquitoes, and genetically enhanced warriors. Su Ruheo found himself increasingly drawn to the allure of power. His aspirations shifted beyond the mundane professions of ordinary life. Previous encounters had opened an entirely new door, especially in light of Dr. Sumin's remark, "Do you truly wish to remain unnoticed?" The more he witnessed the extraordinary, the more turbulent his inner thoughts became. It was evident he would not willingly fade into the background. Noticing Su Ruheo's growing intrigue, Dr. Sumin's smile broadened as he continued, "Kangin also has powerful, extraordinary individuals, complete with a comprehensive training program. Our formidable gene warriors can bend 20-centimeter thick steel plates with a mere stomp, and a single punch can create explosive shockwaves in the air." Su Ruheo listened, feeling parched and incredulous. The notion of shattering the air with a punch or bending steel with a stomp seemed almost unfathomable. Yet, Xia Hofei could no longer contain himself. With a scowl, he interjected, "Doctor, are you attempting to poach my personnel? This seems rather excessive." Dr. Sumin smiled faintly, responding, "Minister Xia, if I am not mistaken, you have only recently made the acquaintance of this student. How could this be construed as poaching?" Xia Hofei shot a glare at Zhang Long and the others, suspecting they had let something slip. "He is my recognized little brother, thus he is under my purview. While we may share resources and information as collaborators, he is not to be shared. My people are my people." Dr. Sumin chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "That ultimately depends on the individual's choice." He turned to Su Ruheo, extending another olive branch. "For those with potential, Kangin will undoubtedly invest heavily in their development. What I have mentioned thus far are merely the foundational resources, and I dare say that aside from a specialized department, no one can rival Kangin in nurturing talent." Upon hearing this, Xia Hofei grew anxious. Fixing his gaze on Su Ruheo, clenching his teeth, he asserted, While the biological department may not excel in talent cultivation, the true strength lies within the United Department, where resources and personnel are far beyond ordinary imagination. I can recommend you to a school established by the Evolution Department. There, you will undoubtedly find broader horizons. Xiahou Fei was genuinely putting forth considerable effort for Su Ruheo. The Evolution and Biological departments were distinct entities, and he had limited influence there, but he could leverage some connections to recommend candidates. The Biological department lacked formidable armed forces, relying on others to mitigate safety threats, i.e. in the absence of such resources. He was determined to cultivate talent. With the emergence of such a promising individual, Xiahou Fei was resolute in not letting this opportunity slip away. Dr. Suman observed Su Ruheo, seemingly awaiting a decision. After contemplating briefly, Su Ruheo nodded at Xiahou Fei and softly said, "All right. The conditions presented by Kang Yin are appealing, yet I still lean towards Minister Xia. Firstly, I am not acquainted with Dr. Suman, and secondly, I trust Xiahou Fei. His willingness to risk everything to save others speaks volumes of his character. Furthermore, he is correct. The United Department reigns supreme in Steel City, and it surely harbors greater resources and exceptional individuals. The competition will undoubtedly intensify, yet it promises to be far more exhilarating." Seeing Su Ruheo acquiesce, Xiahou Fei exhaled a sigh of relief, the weight of uncertainty lifting from his shoulders. Lin Na cast a furtive glance at Su Ruheo before quickly averting her eyes. Upon witnessing Su Ruheo's agreement with Xiahou Fei, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over her. Dr. Suman's smile remained unwavering as he addressed Su Ruheo. "As long as you desire, the doors of Kang Yin will always remain open to you." After 2 days of turmoil, order in the outer districts gradually returned to normal, the streets devoid of the previous grim atmosphere. The area surrounding the middle school was now designated as Zone 1, heavily guarded by armed forces from the United Security Corps, with strict restrictions on entry and exit. Even on the periphery, sporadic gunfire could be heard emanating from within, though as time passed, the frequency diminished, suggesting the security forces were conducting their operations with notable efficiency. At a breakfast stall, Su Ruheo gazed at the collapsed shops within Zone 1, finishing the last of his soybean milk. After settling the bill, he departed in the opposite direction. Over the past few days, he had focused on resting, occasionally gathering information about the situation in Zone 1, while spending the remainder of his time in his hotel room, studying the changes in his body. Apart from metals, Su Ruheo undertook numerous experiments with various substances: water, plastic, leather. It appeared that any existing material, upon contact, would undergo a similar transformation. For instance, while standing in a bathtub filled with water, it took approximately 10 seconds for his entire being to become hydrated, merging with the water. Despite this, he was acutely aware that his consciousness remained intact. He could revert to his human form at will. However, with wood, the results were significantly less favorable. It took nearly 3 minutes for his entire body to undergo the transformation, and once transformed, he seemed to acquire the rigidity associated with wood, rendering movement rather cumbersome. As for materials like leather, he felt no change whatsoever. Regardless of his attempts, he experienced no transformation. Thus, it seemed that not all substances could be assimilated, revealing certain limitations. Moreover, the larger the volume of the material in contact, the longer the assimilation process. It resembled a form of feedback, varying in strength and speed. Initially, Su Ruheo had contemplated testing the assimilation of diamonds, one of the hardest substances known to man, but regrettably, the exorbitant price rendered even a single carat unattainable for him, forcing him to abandon the idea. North Meng Road, the address of the Biological Research Institute, ASA Joint Biological Research Department, spanning 30 kilometers. Its architectural appearance harmonizes elegantly with the surrounding environment, lacking the ostentatious opulence often associated with luxury. Instead, it offers an air of unassuming normalcy. "Hello, I am looking for Minister Xiahou Fei," Su Ruhao said to the security guard stationed at the entrance of the research institute. The guard scrutinized Su Ruhao from head to toe, and only after confirming his purpose did he assist in notifying the minister. "Little brother," Xiahou Fei exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Su Ruhao. Stepping forward to embrace him warmly, "I intended to inform you of my whereabouts, yet here you are, having found your way on your own. The Joint Government Department's biological research base is not difficult to locate. Even those unfamiliar with it can easily ascertain its address with a few inquiries. The Biological Department is, in fact, a public sector entity, and the Protective Services Shelter Division also falls under publicly accessible premises. This department, dedicated to technological research, has consistently collaborated with companies from the outer districts while supporting small to medium-sized scientific research firms. The Shelter Division oversees order and safety, naturally establishing its address in populous areas rather than remote, secluded locales. Such a choice facilitates prompt intervention in the event of any disturbances. Su Ru Hao looked at Xia Ho Fei in confusion. Is there something going on? Yet, Xia Ho Fei merely smiled mysteriously, saying, "Let us go inside first." Within the Biological Research Institute, numerous independent small buildings rise approximately 10 meters high, each covering an area of just 80 square meters, adorned with whitewashed walls, epitomizing a typical scientific facility. The entrance features a cement avenue, 3 meters wide, accommodating 2 vehicles side by side. Compared to the Kong-In building, this environment is far more pleasant and inviting. Following Xia Ho Fei into a research building, Su Ru Hao was greeted by an entirely different scene. Many scientific instruments, which he had only encountered in textbooks at school, were present here, representing top-tier equipment, some of which he had never even heard of. As Xia Ho Fei led the way, he began to introduce Su Ru Hao to the surroundings. This is building number 5, primarily housing experimental specimens. Some experiments have yielded successful results, while others have unfortunately failed, all of which we preserve. Additionally, there are some flawed products that require further refinement. Ascending to the second floor, they encountered fewer instruments, with each room being a small, independent chamber. Su Ru Hao glanced around, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Zhuangji, Rixin, Kursin. The doors to each small room were firmly shut, each marked with a small plaque affixed with nails. Xia Ho Fei opened one such door but paused at the threshold. Looking back at Su Ru Hao, by the way, I have already submitted a report regarding your situation, and there is promising news about your recommendation for the school. Really? Su Ru Hao felt a surge of joy. Xia Ho Fei nodded. Yes, that is the good news I wished to share with you earlier. To be precise, this is an internal school of the joint organization, with no fixed schedule for classes or graduation requirements. Once a student demonstrates sufficient capability and passes the school's assessments, they may graduate at their discretion. In summary, it is an excellent opportunity, so much so that many exceptionally talented individuals strive to gain entry. Yet, it is also a challenging environment, with some who enter never managing to graduate. Su Ru Hao pondered. I understand. It implies that their educational model may differ from conventional schools. Indeed, Xia Ho Fei affirmed vigorously. Continuing, it is a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. If you are hesitant, there is still time to reconsider. Do you wish to backtrack? Su Ru Hao contemplated for a moment, then shook his head decisively. I wish to go. At the very least, I will not regret my choice. Witnessing Su Ru Hao's resolute demeanor, Xia Ho Fei's expression turned grave, muttering, You will come to regret it. That place is filled with self-righteous fools. What? Su Ru Hao leaned closer, having not quite caught what Xia Ho Fei had said. Nothing. Xia Ho Fei replied hastily, his heart racing with anxiety, relieved to have gone unheard. Otherwise, he might have been accused of impropriety. Grabbing Su Ru Hao, Xia Ho Fei hurriedly ushered him into the room, exclaiming, Quickly, step inside. Once you do, you will see the school. The school is inside the room? Su Ru Hao queried, bewildered. By the time he grasped the situation, the door behind him had already closed. Why does this feel so strange? The more Su Ru Hao thought about it, the more uneasy he became. A glance around revealed the room to be entirely empty, the walls painted a stark white. Wait, the walls. How is this possible? Su Ru Hao was genuinely astonished, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, only to find the walls still there upon reopening them. His heart began to race as he scrutinized the entire space. The walls remained unchanged, the stark whiteness surrounding him felt eerily fitting. It was then that he realized there were no windows whatsoever in the room. A black cloud, roughly the size of a hand, was painted on the white ceiling, slightly raised. Glancing at the artwork, Su Ru Hao propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. What exactly is Xia Ho Fei up to? Outside, the steady, powerful sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. A man clad in a brown overcoat and matching round hat approached, the brim partially obscuring his face, rendering his features indistinguishable. Suddenly, a square LCD screen measuring 50 centimeters appeared on the door. In the lower left corner of the screen lay a palm-sized control panel, featuring 16 buttons marked with different letters. Had Su Ruhao remained at the door, he would have seen, aside from the control panel, a clear image of himself lost in contemplation within the room. Xiahou Fei, after all these years, you remain the same, still as neurotic as ever. The man in the overcoat remarked, removing a pipe from his mouth with a dissatisfied huff. I heard everything you just said. That kid might not have caught it, but you cannot fool my ears. Xiahou Fei disregarded his ire, retorting, Jack Ma, you are as arrogant as ever. I will speak my mind. Do you dare to retaliate? Spitting on the ground, the man named Jack Ma scoffed, I've bitten before. It is not worth it. Xiahou Fei instinctively touched his backside, his expression twisting in discomfort, grinding his teeth in anger. You shameless scoundrel. If it weren't for that time, I would never have. Observing Xiahou Fei's stubbornness, Jack Ma laughed heartily. Xiahou Fei turned his head away, snorting twice, fingers dancing rapidly over the control panel. How about we make a bet? What are we betting on? Jack Ma asked excitedly, eager for an advantage. Xiahou Fei pointed at Su Ruhao on the screen, declaring, my little brother. I bet he can endure 10 seconds in there. Hearing this, Jack Ma burst into laughter. 10 seconds? A power-type extraordinary individual who hasn't undergone training. Enduring 10 seconds under the thundercloud? Ridiculous, but I'll take the bet. Wagering against you, Xiahou Fei, is always entertaining. Just to be clear, the stakes remain the same. Xiahou Fei grunted, deal, deal, Jack Ma replied, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. As the artificial thundercloud, recently developed, does not require a physical medium, it relies solely on a painted representation to simulate the atmospheric conditions of thunder and lightning, proving to be more than mere formality. In simple terms, it virtualizes elements such as dark clouds and rain, seeking to minimize or eliminate their physical presence. The lightning in the sky flashes rapidly, its power immense, capable of releasing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of volts of electricity in an instant, easily penetrating steel. As long as the current is sufficient, nothing hard can withstand it. Historically, lightning striking humans has resulted in unimaginable consequences, ranging from severe injury and paralysis to death, leaving behind nothing but charred remains. Of course, some fortunate souls have survived, becoming remarkably resilient after being struck. This is no mere coincidence. Extensive research has shown that those with stronger physiques and higher physical qualities have a greater likelihood of surviving lightning strikes. The nature of lightning remains enigmatic. For 2 centuries, there have been individuals seeking to harness lightning to enhance human strength. The peril associated with such tests is exceedingly high. A moment's carelessness could result in fatality. Consequently, progress in this research has been rather sluggish until recently, when a proposal emerged to simulate the effects of lightning using artificial electricity, thereby rendering the phenomenon controllable and significantly enhancing safety. Once this method was introduced, it was rapidly adopted within the evolutionary department, specifically to enhance the physical capabilities of the non-human new soldiers. The results have been quite promising. Therefore, this approach was implemented prior to the commencement of the new academic year, serving both as an assessment of the new students' abilities and as a means for them to acclimatize and fortify their bodies. A multifaceted strategy. Little brother, you must endure just a bit longer. It could very well determine your standing in the school. A sense of worry crept into Xiahou Fei's mind. This was not merely a matter of gambling. In the fiercely competitive environment of the new institution, talent reigns supreme. Of course, the cultivation of talent is inextricably linked to educational resources and the emphasis placed on instruction. One need not speak of equality. From childhood to adulthood, regardless of the school or teacher, those with exceptional academic performance invariably receive preferential attention. Only the best students enjoy privileges, being favored and prioritized in resource allocation. The enrollment evaluation is akin to an examination. The performance during this phase will dictate the educational resources available to Su Ruhao, akin to the college entrance examination where higher scores afford access to superior programs. First impressions are paramount. Although those endowed with extraordinary strength typically possess robust physiques, and even with confidence in Su Ruhao's capabilities, Xiahou Fei could not dismiss his concerns. Noting that Xiahou Fei was unresponsive, the man in the coat smacked his lips, his gaze shifting to the screen. At that moment, the room was illuminated by a blinding white light, flickering ominously. The dark clouds on the ceiling obscured visibility, while arcs of silver electricity danced across the ceiling like swift, ethereal dragons, crackling with thunderous applause, sparks occasionally flaring. What is this? Tsuruheo gazed at the unsettling phenomenon, a chill creeping down his spine. Suddenly, a bolt of arc lightning struck him. Following a sizzling sound, Tsuruheo was left charred and disheveled, his face resembling that of a charcoal briquette, his hair standing on end. A plume of black smoke escaped his mouth, his expression vacant. Pain. Excruciating pain. He gasped sharply. The previous bolt had struck him unexpectedly, and now he was aware of the agony coursing through every part of his body. Glancing upwards, a shudder ran through him. This was only the beginning. Crack, 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 the second, third, and countless arcs of electricity cascaded from the ceiling, leaving him with no means of escape. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. The man in the coat trembled, thinking to himself, "Goodness! Thank heavens it's not me. This seems rather dire." Xia Hofei's gaze was fixed on the timer. Merely 3 seconds had elapsed. He inwardly cursed his luck. This was merely the initial phase of the fitness arc. The total voltage would not exceed 36 volts. However, as time progressed, the longer one remained, the greater the voltage released would become. This was not a constant phenomenon. The individual who initially designed this system had considered varying values. If the difficulty remained static, what would be the purpose of enhancing physical capabilities? Xia Hofei's expression turned anxious. Through the screen, the man in the coat stole a glance at Tsuruheo in the room. Seizing the opportunity to remark, "I think that kid can't hold on much longer. There's no need to insist on the full 10 seconds. Losing a life would not be worth it." Xia Hofei shot him a furious glare, urging him to be silent. At that moment, he too felt a tumult of emotions brewing within. After a moment's hesitation, he concluded that it would be wise to call it a day. 5 seconds is a fleeting interval. Xia Hofei grappled with his inner turmoil. This performance was not particularly commendable by past standards, yet it was not abysmally poor either, merely slightly below average. Very well. Let it be as it is. You've won, he sighed heavily, a sense of dejection washing over him. Upon hearing Xia Hofei concede, the man in the coat chuckled triumphantly. Exhaling clouds of smoke, he wore a smug smile. He patted Xia Hofei on the shoulder, boasting, 5 seconds is no small feat. The fact that he has endured until now shows that he has justified your recommendation. I've encountered individuals who fainted after merely 2 seconds. Now that's truly embarrassing that, of course, this cannot be compared to those monstrous beings who last around 20 seconds. At least it has bolstered your reputation a bit. I shall report the results, claiming your judgment was sound and that your candidate was not the worst. While speaking, the man in the coat casually glanced at the timer on the screen, deliberately raising his voice. Xia Fei? Look, 7 seconds through the screen. It was evident that the room was engulfed in the blinding white light emitted by the arcs of electricity, dazzling to the eyes. However, Tsuruheo now lay prostrate on the ground, starkly contrasting his previous upright stance. The crackling silver arcs continued to rain down from the ceiling, pelting Tsuruheo like a torrential downpour. 7 seconds was undoubtedly the limit. The man in the coat remained unperturbed, for it was Xia Hofei who should be anxious. Each additional second spent within that room exponentially increased the danger. Should he exceed his physical capacity, death could occur in an instant. He had witnessed more than a few such fatalities among students at the school. The power of lightning is not to be trifled with as a means to transcend human limits. Many erroneously believed they would be the lucky ones, unaware that death was already creeping closer. As time ticked by, 8 seconds had elapsed. The silver arcs intensified, and the screen was nearly blotted out by a blinding whiteness, with only a faint silhouette of Tsuruheo discernible. Just as Xia Hofei was about to press the power-off button, Tsuruheo, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood upright, allowing the arcs to continue striking him. Huh? The man in the coat was taken aback, astonished that he could still stand in such a situation. 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 20 seconds. Xia Hofei was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene, his finger hovering in midair, unable to decide whether to act or remain still. With each passing moment, the man in the coat's expression shifted, and he swallowed hard, secretly astonished. Is this kid a monster? He has been in there for nearly a minute. Remarkably, he appears unfazed within the room. The arcs of electricity crackled incessantly, the dazzling silver light filling most of the space, creating an atmosphere akin to a tempest of thunder. In truth, Tsuruheo had already succumbed to the overwhelming onslaught of the arcs after 5 seconds. Each strike felt as though it could tear his body apart. Replaced only by unimaginable pain in that moment of collapse, he had lost consciousness, and now everything was merely instinctive bodily responses. His entire being radiated a silvery glow, standing rigid and unmoving. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, gazing up at the dark cloud patterns on the ceiling. His once pitch-black pupils had transformed into a luminous silver, with electric sparks flickering within. Abruptly, Tsuruheo's eyes emitted two beams of silver light. Striking the clouds above, the room pulsed with electricity, converging through those beams towards him. The sight was nothing short of astonishing. Due to the overwhelming silver light in the room, Xiahou Fei and the others could hardly discern what was transpiring. With a crack, the screen went dark. Xiahou Fei turned to the man in the coat, and they exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, the corridor lights flickered ominously, and with a sudden crack, the entire laboratory was plunged into darkness. In the obscurity, their eyes widened in mutual astonishment. With another crack, the corridor lights flickered back to life. The base's backup power had been activated. Xiahou Fei instinctively glanced at the screen. The room was devoid of arcs, and Tsuruheo remained standing, motionless. Due to the abrupt power outage, the timer on the screen had vanished, now displaying a state of zeroed, staring intently at the screen. The man in the coat bore an expression of shock. Is this truly a human? Did the sudden blackout somehow originate from him? Xiahou Fei nudged him, exclaiming, "What does this mean?" The man in the coat, visibly flustered, stammered, "Well, this. After a moment's hesitation, he noticed Xiahou Fei watching him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the man in the coat quickly declared, "You win this time. I concede." 13 lightning trials. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, Jack Ma chuckled triumphantly, looking at Xiahou Fei, who resembled a fair-skinned youth. He felt an indescribable joy. Reflecting on the past, when they were classmates, his academic performance had always lagged behind Xiahou Fei, the so-called weakling. Yet, unexpectedly, he had managed to pass the Evolution School's assessment, leading their fates to diverge drastically. He vaguely recalled that the previous assessments did not include the lightning trial. They primarily focused on individual data requirements, placing significant emphasis on physical fitness, and the technological advancements had exceeded his expectations. Exhaling a plume of smoke that spiraled skyward, the man in the coat remarked pensively, "Xia Fei, how swiftly the years have flown. I've heard that this time you recommended someone for admission." I eagerly volunteered to serve as the examination officer. Initially, the plan was to assess this young man's physical capabilities, but given the trust involved, such tests were merely a selection process. However, the man in the coat rambled on. But Xiahou Fei remained fixated on the LCD screen, ignoring his words. The latest innovation in artificial thundercloud technology, it operates without the necessity of tangible mediums, relying solely on the form of imagery to simulate the tempestuous phenomena of lightning in the sky. This manifestation is not merely a superficial spectacle devoid of utility. To put it succinctly, it seeks to etherealize elements such as dark clouds and rain, striving to substitute them with alternative representations or to minimize their usage altogether. The flashes of lightning that dance across the heavens possess immense power, capable of unleashing voltages exceeding tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, in the blink of an eye, effortlessly piercing through steel. Provided the current is sufficiently robust, even the most resilient materials become mere trifles. Historically, encounters with lightning have yielded unimaginably dire consequences for humankind, ranging from severe injuries and paralysis to fatality, reducing individuals to mere charred remains. Yet, there exist fortunate survivors among these victims. Some have emerged from lightning strikes with enhanced physical robustness. This is not an isolated phenomenon. Extensive research has revealed a correlation. Individuals with stronger constitutions and superior physical fitness exhibit a higher probability of survival following lightning strikes. The enigma of lightning has captivated minds for centuries, with aspirations to harness its power to fortify human strength. However, such experiments are fraught with peril. A moment's lapse in caution could lead to death, thus impeding progress in this field. Recently, a proposal emerged to simulate the effects of lightning using artificial electricity, enabling a controlled and safer approach to achieving similar outcomes. Upon its introduction, this method was rapidly adopted by the Evolution Department, specifically for the enhancement of non-human soldiers. The results have been remarkably promising. Consequently, This approach was implemented prior to the commencement of the new academic year, serving both as an evaluative test of the incoming students' capabilities and as a precursor to acclimatize and strengthen their bodies, a triple-edged strategy. You must endure a little longer. Your future standing in this institution hinges upon it, thought Xiahou Fei, a tinge of concern gnawing at his heart. This was not merely a matter of gambling. In a fiercely competitive new school environment, talent reigns supreme. However, the cultivation of talent is inextricably linked to educational resources and the value placed upon them. It is unnecessary to mention equal treatment throughout one's educational journey. Regardless of the institution or instructor, students with exceptional academic performance are invariably prioritized. Only those who excel are afforded privileges, receiving preferential access to resources. The entrance assessment is akin to an examination, determining the educational resources available to Su Ruihao, much like college admissions. Within the same institution, those with higher scores are favored for superior programs. First impressions carry significant weight, although those with extraordinary physical prowess fall into the category of the strong. Xiahou Fei, despite his confidence in Su Ruihao, could not dismiss his apprehensions. Observing Xiahou Fei's silence, the man in the overcoat smacked his lips, directing his gaze towards the screened AT. That moment, the room was illuminated by a blinding white light. Flickering ominously, the dark clouds on the ceiling cast a shadowy gloom, while arcs of silver electricity danced like swift dragons across the surface, crackling and sparking intermittently. What is this? Su Ruihao gazed at the unsettling phenomenon, a chill creeping through him. With a crack, a bolt of arc lightning descended, striking Su Ruihao. After a series of sizzling sounds, he found himself charred on the outside yet tender within, his visage resembling that of charcoal. His hair standing on end, black smoke escaped his mouth as his expression turned blank. Pain. Excruciating pain. A sharp intake of breath revealed that the sudden strike had taken him unawares, and only afterward did he realize the pervasive agony throughout his body. A glance upward made him shudder, but this was not the end. Crack, crack, crack. Countless arcs of lightning cascaded from the ceiling, an unavoidable onslaught. A harrowing scream echoed within the room. The man in the overcoat shivered, inwardly exclaiming, "Thank heavens it's not me. This seems quite dreadful." Xiahou Fei's gaze flicked to the timer. Only 3 seconds had passed. His heart sank with foreboding. This was merely the initial phase of the electrifying exercise. With the total voltage not exceeding 36 volts, as time progressed, the longer one remained, the higher the voltage of the released arcs would soar. This was not a static phenomenon. The original designer had envisaged varying levels of difficulty. If the challenge remained constant, what would be the point of physical enhancement? Xiahou Fei's expression grew urgent. Through the screen, the man in the overcoat caught a glimpse of Su Ruihao in the room. Seizing the moment, he remarked, "That kid looks like he's about to crumble. Perhaps we should call it a day. There's no need to insist on 10 seconds. It wouldn't be worth it if he loses his life." Xiahou Fei shot him a furious glare. Silence. At that moment, his own heart raced with anxiety. Hesitating, he ultimately felt it prudent to cease the ordeal. 5 seconds is a fleeting span. Xiahou Fei wrestled with his thoughts. This performance would not be deemed particularly impressive, yet it was not entirely inadequate, merely below average. Very well, let it be, he sighed, a sense of dejection washing over him. Upon hearing Xiahou Fei concede, the man in the overcoat chuckled softly, exhaling with an air of triumph. With a pat on Xiahou Fei's shoulder, he declared smugly, 5 seconds is no insignificant feat. Enduring this long indicates that kid has lived up to your recommendation. I've seen others pass out in just 2 seconds. Now that's truly embarrassing, of course. This pales in comparison to those monsters who can last around 20 seconds, but at least it's a point of pride. Right? I'll report the results, saying your judgment isn't lacking. That your recommendation wasn't the worst. As he spoke, the man in the overcoat glanced at the timer on the screen, projecting his voice theatrically. Xiahou Fei, look, 7 seconds. Through the screen, it was evident that the room was engulfed in the blinding white light emitted by the arcs, an almost unbearable glare. However, Su Ruihao was now sprawled on the ground. A stark contrast to his earlier upright posture. The crackling silver arcs continued to rain down upon him like a relentless shower. 7 seconds was undoubtedly the limit. The man in the overcoat remained unperturbed, aware that it was Xiahou Fei who should be concerned. Every additional second Tsuruheo spent in this perilous environment exponentially heightened the danger. Exceeding his physical capacity could lead to instantaneous death. Xiahou Fei had witnessed several such tragic fates among students in the institution, for the might of lightning is not a force to be trifled with, nor can it be wielded to transcend one's physical limits. Many mistakenly believe themselves to be lucky, unaware that death lurks ominously nearby. As the seconds ticked by, it reached 8 seconds. The arcs of silver light intensified, and the screen was nearly blanched, revealing only a faint outline of Tsuruheo. Just as Xiahou Fei contemplated pressing the power-off button, Tsuruheo, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood upright, allowing the arcs to strike him unabated. Huh? The man in the overcoat was taken aback. Astonished that he could still stand under such circumstances. 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 20 seconds. Xiahou Fei was at a loss, his finger hovering in indecision, neither able to move nor remain still, as time advanced. The man in the overcoat's expression shifted, swallowing hard, astonished. Is this kid a monster? He's been in there for nearly a minute, yet looks unfazed. Inside the room, the arcs continued their chaotic dance, the dazzling silver light dominating most of the space, creating an atmosphere akin to a tempestuous sea of thunder. In truth, Tsuruheo had succumbed to the agony of the arcs after 5 seconds. Each descending bolt threatened to shatter his body, replaced by unimaginable torment. The moment he fell, he had lost consciousness. What followed was merely his body acting on instinct. Bathed in a silvery glow, he stood rigid and unmoving. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, gazing up at the cloud mural on the ceiling. His once pitch-black pupils transformed into a shimmering silver, electric sparks flickering within. Abruptly, 2 beams of silver light, as if tangible, shot forth from his eyes. Striking the clouds above, the room was engulfed in a torrent of electricity, converging through those 2 beams towards him, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying, due to the overwhelming brilliance within the room. Xiahou Fei and his companion could scarcely discern the unfolding events. With a crack, the screen went dark. Xiahou Fei turned to the man in the overcoat, their eyes locking in mutual astonishment. That moment, the corridor lights flickered ominously, followed by a sudden plunge into darkness. In the obscurity, their eyes widened in disbelief. A loud crack echoed, and the corridor lights flickered back to life. The base's emergency power had activated. Instinctively, Xiahou Fei glanced at the screen, where the room was now devoid of arcs, and Tsuruheo remained standing, motionless. The sudden power outage had erased the elapsed time, now displaying 0. Fixated on the screen. The man in the overcoat wore an expression of sheer shock. Is this truly human? Could the abrupt blackout have been caused by him? Xiahou Fei nudged him, exclaiming, "What do we make of this?" This? The man in the overcoat stammered, his face a mask of confusion. Since, it seems that, caught between his thoughts, he noticed Xiahou Fei's teasing gaze fixed upon him. With a resolute breath, he blurted out, "All right, you win this time. This round goes to you." As nightfall approached, the sun gradually receded into the horizon. Shanghe Village, an unremarkable settlement, had reportedly been established only recently. The name Shanghe was indeed melodious. Though termed a village, it bore the semblance of a residential complex. Surroundings are far from the idyllic imagery of verdant hills and flowing waters. Aside from the dilapidated houses, the residential buildings have stood for over 60 years, verging on the precarious state of collapse. There is an unsettling notion that one could be buried under rubble while sleeping, with no one to rescue them. Merely a kilometer away lies an enormous waste treatment facility, where the air is often suffused with an unpleasant stench, casting a dreary pall over the once blue skies. In stark contrast to the skyscrapers of the city center, the environment, air quality, and living conditions are utterly incomparable. Within a lodging building, its white plaster peeling away in patches. Tsuruheo, clad in casual attire and flip-flops, hums a tune while gazing towards the billowing smoke of the waste facility, his expression one of resigned familiarity. He has been in Shanghe Village for 2 days now. Upon regaining consciousness 2 days prior, he found himself in room 703 of this complex. Observing his surroundings, he noted that most of the accommodations were largely unoccupied, long neglected, with walls both inside and out marred by spiderweb-like cracks. The sparse human presence rendered the area akin to a ghost town. Apart from himself, Tsuruheo had encountered merely 3 individuals, And if his deductions were correct, this must be the special evolution school spoken of by Xiahou Fei. Beyond that, he could fathom no other possibilities. This place appeared to be isolated from the outside world, unlike any location he could recall, nor had he ever heard of a village named Shenghe. All he could ascertain was that it lay within the walls, on the outskirts of the city, given its proximity to the steel barriers. Su Ruheo had contemplated attempting to leave, and indeed, he had greeted the three others in hopes of gleaning useful information. However, it seemed they were also newcomers, with little knowledge to share. Nonetheless, they confirmed Su Ruheo's suspicions. This was indeed the evolution school. Similarly, they were oblivious to how they had arrived, and the only avenues for departure appeared to be graduation or, rather grimly, death, which would result in being sent back. There was no third option. Such a level of secrecy was unprecedented, and it was no wonder he had never heard of a village named Shenghe in the outskirts. With a sigh, Su Ruheo reflected on his 2 days here, noting the absence of any teachers or senior students. The situation was decidedly unusual. On the third day, he discovered an abandoned factory within the village, which had been transformed into a training facility, replete with an array of fitness equipment. On the fourth day, they stumbled upon a cafeteria, where the supplies were relatively fresh, alleviating the food shortages faced by the four of them. Upon awakening, Su Ruheo found some food in his room, seemingly a shared arrangement with the other three. On the fifth morning, he was astonished to encounter 5 new faces, new students who had inexplicably appeared overnight. Unperturbed, which startled the group, by the 6th morning, in the abandoned factory, Su Ruheo, bare-armed and with 10-kilogram sandbags strapped to his wrists, struck the blue punching bag with forceful determination. After a few days of acclimatization, he now trained here daily. With a resounding thud, his punch tore a sizable hole in the blue bag, fine grains of sand cascading to the ground. Observing the gaping hole, Su Ruheo shook his head in puzzlement, musing that his strength seemed to have surged significantly. Previously, when he reached a count of 600, he would feel a noticeable decline in speed due to fatigue. Now, he felt no weariness whatsoever. Having already ruptured 2 bags, removing the sandbags from his wrists, Su Ruheo shifted to weightlifting, adding weights until he reached 100 kilograms, which felt surprisingly manageable. It was merely a sense of ease, not true burden. This newfound lightness in lifting provided him with a clear understanding of his strength, which he estimated to be above 1,000. Previously, he had needed to rely on the force of assimilated objects to achieve such feats. Now, it seemed entirely unnecessary. If he were to test himself again at the Kongan building, he felt confident that he could surpass the 1,000 threshold with a single punch. This realization meant that Su Ruheo was now genuinely extraordinary. His physical capabilities elevated to a level previously unattainable. He recalled the incident when Xiahou Fei had lured him into a room, the sudden arcs of electricity striking without warning, leading to his unconsciousness. Yet, post-coma, he had not experienced any further peculiarities beyond the effects of the lightning strike. The thought of his powers having undergone a qualitative leap ignited a fervor within him. Post-assimilation, he anticipated a doubling of his strength, conservatively estimating a power level of at least 2,000, equivalent to that of 2 extraordinary individuals. Should his strength continue to amplify, the potential for further enhancement was boundless. Although sheer force may not signify much, he had heard from someone named Sumin that individuals could generate substantial air pressure waves with a single punch. Such capabilities no longer seemed distant to him, as he believed he required only half of that individual's strength to achieve similar feats. As Su Ruheo pondered this further, 2 figures rushed into the factory in a flurry. "Ruheo, you must come quickly. Someone has arrived at Shenghe village," exclaimed one. Indeed, 2 newcomers have appeared. The duo, named Chen Hao and Chen Lei, were brothers. Their excitement was palpable, for it was the first instance in 6 days that anyone had come during daylight. Their arrival could mean knowledge of an exit from the village. Upon hearing the news, Su Ruheo was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of excitement. "Let us go take a look." In the northern corridor of the accommodation complex, a crowd had gathered, all blocking the entrance. Specifically, it was the 6 new students who had drawn attention. By the time Su Ruheo and the others arrived, the others had already congregated. The 2 newcomers, a boy and a girl, carried oversized backpacks and sported dark green water bottles at their waists. Appearing well prepared, the boy, youthful in appearance and dressed in a white casual outfit, exuded a refreshing aura reminiscent of a rising sun, easily capturing attention in a crowd. The girl, in stark contrast, bore an icy demeanor. Resembling an ice beauty, clad in a form-fitting black ensemble that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she was undeniably captivating. Tsuruhei couldn't help but glance at her a couple of times, but his gaze was soon drawn to the black combat boots she wore. A sense of foreboding settling in his chest. Weapons, possibly a dagger or something similar, subtly protruded from her left boot, easily overlooked if one were not attentive. His suspicion stemmed from the fierce intensity in her expression. A stark contrast to the typical innocence of a neighborly girl. Several individuals encircled her, inquiring eagerly, some even attempting to flirt, their intentions clear. Meanwhile, the accompanying boy tactfully distanced himself from her. Throughout, the girl remained silent. Her brows furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, she executed a sweeping kick, sending those surrounding her sprawling. The boy observed the scene with a knowing smile, evidently having anticipated such an occurrence. At that moment, the girl turned her icy gaze towards Chan Hao, asking coldly, "Apart from you few, are there any others? Has an instructor arrived?" Her eyes flickered, seemingly understanding the situation. The boy beside her remarked, "Jasmine, it appears the base has yet to commence classes. We should find a place to settle down." She nodded curtly, her expression unchanged. "It seems the gathering is incomplete. The group here is just a motley crew, unlike that of the Beihai. They are likely waiting for him." The boy chuckled derisively. "That Beihai certainly has a grand sense of self-importance. Expecting us to wait for him." As Tsuruhei contemplated their words, a swift, white figure darted towards them, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the individual arrived. "Lieutenant Belay, Li Juanhao, is that you?" The boy exclaimed, his voice escalating in disbelief upon recognizing the newcomer. "How could it possibly not be me?" Li Juanhao brushed off the dust from his clothes, his face alight with a smile as he gazed at the two girls. "By Lily, Gu Hao, if it weren't me, who else would come here? Or is it that only the two of you are permitted to participate in the training?" Noticing the large bags Li Juanhao carried, the girl exclaimed incredulously, "You're here for training too? The Li family actually allows you to come here. Have you done something utterly despicable to some young lady?" In contrast to Bai Lily's bluntness, Gu Hao managed to smile, his surprise merely stemming from the realization that it was young Master Li Juanhao, a standout among the younger generation of the Li family in the inner city. Was an exceptional talent. The Li family's commercial territory in the inner city is colossal, having nurtured numerous experts who hold positions in specialized departments, making their influence quite formidable. His academic performance, physical abilities, and innate talent all significantly surpassed that of his peers, marking him as a genius, and as a scion of a prestigious family, he was undeniably handsome, a veritable idol for countless young women. Indeed, Li Juanhao lived up to his looks, never lacking in beautiful companions. Gu Hao had never seen him alone, always accompanied by a retinue of admirers, unable to keep track of the debts of affection he accumulated. A notorious flirt, it was only natural that he often found himself in trouble. Given the poor conditions in the outer city, the Li family could easily arrange for training within the inner city school. And it was not only Bai Lily who sensed something amiss about Li Juanhao. Gu Hao's instincts also suggested that something was up. Unfazed by their expressions, Li Juanhao chuckled. "I was the one who asked you first. But it's no secret. I intend to heed my grandfather's wishes and pursue a military career instead of following the path of a businessman." Bai Lily and Gu Hao exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing, "We don't trust you." They had no choice but to attend to school in the outer city, while as a prominent figure of the Li family's youth, he had a bright future ahead, an explanation they found hard to believe. Sensing their skepticism, Li Juanhao rolled his eyes and remarked, "You're so meddlesome." Bai Lily maintained her icy demeanor, stating, "I've already inquired. This training base appears to be in a semi-abandoned state. The instructors from the school have yet to arrive," indicating that we might have come a tad too early. Gu Hao nodded in agreement, adding, "The instructors for the outer city base must be dispatched from the inner city, and training won't commence until all the students are present. We've heard that this year, Beihai will also be training at this base, but he hasn't shown up yet, which likely explains the absence of the school staff. I was just discussing this with Sister Emoli." "Oh, really?" Beihai Li Juanhao's gaze flickered as he pondered. "Is he the one with extraordinary strength and reflexes?" The two nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. He is the one identified with dual talents, dubbed a born dual ability wielder. This piqued Li Juanhao's interest, and he flashed an amused smile. I have some information, but it's not about Bai Hai. It concerns his uncle, Bai Lei, General Tai. Bai Lei. Li Juanhao emphasized this last name with a hint of reverence. Impossible. Isn't he dead? Bai Lili exclaimed in shock. With each word uttered, Gu Hao felt a tremor of excitement, his emotions difficult to contain. Bai Lei, once a legendary figure among the 10 heroes of the Evolution School, still had his achievements immortalized in bronze statues around the campus. While Su Raheo remained indifferent to the name, Chen Lei and Chen Hao beside him wore expressions of profound respect. Bai Lei, originally a child from a destitute family, had been noticed by the school for his outstanding innate power. He graduated at 20 and joined the Guard Army, emerging from a sea of corpses at 22 to become the brightest star of his time. By 23, his strength had transcended the ordinary. At 25, he attained the rank of Major General, and by 30, he was bestowed the titles of Ghost Do Not Enter and God Demon Thunder, AT 35. He voluntarily retired from military service, turning down numerous lucrative offers from powerful families. There were even those who proposed marrying off their daughters to him, a dream scenario for many ordinary men. Yet he still refused. With his accumulated wealth, this child from a poor family purchased a multi-million-dollar villa in the core area, complete with a stunning beachfront view, and owned countless luxury cars, befriending influential figures. While countless beautiful women vied for his attention, an exemplary tale of triumph against adversity. Bai Lili still found it hard to believe, saying, "But I heard that Bai Lei plunged into the forbidden zones beyond the wall for higher-level breakthroughs. It has been at least 12 years since I last heard news of him. Almost everyone assumes he perished beyond the wall." Li Juanhao shrugged, saying, "We in the Li family once thought the same. However, I've received word that someone has contacted the higher-ups at the school, and Bai Hai has also moved out of the core area. Moreover, it's said that the new chief instructor for the outer city is quite extraordinary." Extraordinary? Could it be? Bai Lili's heart raced as a thought crossed her mind. If Bai Lei were indeed the chief instructor, it would be an opportunity many would covet. The 10 heroes of the school were not just titles of nominal honor. They required true strength to earn. Bai Lili did not know how powerful Bai Lei was, but one thing was certain. He was formidable, undoubtedly very strong. In the outer city, on Zhangpu Road, at the fragrant CAF, the glass doors swung open, and a striking woman clad in a red coat, her makeup bold, strode in. Her entrance immediately drew the attention of those resting within the CAF. A well-dressed waiter approached her. "Eager to please, miss, how may I assist you?" "No need. I'm looking for someone." The glamorous woman scanned the CAF with her eyes, eventually settling on a corner table by the window. There sat a man in a navy vest. His appearance ordinary, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, with 2 cups of coffee in front of him, though his opposite seat remained unoccupied. The stunning woman walked directly over and gracefully took a seat across from the man in the vest. Without hesitation, she picked up one of the cups and took a sip, wrinkling her brow. "Cold, you're late," the man in the vest replied, his voice coarse, akin to sandpaper, quite unpleasant to the ear. The glamorous woman set down her cup. Casting him an exasperated glance, "Bai Lei, you haven't changed at all, still as charmless as ever. There's nothing wrong with that. You women are just too troublesome. Understanding you is not why I'm here." Bai Lei's gaze remained fixed outside the window as he spoke in a gruff tone. "Besides, I didn't come to learn these things. I'm here about the recent outbreak of the Living Dead incident." Seemingly unfazed by the anger, Bai Lei continued calmly, "Those things won't take my life. Now, tell me what you've discovered." Swallowing a mouthful of cold coffee and suppressing her frustrations, the glamorous woman's demeanor turned serious. "Based on my investigations over the past few days, I found some rare metal fragments amid the explosions, which undoubtedly connects to those individuals. The living dead and the mutated creatures were likely just an accident. They have been largely eradicated and pose no significant issue. However, many people have gone missing in the outer city, so I suspect someone may have used this incident for an experiment." "An experiment? Do you have any basis for that assumption?" Bai Lei inquired, his brow furrowing. The glamorous woman shook her head, "Not at the moment." Upon hearing this, Bai Lei pondered for a moment and said, "In recent days, I've encountered some peculiar individuals. Their physical qualities are mediocre, far from extraordinary, yet each possesses strange abilities." "What sort of strangeness?" the glamorous woman pressed. manipulating flames, attracting metal, contorting their bodies, Bai Lei replied. These individuals are evidently weak. Yet they exhibit incredible powers. The most critical detail is that they do not possess any genes for transforming into mutated beings. Bai Lei found it perplexing how ordinary individuals could wield such abilities. Perhaps it's related to that explosion. The glamorous woman nodded in agreement. That's quite the coincidence. Could it be a mutation? Bai Lei replied solemnly. Let us tentatively label it a mutation. In the outer city, IVE already identified 5 such cases, but I suspect that if it truly relates to that explosion, there must be more than just these 5 people. Didn't he mention that many had gone missing? The glamorous woman gasped. You mean someone is collecting these individuals? Bai Lei lightly tapped the table, musing, things may not be so simple. This explosion might not have targeted the United Government, but could serve another purpose. From the start, it wasn't a terror attack. What should we do now? The glamorous woman asked. Bai Lei looked at her and stated, continue the investigation. I've already relocated those with special abilities. And I hope your people will also seek out those individuals and bring them to me. The outer city has recently expanded 2 new bases, and the school plans to cultivate those with special abilities. Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. All right, no problem. However, there is one point. Ultimately, our department intends to take away 4 layers. The dazzling woman said without missing a beat. Deal, above Xinghe village, at an altitude of 1,000 meters. No one noticed a tiny black dot, no larger than a thumb, quietly suspended there. It was a black flying shuttle, measuring 100 meters in length, its elongated fuselage devoid of any visible seams. Appearing as if it were born of nature itself, the tips of its diamond-shaped ends were sharply pointed, exuding a sense of formidable ferocity, as if capable of piercing through anything. However, this combat-oriented flying weapon had a very low capacity, able to carry at most 3 to 5 individuals, and its fuel consumption was astonishing. This shuttle had been hovering in the high sky for 7 days, during which its surveillance capabilities had been fixated on the base below. In the control room of the shuttle, a 34-inch LCD screen displayed an image divided into 8 sections, encompassing the entire situation of the base. The faces of 12 new recruits were prominently featured within it. Inside the shuttle, there were 3 men. Seated in a black swivel chair, manipulating the screen, was a burly man in military uniform, his physique imposing and exuding an air of strength. Beside him stood a shorter young man dressed in camouflage, with well-defined features. Another, tall and slender, wearing black round-framed glasses, sat at a desk in the back. One of them held a ballpoint pen, swiftly jotting down notes, while the other 2 remained fixated on the screen. The bald man nodded repeatedly, observing that several of the new recruits demonstrated commendable qualities, managing to remember their training even in the absence of supervision. However, the number of trainees this time was rather limited. Yet, finding individuals with talent was no easy task. The more trainees there were, the greater the likelihood of encountering an evolver. The camouflage-clad instructor gazed at Li Juanhao on the screen and remarked, I have high hopes for this Li Juanhao. His talent is undeniable, stemming from an excellent family lineage, making the probability of him becoming an evolver quite substantial. And then there's Bai Lili and her companions. Although they are not well regarded, they hail from a lesser family and have undergone some training from a young age, giving them a higher starting point compared to those who were merely recommended. The bespectacled man recorded their conversation and added, perhaps we might even produce another Belay from our outer district. Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances, suppressing a laugh. While the statement held some truth, it had been many years since they had brought along a talent as exceptional as Belay, and the chances were exceedingly slim. Of course, Bihai was an exception. Genetic inheritance plays a significant role. The offspring of strong individuals are likely to inherit superior genes. The emergence of an evolver can even lead to the rise of an entire family. Being of the same bloodline, some degree of talent is bound to be inherited, which is the origin of bloodline theory. Belay possessed remarkable talent, yet his sister and husband were ordinary individuals, while Bihai displayed astonishing abilities. Genes can skip generations, with hidden advantages surfacing in subsequent descendants. Similarly, the offspring of those who become evolvers are evidently stronger than those of ordinary people. Yet, fate is impartial. The more powerful a species, the lower its fertility rate. Those so-called extraordinary individuals are merely slightly superior to common folk. It is the strength of evolvers that truly deserves recognition. Like them, who transition from ordinary individuals to evolvers, none among the three had children. Individuals like Belay, as high-level evolvers, possess an alarmingly low fertility rate. Yet many still flock to him in hopes of bearing his offspring, for his genes are exceptionally potent. Beihai is a prime example. As long as they can bear a son or daughter, regardless of the child's innate talent, the next generation's genes could be fundamentally altered, presenting a tangible advantage. The bald man spoke, "Such matters are subject to luck. If we cultivate promising talents, the higher-ups will surely reward us." The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and replied, "Success is forged through effort." After observing them for several days, we can only draw preliminary conclusions. We need more precise data, particularly regarding neural response metrics. If we identify promising candidates, even if they do not meet standard values, we can still nurture them. The camouflage instructor nodded, acknowledging that they had been advised to pay attention to individuals with strong mental talents, as they could be cultivated later. Having observed them for so many days, it was time to test their abilities. As he spoke, the bald man began manipulating the instruments on the control panel, and simultaneously, waves of sound ripples began to appear around the flying shuttle, cascading downward and expanding across the entire base. Suddenly, one by one, the trainees collapsed. Within an abandoned factory, Su Ruheo lay flat on the ground, his arms supporting a 120-kilogram dumbbell, tirelessly practicing his arm strength. For the past few days, he had not abandoned his training, even intentionally increasing its intensity. Hard work can compensate for a lack of talent. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Back in high school, he had tirelessly trained, relying on his assimilation ability. He considered himself capable of handling one or two ordinary extraordinary individuals. However, he still felt far from being on par with dual talent prodigies like Wang Shuang, who were akin to genetic warriors. Over the past century, the living conditions within the wall had almost made people forget the scenes outside. The outbreak of the living dead? The panic-stricken flight of classmates, still vivid in his mind. Having chosen to come here, Su Ruheo had firmly resolved to surpass monsters like Wang Shuang. In a moment of daze, he felt his head grow heavy, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a train that I am Su Ruheo, a disciple of Kunlun Mountain, proficient in spells and medicine. I have been sent by my master to seek. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Hey, is this Miao Miao Jie? Let me tell you, the area around Kunlun is so impoverished. There is even a decent hotel here. The mosquitoes are relentless. After just 2 days, these vile creatures have drained half the sweet, delectable blood from my fair skin, leaving me with many swollen welts. I've used so much floral water, and, in his ears, the buzzing of mosquitoes seemed to persist. Impossible to chase away. The incessant chatter was highly grating. Su Ruheo glanced around, a beauty, and a young one at that. The girl appeared to be around 23 or 24, wearing a gender-neutral plaid shirt on top and a royal blue bodycon skirt on the bottom. With fair skin and a stunning figure, she was truly a sight to behold. The only flaw was her short legs, which looked to be only 60 or 70 centimeters long, dangling off the bed without touching the ground. Her diminutive stature appeared to be less than 1.60 m at it. Is often said that heaven is fair and does not create a flawless individual. Lacking long legs, she was bestowed with an utterly captivating face. With an oval face, sparkling large eyes, a petite nose, and a cherry-like mouth, her exquisite features would captivate anyone who merely glanced her way. Her silky black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and in her hand, she held a rose gold iPhone 7, continuously chatting away. Su Ruheo stole a glance at this young beauty and decided to forgive her transgressions, for he considered himself a good person. At this moment, the young beauty was still engrossed in her phone call, saying, Miao Miao Jie, I swear I will never come to this godforsaken place for work again. The food is terrible, the accommodation is worse, and the mosquitoes are everywhere. The welts from their bites just want to go away. What? No way. Miao Miao Jie, I'm still young. I don't want to die young. This place is a veritable wasteland. Even the trains are so dilapidated. Isn't it said that Kunlun is rich and bountiful? No planes, fine, but to be so poor that they don't even have high-speed trains. I'm on a coal-burning train. Upon hearing this, Su Ruheo's expression darkened immediately, his good mood evaporating. His eyes fixed intently on her, the corners of his mouth twitching in displeasure. The young beauty seemed to sense his gaze, looked up quickly, then turned her head away. She then covered her phone with one hand and whispered, "Meow meow jia. I just spotted a perverted creep on the train. He has been staring at me. Yes, it's so scary. He has a messy hairstyle and wears such outdated clothes. Don't worry. I'll protect myself and one T let that creep take advantage of me. Alright, I'm hanging up, bye." After ending the call, the young beauty peeked at Tsuruheo once more, discovering he was still staring at her. She hastily grabbed a white pillow from the bed and hugged it to her chest. "Pervert, what are you staring at?" The young beauty glared at Tsuruheo, huffing indignantly. "Listen here. I know martial arts, so watch it, or I'll make you pick up your teeth." Tsuruheo chuckled wryly and replied, "Beauty, first, I must correct a misunderstanding. I am not a pervert. My name is Tsuruheo." The young beauty scoffed at Tsuruheo, disdainfully retorting, "What a name, Tsuruheo. Whoever named you must have been blind, clearly a face that looks like a thief." Tsuruheo, upon hearing these words, was displeased. "Miss, you may insult my master, but you absolutely cannot insult me. Humph, you vile rogue." The young beauty turned her head away, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. Her heart was ablaze with fury. Having come to this desolate Kunlun mountain for a business trip, she was already brimming with frustration after a long journey. Now, encountering such a rustic and repugnant rogue was truly a trial from the heavens. As if they delighted in tormenting her. "Young lady, how can you speak like that? I am not a rogue. I merely appreciate beauty, do you understand?" Tsuruheo cast a glance at her, not particularly voluptuous, yet manageable in one hand. "Someone like you, always fuming, will surely develop wrinkles at such a young age. Is that so?" At this remark, the young beauty quickly covered her face in alarm. "How do you know? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" She shot a suspicious glance at Tsuruheo, her mind swirling with questions. "Of course, I know. How could I not?" Tsuruheo replied with a subtle smile, appearing somewhat inscrutable. "Not only do I know this, but I also know that your good friend did not come." With a mischievous grin, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. "Heavenly Eye, activate," Tsuruheo silently recited in his heart. Once his mystical vision was unleashed, his gaze swept downwards, revealing all that lay beneath the surface. "Wow! Is that a Pikachu Xiao Xiao? How adorable!" Tsuruheo nearly spewed forth a torrent of blood. "Damn, there's not an ounce of flesh. What a figured and exquisite inverted triangle, perfectly T-shaped. Oh yes." He licked his cracked lips, fixated on her, his mind racing. "It seems I misjudged before. This is not merely a 32B, it must be a B." Sensing Tsuruheo's scorching gaze, Zhang Xini took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. "You lecher. What are you staring at? Hee hee." Tsuruheo smiled slightly, then adopted a serious tone. "Of course, I'm examining your condition. What else could it be?" "Humph." The young beauty scoffed, "As if I believe you. Your eyes are practically popping out." Tsuruheo, undeterred by any embarrassment, chuckled. "A physician's adage states that observation is key. If I do not look closely, how shall I discern your affliction?" Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Xini asked suspiciously, "You are a doctor?" "Hee hee. Certainly not." Upon seeing her expression darken, Tsuruheo quickly added, "However, I am far more capable than a mere doctor. Keep dreaming. Otherwise, how could a cow fly?" Zhang Xini scoffed at Tsuruheo's claims, dismissing him as just another street con artist. How could someone who appeared so uncouth possibly be a doctor, let alone one in such dire straits? With a grin, Tsuruheo said, "My dear lady, have you been experiencing frequent nausea and diarrhea lately? Eating poorly and sleeping badly? Just as I mentioned earlier, your good friend hasn't even greeted you." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xini looked up at Tsuruheo and inquired, "You can tell all that?" As she spoke, her hand instinctively moved to her abdomen, gently rubbing it. "I'm not sure if it's something I ate recently, but I've been feeling quite uncomfortable here. It doesn't hurt, but it's often bothersome." Tsuruheo's eyes sparkled with insight as he focused on her abdomen. In his vision, her striped shirt became transparent, revealing the cartoon Pikachu print beneath, as the alluring curves of her snow-white peaks beckoned temptation. Damn, while others flaunt their sensuality, she has opted for the cute route. Tsuruheo felt parched, as if flames could erupt from his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his gaze entirely on the young beauty's midsection. In his line of sight, Zhang Xini's skin appeared translucent. He could see the capillaries, veins, and the flow of blood within them with crystal clarity. In her lower abdomen, he detected a small hematoma obstructing the flow, with only a trickle of menstrual blood moving sluggishly. Have you discerned it? Zhang Xinyi's face flushed crimson, shame washing over her as she covered her cheeks with her hands. For reasons unknown, despite being clothed, she felt utterly exposed before Su Ruheo. She could swear that aside from her close friend, she had never been scrutinized so closely by a male gaze. Would he, perhaps, be tempted to take advantage of her? With a heavy sigh, Su Ruheo touched his forehead, secretly relieved that he hadn't broken a sweat. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. That rascal. I mean, Su Ruheo, have you discovered anything while staring at me for so long? Zhang Xinyi asked, her voice tinged with bashfulness. She had initially intended to call him by name, but in a slip of the tongue, almost referred to him as a rogue, only to correct herself in time. Su Ruheo stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before stating, your condition is rather severe. If left untreated, you may even struggle to bear children in the future. Really? Zhang Xinyi's complexion drained of color, and she nearly burst into tears. Am I going to die? Su Ruheo found it amusing. He merely intended to frighten her slightly by exaggerating the situation, not expecting that this young beauty would leap to such a dire conclusion. He refrained from clarifying, instead shifting the conversation. But it's not without remedy. Really? Zhang Xinyi's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Su Ruheo with anticipation. Su Ruheo replied solemnly, you need only to listen to me obediently. I assure you, your ailment will be cured. Zhang Xinyi hurriedly asked, then, doctor, what should I do? Su Ruheo nodded. First, lie down. I will assist you in promoting blood circulation. Lie down? Promote circulation? At the mention of lying down, Zhang Xinyi's face turned beet red, but she complied, closing her eyes tightly and clutching the white bedsheet. Su Ruheo chuckled inwardly, shaking his head. This young lady must be thinking of something entirely different. Perhaps believing it to be something more intimate. Bending down, Su Ruheo placed his palms gently on Zhang Xinyi's abdomen with a grave demeanor. He pressed lightly against her belly, channeling his inner energy into her body. Shattering the small hematoma as the blood began to flow, the microclots would eventually be expelled from her system. All right, you may rise. Su Ruheo withdrew his hands and gently nudged Zhang Xinyi, signaling her to get up. Zhang Xinyi opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. Is it really that simple? Moments ago, she had felt a warm flow coursing through her body, only to be awakened now. What did you expect? Su Ruheo smiled slightly, looking at the young beauty. I thought. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xinyi found herself unable to voice her thoughts. She had anticipated that lying down and promoting circulation meant removing her clothing and having hands massaging her all over. Perhaps even venturing into forbidden territories. Zhang Xinyi stammered, her face ablaze as she attempted to clarify. I didn't mean it like that. Su Ruheo waved his hand dismissively. I am but an honest person. How could I casually take advantage of another? Rest assured. You were merely a patient in my eyes. I would never exploit your vulnerability. Zhang Xinyi felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Thank you. She rummaged through her bag, producing a pen and a sheet of paper, scribbling something down. After folding the note, she handed it to Su Ruheo. This is my address. You're welcome to visit my home. Su Ruheo accepted the paper with a smile, waving it before Zhang Xinyi. I shall certainly seek you out when the opportunity arises. Just don't forget your promise. Absolutely. Zhang Xinyi nodded vigorously. I promise to keep my word. Su Ruheo tucked the note away, a smile playing on his lips as he mused. It seems we shall meet again quite soon. In the scorching June sun, the heat was stifling. Hours later, the train arrived at its final destination. At the old train station exit in Jinghai City, the crowd was a thronging mass, overwhelming the area. At Platform 7, Su Ruheo swaggered through the throng, his gaze darting about in search of the station's exit. He retrieved a glowing stone from his bag, spat twice, and held it to his ear. Hey, old man, I've arrived. Now you should tell me why I'm here. What? Say that again. Such a delightful opportunity. The onlookers around him began to back away, casting strange glances at Su Ruheo. Who was that? Why is he talking to a stone? Look at his attire. He must have just escaped from a mental institution. I better keep my distance. I've heard that the insane can kill without consequence. What a dreadful day. Su Ruheo paused, surveying the peculiar stares directed his way. With a nonchalant huff, He ignored them and continued toward the train station exit. With a dismissive scoff, he remarked, "You know nothing. What I hold in my hand is a communication stone, far more valuable than your mere mobile phones, and it doesn't even require any call credits." After humming a tune, Tsuruheo resumed his conversation with the stone, feeling frustrated over the encounter with a group of ignorant individuals. "What are you so tense about? They weren't talking about you," he muttered, suppressing his irritation. I understand. It's merely a protective task, nothing too challenging, I assure you. I won't tarnish your reputation." "What? There's an additional task. I must marry Su Lingtian's daughter and make her utterly devoted to me." The prospect of pursuing a woman like that seemed trivial to Tsuruheo. Heh, if this was a spur-of-the-moment decision by the old man, I find it hard to believe. Protecting the person is secondary. The crux of the matter is to win over his daughter, which is the true mission. There must be a long-standing plot here. The old man and Su Lingtian surely have a history. Putting away the communication stone, Tsuruheo felt elated and began humming a cheerful tune as he hailed a taxi at the street corner. "Driver, to the Su Group office building," he instructed. "Old man, just wait and see. I'll make sure to accomplish this task with flair." Upon arriving at the Su Group headquarters, he was greeted by the front desk staff. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you?" As an unfamiliar face and not an employee of the Su Group, he was immediately stopped by the two receptionists. "I'm here to see Su Lingtian," he stated nonchalantly. "Su Lingtian?" The receptionists exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. "You wish to meet our chairman?" The Su Group is a real estate giant in Jinghai City, one of the city's leading enterprises, and Chairman Su is a renowned figure. Employees like them might not see him even once a year. "Indeed." Tsuruheo nodded affirmatively. "May I ask your surname, sir?" One of them inquired. "My surname is Chu," he replied, standing patiently at the counter. From the moment he entered the Su Group, the receptionist scrutinized his humble attire. His request to meet Chairman Su had left them bewildered, as they assumed he must be a significant figure in disguise. One of the receptionists quickly rifled through the appointment schedule, only to find no record of a visitor by the name of Chu. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, but you do not have an appointment. We cannot allow you entry," she said, disappointment evident in her voice. She had expected a prominent visitor, only to be confronted by an arrogant upstart. "What? Are you kidding me? Su Lingtian is the one who requested my master's assistance, and now you're denying me entry?" Tsuruheo's expression hardened as he spoke coldly. The two receptionists exchanged glances, and their perception of him shifted further, viewing him as a madman. "Sir, we regret to inform you that without an appointment, you cannot proceed. Furthermore, we are not authorized to contact Chairman Su." This was ridiculous. He had promised the old man he would handle Su Lingtian's daughter. Clearing his throat, he leaned closer and whispered, "Actually, I am destined to be the future son-in-law of your chairman. If you deny me access, just imagine the consequences if Chairman Su were to find out." "The chairman's son-in-law? The boyfriend of the vice president?" The receptionist stuttered, utterly flabbergasted. How could this be possible? They stood frozen, speechless, as the thought of Su Lingtian's daughter, the future heir of the Su Group, being linked to an unremarkable boy seemed utterly absurd. At that moment, a chill voice echoed from the elevator. "What a fine supporter you are. Encouraging her? Just who are you referring to?" Upon hearing the voice, the receptionists turned to see the source, immediately falling silent and lowering their heads in trepidation. "Miss Su," they quavered, visibly shaken. The woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, possessed striking features, dark hair framing her delicate face, exuding a blend of strength and feminine grace. Dressed in a summer white blouse paired with black cropped pants that accentuated her figure, she radiated an aura of confidence. Tsuruheo instinctively swallowed hard, captivated by her beauty. If Zhang Xini, whom he had met on the train, was an alluring young lady, then the woman before him was undeniably a sophisticated enchantress. Under such scrutiny, Su Yunqi, who already held little regard for him, now regarded him with utter disdain. With an icy glare, Su Yunqi's voice dripped with sarcasm as she demanded, "Repeat what you just said. Who is this person? When did my father acquire a son-in-law like you?" A sense of trepidation washed over Tsuruheo. Facing the wrath of a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning as Su Yunqi, was far more daunting than contending with 10 burly men. Nevertheless, he stood tall, offering a slight smile. Do you truly want me to repeat myself?" Su Yunqi felt her temper flare. incredulous that someone could waltz into her workplace and fabricate such a preposterous claim about being her fiancé. How could she maintain her authority in front of her subordinates after this? It was utterly absurd, especially since she did not even recognize her so-called fiancé. Drawing a deep breath, she replied with forced composure. "All right, I am curious to hear how a stranger like you claims to be my fiancé." "Unjustly accused?" Tsuruheo exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Though we may not have met before. Our families are connected. You surely must know that I have been silently supporting you from behind the scenes, correct?" Preposterous. Su Yunqi felt her blood pressure rising, on the verge of an explosion. Yet, Tsuruheo shook his head, insisting, "I'm not being unreasonable. You heard me. I said I support you quietly. Don't you understand what that means?" Laughter erupted from those nearby, but Su Yunqi shot them a fierce glare, silencing them. "I don't know you, and you dare claim to be my fiancé?" Tsuruheo affected a wounded expression, feigning innocence. "I said future son-in-law. Shouldn't we get acquainted first? I've heard that a fiancé is meant to be engaged. And skipping that step makes me a bit apprehensive. What if we ultimately find ourselves incompatible?" The onlookers, caught between the gravity of Su Yunqi's presence and the absurdity of the situation, struggled to contain their laughter. Sensing the tension, Tsuruheo sighed dramatically. "Well, who can blame me? Your father and my old man are longtime friends. If I were to suffer any loss here, I would endure it." His self-righteousness only fueled Su Yunqi's frustration. "Get security," she shouted, disregarding her dignity as she barked orders to her subordinates. "Take this sharp-tongued, delusional fool away. If he doesn't leave, you all should." With a final glare at Tsuruheo, she stormed away, her high heels clicking furiously against the floor. "Yes, Miss Su." The staff hastily called for security. Two burly guards approached, swiftly seizing Tsuruheo by the arms and dragging him toward the exit. The surrounding crowd could hardly contain their amusement, buzzing with gossip about the unexpected encounter between their president and a man who claimed to be her fiancé, only to be unceremoniously ejected from the premises. Standing outside the Su Group building, Tsuruheo looked back at the guards in dismay, lamenting, "Why is your president so unreasonable? We were having a perfectly fine conversation before you resorted to force. Completely unconcerned about the gossip behind your backs." The security guard cast a glance at Tsuruheo and remarked, "Brother, your audacity is astounding. You dare to claim to be our president's fiancé without even recognizing her?" "I have never bowed to anyone, and you are the first." Another guard nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the admirers of our president could form a line extending beyond Jinghai City. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to a pulp?" "It is future son-in-law, not fiancé," Tsuruheo corrected. "Why should I be afraid? I am not speaking in jest. It is you who have completely misunderstood." The chief security guard, with a tone of earnest advice, said, all right, even if you aren't mistaken, my friend, you should leave quickly. Don't make it difficult for us. If the president finds out you're still here, we might as well resign from our jobs." Tsuruheo circumvented them, taking a look at the lobby on the ground floor of the group, and stated, "Why should I leave? Soon, Su Lingtian will come personally to escort me inside. If I leave, where will he find me?" The two guards erupted in laughter, patting Tsuruheo on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly humorous. Just a moment ago, you boasted about being our director Su's son-in-law, and now you're here speaking so brazenly. Who would have guessed you were so adept at boasting?" "Humph." Tsuruheo replied nonchalantly, "Believe it or not, I will eventually win over Su Yunqi." The guards laughed heartily once more. Meanwhile, within the Su Group's building, Su Lingtian was seated in his office, engrossed in paperwork. A phone call suddenly rang in. Answering, he said, "Hello. What is it?" "Chairman, a person claiming to be your son-in-law, the president's fiancé, just came by and said he wishes to meet you." Su Lingtian frowned, scolding, "Nonsense. When did I have a son-in-law? Kunlun Mountain." The mere mention of those words caused Su Lingtian's hand to tremble, so much so that he dropped the phone. Striving to regain his composure, he asked, Where is he now?" "He's been expelled by the president." Before the speaker could finish, Su Lingtian hung up the phone and hurriedly stood, exclaiming, "Yunqi, you've landed yourself in big trouble." He rushed out, shouting, "Someone, come accompany me to find him." "Buddy, how long do you plan to stay here? If our president comes down and sees you still here, we might." The two guards had already pleaded tirelessly, just shy of resorting to force. Wait. Su Raheo, unperturbed, plopped down in front of the Su group's entrance, sitting cross-legged, facing the main door with a serene expression. Since he could not go inside, he decided to wait at the entrance, confident that Su Lingtian would not be residing there indefinitely. Just leave. Don't cause trouble here. Witnessing Su Raheo treat the place as his own home, the guards' foreheads were lined with sweat, and their tone turned unfriendly. Seeing Su Raheo remain indifferent, they approached him, each grabbing hold of one of his arms, intending to forcibly remove him. The two guards exerted all their strength, but Su Raheo remained seated as if nothing were amiss. Those who worked as security for the Su group had been meticulously selected and possessed genuine skills. Yet they could not budge Su Raheo, who was merely sitting at the entrance. With a casual glance at the guards, Su Raheo remarked, "Don't waste your strength. I'm only here because I find you two brothers quite decent and have not made things difficult for you. Trust me, Su Lingtian will certainly come down shortly. Why then? Even your president won't be able to give me any trouble." Thus, Su Raheo continued to sit cross-legged at the entrance while the two guards, panting and drenched in sweat, failed to move him. Frustrated, one of the guards pulled out a black electric baton from his waist, switching it on, causing blue arcs of electricity to spark. "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The guard shot a menacing glare at Su Raheo and swung the baton towards him. However, in the next instant, a sharp voice echoed from the lobby. "Stop!" As Su Lingtian emerged from the elevator, he was met with this scene. Approaching 50, he was impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair neatly parted. Exuding an air of authority, he strode to the entrance, fuming, "What are you doing?" This young man was someone he had gone to great lengths to procure from the old ghost of Kunlun Mountain. Although the Su group appeared to be thriving, it was indeed beset by crises, with numerous adversaries already eyeing the company, potentially threatening both Su and the family. With the aid of someone like the Kunlun Mountain figure, the Su group could easily weather any storm. This young man was intrinsically linked to the future of the Su family, of utmost importance. Upon hearing Su Lingtian's reprimand, the guards trembled, dropping the electric baton to the ground. "Are reporting to the chairman, there is someone causing a disturbance here." They were merely gatekeepers and rarely encountered Su Lingtian. Moreover, with the chairman in a rage, they stumbled over their words. "Disturbance? I believe it is you who are causing a disturbance." The guards were instantly paralyzed with fear, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Would they face salary deductions? Be forced to write self-criticisms? If the chairman was displeased, they feared someone might take the opportunity to ingratiate themselves by dismissing them. The thought terrified them. In the lobby, two receptionists were equally stunned, realizing that the man expelled by the president was actually a distinguished guest of the chairman. Had they known, they would not have intervened. Now, recalling Su Raheo's words, a chill ran down their spines. Could he truly be the chairman's designated future son-in-law? Su Raheo rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers, smiling slightly as he addressed Su Lingtian. "Uncle Su, ignorance is no crime. They were unaware of my identity, and it is their duty to stop me." Upon hearing Su Raheo speak on their behalf, the guards immediately cast grateful glances his way. Astonished that he would show such magnanimity, after a moment of contemplation, Su Lingtian replied, "Very well, I will overlook this incident this time due to Raheo's presence. But this shall not be a precedent." Yes, rest assured, Chairman, we will ensure it never happens again." The guards nodded vigorously, nearly bowing in apology. Su Lingtian then turned his gaze to Su Raheo, smiling. "Raheo, I did not anticipate such a misunderstanding upon your arrival. I apologize for the inconvenience. No need to linger at the door. Please come into my office. I have some Wyashin Maojian tea, just freshly arrived. We can chat over tea, and tonight, I will host a banquet for you at the hotel to welcome you." The guards regarded Su Raheo with increasing admiration. Tio, have the chairman himself come down to greet him, offer tea, and arrange a banquet was no small honor, even for the city's notable figures. Su Raheo smiled and nodded. "Uncle Su, please proceed as you see fit. I am indifferent." On the 107th floor, in the chairman's office, Su Raheo sat on a luxurious leather sofa, surveying his surroundings. The office was adorned with numerous antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, exuding an elegant decor. His gaze fell upon a vividly colored ceramic horse, and he exclaimed, "Uncle Su, this is a famous Tang Sankai, isn't it? It must be worth several million. And is that not a genuine piece by Zheng Banqiao from the Qing dynasty?" I have heard those paintings are quite valuable. Su Lingtian chuckled with pride. Oh, not at all. These are merely some hard-earned treasures from recent years. I doubt you would find them remarkable. He had not expected Su Ruheo to possess such discerning taste. These items could easily deceive even seasoned appraisers. Ruheo, with the proliferation of counterfeits in the market, discerning true value is not always straightforward. How is it that you, so young and not well-versed in urban life, possess such knowledge? Su Ruheo shook his head. Ah, it's just my old man, a living antique himself, who often instructs me on recognizing antiques and similar things. That does make sense. Su Lingtian smiled slightly, finding it unsurprising that the knowledge came from the old ghost. Su Ruheo nodded. My master entrusted me with the task of ensuring the Su family has protection and instructed me to heed Uncle Su's commands. Internally, he added, of course, this is merely a courteous statement. My primary task is to protect your family, but most importantly, to win over your daughter. Su Lingtian adopted a serious demeanor, stating, as long as you understand, I have discussed this with your master. Your primary duty is to safeguard my daughter. As for me, my bodyguards can handle that. Su Ruheo understood the situation, but felt it necessary to maintain pleasantries. Uncle Su, how about I take turns protecting both of you? No need. Su Lingtian waved his hand. I am nearing 50. I've faced enough storms in my life. Besides, my bodyguards are no pushovers. When I speak in Jinghai City, the entire city trembles. Those with ill intentions would think twice before acting against me. My only concern is for Yunxi's safety, as they may target her to coerce me. Understood. Su Ruheo nodded, assuring, rest assured, I will certainly protect Miss Su. Apologies. Su Lingtian picked up the phone beside him and said, Su Jia, please come in. Shortly after, a woman dressed in a sleek black uniform entered. She appeared to be no older than 30, with exquisite features, skin as fair as milk, and a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring. Su Ruhao leaned back on the sofa, his eyes brightening as he gazed at the striking beauty who had just walked in. He couldn't help but internally marvel at how the Su group was indeed a haven of stunning women. Even the two receptionists were quite lovely. As for Su Yunxi, she was a renowned beauty, her reputation well known far and wide. Now, encountering yet another woman of such exceptional physique made Su Ruhao feel that his descent from the mountain was far from wasted. Watching her graceful curves as she walked, he found himself entranced, realizing she was undoubtedly an A-level beauty. Yu Hao, what are you talking about? Su Lingtian inquired, his expression filled with confusion. Nothing. Su Ruhao quickly closed his eyes and shook his head. Su Jia's face flushed as she thought, how could this stranger discern my figure? I am wearing a binding corset. She was baffled by how a complete stranger could see right through her. Ruhao, this is my secretary, Su Jia. Su Lingtian introduced. Hello, Mr. Chu, Su Jia said with a smile, slightly leaning forward and extending her delicate, jade-like hand towards Su Ruhao. When their hands met, Su Ruhao felt a rush of excitement. Her hand was so smooth and tender. Unable to resist, he gently squeezed it, causing a delightful shiver to run through him. Su Jia's face turned as red as a ripe apple, making her all the more endearing. Ruhao, if you have any questions or anything you don't understand, feel free to ask Su Jia for assistance. Su Jia, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Su Ruhao replied, blinking and smiling softly. All right, if you have any inquiries, you can come to me, Su Jia responded, her cheeks still flushed from the earlier interaction, feeling flustered by the playful teasing she had endured in front of the chairman. Su Ruhao's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he reluctantly released Su Jia's hand. Su Jia, please call him or Su to come in. Yes, Su Jia replied respectfully, gradually retreating from the office. Su Ruhao watched her curvaceous figure depart, swallowing hard as he turned back to Su Lingtian with a grin. Uncle Su, you certainly have exquisite taste. Su Lingtian laughed heartily. Ruhao, you misunderstand. Su Jia is Yunxi's senior, 2 years her elder. She became my secretary through Yunxi's introduction. I have no ulterior motives. Su Ruhao nodded knowingly, understanding the implications. Having such a stunning beauty close at hand was hard to resist. He couldn't help but admire Su Lingtian's restraint. By the way, I heard that you had a bit of a disagreement with Yunxi right after you arrived, Su Lingtian inquired. Su Ruhao chuckled. It wasn't really a disagreement. It was just our first meeting, and I didn't expect to encounter Uncle Su's daughter directly. He brushed off the incident in the lobby with a smile, worrying that Su Yunxi might harbor a grudge against him, which would complicate their future collaborations. That's good. Since it wasn't a significant issue, I feel relieved, Su Ling Tian thought, as he dreaded the prospect of a rift between Su Yunxi and Su Ruhao. He had gone to great lengths and spoken highly to invite the people from Kunlun Mountain, who were no ordinary individuals. Not long after Su Jiao left, Su Yunxi stormed in, her face a mask of frost. She glared at Su Ruhao, her brows furrowed tightly, and snapped, "Who allowed you, this impudent rogue, to sit here? Get out." The moment she entered, her fierce demeanor made it clear she had heard everything from Su Jia. "Yunxi, must we begin our first meeting with such hostility?" Su Ruhao remained seated on the sofa, smiling serenely at the furious Su Yunxi. Unfazed by her Su Yun, she possessed both beauty and brains. Yet her temper was quite fierce. Otherwise, Su Ruhao would have found himself even more drawn to her. "Yunxi, stop being unruly, or Yu Hao is here specifically to protect you. He is a valued guest of the Su family. Show him some respect," Su Ling Tian admonished, his brow furrowing in disapproval. "Hmph, Dad. He's just a sharp-tongued rogue, here to tarnish your daughter's reputation." As she spoke, her teeth clenched, she turned to Su Ruhao and shouted, "You think you can call me Yunxi just because you feel like it? Who do you think you are?" Su Ruhao rubbed his nose and chuckled softly, realizing that this misunderstanding had deepened. Su Yunxi's dislike for him was palpable. "Yunxi?" Su Ling Tian's expression darkened. Yunxi persisted, "Dad, you don't understand. Just now he was downstairs claiming to be our family's son-in-law and arguing nonsensically. Is such a person not detestable?" Su Ruhao explained. "I merely came up with a random excuse because I was stopped by someone." Su Yunxi scoffed. "Protect me? Does our Su family lack bodyguards? And what makes you think you're capable of protecting me? If it weren't for my master's reputation, I wouldn't care about your existence." "What did you say?" Su Yunxi's temper flared at his words. Su Ruhao slowly stood up, saying, "You don't believe me, do you?" With that, he swiftly moved to stand in front of Su Yunxi, reaching for her ankle. "Pervert!" Su Yunxi shrieked, retreating in alarm. "You scoundrel! What do you want? Don't be alarmed. I'm merely trying to prove something." As he spoke, Su Ruhao's right hand darted to grasp Su Yunxi's ankle, while his left arm encircled her slender waist, leaning forward and causing her to topple backward. Their eyes met, and Su Yunxi let out a horrifying scream. "Release me, you sick pervert!" With that, she raised her delicate hand to slap Su Ruhao. Unfazed by the impending blow, Su Ruhao smoothly slid his right hand down, effortlessly removing her silver-gray high-heeled shoe. He then retreated just in time to avoid the slap. Moments earlier, his hands had glided seamlessly along Su Yunxi's waist and ankle, particularly noting how her delicate foot was bare, its milk-like skin brushing against his heart. Soft and silky, it left behind an intoxicating scent. Now without one shoe, Su Yunxi stood on the office floor, her body unevenly balanced. She glared at Su Ruhao, demanding, "What are you doing? If you continue this way, I will call the police." Su Yunxi's expression was frigid, teetering on the edge of an explosion. If not for her father's presence, she would have gladly kicked Su Ruhao off the 107th floor. "Are you Hao? Your behavior is quite disrespectful," Su Ling Tian chastised, his face stern. Though Su Yunxi's attitude was indeed problematic, Su Ling Tian believed Su Ruhao had gone too far in his retaliation. As he spoke, Su Ruhao, in front of both of them, gently twisted the black heel of the high-heeled shoe. The silver-gray shoe's heel snapped cleanly, revealing a tiny electronic device that emitted a faint red glow, a tracker. Su Ling Tian's expression changed. "Yes," Su Ruhao nodded. "It seems to be a GPS tracker capable of pinpointing the user's location at any time. Hiding a tracker in a shoe is indeed clever, discreet, and undetectable. Clearly, the person behind this is quite knowledgeable. How could there be a tracker on me? Who put it there?" Su Yunxi was visibly shaken by Su Ruhao's actions, realizing she had been under surveillance for an unknown length of time. The thought of other trackers potentially being placed elsewhere sent a shiver down her spine. "Here is your shoe back?" Su Ruhao lifted his right hand, sending the silver-gray high-heeled shoe, now heelless, gracefully to the floor beneath Su Yunxi's feet. With a soft crunch, he exerted slight pressure, causing the miniature tracker to shatter into countless tiny plastic shards. With a flick of his wrist, the black fragments fell to the ground. Su Ruhao turned to Su Ling Tian, stating, "Uncle Su, it appears that someone is not merely wishing you harm. They have already begun to do so." After a pause, he continued, The immediate priority is to identify the mastermind behind this. Yunxi, come here and apologize to Ru Hao for your earlier unreasonable behavior. Humph. Su Yunxi turned her head away, letting out a cold scoff. Even though she recognized that Su Ruhao was not entirely a scoundrel and possessed a certain degree of skill, she firmly refused to apologize to someone who had repeatedly taken advantage of her. Yunxi. At that moment, Su Lingtian felt quite awkward. Su Yunxi's complexion turned pale, a mixture of shock and anger evident on her frosty face. These individuals were audacious beyond measure, daring to cast their eyes on the Su family. Following the direction indicated by Su Ruhao, the two soon discovered two listening devices concealed within the corner of the office ceiling. Gazing at the two devices before her, Su Yunxi declared coldly, I must uncover who is plotting against the Su family. Su Ruhao, expressionless, crushed the listening devices underfoot. He could comprehend Su Yunxi's fury. However, the fact that they could be monitored within the Su group undetected suggested that the internal situation was far from ideal. An investigation was imperative, but he feared that before they could begin, the other party might already be alerted and strike first. Ruhao, I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance. Without you, we might still be oblivious to the surveillance. Su Lingtian exclaimed excitedly, grasping Su Ruhao's hand with fervor, treating him as a savior. Su Ruhao smiled politely, responding, Uncle Su, it is my duty. Having descended from the mountains under his master's orders, he knew precisely what needed to be done. Such devices were utterly transparent under his Taoist heavenly gaze. Those who resorted to underhanded tactics were destined to fail. Releasing Su Ruhao's hand, Su Lingtian placed his arm around his shoulder and proposed. Given that the corporate building is no longer secure, I am increasingly concerned for Yunxi's safety. Ruhao, how about you join the Su family as an employee until we thoroughly apprehend the mastermind behind this? I have no objections, Su Ruhao nodded. Then it is settled. You shall serve as Yunxi's assistant, Su Lingtian proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Su Yunxi pouted in disagreement, saying, Father, I already have an assistant. Besides, I do not want him as my assistant. I shall appoint you a deputy assistant, and I will cover the salary. Will that suffice? Su Lingtian decisively stated, disregarding Su Yunxi's protest. Father, I do not agree. Su Yunxi shot a murderous glare at Su Ruhao. Gritting her teeth, Su Lingtian remained resolute, asserting, as the chairman, this matter is non-negotiable. He patted Su Ruhao's shoulder amiably, adding, Ruhao, my daughter has a difficult temperament. I hope you can be patient with her. Rest assured, Uncle Su. I will, Su Ruhao replied with a cheerful smile. Humph. Su Yunxi donned her unconventional silver-gray high heels and sashayed out of the office, inwardly vowing, Su Ruhao, just you wait as my assistant. I shall ensure you pack your bags and leave. The mere thought of Su Ruhao's infuriating face only deepened her frustration. As Su Ruhao observed Su Yunxi's departing silhouette, a subtle smile graced his lips. Moments later, the stunning yet easily flustered Su Jia entered the room. Upon seeing Su Ruhao, her cheeks flushed crimson, seemingly still recalling their earlier handshake. Mr. Chu, the president has instructed me to familiarize you with the environment and operations of the Su group, she stated. Su Ruhao smiled slightly, replying, Oh, you can just call me Ruhao. Hearing Mr. Chu all the time feels rather awkward. I shall refer to you as Sister Su. It makes us seem closer. Well, if you insist, Su Jia replied hesitantly, biting her red lip. They had only met twice, including this occasion, and she felt uncomfortable with such familiarity. Seeing such a beautiful woman flustered made Su Ruhao unable to suppress a chuckle. Sister Su, I have just arrived in Jinghai City and have yet to secure accommodation. Do you think you could help me find a temporary place to stay? Su Jia inquired. Where would you like to stay? Anywhere is fine, Su Ruhao considered before adding, Ideally, I would prefer to stay close to Su Yunxi, as it would facilitate my care for her. However, given her attitude towards me, I shall refrain from mentioning it. Just find me a place near the Su residence. Su Jia lowered her head, pondering for a moment before responding. All right, I will search for such accommodations and notify you as soon as I have information. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be that type of place, Su Ruhao continued with a smile. Sister Su? Do you have any vacant rooms in your home that you could rent to me at a reasonable rate? We could even commute to work together. Well, Su Jia hesitated. That may not be appropriate. I am also renting a shared apartment. Is it with a female? Su Ruhao inquired. Su Jia couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, Of course, it's with a woman. How could I share an apartment with a man? Oh, Su Ruhao sighed. If it's inconvenient for you, Then never mind. In truth, he wanted to say something like, "Great. Having an extra person could help protect you." But he suspected that any such comment would be futile. If he inadvertently gave her the wrong impression, it could jeopardize their future interactions. As he followed Su Jia out of the office, Su Ruheo spent the entire afternoon wandering through the Su group. He noticed that the company was replete with stunning women, many of whom were nearly as attractive as models. After idly wandering until 5 p.m., Su Lingtian pulled Su Ruheo along toward a hotel. Seated in the sleek black Bentley, Su Ruheo cast a glance at the frosty Su Yunqi beside him, feeling somewhat speechless. This could hardly be described as a favorable beginning. Facing someone who constantly wore a sour expression, he mused that she ought to be concerned about becoming expressionless. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, "Uncle Su, I would like to obtain information regarding all of Su Realty's competitors, including those with whom you may have had less than pleasant relations." "Not an issue," Su Lingtian replied. Su Ruheo continued, "Additionally, the internal environment of the Su group is far from clean. You need not be told. I am sure you can surmise that. Anyone who has access to your office should undergo a thorough investigation. It is likely that the adversary has placed more than one spy within the Su group. My office is typically accessible to very few individuals. Aside from the cleaning staff who come daily, there are only a handful of others," Su Lingtian explained. "This should be relatively easy to investigate. I have already detained the cleaning personnel who attended to my office, and they are currently undergoing questioning." Su Lingtian added, however, "That individual is new. The previous cleaner resigned a week ago. I am in the process of locating them." Su Ruheo furrowed his brow. It seemed the suspicion fell heavily on that individual. A week ago? They truly have been meticulous in their efforts. Given that the individual had vanished for a week, the chances of finding them again seemed slim. Su Ruheo turned to Su Yunqi, asking, "Yunqi, who purchased your shoes, or at which store did you acquire them?" Su Yunqi huffed in dissatisfaction, clearly unenthusiastic about Su Ruheo's overly familiar address. However, she understood the gravity of the situation. If the internal trader was not identified, the consequences could be dire. These shoes were procured through overseas purchasing, passing through several hands, including my close friends and subordinates, she mentioned, hesitating momentarily. "Let me think it over. If I cannot find any leads, I will provide you with the personnel list." Su Ruheo nodded, not pressing her further. This matter involved her close friends, who were significant to her, and he preferred she resolve it herself rather than taking over. It would be best if they could locate the former cleaning staff. Otherwise, they would have to investigate the shoes Yunqi possessed. Moreover, I am concerned that the adversary has not only installed listening devices within the Su group building, but also requires a thorough sweep of the Su family residence. "That is not a problem. I will rely on you shortly, Ruheo," Su Lingtian affirmed. "Does that include my room?" Su Yunqi frowned, inquiring. Internally, she was quite resistant to Su Ruheo that, of course, it includes not only your room but also some of your personal belongings. "I will not overlook any potential hiding places for listening devices." Su Ruheo suddenly chuckled. "What? Are you so averse to me inspecting your room? Is there perhaps a candle, a whip, fleas, or a vibrator hidden within?" Before he could finish, Su Yunqi erupted, "Su Ruheo, will you ever stop? How could there possibly be such items in my room?" Her face flushed with anger as she glared at him, wishing she could tear his mouth apart right then and there. Su Ruheo shrugged innocently, feigning ignorance. "What kind of items are you referring to?" "You." Su Yunqi's face grew crimson, clearly exasperated. Su Ruheo waved his hand dismissively. "There is no one as pure as I in this world. The candle I mentioned is for illumination, the whip is for physical training, and the vibrator is for massage. These items serve significant purposes. Where did your mind wander off to?" Su Yunqi was left speechless. The Junhua Yacht Club, unlike a star-rated hotel, is the most upscale private leisure club in Jinghai City, not open to the public. To gain entry, one must first become a VIP member of the Junhua Yacht Club, a requirement that is exceedingly stringent. Among the millions in Jinghai City, those with VIP qualifications do not exceed 100, the fraction of a few 100,000. Hosting the welcoming banquet here aptly demonstrates Su Lingtian's sincerity. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Su Ruheo surveyed the enchanting night beach scenery, adorned with opulent lighting, and could not help but exclaim, "Uncle Su, a meal here must cost quite a fortune." "Ha ha," Su Lingtian chuckled lightly and replied, "For welcoming you, Ruheo, no amount of money is too much. You have come down the mountain to assist our Su family in overcoming difficulties. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Tonight, we shall indulge until we are inebriated. However, Su Raheo shook his head in refusal, saying, dining is acceptable, but drinking is out of the question. I still need to help you and Yunqi inspect the rooms. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi shot Su Raheo an irate glare. Despite Su Raheo's rejection, the admiration in Su Lingtian's eyes grew ever more pronounced as he praised. I never expected you, Raheo, to be so composed at such a young age. I have not misjudged you, so tonight, I shall drink to my heart's content while you may do as you please. We can indulge another day. Cut it out, Su Yunqi scoffed, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards the more Su Lingtian valued Su Raheo. Entering the high-end club, they were greeted by a bevy of stunningly beautiful waitresses, clad in uniform crimson suits that accentuated their long, slender legs, drawing attention under the dazzling lights. Su Raheo's gaze barely lingered before he found himself captivated. A lecher, Su Yunqi coldly huffed, her sharp eyes observing Su Raheo's every move, her expression filled with disdain. What are you jealous? Su Raheo teased, whistling at the waitresses with a smug grin. Who's jealous? I wouldn't waste my jealousy on you. Su Yunqi retorted icily. If you're not jealous, then why the rush? With so many beautiful women here, I merely cast a glance. What is the big deal? It is only natural to appreciate beauty. If I didn't, that would be abnormal, wouldn't it? Su Raheo replied with a smile. Su Yunqi's temperament was well known to him. She was strong-willed and intolerant of any perceived slight. As the daughter of the vice president of Su Group, she spent most of her time competing in the business world, a demeanor befitting a leader. Yet, every coin has two sides. Aside from a few close female friends, she had scant male acquaintances, and those who pursued her were dismissed without a second thought. The rare instance of encountering someone who could challenge her was, perhaps, something Su Lingtian found amusing. Clearly a regular at this establishment, Su Lingtian was greeted as soon as he arrived. Mr. Su, this way please. Your reserved seaside table has been prepared at Su Lingtian nodded with a smile and followed the waitress. The Junue Yage Private Club is situated near the Yellow Sea, with the venue specifically designed to feature a scenic night beach. Su Lingtian's table was perched on the terrace above the sandy beach pool, providing a breathtaking view of the night beach's splendor. Su Raheo reclined comfortably, enjoying the stunning nightscape. The coastal scenery was unique, rivaling even the beauty of Kunlun Mountain. Seated there, Su Raheo marveled at the sight of waitresses clad in bikinis, serving drinks and refilling glasses. How beautiful, he exclaimed, sipping his drink. Su Yunqi frowned slightly. Ever since they arrived on the terrace, Su Raheo's gaze had been fixated on the female servers. Oh, what if they're dressed a bit scantily? What's so impressive about it? In Su Raheo's presence, a vexing resentment brewed within Su Yunqi. She had never before found herself at a disadvantage with a man. The more nonchalant Su Raheo appeared, the more her irritation grew. Unbeknownst to her, this was one of Su Raheo's strategies, with Su Yunqi always surrounded by suitors. If he were to ingratiate himself with her, he would be no different from the rest, likely earning her disdain. Now, however, Su Yunqi had firmly etched Su Raheo's name in her mind, often engaging in playful banter with him. This move proved quite successful for Su Raheo. Setting down her glass, Su Yunqi stood and walked towards the exit. Where are you going? Su Raheo asked, rising to follow her. Don't follow me, she snapped. Not an option. I promised your father I'd ensure your safety, he insisted, trailing closely behind her. Are you really going to follow me to the restroom? She inquired, exasperated. Indeed, 24-hour close protection, he replied, unwavering. At this point, Su Yunqi was utterly fed up with Su Raheo, her temper flaring as she exclaimed, You. As they walked too closely together, Su Yunqi abruptly turned and collided with Su Raheo's shoulder, losing her balance and teetering backward. Instinctively, Su Raheo reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist, pulling her forward. The sudden turn of events startled Su Yunqi, causing her to clutch Su Raheo tightly to prevent another fall. Their positions became uncomfortably intimate. Locking eyes, Su Raheo and Su Yunqi found themselves pressed closely together. The sensation of her soft form against him sent a wave of unexpected feelings through Su Raheo. Almost instinctively, he gently squeezed that soft, supple area. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. The sensation was overwhelming. A piercing scream erupted from Su Yunqi. Her voice tinged with both alarm and anger. She pounded her fists against Su Raheo's chest, her head shaking furiously. You lecher! Let me go. To Tsuruheo, her feeble strikes felt like mere tickles. He grinned and asked, Are you certain? Let go of me. With a bemused sigh, Tsuruheo replied, You said so yourself. His hands released her, and as she began to fall, Su Yunshi's gaze was drawn to the starry night sky. Momentarily lost in thought, if there were even a sliver of a chance, she would have preferred never to have encountered Tsuruheo. From the moment they met, he had irked her to no end. Each subsequent encounter had only led to further mischief. However, she had no time to dwell on that now. As her body instinctively leaned back, in all likelihood, her head would meet the ground first, leading to a loss of composure, perhaps resulting in a few days of recovery in bed. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a large hand encircled her neck, cushioning her impending impact with the ground. Yet, upon seeing Tsuruheo's mischievous grin, her gratitude evaporated. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Su Yunshi huffed, smoothing her disheveled hair in irritation. Tsuruheo laughed heartily. Not at all. You clearly instructed me to let go. And I obliged. I just couldn't bear to watch you actually fall. I saved you. And instead of thanking me, you blame me. Are you looking to repay kindness with ingratitude? Frustrated and with nowhere to vent her exasperation, she recognized that she had never bested Tsuruheo in their verbal sparring. Continuing the argument would yield no fruitful outcome. I'll say it once more. Do not follow me with that. She dismissed him and stormed away from the terrace. I can wait for you by the restroom door. Tsuruheo called after her. At those words, Su Yunshi stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. After a brief wait, she emerged from the restroom, spotting Tsuruheo indeed waiting for her. Turning away, she adjusted her appearance in the mirror. At that moment, a sharply dressed young man exited the men's restroom, catching sight of Su Yunshi as she tidied herself. His face broke into a smile. Yunshi, what a coincidence. You've come to the Junyue Yacht Club today as well. The young man wore an impeccably tailored suit complemented by a vibrant red tie, clearly a designer brand. His refined demeanor and warm smile easily inspired goodwill. Upon hearing him address her as Yunshi, Tsuruheo's brow furrowed, and his regard for this man plummeted into the negative. Yes, quite the coincidence, Su Yunshi replied, casting a disinterested glance at him. Without another word, she turned to leave. Yunshi, wait a moment. I have plenty of old friends in my private room, including some business partners from Su Group. Would you like to drop by and say hello? The young man's gaze briefly skimmed Su Yunshi's waist and hips, revealing a hint of lewdness in his smile. Unbeknownst to her, Tsuruheo observed the exchange with keen eyes. That's unnecessary. I have guests of my own and can't keep them waiting. Apologies. With a decisive refusal, Su Yunshi displayed no hesitation. Yunshi. The young man hastily pursued her, reaching out to grasp her arm, only to be intercepted by a rather unremarkable-looking individual who coldly seized his wrist. Who the hell are you to dare touch Yunshi in my presence? Yunshi is hardly a name you should utter. If you dare to speak another word, I shall treat you to a bowl of rice that is fit for a pig. Tsuruheo stood protectively in front of Su Yunshi, exuding an intimidating aura that caused the man to furrow his brows in discomfort. Su Yunshi was taken aback by Tsuruheo's sudden intervention and his decision to shield her, stirring a flicker of gratitude within her heart. She gently prodded Tsuruheo's back and whispered, He is Tang Liya, the son of the chairman of the Xingxing Manufacturing Group. Our Su Group frequently collaborates with them. Tsuruheo turned his head to glance at Su Yunshi behind him, surprised by the drastic shift in her demeanor, realizing she too harbored disdain for this man. With a sudden change in expression, Tsuruheo cheerfully remarked, I was wondering who it could be. It is young Master Tang. Have you not heard that my Yunshi has matters to attend to? I must excuse her, as a partner of the Su Group. Regardless of their private grievances, Tsuruheo felt compelled to extend some courtesy. Humph, and who might you be? Tang Liya seethed, irked by the interruption of his plans. Observing Tsuruheo's lackluster attire, he scoffed at the notion that such a person could possibly gain entry into the Junyue Yacht Club. Furthermore, witnessing Su Yunshi whisper intimately in Tsuruheo's ear incited a wave of revulsion in him. Were it not for Su Yunshi's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to physically assault Tsuruheo. An insignificant nobody, Tang Liya would never recognize you, Tsuruheo responded nonchalantly. He then addressed Su Yunshi, You may leave now. All right, Su Yunshi nodded and made her way out. As Tang Liya attempted to pursue her, Tsuruheo stepped directly into his path, An insignificant nobody. If that is the case, Tang Liya, seeing Su Yunqi distancing herself, revealed a malicious grin and sneered, "Kid, who do you think you are? I wanted to ask you. Do you really think you deserve to utter Yunqi's name? With your appearance, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry her shoes." Su Ruheo's countenance grew stern as Tang Liya continued to block his path. With a look of disdain, Tang Liya commanded, "Get lost," and charged directly at Su Ruheo. Tang Liya, tall and imposing at 1.85 meters, relied on his physical stature, eager to slam Su Ruheo against the wall with all his might. Yet, as the formidable Tang Liya barreled toward him, Su Ruheo remained calm. With lightning speed, he reached out and seized Tang Liya by the shoulder, swiftly pivoting to pin him against the restroom wall. Despite Tang Liya's impressive physique, honed from years of fitness, he found himself utterly immobilized by Su Ruheo's effortless grip. Where did this unruly brat come from, daring to act out in the Junue Age Club? Believe me, if I call for help, you will be thrown out without mercy. Tang Liya's face pressed against the cold tiles. His expression darkened as he glared at Su Ruheo, as the heir to the Tang manufacturing empire. Tang Liya was accustomed to having his every whim catered to, rarely facing any form of humiliation. Today, however, he found himself overthrown by a mere subordinate of Su Yunqi, a disgrace of monumental proportions. With his face against the icy porcelain, Tang Liya felt as though he might lose his mind. "Kid, do you dare to provoke me, Tang Liya? I assure you, your days will be far from pleasant." Su Ruheo chuckled coldly, maintaining his grip on Tang Liya's arm and gently pushing forward, eliciting a desperate shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig from Tang Liya for whether I will have pleasant days ahead. "I cannot say, but I can certainly ensure that you will have no peace today. It hurts. It hurts. Let go. You're killing me." Tang Liya's face paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he felt as though his arms were no longer his own. He silently vowed to make Su Ruheo pay once he escaped this predicament. "Let go?" Su Ruheo's expression turned serious, the amusement fading from his eyes, replaced by a piercing intensity that sent shivers down Tang Liya's spine. As the cold sweat trickled down his back, he nearly lost control of his bowels under the pressure of Su Ruheo's gaze. So terrifying it was. Tang Liya involuntarily swallowed hard, his heart racing in panic. How could such an unremarkable figure possess such a fearsome presence? The aura radiating from him was something even my father could not muster. Tang Liya struggled to comprehend the situation, gripped by a growing sense of dread. Su Ruheo continued, "You know, the human body is an enigma, with its organs, meridians, and myriad acupoints. Some points are particularly extraordinary. If you offend me, Su Ruheo, I possess 100 ways to make your life unbearable." With that, Su Ruheo released Tang Liya and turned to leave. As he did, he swiftly pressed 2 fingers into Tang Liya's waist, unbeknownst to the latter. Alone in the restroom, Tang Liya gasped for breath. His body tense from the previous encounter, he remained oblivious to the sudden tingling sensation that coursed through his waist. Upon exiting the restroom, Su Ruheo was pleasantly surprised to find Su Yunqi waiting for him. Having not strayed far, touched by her concern, he remarked, "Yunqi, were you worried about me? We should leave." Tang Liya is not someone to be trifled with. Whether it was due to Su Ruheo shielding her from trouble or the haunting sharpness of his gaze, Su Yunqi no longer felt the need to antagonize him. Rest assured, Tang Liya will no longer be a nuisance to you. Su Ruheo, however, knew all too well that Tang Liya was not a benign character and would not easily let this transgression slide. Placing his trust in Tang Liya's character was utterly unrealistic. Moreover, did he even possess any integrity? By sealing 2 acupoints on Tang Liya's waist, Su Ruheo ensured that while it would not harm him physically, the young master would struggle to regain his former vigor. Henceforth, even if he harbored malicious intentions, he would lack the means to act upon them. Su Ruheo spared Tang Liya's life, contemplating that if the man chose to abandon his nefarious ways, he could assist him in unblocking those acupoints in the future. Returning to the dining table, Su Ruheo savored a mouthful of steak, relishing the exquisite flavor. This particular dish was an Italian aromatic steak, cooked to perfection, a delightful feast for the senses. Aware that this was Su Ruheo's first experience with Western cuisine, Su Lingtian had instructed the chef to prepare it to an ideal medium. Yet, Su Ruheo was not particular. He simply knew the steak was delicious, far superior to the roasted beef of the mountains. Thus, he indulged heartily, having already devoured his 8th portion. His astonishing speed and gluttonous demeanor drew many curious glances from those around him. Su Lingtian took a sip of red wine, chuckling, "It seems you quite enjoy the steak here, Raheo." With a snap of his fingers, he called to a nearby waiter, "Another steak, please." Since Su Raheo had uncovered a significant plot upon his arrival at the Su Group building, Su Lingtian felt compelled to express his gratitude. Su Raheo grinned. "I shall not hold back then." Although he failed to remember the name of the steak, he found it delectable and indulged in a few more bites. Observing Su Raheo's voracious appetite, Su Yunqi furrowed her brows slightly, placing her utensils down, as her plate still held a substantial portion of untouched steak. Noticing this, Su Raheo playfully tapped her plate with his fork. Perplexed, "Why aren't you eating? This steak is quite exquisite." In truth, Su Yunqi was a demure lady. To outsiders, she was a decisive and formidable CEO. Yet she was also a delicate woman. Faced with Su Raheo's gluttonous display, she found it hard to stomach, losing her appetite entirely. Additionally, due to her petite stature and desire to maintain her figure, she had only taken a few bites. Under the table, Su Yunqi kicked Su Raheo lightly, reproaching him, "Do you realize how laborious it is to create a piece of aromatic steak? One must select premium beef, marinate it into cubes, complement it with an array of vegetables and sauces, and then roast it slowly for half an hour to 45 minutes before it is ready. Such a steak can take an hour to make, especially considering that the owner of Junue Yacht Club has hired the renowned Italian chef, Ali Piscier Garo, to oversee the kitchen. This is authentic Italian steak, meant to be savored slowly, yet here you are, devouring it like it's a barbecue." "Piscier?" Su Raheo paused, astonished. "An Italian with a name like Piscier? What a peculiar name!" "Ha ha ha!" Su Lingtian nearly burst into laughter at that moment. Su Yunqi touched her forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. It was infuriating. She had spoken in vain, and that fellow had only remembered the leather shoes. She had initially intended to say that the monthly salary of a white-collar worker in the Su Group was insufficient to cover the cost of a single steak, but it seemed unnecessary now. Aware of her earlier blunder, Su Raheo awkwardly rubbed his nose and muttered, "It was indeed leather shoes. I didn't hear incorrectly." Just then, a woman clad in a red rose-patterned qipao approached. The fiery red of the fabric was as captivating as a blooming rose. Her mere presence overshadowed everyone, exuding a delicate beauty that seemed capable of tugging at the hearts of men with every smile and frown. Su Raheo couldn't help but admire her as she walked over. As for the 2 waitstaff trailing behind the stunning woman, they were nearly overlooked by him. Su Raheo turned to look at Su Lingtian and Su Yunqi, inquiring, "Who is this woman?" Su Yunqi shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Who else could it be? Clearly, she is a beauty." Su Raheo scoffed at her remark. "Humph. If I desired to sneak a glance, I wouldn't need to peer into her clothing. With my celestial vision, I could observe openly." However, he seemed to catch a whiff of something sour, and with an awkward smile, he redirected his gaze to Su Lingtian. "How Ran, since this is your first visit, you might not be aware. This is Wei Mingyao, the highest authority at the Junue Yacht Club. In essence, she is the owner here. However, she seldom appears in public, so it's quite a surprise to see her tonight." Numerous guests at the club were captivated by Wei Mingyao's alluring legs, and it was no wonder. Her extreme allure was simply irresistible. Wei Mingyao approached Su Raheo's table and halted, saying, "I heard that Chairman Su is visiting the club tonight, so I came to raise a glass in his honor." With that, she raised her glass of red wine and downed its contents in one swift motion. After finishing, she offered a slight nod to Su Yunqi, who returned the gesture with a smile. Su Raheo observed this interaction closely. It seemed the Su family had a long-standing acquaintance with this exquisite beauty. Upon seeing Wei Mingyao toasting him, Su Lingtian lifted his glass and laughed heartily. "Miss Wei, you are too kind. As a person of status yourself, your presence here makes me feel somewhat embarrassed." In the midst of their jovial conversation, he also downed his glass of red wine. Wei Mingyao had already noticed Su Raheo sitting beside Su Lingtian. Naturally, she would pay extra attention to anyone dining with the chairman of the Su Group. Initially, she had assumed he was just another rich heir from a prominent family in Jinghai City. But he didn't quite fit that mold. For one, she had encountered most of those individuals before, and secondly, Su Raheo's attire was rather ordinary. One might even say dated, which starkly contrasted with the glamorous crowd surrounding him. She wondered who this young man could be as the owner of the Junhua Yacht Club. Wei Mingyao was not one to judge by appearances. When she inquired, Su Lingtian chuckled and said, "Ah, I almost forgot to introduce. This is my nephew, Haoran, Su Ruheyo. You are Haoran's younger brother." Wei Mingyao exclaimed with a smile, extending her delicate hand and winking at Su Ruheyo. Understanding her implication, Su Ruheyo immediately grasped her soft hand and grinned. "Sister Wei, I hope you will look after me from now on." Taking the opportunity, he gently squeezed her tender hand, feeling a rush of warmth. What a delightful texture, smooth and soft. This sensation was as gentle as jade. Chapter 12. Changing cars. Holding Wei Mingyao's exquisitely smooth hand, Su Ruheyo experienced an indescribable pleasure. Regardless of his identity, the fact that he could sit alongside Su Lingtian meant that he was someone of significance. The Junhua Yacht Club often engaged with affluent individuals, and naturally, Wei Mingyao would seek to cultivate relationships with such patrons. Moreover, Wei Mingyao's gaze swept across Su Ruheyo's dining plate, a smile gracing her lips. This was indeed a promising customer. Of course, Su Ruheyo chuckled, savoring the lingering fragrance of her hand. For a beauty like Miss Wei, I shall certainly return often. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi turned her head away, disdainfully curling her lips, secretly thinking, "Some habits never change, haha." Then it's settled, Wei Mingyao replied with a seductive smile. "I wish you both a pleasant dinner. Mr. Su, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she nodded slightly to everyone and left gracefully with a smile. Su Ruheyo's gaze lingered on the fleeting glimpse of her alluring figure, his blood surging with excitement. If only he could have such a stunning beauty in his bed. Allowing his fingertips to glide softly over those creamy thighs, the thought was tantalizing. Su Ruheyo felt that tonight's welcome banquet was indeed worth every moment, not to mention the several beauties he had encountered in Jinghai City, such as Zhang Xini, Su Jia, and his target wife, Su Yunqi. Even Wei Mingyao was a paragon of grace. After dinner, humming a cheerful tune, Su Ruheyo made his way to the underground parking lot. He suddenly called out to Su Lingtian, who was about to get into his car. "Uncle Su, this club must offer vehicle transportation, right?" Su Lingtian nodded. "Naturally, the services at Junhua Yacht Club are 5-star and such requests are trivial." Su Yunqi glanced at Su Ruheyo and asked, "What's up?" Su Yunqi's brows furrowed slightly. "Su Ruheyo, you are becoming increasingly outrageous." Su Ruheyo merely smiled in response, entering the car and shutting the door behind him. This black Bentley Shamu was one of Su Lingtian's personal vehicles, and those who wished to harm the Su family were undoubtedly aware of it. Given the recent events, he felt it necessary for Su Lingtian to find a decoy. Su Ruheyo's shameless behavior naturally irked Su Yunqi. However, having navigated the business world for decades, Su Lingtian realized that Su Ruheyo was preventing him from getting into the car at such a critical moment, and suddenly understood. Su Yunqi knocked on the car window, calling out, "Su Ruheyo, get out here." Su Ruheyo, still grinning, replied, "It's rather comfortable sitting in a luxury car alone. I decline any company that occupies my space." Su Lingtian grasped Su Yunqi's arm and said, "Yunqi, Haoran means well. I've already called for the club's vehicle. Let us take another card." At his words, Su Yunqi hesitated, instantly grasping Su Ruheyo's intention. She stood there, staring at Su Ruheyo inside the car, thinking that this fellow must genuinely wish for her to be at odds with him. Reflecting on her earlier words to Su Ruheyo, she felt a pang of guilt. "I won't change." Su Yunqi thought for a moment and shook her head in refusal. Su Lingtian believed his daughter's reasoning was sound, safety first. Since they didn't need to take risks, why should Su Ruheyo? "Haoran, Yunqi has a point. You should get out." "No, merely avoiding the issue won't solve anything," Su Ruheyo countered, shaking his head in defiance of Su Yunqi's suggestion. "The enemy lurks in the shadows while we are in the light. At this moment, we don't even know who our opponents are. That puts us at a disadvantage. We must turn the tables and ideally lure them into action." "Then I shall ride with you," Su Yunqi declared, seeing that Su Ruheyo had made up his mind and ceased to persuade him further. She approached the driver's seat and called out to the chauffeur, "Open the door." Locking the car door, Su Ruheyo could refuse to let Su Yunqi in, but the driver lacked the courage to disobey, as he still depended on the president for his salary. Upon seeing Su Yunqi enter the car, Su Ruheyo felt a headache coming on. Goodness, if you came to enjoy the good things, that's one thing. But why involve yourself in such matters? Su Yunqi huffed. "With me here, it will draw more attention to the car. Besides, how can you be so sure they will even make a move?" Tsuruheo couldn't help but admire his aunt's audacity. We discovered their listening devices, and they are certainly aware that the Su family has caught on to them. The opposing party is clearly acting with intent, and now that their plans have been disrupted, it's only natural they would strike preemptively. Su Yunchi fell silent. Her reason for getting into the car was simply to avoid being underestimated by Tsuruheo. Hearing this, she regretted her decision. Now, the Bentley had become a target that would attract the enemy's attention. You said you would protect me. Sitting in the spacious back seat of the car, feeling the faint fragrance emanating from the captivating beauty beside him, and stealing glances at her enticing figure, what more could Tsuruheo say? He fervently hoped that his earlier assumptions had merely been products of his imagination. Su Lingtian rode in an Audi A8, setting off first, while Tsuruheo followed behind in the Bentley, maintaining a distance of 30 meters between the two vehicles. Traveling at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, they headed towards the Su family's villa. 5 minutes later, Tsuruheo turned around and glanced through the rear window of the Bentley. The vast night was pitch black, Tsuruheo's expression turned icy, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He turned to Su Yunchi and said, "Call your father. I need to discuss something with him, oh." Su Yunchi responded softly. Although she was unaware of the matter at hand, she no longer dared to take the initiative in front of Tsuruheo. After dialing the number, she said, "Hello, Uncle Su. Please accelerate the vehicle to 100 kilometers h on the other end." Su Lingtian's assured voice replied affirmatively. "Driver, I apologize for the trouble." Tsuruheo suddenly added, "Of course." The bodyguard driver asked no further questions. As Su Lingtian had explicitly instructed that any requests made by Tsuruheo should be fulfilled without hesitation, as the accelerator was pressed down. The Bentley surged forward, tailing the Audi ahead at an exhilarating speed of 100 miles per hour. Su Yunchi glanced through the rearview mirror, noting that all was well behind her. The sudden acceleration jolted her in her seat, causing her to furrow her brows in irritation. "What are you planning?" In that moment, both vehicles were simultaneously accelerating. As the car sped along, Tsuruheo remained unfazed, turning to Su Yunchi and advising, "Buckle your seatbelt. You'll understand shortly." His cryptic words only served to heighten her frustration. "If you don't want your head colliding with the front seats when I brake, I strongly suggest you secure that belt." Tsuruheo, unwilling to elaborate further, effortlessly reached for the seatbelt beside Su Yunchi and pulled it across her. "Stay calm, stay calm," Tsuruheo repeatedly reminded himself, trying to resist the urge to glance at her chest, though his gaze remained transfixed. "Humph." Su Yunchi's dismissive scoff jolted him back to reality. Were it not for the presence of others in the vehicle, she might have been inclined to confront him directly. After a brief silence, Tsuruheo attempted to lighten the mood. "Are we nearing the villa?" "Yes. Once we pass through the corridor street, Sudong's house is merely 2 kilometers away." 2 kilometers? Tsuruheo echoed, lost in thought as the Audi ahead entered the corridor street. The Bentley remained in hot pursuit, an unsettling sense of urgency blossoming within him. The adversaries were clearly determined to tail them. And with Su's residence drawing nearer, his anxiety only intensified. Before long, the Bentley also entered the corridor street. Suddenly, Tsuruheo commanded the driver, "Accelerate the Audi and speed out of the street." The Bentley will slow down and cautiously navigate through the exit. "Don't be afraid. Just hold my hand," he declared, extending his hand to clasp Su Yunchi's. The unexpected gesture made her blush, prompting her to struggle to free herself from his grip. The Audi sped out of the intersection, leaving the Bentley still approaching when, out of nowhere, a white cargo van barreled across, obstructing their path. The Bentley slammed to a halt, causing Su Yunchi's complexion to pale and shocked that it had been a near escape. Had the car not slowed down in advance, the momentum could have resulted in a catastrophic collision with the van. Tsuruheo's instincts had proven remarkably accurate. This was the adversary's singular opportunity. Yet a collision with a large truck could spell disaster for all inside, regardless of the vehicle's safety features. Gazing at the van blocking their way, Su Yunchi felt a chill run through her veins, her heart racing with trepidation. The reckless determination of their pursuers was astounding. At a speed of 120 miles per hour, a collision would surely render the Bentley a wreck, but the cargo truck would suffer just as grievously. These individuals were truly willing to risk it all. "Don't worry, I'm here." Sensing Su Yunchi's icy grip, Tsuruheo shot her a reassuring glance. Behind them, 2 Mitsubishi vehicles screeched to a halt, their rear tires screeching against the pavement, sparks flying. The trio of vehicles encircled the Bentley. The Audi driver sensed the tension, and Su Ling Tian's voice crackled through the phone. Are you all right? Don't worry about us, Uncle Su. You should leave. I will ensure Yunqi's safety. Without allowing Su Ling Tian to respond further, Su Ruheo abruptly ended the call. He glanced at the cargo van ahead and addressed his bodyguard, Brother, can you fight? Su Ruheo's confidence in assessing the situation was astonishing. I-1T claimed to single-handedly take on 10 men, but a mere 3 or 5 would hardly pose a challenge to me. After all, how else could I serve as Su Dong's bodyguard? Good, Su Ruheo nodded. When the door opens, you take Yunqi and go. Su Yunqi, alarmed, protested. If I leave, what will happen to you? Perhaps I should have the driver stay behind to assist you. Stay behind to help me. Do you really think you can get home safely on your own? Su Ruheo regarded her with a bemused expression. Su Yunqi faltered, realizing the extent of their adversary's preparations. Who knew if more traps lay ahead? I mean, if you truly wish to help, move that cargo truck. That would genuinely assist me, he stated bluntly. Now, immediately escort this away. The bodyguard urged, his gaze fixed on Su Yunqi. Miss, we must leave while they Haven-T surrounded us yet. Gritting her teeth, Su Yunqi retorted. Su Ruheo, you must not come to harm. I still intend to settle the score with you. As the door swung open, the bodyguard led Su Yunqi forward. 3 men emerged from the cargo van. And upon spotting the daughter of the Su family approaching, their faces lit with malevolent glee. The other 2 were swiftly subdued by the bodyguard. Just then, from the Mitsubishi vehicles, 15 burly men with intimidating tattoos emerged. Brandishing iron rods and kitchen knives, menacingly pursuing Su Yun11, Su Ruheo stepped out, positioning himself beside the Bentley. Among the throng was a bald man with a long scar across his face, exuding an air of menace. Adorned with a hefty gold chain and brandishing a large machete, he pointed it at Su Ruheo. Step aside, kid. We seek Su Yunqi and Su Ling Tian. This doesn't concern you, if you value your life. I suggest you move along. The scar-faced man scrutinized the Bentley. Real if you are unconvinced, you are more than welcome to test it. Su Ruheo's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and even he was unaware of the subtle transformation occurring within him. As an unprecedented sense of ethereal clarity enveloped his mind, accompanied by an almost distant feeling of summons. At this moment, an irritable underling, unable to restrain himself, charged forward 2 steps and swung the iron rod in his hand towards Su Ruheo. In the next instant, the hot-tempered underling felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a blinding flash. Subsequently, he experienced excruciating pain in his face, spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying across the ground. Collapsing unconscious. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ruheo had somehow acquired the large cleaver belonging to the scarred man, gazing with a beaming smile at the fallen underling. Just moments ago, that cleaver had delivered a fierce horizontal strike, flipping the underling over, leaving a swollen mark on his face that was bright red. The poor fellow fell straight down, not even letting out a cry, and was knocked out on the spot. This was merely a display of mercy from Su Ruheo. Otherwise, a single strike could have severed his head or splattered his brain. Su Ruheo swept his gaze over the remaining dozen or so individuals, causing them to shudder in fear. I shan't waste my breath, he declared coldly. If you do not wish to meet the same fate as your leader, or end up like him, then you had best flee at once. A glint of frost radiated from Su Ruheo's eyes, sending chills down their spines. Run? Just run? The underlings, terrified of being targeted by Su Ruheo, fled in a panic, abandoning their leader and comrades as they sped away in their vehicles. Su Ruheo observed their retreat with a cold snort, then turned to the scarred man lying on the ground, whose legs had been broken, and with a smile, asked, Guang, tell me, who sent you? The scarred man's eyes were filled with resentment. Wishing to peel Su Ruheo's skin and devour his flesh to relieve his hatred and truth, your hatred is futile. Had it not been for the orders of your unseen master, you would not be in this predicament. Moreover, I had previously offered you another path, yet you stubbornly chose to delve into a dead end. Whose fault is that? Su Ruheo rambled on, growing weary of preaching morality. He playfully tapped the scarred man's face with the cleaver and said, Tell me who sent you, or else bah! The scarred man spat at Su Ruheo defiantly, retorting, Dream on. I would rather die than tell you. Despite his legs being broken, he remained resolute. But you see, Su Ruheo's gaze flickered. His voice low and serious. I am, in fact, a doctor, as you might say. Matters of violence and killing are not my forte. What do you mean? The scarred man frowned. Are you suggesting you can heal me? You are deluding yourself. I am never lenient with my enemies. Who says medical skills are only meant for healing? Even if you refuse to speak, I possess myriad methods to extract the truth from you. Tsuruheyo's smile appeared devilish to the scarred man. You scoundrel! I will haunt you even as a ghost. Tsuruheyo's expression remained nonchalant. I hope you can still maintain that bravado later. From his waist, he retrieved a silver needle pouch, extracting a 3-inch needle, and plunged it into the bald man's Tiantan acupoint. Why can't I feel any pain? The bald man wondered, feeling no discomfort from the needle. Patience, Tsuruheyo explained. As early as the 16th century, Europe developed a liquid that enhances human sensations, commonly used in torture. Our ancestors, however, were even more ingenious, discovering hidden acupoints within the human body. You mean, the scarred man felt a tremor in his heart. Tsuruheyo nodded. This particular acupoint is known as the pain point, which can amplify one's suffering tenfold. Tsuruheyo crouched beside the scarred man, picking up the iron rod the previous underling had left behind. I shall ask again, and if you remain silent, I will methodically break every bone in your body, one by one. Upon hearing this, the scarred man's forehead dripped with sweat. Of course, you have no right to refuse. You bastard, I will kill you. Ignoring the threat, Tsuruheyo coolly continued, First question, who sent you? I will never tell you. With a crisp crack, a bone snapped. The scarred man had barely finished speaking before he let out a blood-curdling scream. As Tsuruheyo ruthlessly struck his hand with the iron rod, this blow was far worse than merely breaking a bone. The excruciating pain was something few could endure, especially amplified tenfold. The bald man did not lose consciousness immediately, indicating his resilience. Second question, same as the first. Who sent you? Tsuruheyo inquired, his face devoid of emotion. The scarred man stubbornly replied, You will never. Before he could finish, Tsuruheyo struck his small arm with the iron rod. Maintaining his composure, Tsuruheyo treated it as a trivial matter. The scarred man clutched his injured arm, howling in agony. I will tell you. I will tell you everything. Please, stop tormenting me. Tears streaming down his face. The scarred man had lost all semblance of the tough guy persona, pleading fervently with Tsuruheyo. He wished only to escape Tsuruheyo's presence, hoping that revealing the mastermind behind the plot would grant him a swift end. Had you done this from the start, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Tsuruheyo discarded the iron rod and clapped his hands, saying, Quickly, tell me, who was behind the plot against the Su family? It's Shuei. Just as the scarred man began to divulge, a sharp ding echoed, as if something had been triggered. Suddenly, an ominous black, oval object was dropped from above. A thick plume of white smoke erupted, landing squarely between Tsuruheyo and the scarred man. A grenade! The scarred man's eyes widened in shock at the smoking device. The time between detonation and impact was a mere 7 to 8 seconds. Though Tsuruheyo could easily escape, saving the scarred man would prove challenging. Without hesitation, Tsuruheyo planted his hands on the ground, channeling his inner strength, and a powerful force propelled him backward. With a deafening explosion, a small crater formed in the earth, and the scarred man was obliterated. Reduced to a bloody pulp, dead beyond recovery, murder to silence. Tsuruheyo furrowed his brow, gazing towards the direction from which the grenade had been thrown. On the rooftop of a nearby shop, a shadow flitted past. The figure vanished in the blink of an eye.at that moment. A call came through from Su Lingtian and Tsuruheyo learned that Su Yunshi had safely returned home. After briefly explaining the situation, he hung up. Tonight's events were merely the beginning. The situation had escalated to a new level. Tsuruheyo was certain that these individuals would not easily relent. After tidying up, he departed in his Bentley. The following morning, he drove the luxurious vehicle straight to the Su Group headquarters. The 2 security guards at the entrance, upon seeing the grand car, assumed the chairman had arrived for work. However, they were taken aback when they saw Tsuruheyo emerge from the vehicle. What is happening? Where is the chairman? One guard nudged the other, bewildered. Bro, are you certain this is the chairman's car? Is that even a question? How long have you worked at Su Group? You should know the chairman's license plate by now. The car was one of Su Lingtian's signature vehicles. How could it be in Tsuruheyo's possession? Both guards felt a jolt of realization. Could this man truly be the son-in-law favored by the chairman? After all, wouldn't he just lend his car to anyone? The thought of offending the chairman's son-in-law sent cold sweat trickling down their backs. They hurriedly approached Tsuruheo, grinning broadly. Brother, let me open the door for you. Brother, hand me the keys, and I'll park it in the underground garage. The two guards were all too eager to ingratiate themselves, practically vying to follow Tsuruheo around. Tsuruheo cast a knowing glance at them. However, since they were eager to please, he saw no reason to refuse. Upon entering the lobby, Tsuruheo scanned the area, winking at the two attractive receptionists, and then asked, "Where is Su Yunchi? Has she not arrived yet?" The two beautiful receptionists exchanged glances, their foreheads lined with sweat. Only Tsuruheo would dare address their president in such a manner. One of them replied, "The president has not yet arrived." The other receptionist smiled at Tsuruheo, trying to curry favor. "Brother, don't you know if our president has come yet? Don't even get me started." Tsuruheo spread his hands, sighing. "Last night, Su Yunchi was throwing a tantrum, insisting on getting into my car. And then a minor accident occurred." As he spoke, Tsuruheo shot them a knowing look. "What?" One of them was taken aback, asking, "Brother, what do you mean by that? Car shaking?" The other receptionist blurted out, astonished. "Oh dear. How can you speak so carelessly? How could I possibly engage in a car rendezvous with Su Yunchi? Even if it were true, I would never divulge it to you all." But it appears to be the case. Initially, they merely speculated boldly, and judging by Tsuruheo's demeanor, he denied it. He even stated that even if such an incident were to occur, he would not admit it, implicitly suggesting that it did happen. Yet he would not acknowledge it. Yet now he is adamantly denying it. Just at that moment, a cold voice echoed at the entrance of the hall. "Tsuruheo, clarify your words. Who has been engaging in a car rendezvous with you?" Su Yunchi stood at the entrance, hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. Originally, due to Tsuruheo's remarkable performance, Su Yunchi's impression of him had greatly improved. Although he often spoke frivolously, he was quite adept in handling matters. However, upon arriving at the Su Corporation today, she overheard rumors of her engaging in a car rendezvous with him. What a shameless allegation. It was more outrageous than being his girlfriend. She would be unable to hold her head high before the employees of Su Corporation in the future. "This is an injustice." Tsuruheo hastily proclaimed his innocence. "I never said it was you and me." Alas, Su Yunchi felt as though she could simply perish. "You didn't say it was me?" "Oh my!" The two receptionists and the security guard at the entrance looked as though their eyes might pop out. "You didn't say it was me?" This was just shy of naming names. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Could it be that this Chu Gu resides in the Su family villa, sharing a bed with the president? Such explosive news was cascading one after another. The president of Su Corporation, renowned for his charm, entangled in a car rendezvous with someone already claimed. This was undoubtedly headline news. Henceforth, Su Corporation would have a new son-in-law. The onlookers prudently distanced themselves, aware that this was a domestic squabble best left undisturbed. What Su Yunchi said had taken on a different connotation. Those unaware might assume that Tsuruheo was cavorting elsewhere behind Su Yunchi's back. Hearing this, Tsuruheo chuckled. Choosing not to reveal the truth, he approached Su Yunchi with a smile, saying, "Yunchi, this is a private matter between us. Let us discuss it in private and keep it confidential." "Humph." Su Yunchi turned her head away and began to leave. This scoundrel was utterly despicable, taking advantage of her in front of others and behind her back. The thought of Tsuruheo's hands lingering on her the previous night filled her with a mix of shame and anger. Tsuruheo jogged after her, cheerfully insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. Su Yunchi halted, glaring fiercely at him, and declared, "I have made my decision. You will report to the marketing department shortly." No, you must never set foot in my office again." "What is this, a punishment?" Tsuruheo felt a surge of discontent. "Su Yunchi, do not think you are so impressive just because you are the president. If it weren't for me last night, you would have been abducted. This is how you repay kindness with malice." Su Yunchi's expression faltered, hesitating as she realized she might have been a bit too harsh on Tsuruheo. However, who could blame her when he constantly bullied her? At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Tsuruheo stepped in first, displeased as he closed the doors behind him. "Su Yunchi, just you wait. One day I will pin you down in bed, and we will go round and round 100 times until you plead for mercy." The mere thought of such a scene ignited Tsuruheyo's mischievous imagination. Su Yunchi, witnessing Tsuruheyo leaving her behind in the elevator, scoffed but could not suppress a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. In the marketing department, following Sujia, Tsuruheyo had already taken a brief tour. He casually found an empty desk, plopped down, and opened the computer before him. Tsuruheyo was seething. This woman had sent him off without a second thought, yet perhaps it was for the best, sparing him the irritation of facing Su Yunchi. With nothing to do, he turned on the NBA highlights. He admired several teams, but soon a voice interrupted him. You are the new recruit who neglects work to watch game highlights. If the leadership discovers this, who will be held accountable? Unbeknownst to him, a stout man wearing glasses stood behind him, visibly irate. Turning around, Tsuruheyo took a glance and said nonchalantly, You are Wang Haishin, the team leader of the marketing department? You know me? Wang Haishin was taken aback. Of course, I do. Tsuruheyo pointed at the bulletin board behind him, which displayed Wang's photo. Wang Haishin was momentarily speechless. When did a newcomer become so audacious? Showing such disdain for him? The company pays you to work, not to sip tea and watch games. Wang Haishin glanced at Tsuruheyo's screen and exclaimed, Today is Lakers versus Rockets. I love watching Kobe dunk. This is live. Suddenly, Wang Haishin was captivated by the screen. You realize that Kobe is this year's most dazzling rookie. He is considered a strong contender for the championship, and I have watched every single one of his games. Tsuruheyo silently scoffed. Could you be any more dramatic? Your mood swings are rather rapid. You are so loud. What are you even watching? Wang Haishin casually pulled over a chair and sat beside Tsuruheyo, patting his shoulder. Brother, I didn't expect you to be a fellow basketball enthusiast. This is wonderful. Let us watch together. Tsuruheyo rolled his eyes and replied, Fine, but you need to scoot over a bit. You recrowding me. Wang Haishin chuckled awkwardly, shifting his chair slightly. Sorry, brother. I'm just built this way. It's in my nature. Let me tell you, I am a basketball fan. Although I haven't played much, I have a heart that loves the sport. Wang Haishin was animated, passionately gesturing as he spoke, completely oblivious to the approaching figure behind them. Wang Haishin, look at you, slacking off during work hours, watching videos with the employees. No wonder your team's performance is always at the bottom. The woman with curly hair, exuding an overpowering scent of perfume, stood behind Tsuruheyo and Wang Haishin, sneering coldly. Achoo. Tsuruheyo sneezed, rubbing his nose. Deeply annoyed by the overwhelming fragrance, I must ask, what brand of perfume are you wearing? It's quite unpleasant. Did you purchase a counterfeit? What did you say? The woman's voice rose sharply, her brows furrowing in anger. Wang Haishin was already a lackadaisical character, and now he was caught in the act during work hours. She had intended to catch him in the act and ridicule him, but instead encountered this fool who called her big sister and questioned her taste. How could she endure this? This is Sun Meishio, the team leader of Group 3 in marketing. Wang Haishin's expression soured. Sun Meishio had often ridiculed him. She was under the impression that her minor achievements warranted disdain towards others, bolstered by her connections through a cousin in the administrative bureau. Otherwise, she would have been dragged out and dealt with long ago. With family ties and background, she was bestowed with advantages, while others like Wang Haishin struggled tirelessly for orders. She received them effortlessly. Tsuruheyo regarded Sun Meishio with a look of utter disbelief. Did you not hear me clearly? Do you need me to repeat myself? You little fool. Sun Meishio was so enraged she could barely catch her breath. After pondering for a moment, she decided that this term best encapsulated Tsuruheyo in that moment. Look at my beauty. Are you blind? To address me as big sister. Just look at your expression. Each item I possess would be beyond your means. Wang Haishin was drinking water and, upon hearing Sun Meishio's self-praise, could not contain himself and sprayed her with water. As for what she said next, Wang Haishin had already tuned it out. Sun Meishio wiped her face, staring at the wetness on her hand, and shrieked, Wang Haishin, you scoundrel! Your entire team is worthless. I'll make you pay. Instantly, all eyes in the marketing department turned towards them. Sun Meishio, humiliated, shouted, What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty wash her face. A true tigress. Everyone fell silent, hastily turning away, fearful of provoking her wrath. Once she saw that no one was paying attention, Sun Meishio focused her gaze back on Wang Haishin, seething, Wang Haishin, you bastard. Not only did you ruin my makeup, but this outfit cost over 10,000. You owe me. Upon hearing this, Wang Haishin immediately wilted. 10,000? His monthly salary was insufficient, and if he were to compensate that shrew entirely, his family would have to endure the bitter winds for the next 2 months. Observing the awkwardness of team leader Wang, Su Ruheo stepped in to mediate, remarking, "It's merely a piece of clothing, and it isn't even dirty. You can clean it yourself shortly. What is the need for compensation?" Sun Meishio pointed an accusing finger at Su Ruheo, exclaiming in anger, "And you must compensate as well." Unable to contain his exasperation, Su Ruheo rolled his eyes and retorted, "Are you being unreasonable? Do you believe I could have the security drag you away?" With hands on her hips, Sun Meishio laughed in fury, "Bring those security guards over, and we'll see who gets dragged away." "Very well, we shall wait and see," Su Ruheo replied, picking up the phone to inquire of Wang Haishan. "What is the number for the security office?" Wang Haishan quickly provided a number, and after dialing, Su Ruheo stated, "Hello, this is Su Ruheo. There's a shrew in the market department causing a scene. Please come quickly and throw her out." "Throw her out? Into the street?" came a bewildered response from the other end. "Yes, just do it," Su Ruheo replied, disinterested in seeing her any longer. Sun Meishio slammed her hand on the table, laughing in anger. "You better not cry later." At that moment, a group of security personnel armed with electric batons rushed upstairs. "Brothers, the son-in-law has spoken. There's a shrew upstairs bothering him. This is our chance to shine. Let us go." The market department was in turmoil, with countless eyes fixated on Su Ruheo and his companions. "Wang Haishan, you two scoundrels, if you do not pay today, this matter is far from over. This outfit of mine, along with emotional damages, amounts to 30,000. Sun Meishio insisted, pointing accusingly at Wang Haishan. "30,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? That outfit costs merely 100 to dry clean. I'll compensate you at most 100. Observing Sun Meishio's relentless demeanor and her history of bullying in the market department, team leader Wang nearly faltered. Had it not been for the outrageous 30,000 demand, he wouldn't have dared to utter a word in her presence. Su Ruheo was visibly distressed. Wang Haishan had such a grandiose name, yet cowered before this woman, which was a disgrace to masculinity. He patted Wang on the shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. "I still can't hear what you're saying," Wang Haishan lamented, his expression one of exasperation as the fierce tigress loomed nearby, making him indifferent to Su Ruheo's whisperings. "What I mean is," Su Ruheo suddenly raised his voice, exclaiming, "what I mean is that this woman has such ample bosoms. They must be fake, stuffed with silicone. And perhaps her clothing is counterfeit as well." In an instant, the entire floor fell silent. Sun Meishio's brows furrowed in indignation as she glared at Su Ruheo, for he had unwittingly struck a nerve. She had indeed undergone breast augmentation in the hospital. Women cherish beauty, and men particularly favor those with ample figures. Sun Meishio had opted for a supersized enhancement, selecting an E-cup to appear more valuable. "Nonsense! You are slandering me. You wretched fool!" Sun Meishio shouted, her fury palpable as she stamped her feet. Although she was unsure how Su Ruheo had discerned her secret, she would never admit it. "Where are the security guards? Where are they? What are they doing?" Clearly, this woman had been thoroughly flustered by Su Ruheo's words. However, upon hearing that Sun Meishio intended to call the police, team leader Wang wilted, tugging at Su Ruheo's sleeve. "What should we do? This shrew wants to call the police." Su Ruheo rolled his eyes heavenward, exasperated with Wang Haishan. "Watch me." Su Ruheo strode over, snatching the phone from Sun Meishio's hand and tossing it into the teacup on the desk, which was still half filled with tea. The phone flickered briefly before the screen went black. "Ah, you bastard. How dare you ruin my phone? This is a limited edition Samsung, with fewer than 1,000 units released worldwide. You can't even buy it with money." Sun Meishio shrieked, clutching her jaw in disbelief, on the verge of insanity due to Su Ruheo's antics. With a feigned innocence, Su Ruheo shrugged. "It's fake. One can tell it's a counterfeit. Such a magnificent phone that isn't waterproof? Who would believe that?" A chuckle escaped from old Wang, who secretly gave Su Ruheo a thumbs up. I will ensure you are expelled from the Su group." Sun Meishio screamed in a frenzy, her expression one of sheer rage as if she longed to pounce on and tear Su Ruheo apart. At that moment, several security guards rushed in, electric batons in hand, shouting, "Where is it? Where's the person?" The leading security guard, upon spotting Su Ruheo, immediately stood tall and saluted. "Sir, the security team is assembled and ready for orders." Su Ruheo laughed heartily, pleased with their readiness. He patted the guard's shoulder and cheerfully asked, "What is your name?" The guard, chest puffed with pride, replied, "Reporting, sir. I am Zhang Biao, the captain of the security department." "Excellent." Su Ruheo nodded approvingly. "Well done. If the opportunity arises, I shall speak highly of you to the chairman." Zhang Biao was elated, nearly brought to tears, nearly kneeling before Su Ruheo. If the chairman spoke a kind word, his position as captain would be solidified. Su Ruheo pointed disdainfully at Sun Meishio. "This woman has severely disrupted the office environment of the market department. Swiftly remove her from here before she brings shame upon herself." Zhang Biao's demeanor shifted upon realizing who Sun Meishio was. The once confident bravado dissipated. Although she was merely a group leader, her influential connections commanded respect from many managers, despite her being notoriously disliked. Weighing the situation, Zhang Biao and several guards approached Sun Meishio. Their expressions conflicted, on the verge of explosive rage. Sun Meishio had initially fantasized about the security humiliating Su Ruheo. Seeing them align with him now crushed her hopes, and she could no longer contain herself as she erupted in a tirade. "What? You worthless watchdogs, say that again. Just a bunch of nobodies who think they're important because I've shown you some courtesy. At best, you're the lowest of the low, groveling before others." Her venomous words lashed out at the guards, who, despite their different occupations, were still men of integrity. Infuriated by her insults, they gritted their teeth, yet none dared to retort or slap her across the face. Not only did they lack the connections to do so, but they also risked their livelihoods. At the entrance of the market department, Su Yunxi leaned against the door frame, witnessing the unfolding chaos. She had intended to see how a certain individual was faring but was taken aback by the scene before her. All eyes were fixed on Sun Meishio and her companions, none noticing that their president, Su Yunxi, had been standing there for some time. Sun Meishio sneered at the guards. "Speak up. Why the silence? Not even a peep. It's no wonder you can only be lifelong doormen." Smack! Before Sun Meishio could finish her sentence, Su Ruheo strode over and delivered a sharp slap without hesitation. He was genuinely furious. Perhaps it was the first time anyone had dared to treat her so. Sun Meishio, unexpectedly, did not retaliate, instead standing frozen with her hands clutching her face. The guards, witnessing Su Ruheo stand up for them, felt a rush of exhilaration, nearly moved to tears. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. Su Ruheo's decisive action had caught them off guard, confronting a formidable tigress without hesitation. If they had any thoughts at that moment, it was simply, "Well done." The spectators were on the verge of applause. Su Ruheo had accomplished what they had longed to do but dared not. Observing Su Ruheo's boldness, Su Yunxi furrowed her brows, yet soon relaxed. Ignoring the gazes around him, Su Ruheo spoke earnestly, "Team leader Sun, I respect you as an employee of Su Group, but if you insist on speaking in such a manner, I must seek justice for my security brothers. All men are created equal and professions do not determine worth. Why do you presume superiority, allowing you to insult others at will? Without these dedicated security brothers, could you comfortably sit in the office, enjoying air conditioning and hot tea? Your vehicle's safety and the handling of your belongings depend on the contributions of others. What right do you have to demean those who toil in silence? Having an employee like you at Su Group truly pains my heart. Such a lack of humanity." Su Ruheo's fervor grew as he spoke, while the security guards were increasingly moved to tears. To serve such a son-in-law was indeed worthwhile. The security guards resolutely resolved that they would unreservedly dedicate themselves to serving Su Ruheo, even if it meant traversing mountains of knives or seas of flames. Su Ruheo continued to speak animatedly, asserting, "In my view, individuals like you, who lack gratitude, are even inferior to scoundrels, merely a shameless shrew devoid of any discernment." At this moment, Sun Meishio, who had been momentarily stunned by a slap, regained her senses, touching her swollen face in disbelief, exclaiming, "You dare strike me? How could you dare? What is there to fear in speaking the truth? You are simply uneducated, possessing the appearance of someone utterly undesirable." Su Ruheo let out a cold snort, disdainfully replying, "If you don't believe me, do you want to see if I will strike you again? Go ahead and try." Just as she finished speaking, another resounding slap echoed, causing the other side of Sun Meishio's face to swell as well. Without sparing her a glance, Su Ruheo raised his hand again, delivering another swift slap. "Well done." Many thought to themselves. A horrifying scream pierced the air. And Su Ruheo, with his hands spread wide, feigned innocence, saying, "You asked for this. You cannot blame me. I will kill you." Sun Meishio's face was grotesquely red and swollen, akin to a pig's, utterly pitiable, with fury coursing through her. She lunged at Su Ruheo, wishing to dismember him and toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Sensing the impending chaos, Zhang Biao decisively commanded 2 towering security guards to block her path. They stepped forward immediately, positioning themselves in front of Sun Meishio to prevent her from advancing. "You gatekeepers, get out of the way!" Sun Meishio clawed and screeched at the 2 guards, leaving marks of her nails on their faces. Both guards were incensed but dared not retaliate against Sun Meishio, settling instead for obstructing her. Su Ruheo frowned, taking matters into his own hands as he snatched the electric baton from Zhang Biao. Striding towards Sun Meishio. "What are you doing, son-in-law?" Zhang Biao was taken aback, unable to comprehend Su Ruheo's intentions. The latter, wielding the baton, approached Sun Meishio without hesitation. "Be quiet, you harpy. Your incessant chatter is unbearable," flipping the switch. The black baton emitted a crackling blue arc of electricity. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ruheo jabbed it at Sun Meishio, whose body began to convulse violently until she rolled her eyes back and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that this farce would conclude in such a manner. Sun Meishio was a figure feared by many in the marketing department, possessing both status and a formidable background. To them, Su Ruheo's actions seemed equivalent to provoking the heavens, truly audacious. Observing Sun Meishio sprawled on the office floor, many grew concerned that someone might meet a tragic fate and began shouting, "Call an ambulance, hurry!" Su Ruheo coldly scoffed, "What ambulance? She is not dead with that." He glanced at Sun Meishio on the floor, gripping the baton once more, and, amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, jabbed it again. The sizzling sound erupted as Sun Meishio's body trembled violently, her chest visibly swelling. Suddenly, 2 muffled explosions echoed, and to the astonishment of all, the swollen area burst, deflating before their eyes. "It's fake." Su Ruheo discarded the baton, dusting off his hands, and remarked, "All right, now you can call for an ambulance." The crowd was left dumbfounded. At the entrance, Su Yunqi, with an exasperated expression, gently massaged her temples. The current from the baton posed no real harm to a person. It could at most render someone unconscious for a brief spell. The scene of Sun Meishio's chest suddenly bursting like a balloon left many male employees with perplexed expressions, well aware of what that entailed. Several security guards dragged Sun Meishio out, treating her like a lifeless dog. Given Sun Meishio's earlier tirade, no one was inclined to sympathize with her, harboring their own frustrations. Not having subjected her to a combo meal was already a testament to their restraint. Su Ruheo playfully hooked his arm around team leader Wang's neck, saying, "Old Wang, did you see that? One must never show weakness against such women. Otherwise, they will continue to ride roughshod over you." Wang Haishan wore a look of despair. Internally lamenting, "Brother, I cannot possibly be as fierce as you." Clearing her throat gently, Su Yunqi entered, fixing her icy gaze upon Su Ruheo, and coldly stated, "During working hours, you publicly incited chaos, disrupting the entire marketing department's operations. You will accompany me to the office." The crowd gasped in shock, realizing they had been so engrossed in the commotion that they had failed to notice the president standing at the door. Many inwardly mourned for Su Ruheo, fearing that being discovered by the president would seal his fate. Upon seeing her approach, Su Ruheo adjusted his attire and leisurely remarked, "At your service, President. However, if you're still fixated on last night's events, there's little I can do." Last night? At her words, the marketing department buzzed with excitement. What had the security guards called Su Ruheo earlier? Being summoned to the president's office did not faze Su Ruheo in the slightest. Following closely behind Su Yunqi, he indulged his eyes, admiring her form, truly a sight to behold. Regrettably, it was a feast for the eyes only, not for consumption. Should Su Yunqi become aware of such thoughts, Su Ruheo would surely find himself in dire straits. Upon entering the luxurious office of the Su Corporation's president, Su Ruheo closed the door and confidently settled into the soft, plush pink sofa. Adopting a comfortable posture, casting a glance at Su Yunqi, who appeared as cold as ice, Su Ruheo calmly inquired, "President Su, what brings you to summon me? What is the matter? You have audaciously rendered Sun Meishio unconscious and allowed her to suffer such humiliation. Have you considered the consequences?" Su Yunchi scrutinized Su Raheo, noting his nonchalant demeanor in the wake of such an incident. Su Raheo, with one leg casually crossed over the other, replied, "What consequences could there possibly be? A harpy like her deserves such treatment. Otherwise, she would never learn her lesson. I almost feel it wasn't enough." "What do you know?" Su Yunchi's brows furrowed slightly as she shot him a glare. Saying, "You reckless fool. Do you have any idea how much trouble your actions could cause for the Su Corporation?" "What trouble could there be?" Su Raheo's tone remained indifferent, betraying no hint of concern. Yet, it was this very demeanor that infuriated Su Yunchi. The Su Corporation, backed by the real estate industry, had experienced rapid growth in recent years, particularly in terms of tax revenue, which had seen a significant increase. Sun Meishio's cousin held a leadership position in the tax management department, and their family wielded considerable influence in public office. If her cousin were to fabricate a tax document, it would be a breeze to create trouble for the Su Corporation. Pausing for effect, Su Yunchi continued, "Of course, that is only one aspect. The Su Corporation has reached its current scale with support from various quarters. However, casually electrocuting someone from a powerful public family could lead to serious ramifications. Not to mention the potential threats to life, but finding trouble for you could be accomplished in a heartbeat." Having said all this, Su Yunchi observed that Su Raheo's expression remained unchanged, as if the matter bore no relevance to him. "Is that so?" Su Raheo nonchalantly dug into his ear, replying casually, "I thought it was something serious. If you're worried about trouble, I'm here to resolve all your issues. Someone like Sun Meishio is merely a nuisance to the Su Corporation. However, perhaps this incident will teach her to conduct herself properly. Of course, you need not feel overly grateful for my intervention." Involuntarily rolling her eyes, Su Yunchi retorted, "What kind of logic is that? Should I thank you?" Sun Meishio had powerful connections, and her background in this territory was not to be underestimated. The tax management department's leader commanded respect, and even her father had to take heed, giving them some measure of deference. Moreover, due to Sun Meishio's connections, the Su Corporation's financial tax reports were easily approved each year. It was not that the Su Corporation was engaging in tax evasion that required intervention. Rather, Su Raheo had rendered Sun Meishio unconscious, and her cousin would surely not let the Su Corporation off lightly. Wasn't this just inviting trouble for the Su Corporation? Noticing Su Yunchi's troubled expression, Su Raheo smiled lightly and assured her, "Rest assured, any issues will be handled by me. There will be no problems." His calm demeanor inadvertently reminded Su Yunchi of the astonishing side Su Raheo had exhibited the previous night, foreseeing the future and remaining unfazed in the face of adversity. "Very well." Su Yunchi flicked her hair back, choosing to set aside concerns regarding Sun Meishio. Su Raheo licked his chapped lips and turned to leave, fearing he would succumb to overwhelming temptation if he lingered any longer. In the security room, after regaining consciousness, Sun Meishio was horrified to see her chest deflated, crying and wailing, causing a ruckus in the entire security room. After making a scene, Sun Meishio exited the security room. She knew that the instigator was none other than Su Raheo, and remaining there would not allow her to settle the score. With a face full of rage, she turned and rushed to her cousin. Given her cousin's status, it would be but a word for Su Raheo to be expelled from Jinhai City. Sun Meishio vowed to make Su Raheo pay dearly. While some lamented, others rejoiced. After dealing with Sun Meishio, many members of the marketing department felt immense gratitude towards Su Raheo. Team leader Wang felt a sense of vindication, as if he had finally found his voice. As noon approached, Wang Haishan gathered all the members of their team and headed to the company cafeteria to celebrate Su Raheo's achievements. "Brother, today, regardless of the circumstances, if it weren't for you, I would have..." Wang, the group leader, clasped Su Raheo's shoulder and expressed his gratitude. "For so many years, old Wang, have felt diminished in front of that woman. Today, riding on your coattails, I can finally speak with confidence." Su Raheo chuckled heartily. "Old Wang, aren't you a bit stingy? Treating us at the cafeteria? What, are you afraid I'll bankrupt you?" The other team members burst into laughter at this. "Hee hee. Well?" Wang Haishan's face flushed crimson as he scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. "How about I treat you to dinner as well? This dinner. It won't be at the cafeteria again, will it?" Upon hearing this, everyone found it utterly amusing. Many in the cafeteria turned their attention to Su Raheo and his group, their expressions shifting in surprise, most stealing glances in his direction. Su Raheo had become a celebrity within the company. To claim ignorance of him was practically an embarrassment for anyone working at the Su Corporation. That really Su Raheo? He looks quite young and handsome. Incredible. Not even the president can match his prowess? He must be extraordinarily formidable. Surely, this can't be mere boasting. How could such a striking figure like President Su possibly engage in a clandestine affair with a mere employee? How naive. This is straight from the horse's mouth. The president herself mentioned it. Just this morning, she chastised Su Ruheo in the lobby, and did you see how the security guards fawned over him, calling him son-in-law? They almost offered to carry his shoes. Amidst all this commotion, may I join you? Su Jia approached, balancing a metallic tray in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Dressed in a lovely apricot-colored sundress, her fair arms were exposed, her skin as smooth as jade. The neckline of her dress was provocatively filled, leaving onlookers concerned about the potential for an unexpected reveal. Upon seeing Su Jia, Wang Haishan's eyes lit up as he shuffled people aside to create space for her. Of course you can. It's our honor to have Assistant Su dine with us. Su Jia was a favorite at the chairman's side, beautiful, with an excellent figure and a particularly amiable personality. Wang Haishan felt a surge of excitement at the thought of possibly winning her affection. Could it be that my luck has finally turned? Perhaps the heavens have grown weary of my misfortune? However, Wang Haishan soon realized he was overthinking. Su Jia had evidently come for Su Ruheo. With a swift turn, she seated herself beside him. Nevertheless, Wang Haishan's heart raced with anticipation, his anxiety palpable. Waving his chopsticks, Su Ruheo suddenly interjected, "Old Wang, thank you for today's lunch." "What thanks? We're all brothers. Besides, having Assistant Su grace us with her presence is a tremendous fortune for me." Wang Haishan rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with flattery. It was clear that upon seeing Su Jia, he had lost his composure. "I mean, if you have nothing else to do, you can leave now." "Don't disturb us." Su Ruheo tapped his chopsticks against his plate and retorted, "Must I spell it out for you? You're really lacking in subtlety." Su Jia stifled a laugh, and the others joined in with hearty chuckles. Wang Haishan appeared momentarily stunned but quickly regained his wits, feeling unjustly slighted. Humph! This fellow, prioritizing beauty over friendship. Wang Haishan was vexed, yet he realized there was little he could do. Su Jia was clearly not interested in him, and remaining there would only make him a third wheel. A group of individuals, trays in hand, dispersed, many casting glances at Su Ruheo. The buzz of speculation swelled as they noted Su Ruheo and Su Jia seated together. It was well known that Su Jia's popularity within the company rivaled that of the president. With her fair skin, stunning features, and a figure that captivated, not to mention her gentle demeanor, she was often regarded as the quintessential choice for a devoted wife. It was safe to say Su Jia was the goddess in the hearts of many. Despite having been at the Su Corporation for some time, this was the first instance they had witnessed Assistant Su sharing a meal with a man. What is the deal? Aren't they saying Su Ruheo is the president's fiancée? Why is Assistant Su sitting with him? Could it be a case of two women sharing one man? Damn it. This bastard, first the president, now Assistant Xu, why poor goddess is being courted by a pig. If I had such an exquisite beauty, I'd gladly be that pig. Envy and resentment echoed around, and if looks could kill, Su Ruheo would surely have perished on the spot. Su Jia merely exchanged a glance with Su Ruheo, her cheeks gradually flushing. She had learned from Su Yunqi that there had been threats against the Su family last night. Had it not been for Su Ruheo, the situation might have escalated drastically. Contemplating this, Su Ruheo playfully winked at her, jesting, "Last night, all I remember is that in a moment of life and death, someone's delicate hand felt as if it had no bones, and I can still sense its lingering warmth." Su Jia's face blushed deeply. She knew exactly who he was referring to and fell silent. At that moment, Su Yunqi also entered the cafeteria. Upon seeing Su Ruheo and Su Jia chatting and laughing together, her expression faltered briefly before she quickly regained her composure and walked past them with an air of indifference. Casting a glance back at Su Yunqi's retreating figure, Su Jia felt a twinge of discomfort. Setting her tray down and distancing herself from Su Ruheo took a mouthful of food, chewing vigorously, his teeth audibly grinding. This girl not only arrived at the most inopportune time, but also showed no regard for the situation, effectively ruining a good moment. Sooner or later, he would have to mold her into someone compliant. In the afternoon, at the marketing department office, following the events of the morning, Su Ruheo had catapulted to stardom among the marketing staff. The absence of a domineering figure had lightened the atmosphere considerably. A few young women chattered incessantly, discussing Su Ruheo with enthusiasm. However, this lively exchange was soon interrupted. At the office entrance, a young man clad in a black suit with a red tie appeared, his demeanor brimming with excitement. "Hey everyone, let's celebrate tonight, my treat." Li Yugong appeared quite animated. Having earned 80,000 in one deal, his monthly income soared to 3 or 400,000, more than many managers made. For the past 2 years, he had been the sales king at Su Corporation, with no property he couldn't sell, earning the admiration of his superiors. Young and successful, he was the focal point for many of the department's beauties. Ordinarily, such a declaration would have sent the marketing department into a frenzy, but this time the reaction was tepid. The young women barely glanced at him, resuming their chatter about someone named Su Ruheo. Not only that, but they were also laughing and leaning towards him, engaging in lively conversation. "Who is that guy? I've never seen him before." Li Yugong bristled with anger, feeling completely overlooked. He suppressed his ire and asked a colleague nearby, "Who is that person? A newcomer?" "Humph." Li Yugong spat disdainfully on the ground. "I thought he was someone important. Here, it's not merely about making a scene to prove who's the best. He was the sales king of Su Corporation, the brightest star in the marketing department. How dare a newcomer attempt to eclipse his glory?" Li Yugong would not allow anyone to overshadow him, let alone steal his admirers. He strode over to Su Ruheo, his tone icy and loud. "What are you all doing during work hours? This is hardly the time for idleness." With that, Li Yugong's gaze shifted to Su Ruheo, his expression icy. The atmosphere fell silent as all eyes turned to Li Yugong. Cough, cough. Wang Haishan felt a bit embarrassed. He was here socializing with Su Ruheo, enjoying the company of so many young women, but now he was publicly reprimanded by one of his subordinates. How could he maintain his standing? This upstart, despite his decent performance, was becoming increasingly arrogant, clearly disregarding his authority. Wang Haishan felt a surge of irritation toward Li Yugong. "What brings you here?" he asked, trying to maintain his composure. Li Yugong sneered. "Group leader, who is this newcomer?" Despite his dissatisfaction, Wang Haishan restrained his annoyance and replied, "Allow me to introduce, this is our team's new member, Chu Hao." Before he could finish, Li Yugong impatiently interrupted, shooting a scornful glance at the seated Su Ruheo. "Newcomer, do you even know what you're doing? Is this company your playground, that you can act so recklessly?" Wang Haishan furrowed his brow. Even a fool could see that Li Yugong was looking for trouble. This guy had become increasingly brazen since achieving success as Su Ruheo, reclining casually, felt somewhat exasperated with this suit-wearing young man. Having just dealt with one nuisance, another had appeared in the form of Li Yugong. The Su Corporation had certainly become a haven for all sorts of characters. The onlookers leaned in, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Why not?" Su Ruheo shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "Since when was it against company policy for employees to converse? We're merely gathering to discuss ideas on improving sales." "Exactly." Wang Haishan nodded. "The first to speak up, we're discussing sales strategies and researching how we can help the company sell more properties." "Is that so?" Li Yugong let out a cold laugh, utterly disinterested in refuting such nonsense. He pondered what useful information could possibly be gleaned that might aid the company in selling a few properties. "I am merely looking out for your best interests. The company does not support idlers or incompetents. You are but a novice, utterly clueless, idling away your time here over tea and idle chatter. Little do you know, newcomers in the marketing department are subject to a 1-month probationary period. Should you fail to produce any results within this time frame, dismissal is imminent. At best, you may be reassigned to a menial position. Perhaps even as a cleaner. At this juncture, Li Yugong turned to team leader Wang and remarked, "I am not mistaken, am I?" Wang Haishan hesitated, considering the circumstances. Given Su Ruheo's relationship with the president, the son-in-law of the chairman, it was unlikely that even tardiness would warrant his dismissal. Moreover, who would dare to dismiss Su Ruheo? That would be akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. Observing Wang Haishan's indecisive expression, Su Ruheo realized the truth in his words and felt a swell of indignation. "I am the presidential assistant personally appointed by Su Lingtian. Not a mere sales clerk, that wretched Su Yunxi, humph, that fellow, who values beauty over friendship." Wang Haishan felt quite displeased, yet he was powerless, as Su Jia was not his partner, leaving him merely as a third wheel. A group of people with trays dispersed, many casting sidelong glances at Su Ruheo. The chatter intensified upon seeing Su Jia and Su Ruheo seated together. After all, Su Jia's popularity within the group rivaled that of the president himself, fair-skinned. Stunningly beautiful, with a figure to match, not to mention her gentle and virtuous nature, making her an ideal candidate for a devoted wife. It could be said without hesitation that Su Jia was a goddess in the eyes of many. In their time at the Su Corporation, this was the first instance of witnessing Assistant Su dining with a male companion, an unprecedented occurrence. What was going on? Wasn't Su Ruheo said to be the president's fiancée? Why was Assistant Su sharing a meal with him? Surely, this was not a case of two women sharing one man. Damn it, that scoundrel, alternating between the president and Assistant Su. How pitiful my goddess is. Being courted by such a pig, by heavens. If I had access to such a stunning beauty, I would gladly play the role of the pig. Surrounding voices dripped with envy and resentment. Had gazes been lethal, Su Ruheo would not have survived the next second. Su Jia merely exchanged a glance with Su Ruheo, her cheeks gradually flushing. She had learned from Su Yunxi that there were threats against the Su family the previous night. Had it not been for Su Ruheo, the situation could have taken a turn for the worse. Reflecting on this, Su Ruheo winked at her and jested. Last night, all I remember is that in the moment of life and death, someone's delicate hand felt as if it were made of nothing but air. I can still sense its lingering warmth. Su Jia's face turned beet red, fully aware of whom Su Ruheo referred to. And she fell silent at that moment. Su Yunxi entered the corporate cafeteria and, upon seeing Su Ruheo in jovial conversation with Su Jia, paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure and walked past them nonchalantly. Catching a glimpse of Su Yunxi's departing figure, Su Jia felt uneasy, gathering her tray and leaving Su Ruheo's side. Su Ruheo swallowed a mouthful of food, chewing vigorously, his teeth grinding audibly. This girl not only arrived at the most inappropriate times, but also showed no regard for the situation, thoroughly ruining what could have been a pleasant encounter. Sooner or later, I shall teach her to be obedient. In the afternoon, within the marketing department's office, following the morning's events, Su Ruheo became the star employee. With the absence of a certain domineering figure, the atmosphere lightened considerably. A few young women chattered incessantly, their conversation brimming with references to Su Ruheo. However, this pleasant scenario was short-lived, as it was soon interrupted. At the office entrance, a young man clad in a black suit with a red tie appeared, exuding great excitement. "Everyone, let us celebrate tonight. It's on me," Li Yugong declared with enthusiasm. Earning 80,000 in a single stroke, his monthly income reached 300,000 to 400,000, far surpassing that of most managers. For the past 2 years, he had been the sales king of Su Real Estate, a title he had rightfully earned. With no properties beyond his reach, and leadership held him in high regard. Young and accomplished, he had always been the focus of attention among the group's beautiful women, and ordinarily, his proclamation would have sent the marketing department into a frenzy of excitement. Yet, to his dismay, the response was tepid. The young women merely glanced at him before resuming their discussions about someone named Su Ruheo. Not only that, but they were engaging in light-hearted banter with this stranger, often leaning closer to him. Who was this person that he had never seen before? Li Yugong's anger surged. In that fleeting moment, he felt utterly overlooked. Suppressing his fury, he turned to a colleague beside him and asked, "Who is that? A newcomer?" "Pa," Li Yugong disdainfully spat on the ground. "I thought it might be someone significant. Here, one cannot simply rely on bravado to discern who is truly formidable." He was the sales king of Su, the brightest star of the marketing department. How dare this newcomer attempt to overshadow him? Li Yugong would not permit anyone to steal his glory or his admirers. He strode towards Su Ruheo, his voice cold and commanding. "What are you all doing during work hours? This is hardly the time for frivolity." He then directed his icy gaze at Su Ruheo, who remained seated. The surrounding atmosphere grew tense. Silence enveloping the room as all eyes turned to Li Yugong. Ahem. Team leader Wang felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had been enjoying a pleasant conversation with Su Ruheo, surrounded by numerous young women, but now found himself publicly chastised by his subordinate. How could he maintain his standing? Although Li Yugong had performed commendably, his arrogance was unbecoming. Wang Haishan harbored a growing discontent toward him. Li Yugong sneered. "Team leader, who is this newcomer?" Despite feeling displeased, Wang Haishan bit back his frustration and replied, "Allow me to introduce our new team member, Chu Hao." Before he could finish, Li Yugong impatiently interrupted Wang Haishan's introduction, casting a disdainful glance at Su Ruheo. "Newcomer, do you understand what you are doing here? Is this company your family? allowing you such liberties? Wang Haishan furrowed his brow. It was obvious to anyone that Li Yugong was seeking trouble. This fellow believed that having achieved some success, he could act with impunity. Su Ruheo, lounging with his legs crossed, found the suited man rather amusing. Having just dealt with one nuisance, he now faced another. The onlookers craned their necks, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Why not? Su Ruheo shrugged, casually responding, when did the company establish a rule prohibiting employees from conversing? We are merely gathered to discuss and exchange ideas on how to enhance sales. Indeed, team leader Wang was the first to support him, stating, we are discussing sales strategies, exploring ways to help the company sell more properties. Is that so? Li Yugong scoffed, displaying not the slightest interest in their rationale. What valuable information could you possibly have that would aid the company in selling even a handful of houses? I am merely looking out for your welfare. The company does not support idlers or incompetents. You are merely a novice, utterly ignorant, wasting time here with idle chatter. Little do you know, newcomers in the marketing department are subject to a 1-month probation. If you fail to produce any results within that time frame, you will be dismissed. At best, you may be reassigned to a menial role, perhaps even as a cleaner. At this point, Li Yugong glanced at team leader Wang and queried, I am not mistaken, am I? Wang Haishan's countenance faltered. Circumstances varied. Given Su Ruheo's relationship with the president, the chairman's son-in-law, it was unlikely that even a lack of performance would result in his dismissal. Furthermore, who would dare dismiss Su Ruheo? That would be akin to courting disaster. Observing Wang Haishan's uncertain expression, Su Ruheo knew this statement held truth and felt a surge of indignation. I am the presidential assistant appointed by Su Lingtian himself, not a mere sales clerk. That vile Su Yunqi, though irritated, Su Ruheo maintained a calm demeanor and countered, I wonder, what achievements did you accomplish upon your arrival? Ordinary, I suppose. During my probation, I secured contracts worth 6 million, instantly becoming the new sales king of Su. Li Yugong proudly puffed out his chest, brimming with self-satisfaction. This achievement set a new monthly sales record for Su Real Estate, earning him a commission of 20 to 30,000, a sum that even the senior executives could only dream of. A sales rookie, you say? Ah, so you are the sales champion of Su.My apologies. Su Ruheo feigned admiration. Humph, now you understand. Li Yugong's confidence swelled further, as he cast a triumphant glance at Su Ruheo, reveling in his perceived superiority. This achievement remained unmatched to this day. Moreover, he has been continuously expanding his achievements. Over the past 2 years, he has set a record for annual sales that has already reached a staggering figure, 50 million. This number continues to rise, and Li Yugong is confident that he will undoubtedly achieve 60 million in sales this year. Not only that, but there is also an intention from higher-ups for him to lead a new business team. It is estimated that after this year, he will become the new sales team leader of the marketing department, no longer having to remain under Wang Haishan's command, enjoying a position of equal standing. Sensing his advantage, Li Yugong stood with his hands clasped behind his back and adopted a tone of admonition, saying, as a newcomer, one must work diligently and not always think that opportunities will simply fall from the sky while lounging in the office. Su Ruheo nodded in agreement, while Li Yugong became increasingly animated, his words flowing like a torrent. His incessant chatter was such that Su Ruheo felt as if calluses were forming in his ears. Digging into his ear with his pinky finger, Su Ruheo promptly interrupted him, saying, Don't get me wrong. My nodding was not an endorsement of your views. I was merely hoping you'd wrap it up sooner. Yet, here you are, getting more carried away. What did you say? Li Yugong's face turned as dark as liver. At the entrance of the president's office, a series of knocks resonated. Come in, Su Jia, holding a document. Pushed open Su Yunqi's office door and closed it behind her. She placed the document on Su Yunqi's desk. President, here is a document that requires your signature. Please take a look. After glancing at the document, Su Yunqi quickly signed her name with a flourish. Judge, I trust you to handle matters. As she spoke, Su Yunqi handed the signed document back to Su Jia. Su Jia smiled gently and said, Yunqi, did you know? Something significant just happened in the marketing department. Another significant event? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she pondered, is it related to Su Ruheo? Clever, Su Jia praised. Yunqi, you truly have a knack for understanding. Su Yunqi rubbed her forehead, her expression one of exasperation, and said, the marketing department has always been peaceful, and now that Su Ruheo has just arrived, there's been a security incident. Who else could be causing trouble? It can't be entirely his fault, Su Jia chuckled. Some individuals, relying on their connections, have indeed crossed the line. Observing her close friend defending Su Ruheo, Su Yunqi smirked and teased. What is this? Have you taken a liking to him? Of course not. Su Jia replied hastily, her face reddening in denial. Su Yunqi stifled a laugh, saying, if there's nothing there, then there's nothing. Look at how flushed you are. I quite like your blushing face. Now, tell me, what trouble has that guy stirred up? Su Jia shot a glance at the president and responded, Liu Gong, you know him, right? The sales champion of Team 1. Su Yunqi nodded, yes, I know. The remarkable performance of the Su Corporation is certainly due in part to his considerable efforts. Su Ruheo made a bet with him that by the end of this month, he would help the company achieve over 6 million in sales. If he loses, he must leave the Su Corporation. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi frowned. This guy is simply being reckless. Achieving over 6 million in sales within a month is unprecedented in the Su Corporation's history. Su Jia expressed her concern. Exactly. Shouldn't we consider lending a hand? Lend a hand? How? While Su Yunqi was quite eager to see Su Ruheo leave, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Unable to articulate the reason for her feelings, she continued, General Manager Wu from Shiji Jiayuan plans to purchase 3 properties from our Su Corporation for employee rentals. We could assign this deal to Su Ruheo and let him negotiate with General Manager Wu for the contract. It would count towards his performance. Then, we could find some additional deals for him as well. Su Jia was brainstorming strategies while secretly worrying for Su Ruheo. While properties certainly hold value, they are not easily sold. Achieving over 6 million in sales would indeed be quite a challenge. After some contemplation, Su Yunqi shook her head and said, no, this will be discovered by others in the company, and then he will be given reasons to be attacked further. Then what should we do? Su Jia asked anxiously. Su Yunqi replied, he'll have to rely on himself. At the Haitian Dongfeng community, Su Ruheo glanced at the note in his hand and muttered to himself, this should be the place. After dialing the phone number left on the note, he said, hello. Is this the lovely Xie? The Haitan Dongfeng community is an upscale residential area, with the opening price of the property reaching 31,000 per square meter. Even compared to some villas, it is quite competitive. The entrance and exit of the community are guarded by security, and the overall environment is rather pleasant. If it weren't for Zhang Xinyi's appearance, the security at the entrance would not have allowed Su Ruheo entry. Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to come find me so soon. Zhang Xinyi was dressed in a purple princess dress today, with bangs framing her face and a hint of blush on her cheeks. Her long eyelashes fluttered charmingly, making her look exceedingly adorable. She wore high-heeled shoes and white knee-high socks, accentuating her legs beautifully. Zhang Xinyi is not particularly tall, with a curvaceous figure, making her appear petite and endearing. A type of beauty that is irresistibly charming. Su Ruheo couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Such a beauty, who could resist her allure? Zhang Xinyi stood right across from Su Ruheo, their proximity allowing him to catch a whiff of her fragrance. Su Ruheo smiled lightly and said, what a delightful coincidence. I never imagined we would meet again so soon. By the way, have you been feeling unwell these past few days? I'm not quite sure yet, Zhang Xinyi replied, lowering her head, her face reddening as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Brother Chu, how could you ask such an embarrassing question in broad daylight? Su Ruheo was taken aback and said, that shouldn't be the case. You should know within a day or two. Zhang Xinyi's condition related to her regular menstrual cycles, and after some internal adjustment, she would restore to normal within a day or two, which meant that her period should be arriving soon. Su Ruheo had a good level of confidence in his medical skills, especially since this was not a complicated issue. Xie, how about I help you with a massage again? As he spoke, Su Ruheo grasped Zhang Xinyi's wrist. Naturally, he would not force her. Upon hearing her refer to him as good friend, he thought to check her pulse. Zhang Xinyi shivered at his touch, acutely aware of Su Ruheo's actions, and her heart raced. She lowered her head even further, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, exuding an alluring fragrance that tempted one to take a bite. Yet, she did not shake off Su Ruheo's hand, allowing him to hold her wrist. Brother Chu, why don't we go to my house first? The suggestion sounded somewhat strange, hinting at something else. Su Ruheo suddenly thought, I'm only checking her pulse. Does this girl think I have ulterior motives? But why was she not resisting? Zhang Xinyi kept her head down, walking briskly, eager to teleport to her room. Su Ruheo, thus, held her hand as she led him into the residential building. The living environment here was quite nice. As they walked, Su Ruheo glanced around and asked, Sia, where is your home? Are your parents at home? No, they're not, Zhang Sini replied, already pressing the elevator button. I live on the 18th floor. This is my rented apartment. They usually don't come here. The two entered the elevator and quickly reached the 18th floor. Zhang Sini's apartment was directly across from the elevator. After stepping out, she took out her key and opened the door. Su Ruheo walked in and, upon glancing around the living room, was left in a daze. Luxurious, exceedingly luxurious. A single glance revealed that Zhang Sini's living room was decorated in an European style, unlike Su Lingtian's office, which was filled with antique paintings. The decor was meticulous, utilizing expensive materials, and all the home appliances were world-renowned brands. An expert could easily discern that these were genuine products, not counterfeit. This apartment was approximately 200 square meters in size. Considering the land price, renovation costs, and home appliances, Su Ruheo estimated that this place would easily exceed 8 million Chinese yuan. In comparison, the 6 million sales target seemed trivial. He curiously asked, Little rich girl, what does your family do? This rent must be quite steep. From their conversations on the train, Su Ruheo had suspected that Zhang Sini's family was well off. But he hadn't anticipated such a lavish rental. Actually, this apartment is just borrowed from a friend for a nominal yearly rent of 1 yuan. I'm merely looking after it for her. Zhang Sini shook her head and replied directly. She sensed Su Ruheo's thoughts, but acknowledged that this apartment was indeed luxurious for a rental, far beyond the value of an average villa. Su Ruheo didn't pry further into her friend's background and shifted the conversation. Where's your bedroom? You're not a novice. You know what to do. Although she was aware that Su Ruheo had no other intentions, Zhang Sini felt herself flush with embarrassment. What do you mean by not a novice? I'm still. After hesitating for a moment, she finally conceded, okay. Zhang Sini's delicate hands nervously fidgeted with the hem of her dress. An inexplicable sense of unease enveloping her. With no one else around, there was no need for her to feel shy. Zhang Sini's heart raced. In truth, she wished to convey that she was donning a dress today. Should she remove it, she might lay herself bare for all to see. Her mind became a whirlwind, and the thought of undressing in front of Su Ruheo sent her spiraling into confusion. Sia, what are you thinking? She bit her lip, resolutely pulling down the zipper at the back of her dress. Su Ruheo stood nearby. Though his expression remained unchanged, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the alluring sight before him. His eyes trailed downward, and with a swallow, he unconsciously gulped. Perhaps it was the loss of her clothing that left Zhang Sini feeling vulnerable. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, burying her head into her chest. Sia, there's no need to be so tense. Just lie down on the bed, like last time. Like last time? At the threshold of the bedroom stood a girl who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Her eyes ablaze with fury as she witnessed Zhang Sini on the verge of undress. With a fierce screech, she lunged at Su Ruheo, exclaiming, Beast, I will kill you. Who says it's impossible? A piercing scream echoed. Neither from Su Ruheo nor the girl. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Zhang Sini clutched the blanket on the bed, tightly wrapping it around herself. The girl, youthful and vibrant, with 2 dark ponytails, stood at a height of 1.60 meters, embodying the essence of acute beauty. Her round face, plump and adorned with a natural blush, retained its adorability even in anger. At first glance, her figure seemed to surpass that of Zhang Sini. Undeniably captivating. While one's appearance might be deceiving, the truth of age would not lie. Under the scrutiny of Su Ruheo's keen eyes, it was evident that this girl had matured at least 25 years. Beast, I will bite you to death. Su Ruheo, however, was not one to be subdued by a mere girl. Previously, he had been so focused on Zhang Sini that he failed to notice someone entering the room. Observing her furious demeanor and noting that she possessed a key to the apartment, it was reasonable to conclude that she was a close friend of Zhang Sini. Su Ruheo had no intention of harming her. Especially such a delicate creature, he slightly shifted his body, skillfully evading the girl's charge. As she barreled forward, it seemed she would collide with the wall, but Su Ruheo swiftly caught her, gently tossing her onto the bed. Beast, I will avenge Xiaoya perish. Even as she landed on the bed, the girl was unwilling to relent. Meow meow. Realizing the situation was amiss, Zhang Sini quickly grasped the girl's arm, explaining, It's not what you think. Brother Chu is my good friend, Su Raheo hurried to clarify. I was merely assisting Sia with a medical issue. Nothing more. Humph. The girl snorted derisively. Who would believe that? What kind of ailment requires undressing? What sort of illness necessitates a bed examination? Clearly, you were trying to cover up. Su Raheo protested his innocence, but she paid him no heed. Meow meow, it's true. P.S. the Su Raheo I mentioned before. The one who helped me on the train. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow glared at Su Raheo, her suspicions momentarily quelled, yet still filled with indignation. What are you up to, Chu de Gu? Zhang Sini retorted. You can't speak of him like that. Flattery without cause is suspicious. He can't be a good person, Meow Meow countered. Su Raheo, at a loss for words, replied, Are good and bad written on one's face? Can you discern them at a glance? He shot back. Can you please refrain from viewing me through tinted lenses? I came here because I had previously arranged to meet Sia. Coincidentally, I encountered a bit of trouble and need Sia's help. What kind of help? Meow Meow scoffed, skepticism etched across her features. Su Raheo, straightforwardly, revealed his work at the Su Group and the wager he made with Li Yugong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sini gently shook Meow Meow's arm, pleading, Meow Meow, you must help Brother Chu. 6 to 7 million is hardly enough to buy a single CAR. Su Raheo, realizing the girl was likely a wealthy heiress, took out a red thread from his pocket, stating, I am not here to borrow money, nor do I seek to take from anyone. This is a protective talisman. It can save lives in dire situations, and it cannot be purchased with wealth. Li Meow Meow glanced disdainfully at the red thread, retorting, I didn't he expect you to be both deceitful and a charlatan. Zhang Sini quickly interjected, Meow Meow, please don't be like that. In response, Li Meow Meow shot Su Raheo a glare, asserting, 6 to 7 million is mere pocket change to me. I could give it to you without hesitation, but from now on, I do not wish to see you again, nor should you come near Xiaoya. If you can manage that, money is no object. If you cannot, do not blame me. Even a person of patience could feel their temper flaring. This girl was infuriating. For Zhang Sini's sake, Su Raheo suppressed his frustration, stating, I'm sorry, but this item is only for those who recognize its value. He waved the protective talisman in front of Zhang Sini, saying, see yeah, this is for you. With that, he placed the item on the coffee table and departed the apartment. He had always refrained from striking women, yet he feared remaining any longer would lead to his own demise. Meow Meow, how could you do this? Zhang Sini cried. On the verge of tears, Li Meow Meow coldly huffed. P.S. merely a swindler. Why be so upset? His belongings cannot remain in my home. She marched over, seized the red thread, and tossed it into the trash. But an astonishing scene unfolded. Li Meow Meow's mouth formed an O. Her eyes fixated on her wrist, exclaiming, this is impossible. In the marketing department office, he eagerly inquired, Bro, what's the situation? Not much. The mere thought of that infuriating girl made Su Raheo wish to pin her down and deliver a few well-deserved smacks to her rounded backside. Of course, nothing has changed. If properties were so easy to sell, what would I be doing? Li Yugong sat leisurely at his desk, sipping green tea, and remarked, I've long said that newcomers today are unaware of their limitations, boasting beyond their abilities, oblivious to the fact that even bluster has its limits. Over 6 million? Li Yugong nearly burst into laughter. A rookie who knew nothing was blathering on. The current real estate market is indeed favorable, with promising prospects, yet one must recognize that in Jinghai City, Su Group is not the sole player. With fierce competition for clientele, one must possess connections, eloquence, and an understanding of customer needs. A newcomer, brimming with bravado, boasted that within the remaining fortnight, he would secure around 6 million in contracts. It was utterly laughable, as Li Yugong seemed to envision a scene at the month's end where Su Raheo would be rolling out of Su's office in disarray. Wang Haishan, steadfastly aligned with Su Raheo, interjected upon seeing Li Yugong mock him. There are still over half a month left. How can you be so certain that Brother Howren will fail? Li Yugong chuckled lightly, continuing his admonishment. The outcome was predetermined from the start. A newcomer with lofty aspirations is not the talent our marketing department requires. Bragging will not elevate performance, do you understand? Su Raheo cast a glance at the sales king of Su's, pondering why he should even bother with this fellow, who had the audacity to overstep his bounds. Just a little push, and he seemed to forget his place entirely. As Su Raheo was about to respond, a young lady in a black uniform burst into the marketing department office, clutching a document. Su Raheo, who calls for Su Raheo? I do, he replied. The External Affairs Department just received a call, and here is a sales document for you to sign. With that, the uniformed beauty handed him the file. Su Raheo took the document, momentarily stunned. Wang Haishan, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in for a glance. Suddenly, he gasped, 100 million. How is that possible? 34 million. Wang Haishan nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes fervently, he scrutinized the contract's details, and indeed, the sales figure was a staggering 9 digits. His heart raced at the thought. Upon hearing the news, others rushed over to inspect the contract, and yet another exclamation erupted. Heavens! It truly is 100 million. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Li Yugong's immediate reaction was disbelief. Impossible. It must be a forgery. How can a single contract amount to 100 million? I've toiled tirelessly to sign hundreds of contracts, barely making 50 to 60 million in a year. Yet now, one mere piece of paper claims 100 million. It's simply inconceivable. The marketing department erupted in chaos. This was undoubtedly the most significant news in the history of Suze. Li Yugong slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you all spouting? The sky is falling." He could not fathom the validity of that contract. What a joke, 100 million. Wang Haishan laughed heartily. The sky hasn't fallen. Rather, 100 million has descended from above. All thanks to Brother Howren. Su Raheo was equally perplexed. Li Yugong stepped forward, snatching the contract from Su Raheo's hands. Let me see that. The black and white text was unmistakable. He had read the contract multiple times, yet found no discrepancies. The 8 trailing zeros were as clear as day. Nevertheless, Li Yugong shook his head, asserting, this contract must be flawed. Wang Haishan had long harbored discontent towards Li Yugong. He scoffed, a gang. You must see clearly. The contract states explicitly 100 million in payment. Li Yugong dismissed Wang Haishan entirely, retorting, what do you know? A mere newcomer could never sell 100 million in properties in a single day. In response, Su Raheo coldly smiled and countered, Sales King, do enlighten us. How can a newcomer not sell 100 million? Experience. Li Yugong replied icily. Setting aside the authenticity of this contract, it is merely a sales agreement. Clients can change their minds at any moment, and in the event of a breach, you would only receive a token compensation, 100 million. You wouldn't even catch a glimpse of it. Moreover, I have never encountered a client who would commit to 100 million without hesitation. Su Raheo chuckled. Just because you haven't seen it, does not mean it does not exist. Li Yugong then stomped on the contract, furiously declaring, you, a newcomer, should be focusing on your business instead of concocting dubious schemes with this fake contract to deceive the company. Is this amusing to you? You didn't just step out to orchestrate this, did you? Su Raheo shook his head, replying, boring. I abandoned such theatrics ages ago. The young lady from the External Affairs Department, sensing the escalating tension, interjected, I am merely responsible for delivering documents. I am unaware of the details. As for the legitimacy of this contract, you may verify with the finance department if they have received a deposit. Li Yugong scoffed. Newcomer, did you hear that? I'm keen to see how you will meet your downfall. Buzzing. Soon, someone in the marketing department managed to reach the finance department. Hello, is this the finance department? I wish to inquire if you have received a cash deposit for a contract amounting to 100 million today. Suddenly, the young lady checking the account's eyes widened in shock, rapidly covering her mouth. After hanging up, she remained in a daze. Li Yugong, growing impatient, demanded, what is with that expression? Has the finance department received the deposit? Upon hearing this, Li Yugong burst into laughter. However, before he could enjoy the moment, the young lady continued, the finance department has not received any deposit. However, they have received a substantial sum of 100 million. The laughter abruptly ceased. Li Yugong's face flushed crimson, and he fell silent. He then seized the young lady by the shoulders, shaking her frantically, and shouted, fraud. You're a fraud. You must be in cahoots with him. Li Yugong's initial reaction was disbelief, his previous smile frozen in place. The entire marketing department fell into a hushed silence. One could hear a pin drop, 100 million in payment, fully settled. Since the finance department had received the funds, the contract could not be a fabrication. At that moment, Su Raheo's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, it was the delightful Zhang Sini. Upon answering, he said, hello. Is this Brother Chu? I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. Su Raheo smiled. He could not bring himself to speak harshly to such a charming lady. It's nothing. Besides, it was not your fault. Why would you apologize to me? On the other end, Zhang Sini hesitated for a while before finally saying, actually, Sister Miao Miao is quite a nice person. She asked me to convey her apologies for earlier. Really? Su Raheo responded, astonished by the rapid turn of events. This is quite hard to believe. Indeed, Sister Miao Miao is very sincere. She just placed a 100 million order with Suez Realty, on the condition that you personally handle the contract. 100 million, indeed! Su Raheo gasped in disbelief. That young lady was extravagantly wasteful. Even if Su Raheo had entertained some suspicions earlier, thinking Zhang Sini had persuaded her afterward, he could never have anticipated that the other party would commit to such a staggering amount. I initially intended to advise Sister Miao Miao to purchase a house worth 10 million, but she insisted that would lack sincerity in her apology, hence she decided to increase the order amount a little. Goodness! Su Raheo was utterly taken aback. A little bit? You've added a whole zero. What concept does that entail? Please thank Sister Miao Miao for me. After hanging up, Su Raheo breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart had finally lifted. After all, anyone would feel a twinge of anxiety when suddenly presented with a 100 million order. While Su Raheo felt relieved, another person was left in turmoil. The young lady who had made the verification call pushed Li Yugong away, annoyed. You are hurting me. Li Yugong's expression was as dark as thunder, and he sternly demanded, is what you said true? Of course it is. The money has reached the company. How could it be false? The young lady shot Li Yugong a discontented glance before adding, what's wrong? You don't think that only you are capable in Suez Group? Do you? Brother Howren is quite an extraordinary individual. What do you mean? Only I am capable. Everyone in this marketing department is merely occupying space. Were it not for me, would your superficial achievements shine so brightly? Li Yugong nearly shouted these words. The young lady was taken aback. Patting her ample chest, she retorted, why are you yelling at me? If you have the ability, go secure a 100 million order yourself. This marketing department is no longer your era. You've been surpassed. Li Yugong, flushed with indignation, found himself at a loss for words. After a year of grueling work, he had barely achieved half of what Su Raheo had now accomplished, and the prospect of 100 million was utterly beyond his reach. At that moment, Li Yugong failed to notice that the entire marketing department was casting him glances filled with schadenfreude. There were also whispers of speculation about whether Su Raheo might be a scion of some affluent family, discreetly experiencing life at Suez. Seated comfortably in his office chair, Su Raheo gazed at Li Yugong with a smile. Patting his thigh, Sales King, I'm feeling rather fatigued now. However, your opportunity has arrived. Opportunity? Upon hearing Su Raheo's words, those around immediately grasped the implication. Some employees even burst into laughter. Li Yugong felt humiliated, resentment boiling within him. Spotting Su Raheo's grimy shoes only deepened his despair. Numerous young ladies around Li Yugong cast him encouraging looks, saying, "Gang, I believe in you. Go for it." Upon hearing this, Li Yugong nearly spat blood in rage. What do you mean, you believe in me? Is there really such faith in me? His wager with Su Raheo has become common knowledge among the entire marketing department. If he fails to uphold his end of the bargain, his reputation will be irreparably tarnished, and he can forget about thriving within the Su family in the future. Li Yugong, if you consider yourself a man, then you must honor the words you have spoken. Do not allow us to look down upon you. Li Yugong, who is usually arrogant and overbearing, finds himself the subject of unrestrained glee among many who relish his misfortune. His face shifts from pale to flushed as he reluctantly approaches Su Raheo. This spectacle is one that everyone eagerly anticipates. With barely a handclap away from uproarious applause, Su Raheo adopts a more comfortable posture, gazing at Li Yugong as he approaches, a smile playing on his lips. After much hesitation, Li Yugong squints his eyes, grits his teeth, and ultimately lowers himself to Su Raheo's feet. It's merely shoe licking. He might as well be licking an ice pop. The marketing department falls into a hushed silence. Everyone holding their breath, their gazes fixed on Su Raheo's feet. To their astonishment, they see Li Yugong, eyes closed, extending his tongue, nodding up and down in a bizarre display. Such a scene is utterly unprecedented. The crowd stifles their laughter, fearful that even the slightest sound might provoke Li Yugong's ire. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Ruheo calls out, "Hey, are you licking air? Or are you trying to imitate a dog shaking its head?" At Su Ruheo's words, laughter erupts uncontrollably. Liu Gong opens his eyes, surveying the crowd, his face burning with embarrassment, his heart seething with rage. "Su Ruheo, just you wait. I will not let this go with that thought." He extends his tongue, bends down, and begins to lick fervently at Su Ruheo's shoes. "Ugh, what is that? It's so dark. I think I see leaves and dirt on the sole. Enough. Just look at his mouth." After saying this, one onlooker covers their mouth and begins to gag. Everyone's attention is drawn to Liu Gong's grimy mouth. The spectators disperse like frightened birds, and within half a minute, Liu Gong is left alone, prostrated on the floor. Fortunately, the crowd had little desire to witness the spectacle any longer, lest they be subjected to another round of retching. In contrast to Liu Gong's departure, Su Ruheo becomes the focus of everyone's attention. A newcomer, on his very first day, has secured a sales order worth 100 million. How could this not astonish everyone? Naturally, thoughts drifted toward the president and Su Dong. Yet if that were the case, rumors would have spread like wildfire long ago. In the president's office, Su Yunqi is engrossed in the documents on her desk, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding in the marketing department. Just then, a knock echoes through the room. "Come in." The office door swings open, revealing Su Jia, her face beaming with a smile. This voluptuous woman, with her alluring demeanor, effortlessly ignites the fantasies of every man present. Jia, what has you in such high spirits?" Su Yunqi looks up to see Su Jia entering with a radiant smile, certain that something joyous has occurred. "President, there's something I must report to you." "Oh, is it something momentous?" Su Yunqi, puzzled by Su Jia's expression, inquires further. Is it related to the marketing department? Su Jia tantalizingly holds back. Upon hearing the words marketing department, Su Yunqi's excitement wanes. It couldn't possibly involve that individual. Could it? Su Jia places a document before Su Yunqi, smiling. "President, take a look at this. 100 million. Upon reading the contract, Su Yunqi gasps in disbelief. Su Jia smiles. "Indeed, and I believe we have already birthed this year's sales champion at Su Corporation." The moment she laid eyes on the contract, Su Yunqi instinctively reacted with skepticism. This 100 million contract sets a record for Su Corp, surpassing any previous achievements. Historically, individual sales figures have hovered around 60 million. 100 million indeed heralds the premature emergence of this year's sales champion. However, have you verified the authenticity of the contract? It's only a few months into the year, and Su Ruheo has clinched the sales championship on his very first day. Isn't he supposed to be preoccupied with his wager against Liu Gong? Could there be something amiss? A sudden thought flickers through Su Yunqi's mind. Su Jia shakes her head with a smile. That is no longer relevant. The buyer has made full payment. The 100 million has already reached the finance department. Within a month, surpassing 6 million in sales seems mere child's play for them now. Child's play. Su Yunqi muses, her mind blank. To accomplish a year's worth of sales within a single day. Recalling Su Ruheo's confident smile, she finds herself lost in thought. Just what kind of person is he? After a moment's contemplation, Su Yunqi queries, "Could my father be assisting him from behind the scenes?" Su Jia chuckles and shakes her head. The chairman is completely unaware of this matter. "I haven't mentioned the wager to him. Moreover, how could I not know about such a substantial sum entering the company's account?" Su Yunqi bites her lip, deep in contemplation. The longer she spends in Su Ruheo's presence, the more astonished she becomes. At that moment, in a lavish villa, Sun Meishio, still reeling from her shock at being humiliated by Su Ruheo, weeps bitterly. "Cousin, you must help me take revenge. Help me, cousin. I was bullied today." Sun Meishio cries heart-wrenchingly, her eyes red, hair disheveled, and the once proud assets that adorned her chest now diminished. Zhang Bin casts a disapproving glance at the woman, particularly at her exposed bosom, which is quite conspicuous if anyone were present. They would recognize this man as Zhang Bin, the head of the tax bureau in Jinghai City. Sun Meishio is ostensibly his cousin, but in truth, she is his secret mistress, and this villa has been purchased to keep her hidden away. Today, a new employee joined our company, and he dared to speak disrespectfully to me. I merely retorted once or twice, and he had the audacity to knock me out. When I regained consciousness, my chest. As she speaks, Sun Meishio's sobs intensify. "Cousin, I want him dead. You must help me kill him." Hearing this, Zhang Bin momentarily freezes. He knows that, due to his influence, Su Corp has treated Sun Meishio with a degree of leniency. In an instant, a fierce anger ignites within him. Sun Meishio has been with him for several years. While she has a somewhat domineering personality, her ample curves have always captivated him now, witnessing her in such distress. Zhang Bin feels an overwhelming rage. Which scoundrel did this? He demands angrily. His name is Su Raheo. He is a new employee in the marketing department. Seeing Zhang Bin willing to stand up for her, Sun Meishio's heart swells with delight. A newcomer dares to bully my woman. I must demand an explanation from Su Lingtian. Zhang Bin, fuming, declares, I will go find Su Lingtian and demand an explanation for how he manages his employees. I want to go too, Sun Meishio exclaims eagerly. What do you think you're doing following me? Zhang Bin retorts coldly, are you going to cause me trouble? To put it plainly, this is merely a small altercation between employees. He must have a solid reason when confronting Su Lingtian. If it becomes known that he is defending his mistress, it could spell disaster. However, having his lover knocked out without seeking redress would only make people think Zhang Bin is easy to bully. I am going with you. Sun Meishio grits her teeth. I want to see that brat get kicked out of Su Corp. Zhang Bin glances at her chest and scoffs. You should indeed go. But not to the Su Corp building. You should head to a plastic surgery clinic. With that, Zhang Bin throws on a suit from the sofa and strides out of the villa. Watching Zhang Bin leave without even acknowledging her. Sun Meishio resumes her tears. Su Raheo, this is all your fault. Once you are out of Su Corp, I will find someone to eliminate you. Contemplating the events of the day, her eyes glimmer with resentment as she grabs a fruit knife from the table and plunges it into the sofa cushions repeatedly. At the Su Corp building, within the marketing department office, someone rushes in, calling out, Who is Su Raheo? The president wants to see you. At this, everyone turns enviously towards Su Raheo. The goddess of Su Corp has summoned him not once, but several times. How many employees here would even dream of being called by her? Meanwhile, Su Raheo seems to be basking in the attention, with all news revolving around him and the goddess. Pushing open the office door, he inhales deeply, a look of bliss on his face. Yes, that familiar fragrance. What are you doing? Su Yunqi arches an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable urge to loathe him each time they meet. Su Raheo, reveling in the moment, replies, Just savoring the scent in your office. Su Yunqi shoots him an exasperated glance. She has no desire to bicker with him over such trivialities. All right, you'd better come clean about how you managed to secure that 100 million order. How did I manage it? You needn't worry about that. The money is already in place, and I earn my keep through merit. Su Raheo smiles casually. That 100 million sales order will yield a commission of at least 1 million. It. Regarding Su Raheo's response, Su Yunqi was far from satisfied, yet she gently replied, All right, the company will not neglect any employee who contributes. You may proceed to the finance department shortly to collect your commission. I shall have a word with the director of finance, Lin Wanyu, and you can approach her directly then. Thank you in advance. Su Raheo blew a kiss to Su Yunqi from a distance. Su Yunqi was momentarily taken aback by his audacious gesture, her thoughts momentarily halted. Reflecting on the series of events that transpired the previous day, she couldn't help but worry about the safety of the Su family. It was this very man before her who had repeatedly astonished Su Yunqi with his unexpected behavior. What's wrong? Su Raheo waved his hand in front of Su Yunqi, who had seemingly lost her focus. Nothing, she stammered. Su Raheo shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, Fame brings its share of troubles, there's no avoiding it. Noticing Su Yunqi's readiness to unleash her frustration, he quickly added, By the way, don't forget that I will be checking your room tonight. Be sure to tidy away anything inappropriate. What inappropriate things could I possibly have? Su Yunqi's cheeks flushed as she retorted indignantly. Su Raheo chuckled. Who knows what secretive items you might possess, for instance? Su Yunqi pretended to strike him, prompting Su Raheo to hastily exit the office. After being teased by Su Raheo, Su Yunqi found it hard to concentrate on her work. At that moment, Zhang Bin from the tax bureau had arrived in his Cadillac at the Su Corporation building. Standing before Su Lingtian's office on the top floor, he gently knocked twice. Su Lingtian, who was reviewing documents, looked up in surprise to see a tax bureau official at his door. Director Zhang, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here for an inspection today? Su Lingtian greeted him warmly, rising to his feet with a smile. Please, have a seat. Zhang Bin, with a forced smile, scrutinized Su Lingtian's expression and replied, Chairman Su, you are too kind. Perhaps this old fox is playing dumb? Chairman Su, you are indeed too courteous. However, I am here today for a specific matter. Zhang Bin took a seat, aware that although he was there to confront, he understood the protocol of courtesy before confrontation. Oh? What matter could that be, Director Zhang? If I can assist, it would be my duty to Su Lingtian replied amiably. Zhang Bin smiled slightly. Chairman Su, you are aware that my cousin works in the marketing department of your company? Her name is Sun Meishio. Su Lingtian chuckled. Of course, I know her. Sun Meishio has outstanding business acumen and is currently the leader of the sales team. However, today my cousin was bullied in the office. She was incapacitated by a new employee wielding an electric baton. Zhang Bin paused before continuing. This should be considered intentional harm. I wonder if Chairman Su has heard about this incident. What? Su Lingtian exclaimed in shock. Such an employee is simply audacious. Director Zhang, please tell me who did this, and I will have them apologize immediately. I will ensure they are dismissed from the Su Corporation. Fuming with anger, Su Lingtian slammed his hand on the table, startling Zhang Bin. Chairman Su, there's no need to be so agitated. It's not good for your health. Zhang Bin wore a smile, observing Su Lingtian's demeanor, and realized that he was completely unaware of the situation. Zhang Bin could conclude that this was merely a conflict among subordinates. As a chairman of a corporation, his position was so elevated that such matters likely never reached his ears. Chairman Su, this situation isn't as grave as it seems. Let us forego the dismissal. As long as the employee apologizes and compensates my cousin for her emotional distress, we can consider the matter resolved. Zhang Bin wore a benevolent expression, confident that Su Lingtian would know how to handle this. He needed to maintain a good image and perform adequately in front of Su Lingtian. That's unacceptable. This type of individual must be terminated. Offending Director Zhang's cousin and tarnishing the overall image of the Su Corporation has created a detrimental impact. I cannot rest easy without providing your cousin with a satisfactory resolution. Indeed, Zhang Bin felt a twinge of satisfaction. It seemed that Su Lingtian was quite astute, indicating that he might need to facilitate matters for the Su Corporation in the future. Yet, he still had to maintain his facade of being the good guy. Chairman Su? Truly, it's unnecessary. What more can I say? No, the Su Corporation cannot condone such behavior. Regardless, this is a failure in management, and I must sincerely reflect upon it. I hope Director Zhang can convey my apologies to your cousin. Su Lingtian said solemnly. How about this? If possible, I shall visit Group Leader Sun in the hospital to check on her injuries. This? Zhang Bin hesitated, then quickly replied with a smile. Chairman Su, you are too kind. That would be too much trouble. Jokingly, how could Sun Meishio possibly be in the hospital? If she were to appear before Su Lingtian, Zhang Bin's claim of intentional harm would fall apart. Su Lingtian quickly amended. In that case, I shall visit her at home to express the Su Corporation's apologies. That truly isn't necessary. Zhang Bin waved his hands repeatedly. My cousin is fortunate to have a boss like Chairman Su. Zhang Bin forced a smile, trying to project an image of gratitude. Su Lingtian, seasoned and shrewd, sensed that Zhang Bin's repeated refusals were laden with ulterior motives. Who was the employee that incapacitated Director Zhang's cousin? It was a new employee named Su Raheo. Zhang Bin secretly smirked, already envisioning Su Lingtian's reaction when he would be dismissed from the Su Corporation. Once Su Raheo was expelled, he could have someone deal with him severely. All it would take was a word from Zhang Bin, and there would be people ready to exact revenge. Imagining having resolved the issue with Su Raheo, Zhang Bin anticipated that Sun Meishio would become even more devoted to him. However, Sun Meishio was somewhat older, and her assets were fabricated. Yet, he had heard she had a younger, beautiful sister. If he could arrange a dinner with them, perhaps some drinks could lead to sisterly flowers. Just the thought sent a thrill through Zhang Bin. While Zhang Bin indulged in his fantasies, upon hearing Su Raheo's name, Su Lingtian's expression shifted dramatically, conflicted, incredulous, and complex. Su Raheo. Su Lingtian asked in disbelief. Director Zhang, are you certain that it was Su Raheo who incapacitated your cousin? Seeing Su Lingtian's troubled expression, Zhang Bin felt an ominous sensation wash over him. He sneered. Indeed. It was that very Su Raheo. What's wrong? Have I put Chairman Su in a difficult position? Sigh. Su Lingtian sighed, offering a wry smile. Not a difficult position, but it certainly complicates matters. Zhang Bin's smile grew colder. Since Chairman Su is so troubled, I, Zhang Bin, am not one to overstep my bounds. Let us consider today's visit as if it never happened. With that, Zhang Bin stood to leave. Director Zhang, you must allow me to explain. Su Lingtian quickly stood, grasping Zhang Bin's shoulder, and said with a wry smile, "This situation is that I lack respect for Director Zhang. It's simply a unique circumstance. If it were anyone else, I would have dismissed them without hesitation. But this Su Ruheo," Zhang Bin had no intention of leaving. He was waiting for Su Lingtian to plead for mercy. Observing Su Lingtian's hesitance, Zhang Bin felt a surge of doubt. "What are you implying, that you are unable to deal with your employee?" Zhang Bin's patience began to wane, suspecting that Su Lingtian was playing tricks on him. His identity was not simple. Su Lingtian leaned closer to Zhang Bin and whispered, "Not simple." Zhang Bin's interest peaked. IVE encountered various wealthy heirs and second-generation officials, but none like this one. Even if his background is impressive, Chairman Su, you mustn't forget that my uncle is a high-ranking official in the municipal government. Mentioning his uncle, Zhang Bin beamed with pride. In Jinghai City, who would dare disrespect his uncle? Yes, I am aware. However, this matter cannot be resolved solely by virtue of status. Here, Su Lingtian paused, carefully choosing his words before continuing. Su Ruheo's identity is not only impressive but also peculiar. Haha, Zhang Bin burst into laughter. Then pray tell, when did such a figure emerge in Jinghai City? At this point, Zhang Bin was almost certain that Su Lingtian was merely putting on a show. Observing Zhang Bin's expression, Su Lingtian knew he was skeptical. Shaking his head earnestly, Director Zhang, do you know the influential figures in the capital? At the mention of the capital, a city bustling with high-ranking officials, Zhang Bin's body tensed and his smile vanished. What do you mean? You're not suggesting that Su Ruheo is related to some high-ranking individual in the capital, are you? Su Lingtian lowered his voice. It's even worse. Clang. Zhang Bin lost his balance and fell from his chair. Director Zhang, are you all right? Su Lingtian cast a glance at the frightened Zhang Bin, a smirk forming within him. However, on the surface, he maintained a facade of concern. Realizing his lapse in composure, Zhang Bin swiftly rose to his feet, one hand gripping the chair while the other wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Anger surged within him as he chastised, Su Lingtian, do not frighten me. I, Zhang Bin, am not one to be intimidated. Su Lingtian feigned innocence, replying, Chief Zhang, how could you be so muddled? Think for a moment, if I were to lie. What benefit would it bring me or the Su family if the truth were to come to light? Are you suggesting that Su Ruheo is indeed someone of significant stature from the capital? Zhang Bin's expression transformed into one of shock. If that were the case, the matter would be serious indeed. Yet, upon further reflection, he quickly shook his head and said, Impossible. How could the capital allow a mere youth to hold such a high position? The odds of that are negligible, Zhang Bin muttered to himself, his heart racing with both astonishment and fear. Su Lingtian continued. Even the prominent figures from the capital would have to show him utmost respect. Zhang Bin chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Su, your claims are becoming increasingly absurd. Could it be that he is a descendant of the leaders of Huaxia? Su Lingtian's expression turned pained as he sighed. Chief Zhang, how is it that you still do not comprehend? With that, Su Lingtian drew a circle in front of Zhang Bin, then sketched an even larger circle beside it, indicating that Su Ruheo emerged from within the larger circle. Zhang Bin's legs weakened, nearly causing him to stumble again. Had he not been holding onto the chair, he would have surely embarrassed himself once more. Zhang Bin had heard certain legends and was aware of some rumors regarding the larger circle. He forced himself to remain composed, stating, that does not necessarily imply anything. The larger circle is rife with all sorts of characters. One cannot simply emerge and declare themselves emperor. I have heard tales of such individuals suffering harm or even death. Not to mention the plethora of lowly fraudsters among them. Su Lingtian's demeanor grew serious as he uttered the phrase non-pool creature. Zhang Bin's mouth fell agape, his legs trembling incessantly. Is that truly the case? Absolutely, without a doubt. They possess tokens of legitimacy from there, and he himself has consistently remained low-key. Su Lingtian sighed. Chief Zhang, you understand why I cannot assist you, do you not? A person of great consequence. That is indeed a true gathering place for the truly influential. Zhang Bin's heart raced at the thought of the people he had considered confronting, cursing under his breath about Sun Meishio. He felt fortunate to have approached Su Lingtian first. Otherwise, if trouble had arisen, he would have been oblivious to his own demise. The mere thought of Su Lingtian's connection to such individuals made him uneasy, prompting him to adopt a respectful demeanor. Uncle Su, oh, why did you not mention this earlier? I have always held great respect for your character. My cousin S matter was merely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Su Lingtian smiled, intending to offer a few words to help Zhang Bin save face, but a casual glance at Zhang Bin revealed a damp stain at his crotch. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Goodness! This coward has sullied the ambience of my office. At 5 in the afternoon, Su Raheo received a lucrative order, and everyone eagerly awaited the tycoon to treat them, euphemistically referring to it as a celebration banquet. However, as Su Raheo emerged from Su Yunqi's office, he had yet to reach the finance department to find the financial director before being surrounded by a throng of people, all waiting for the opportunity to take Su Raheo down a peg. The appearance of Su Yunqi was akin to a lotus flower blossoming in the marketing department's office, pure and untainted, captivating all eyes. Moreover, this lotus had yet to be claimed, causing the hungry wolves in the office to turn green with envy. Yet, upon seeing her approach Su Raheo, a mix of admiration and jealousy brewed within them. The president seldom graced the marketing department with his presence, yet here he was, twice today for Su Raheo. So, where do you intend to go? Su Yunqi inquired softly, her brows slightly furrowed. Su Raheo smiled sheepishly. Well, it's simply that, being new here, I plan to have a meal with my colleagues to foster some camaraderie. Su Yunqi's frown deepened as she reproached him. Have you forgotten something? The surrounding crowd instantly felt a surge of curiosity. When had the president ever spoken to a subordinate in such a manner? Whispers erupted, each person pondering the underlying circumstances. Forgotten something? Su Raheo's tone remained calm, seemingly oblivious to any prior commitments he had made to Su Yun11. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon her beauty. A wave of delight washing over him. Did we not agree that you would come to my home today? Su Yunqi's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. Her earlier words carried a trace of melancholy, reminiscent of a wife awaiting her husband's return. What spell had Su Raheo cast upon the president? Just how far had their relationship progressed? A formidable individual indeed. Everyone held Su Raheo in high regard, astonished that he had managed to win the affections of the city's most sought-after president. Now that you mention it, I do recall. It's merely a visit to your room. It's nothing significant. Su Raheo's dismissive attitude left everyone astounded. What did this mean? It left the singles among them feeling despondent. What a beast! They silently cursed, to enjoy the grapes yet lament their sourness. Then let us depart, Su Yunqi declared. Turning to leave, Su Raheo clasped his fists and sheepishly addressed his colleagues. You all witnessed it. I truly had matters to attend to that. I promised to treat you all to a meal another day. Upon hearing this, the others shot him derisive glances, deeming him a typical cad who prioritized romance over friendship. With a beautiful president at his side, who needed friends? They never imagined that Su Raheo, so unassuming, had become the intimate companion of the president, and perhaps he would enjoy a delightful evening once more. Indeed, the security guards at the entrance referred to him as son-in-law. Initially, they thought it was a jest or a prank on Sun Macio, but it turned out to be true. Su Raheo was the president's boyfriend. When will I ever reach his level? They lamented, imagining the heights of success that would come with such a partner. As they watched Su Raheo escorted away by the president, each felt a pang of jealousy. In the Tang Corporation, Tang Liyue, son of the chairman, lounged on the sofa, leisurely sipping coffee. The news of last night's failure only solidified his resolve to take action against the Su family. Suddenly, his phone vibrated twice, and upon checking, he found a text message. The moment he read the message, his expression darkened. Su Yunqi. Tang Liyue ground his teeth and violently hurled his Samsung phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Following that, he smashed his coffee cup onto the floor, the shards staining the expensive floral-patterned carpet with coffee. But he was not done. In a fit of rage, he flipped the glass coffee table, shattering it into countless fragments. You wretched woman! You are nothing but a wretched woman. Always appearing so lofty, yet it is all an act. Tang Liyue was consumed by fury, panting heavily as he faced the sofa. The luxurious Bentley of Su Lingtian slowly glided into a picturesque little estate, alive with the essence of spring. Within the estate, small bridges spanned flowing waters, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant flowers. Passing a circular fountain, one's gaze was drawn to a beautifully constructed 4-story building. Is this truly your home? Su Raheo marveled at the stunning scenery, exclaiming, "What a grand investment! Such a vast space must have cost a fortune in land fees." Su Lingtian chuckled heartily. "Many years ago, I acquired this land to develop the Su family business and construct residential buildings. However, as the Su family's growth exceeded my expectations, I never utilized this plot. Eventually, I hired an overseas design team to construct it in accordance with the estate's design style. It has been over a decade now." As he spoke, Su Lingtian beamed with pride in Jinghai City. Not everyone could boast of owning an estate. It truly is splendid. Su Raheo nodded in agreement. Su Lingtian smiled. "Howren, if you find this place to your liking, feel free to stay. After all, such a large house is simply vacant." Upon hearing her father's words, Su Yunqi's face turned crimson as she playfully kicked Su Lingtian's heel. Such a subtle gesture could hardly escape Su Raheo's notice. The small act of Su Yunqi made Su Raheo chuckle. After all, he was not a monster to warrant such apprehension. With a slight smile, he deftly changed the subject. "Uncle Su, please have someone guide me around the estate. I would like to take a look at the surroundings." "Certainly," Su Lingtian nodded in agreement. However, the thought of being monitored left him feeling uneasy. Su Yunqi merely huffed softly, choosing not to voice any objections. The estate was vast, and it was impractical for Su Raheo to traverse it solely on foot. It would take an eternity. The group settled into the Bentley as it leisurely wound through the property, Su Raheo maintaining a composed demeanor, his eyes glimmering with keen insight as he surveyed the estate's environment. "Not bad at all. Uncle Su possesses a remarkably astute sense of vigilance. In addition to the 20 bodyguards visibly safeguarding the estate, he has also installed 76 concealed pinhole cameras. Without delving into other matters, the expense for such equipment must be considerable," Su Raheo remarked with a measured tone, and upon hearing this, Su Lingtian was taken aback. The vast expanse of the Su estate, beyond training a cadre of bodyguards, could not possibly rely solely on such minimal security measures. Indeed, as Su Raheo suggested, while the bodyguards stood in plain sight, a discerning observer might notice the count of 20. However, to accurately identify the hidden cameras seemed rather implausible. One must recognize that concealed cameras are not merely a casual notion. These devices are sophisticated and have undergone specialized treatment and concealment, making them difficult to detect even from close proximity. This revelation astonished Su Lingtian, and had he not known that Su Raheo was visiting the Su estate for the first time, he might have doubted whether Su Raheo had previously been here. Su Yunqi arched an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. She had never inquired about the estate's security measures, but based on her father's expression, it was evident that they were formidable. The sharpness of his insight seemed to surpass her expectations. "Impressive indeed," Su Lingtian, struggling to believe, expressed his admiration. "Howren, I truly did not misjudge you. The security arrangements of this estate were also overseen by foreign experts. Few domestic security systems can rival it. Yet you discerned it at a glance." "Humph," Su Yunqi interjected. "It was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. A fortunate guess at best." Yunqi. Su Raheo had long grown accustomed to her remarks and remained silent. He surveyed the surroundings, addressing Su Lingtian. "These security measures are indeed commendable. Should an intruder attempt to breach the estate, they would be detected immediately. However, for someone truly skilled, such defenses are hardly sufficient." "What?" Su Lingtian exclaimed, his skepticism evident in his expression. The arrangement, with its dual layers of security and designated personnel monitoring, was unparalleled in the country. If the security system were inadequate, he found it hard to reconcile that notion. Su Yunqi coldly retorted, "You're indulging in alarmism." Su Raheo candidly replied, "Why would I deceive you?" "That is a question for you to ponder." Su Yunqi, in stark contrast, remained unconvinced by Su Raheo's assertions, for thus far, no one had ever infiltrated the estate. Su Raheo asserted earnestly, "This is the truth. Your security system is more than adequate for ordinary individuals, but against a master, these guards and your contingency plans fall woefully short." Whether through brute force or stealthy infiltration, Su Raheo added, in reality, there is no absolute certainty in this world. This lesson, imparted by an elder, was something Su Raheo would only fully comprehend later on. This revelation only deepened Su Yunqi's disbelief. "Impossible. If what you claim is true, then our Su family's security system is utterly ineffective. Would that not mean that all the wealthy individuals in Jinghai City should be living in fear?" She could not bear to admit that those serving as bodyguards for the Su family were among the best of the best. and according to international security standards, each was armed. Su Yunqi refused to entertain the notion that anyone could breach the Su estate under such conditions. Su Lingtian shared her perspective. Seeing Su Xiaonu's stubbornness, Su Ruheo smiled and proposed, "If that's the case, why not make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Su Yunqi chuckled softly, her interest piqued by Su Ruheo's words. "Very simply, if your bodyguards can stop me, you win. If they cannot, you lose. What do you say?" "Agreed." Su Yunqi nodded, but then inquired, "May they use firearms?" "Quite bold of you." Su Ruheo raised an eyebrow, smirking. He was determined to have her in a vulnerable position one day, coaxing her to sing conquer while in a compromising position. "Yunqi, do not be foolish." Su Lingtian admonished sternly, "The wager is one thing, but firearms are another matter entirely." Su Ruheo was a guest he had brought down from Kunlun Mountain. Bullets do not discriminate, and should an accident occur, how would he explain it? Moreover, if any incident were to happen, it was likely that the Su family would suffer before the enemy even revealed themselves. Seeing his determination, Su Yunqi pouted, clearly displeased with her father's reprimand. Since he had boasted about the ineffectiveness of their security, how could they not let him put his claims to the test? That cannot be the case. Su Lingtian was genuinely displeased. Perhaps he had spoiled his daughter too much, leading her to misjudge the gravity of the situation. Clouded by doubt, Yunqi's skepticism was not without merit. If they did not permit their guards to go all out, even if he managed to infiltrate, they might not believe him in the end. After a moment's pause, Su Ruheo continued, "Let us proceed without informing them. This way, they will have no reservations." "Absolutely not." Su Lingtian was the first to object vehemently. "That is far too risky. They might indeed fire without consideration for the consequences." Su Ruheo smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry. Uncle Su, I will be fine. If I say I can do it, I certainly can." Seeing Su Ruheo's unwavering resolve, Su Lingtian could only sigh in resignation. Su Ruheo turned to Su Yunqi and said, "Agreed, but since it is a wager, we cannot do so without stakes." "Very well. What do you wish to wager?" Su Yunqi replied decisively. Su Ruheo opened his mouth, employing Taoist secret sound transmission to convey his words directly to Su Yunqi's ear. "Avoiding Su Lingtian's notice, if I lose, I will let you dictate my actions from now on. But if I win, you must allow me to spank you." Su Yunqi's face flushed crimson, indignation surging within her. "You lecher!" Su Ruheo chuckled, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Su Lingtian, bewildered, could not fathom why his daughter had suddenly hurled such an insult at Su Ruheo. Throughout her life, it was the first time anyone had dared to make such a demand of her. "Lecher, beast, scoundrel!" She fumed internally, her anger directed solely at Su Ruheo, completely oblivious to the method he had employed to ensure his words reached her ears. Witnessing Su Ruheo's insufferable smirk, Su Yunqi felt a surge of anger and gritted her teeth, declaring, "Fine. Let the wager commence." "All right." Su Ruheo replied with a grin. Su Yunqi clenched her delicate fists, enunciating each word. "I wish you luck. Just be sure not to get shot. I am eagerly awaiting your downfall." "Ha ha. Rest assured, I will not meet my end so easily." Su Ruheo smacked his lips, envisioning Su Yunqi's alluring figure soon to be within his grasp, and he felt positively elated. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Su Ruheo strode directly towards the outer perimeter of the Su estate. The underground security room, a fortified bunker spanning 180 square meters, lay 5 feet below ground. Designed to withstand missile attacks. At the outset, Su Lingtian had invested $3 million to excavate this facility, including design fees. Within this subterranean chamber, dozens of television screens displayed scenes from various corners of the Su estate. The head of the bodyguard team sat transfixed before the screens, vigilant for any signs of disturbance. Su Yunqi and Su Lingtian stood nearby. "Yunqi, you are being rather reckless. What if Howren encounters an accident?" At this moment, Su Lingtian's concern resurfaced, questioning whether he had acted too hastily in agreeing to this wager. That was a consequence of his own making. Su Yunqi now harbored no fondness for Su Ruheo. The thought of that humiliating demand left her seething. The head of the bodyguard team, addressing the couple, assured them, "Rest assured, my brothers are professionally trained, and each is equipped with firearms. He simply cannot breach this estate." He remained focused on the movements of everyone within the estate, dismissing Su Ruheo's claims with a scoff. Setting aside the equipment, he was confident that his men could easily handle any challenge posed by Su Ruheo. After some contemplation, Su Yunqi finally spoke, Relay the order for all your men to switch to rubber bullets. Just ensure that no one is killed in the process. Rubber bullets, also known as impact rounds, inflict pain without being lethal. In a concentrated barrage, they can incapacitate an individual temporarily. These projectiles are generally employed for capturing enemies, as they provide a degree of safety and are quite popular in private security overseas. Given that Su Lingtian had engaged a foreign security design team, the Su family was well equipped with such ammunition. Upon hearing this, Su Lingtian let out a sigh of relief, casting a surprised glance at his daughter, who, sensing the mood, refrained from further comment. Understood. The head of the bodyguard team, ever obedient to the commands of his employer and the young lady, promptly relayed the orders via intercom to his team outside. Maintaining his focus on the surveillance feeds, for reasons unknown, a subtle sense of unease began to stir within him. Each unit remained on high alert, instructed to report any unusual circumstances without delay. Upon discovering any anomalies, at least 2 individuals were to form a unit, never to act alone. Time slipped away, second by second, and the screens revealed no signs of intrusion. Suddenly, the image on the first television screen flickered and vanished. Replaced instead by a flurry of static, the second, third, and fourth screens followed suit. Su Yunqi's gaze froze. The occurrence could either indicate a malfunction of the machines or a deliberate severing of the signal. While a single device malfunctioning could be coincidental, the simultaneous failure of all screens could only suggest the latter. The captain of the bodyguards felt a knot tighten in his stomach as he urgently called into his walkie-talkie. Attention all units, attention all units. Everyone, proceed towards units 1 and 2 immediately. Su Yunqi and Su Lingtian exchanged glances, each reflecting the tension and shock mirrored in the other's eyes. The screens encompassed the entirety of the Su estate. Any disturbance would be crystal clear to them. Strangely, they saw neither a trace of Su Ruheo's infiltration nor heard any sounds of struggle over the intercom. For safety's sake, they had arranged for pairs to act together. This meant that, within the blink of an eye after the screens went dark, Su Ruheo had managed to eliminate 2 bodyguards. What on earth had transpired? Group 4 the captain of the bodyguards panicked. Shouting into the walkie-talkie, "Is anyone there? Can anyone tell me where you are?" Inside the security room, the atmosphere became unbearably oppressive. Moments later, a fragmented voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "I don't know, Captain." The urgency in the bodyguard's tone was palpable, revealing his profound fear despite the incompleteness of his message. Before he could finish, static engulfed the device. That moment, Su Lingtian's expression darkened. Earlier, he had worried about accidentally harming Su Ruheo. Had he not known Su Ruheo meant no harm and that this was merely a test, they would have been the ones in a panic. The multimillion-dollar security system seemed utterly inadequate against Su Ruheo, and even the sound of a gunshot would have been somewhat comforting. With an attack so silent, it felt as if a specter had struck. Su Yunqi found it unfathomable. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? 5 minutes later, the captain of the bodyguard sighed, saying, "Boss, the people outside may have been completely overwhelmed." Su Yunqi and Su Lingtian exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Soon, the captain's face hardened with resolve as he set down the walkie-talkie, drew his sidearm, and aimed it at the entrance. "Boss, miss, regardless of the circumstances, anyone attempting to breach this place must first get past me." Dinner time, Su Ruheo was more formidable than he had anticipated. Su Lingtian thought with a bitter smile. "Yunqi, you may well have lost your wager. If this were not a mere test but a genuine assault, the Su family would be utterly defenseless, left to the mercy of their assailants." A tempest of turmoil surged within Su Yunqi. In just a few short minutes, the Su family's security had been dismantled. What kind of man was Su Ruheo? Su Yunqi could not comprehend how someone so brash possessed such extraordinary abilities. Yet, the thought of the wager with Su Ruheo caused her cheeks to flush crimson, a delicate blush creeping across her fair face. How infuriating! Why had she agreed to such a bet? It was all over. The very idea of that insufferable man touching her was simply intolerable. Had there not been others in the security room, she would have been on the verge of losing her composure. "Yunqi, you must see, Howren has many admirable qualities," Su Lingtian remarked, hoping to ease the tension between his daughter and Su Ruheo, recalling how she frequently opposed him. Su Yunqi huffed in response, addressing the captain of the bodyguards. "Are we to remain here, sitting idly by?" The captain turned, his expression filled with bitterness. "If we still had the advantage in numbers, I could lead the boss and miss out. But now though the captain did not finish his thought. Su Yunqi understood his implication. Given Su Ruheo's ability to silently dispatch so many bodyguards, forcing their way out now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Su Yunqi fell silent. At that moment, the lights above flickered ominously, and the next instant, the security room was plunged into darkness, followed by the entire Su estate enveloped in shadow. A sudden wave of fear washed over Su Yunqi, tightening her heart with an unfamiliar dread that spread within her. Su Lingtian felt the tension as well. Amidst the darkness, the knowledge that this was merely a test felt as real as being in the midst of an actual assault. The captain of the bodyguards, sensing impending danger, struggled to suppress his own fear. "Boss, miss, try to stay close to the wall. I will ensure your safety." As he spoke, the captain unconsciously swallowed hard. With his own safety in jeopardy, he spoke with bravado. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. "Who's there? Step forward." The captain jumped, his heart racing as every hair on his body stood on end, his grip on the gun trembling slightly. He could not fathom how, having aimed his weapon at the door, the intruder had managed to enter without a sound. The moment he heard the voice, both Su Yunqi and Su Lingtian were startled. They recognized that voice all too well, yet the entire situation was utterly bewildering. "Don't move. If you do, I will shoot." The captain's hands tightened around his weapon, the muzzle wavering in direction. In the 100-square-meter room. He sensed no presence of Su Ruheo. "If you don't fire soon, you may miss your opportunity." Su Ruheo's voice echoed, elusive and disorienting. When the captain finally noticed, he stumbled back, colliding with someone. A jolt of panic surged through him as he turned to fire. But Su Ruheo's voice rang out again, "Too late. I gave you your chance with that." The captain felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, and his head tilted to the side as he collapsed to the ground. Su Ruheo clapped his hands and snapped his fingers, restoring brightness to the entirety of the Su estate. He shrugged, smiling at the stunned Su Yunqi and her father. "All right, the game is over. You are both my captives now." Gazing at the nonchalant Su Ruheo, Su Yunqi's expression was a complex blend of emotions. The recent events had left her profoundly shaken. Over 20 armed bodyguards had been utterly helpless against him. At that moment, her mind was preoccupied with the sheer shock rather than the matter of the wager. Su Lingtian was rendered speechless by the astonishment. He knew Su Ruheo was not to be underestimated. Yet the fact that he had dispatched trained bodyguards without leaving a trace was beyond his imagination. He felt a flush of embarrassment as he recalled boasting about the Su family's security system in front of Su Ruheo. "Howren, how did you manage that?" After much contemplation, Su Lingtian remained perplexed. Su Ruheo smiled slightly. "It's really nothing special. As I said, this security system is lacking." Having thoroughly surveyed the Su estate, nothing had escaped Su Ruheo's keen eyes. He had to admit, he had not regarded those bodyguards as a significant threat. "Moreover, I have never lost ABET. The mention of the wager." Su Yunqi's expression faltered. She had always been a person of her word. But the thought of being spanked by Su Ruheo was simply unimaginable. Noticing the unusual tension between the two, Su Lingtian chuckled. "Howren, what wager have you and Yunqi made?" Su Yunqi's face darkened at his words. "Nothing much, just a trivial matter. A harmless bet." Su Ruheo laughed heartily, deftly brushing the matter aside. However, Su Yunqi shot him a glare. While the bet was trivial, it was also too embarrassing to discuss, since it was of little consequence. Su Lingtian refrained from pressing further, shifting instead to inquire, "Howren, what of those people outside?" His tone was a blend of concern and curiosity. How could over 20 trained bodyguards have inexplicably failed? They merely fainted. "They will awaken shortly." Su Lingtian nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It seems the security strength of the Su estate truly needs enhancement." Su Ruheo smiled. In truth, those individuals performed adequately, and with the omnipresent surveillance cameras, it is nearly impossible for anyone to breach this place so easily. Unfortunately for them, they encountered me. Besides, there is no other Su Ruheo in this world. Su Lingtian wholeheartedly agreed, while Su Yunqi scoffed. "Show off." Su Ruheo cast a glance at her, silently thinking, "Just you wait, little girl. When I spank you, you will be crying and begging for mercy." Setting aside his playful rivalry with Su Yunqi, Su Ruheo continued. "Now that the game has concluded, I should check for any listening devices in the rooms of this estate." "Not so fast." Not so fast. Su Lingtian smiled and waved his hand, saying, the evening is drawing near. Let us first partake in dinner. The inspection can wait. I shall introduce someone to you during the meal. He gestured warmly, urging everyone to eat heartily. Meanwhile, Grandma Su, with a cheerful demeanor, served Su Ruheo more dishes, including a delightful piece of red sand meat. The silver-haired matriarch before Su Ruheo was none other than Su Yunqi's grandmother. Dressed in sparkling finery, she exuded vitality despite her advanced years and the presence of reading glasses perched on her nose. Although Su Ruheo's attire was rather ordinary, he possessed a handsome visage with well-defined features. Little Su, what did you do before? Grandma Su inquired with a smile as she served more food. Well, I didn't do much. Just practiced martial arts and took leisurely strolls outdoors, Su Ruheo replied succinctly after a moment of contemplation. And what about your family? She probed further. Pretty much the same. My grandfather leads an even more monotonous life than I do. Aside from cultivating his character, he seldom steps out, remaining entirely engrossed in his practice and alchemy. Without engaging in idle chatter, Su Ruheo elaborated. Grandma Su listened with growing satisfaction, appreciating the disciplined nature of their family, which suggested an understanding of health and well-being. Given the current circumstances of the Su family, she mused that it might not be necessary for Su Yunqi to seek someone of equal social standing. As long as he treated her well, her gaze drifted towards Su Yunqi, who remained silent, continuing to eat her meal. Noticing that her granddaughter was already 26, Grandma Su began to feel a sense of urgency. Upon glancing at Su Ruheo, she found him to be quite an admirable young man, further solidifying her belief that he and Su Yunqi would make a splendid match. Eat up, Grandma Su encouraged. Serving Su Ruheo another helping. Little Su, you must come by often. You see, Yunqi is quite virtuous. Su Ruheo was taken aback by this remark, finding it oddly peculiar. Meanwhile, Su Yunqi's expression turned sour as she continued to shovel rice into her bowl. Hearing the exchange, Su Lingtian chuckled heartily to himself, thinking, it seems mother is quite pleased with Howren. Throughout the meal, Su Ruheo felt increasingly uncomfortable, the gazes directed at him sending shivers down his spine. Something felt amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. After hastily finishing dinner, he seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of inspecting a room, eager to escape the intensity of Grandma Su's scrutiny. That would be troublesome for you, Xiao Chu. Please ensure you conduct a thorough inspection for Yunqi. Do not limit it to just the room, but also the drawers, wardrobes, and such. And the bathroom, the corners, the bathroom? Su Ruheo thought this was indeed an excellent excuse to conduct a thorough check. Su Yunqi, however, felt utterly helpless, realizing that her grandmother was being unreasonable. No man should be rummaging through a woman's personal space, especially her private belongings. Grandma, rest assured, I promise to miss no corner, Su Ruheo replied with a grin, casting a furtive glance at Su Yun11. As he opened the door to Su Yunqi's room, a delicate fragrance wafted gently into his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, he noted that Su Yunqi seemed to carry a similar subtle scent. The room was impeccably tidy, devoid of any dust. After a quick glance, Su Ruheo turned to Su Yunqi and suggested, how about this? You wait downstairs while I handle it myself. Absolutely not. This is my room, and I must supervise you, Su Yunqi insisted, unwilling to leave. What if Su Ruheo made a mess of her belongings? What if he stumbled upon something he shouldn't? Very well. But I must preface this by stating that all my actions are for your safety. You must not interfere with my decisions. Moreover, this is also what Grandma desires. Seeing Su Ruheo invoke his grandmother's name to pressure her, Su Yunqi felt a surge of frustration. Feeling a bit upset, Su Ruheo chuckled, leaning closer to her and whispering, after all, it's just the two of us here. Why not go ahead and execute our wager? The mention of the wager caused Su Yunqi's face to flush crimson, two delicate pink hues creeping up her cheeks. You rogue, don't even think about it, she retorted angrily before storming out of the room. Su Ruheo laughed heartily, swiftly shutting the door and locking it behind him. She hurried to twist the doorknob, only to discover it was indeed locked. Damn it, you scoundrel! Su Yunqi fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet soon, an idea struck her, and she turned towards her study. On her desk rested a pink laptop. After opening it and entering her password, the screen displayed the interior of her room with crystal clarity. Although she initially detested the idea of having a camera installed in her room at her father's insistence, she ultimately relented, knowing that only she could access the footage. However, she had never utilized this surveillance feature until now, forced to do so by a certain individual. In truth, with Tsuruheyo's exceptional observational skills, it hardly mattered whether he opened the drawers. His mastery of Taoist practices was not intended for prying or nefarious deeds. Besides, given the chance to inspect openly, why would he need to be sneaky? Tsuruheyo opened the first drawer by the bedside, finding only skincare and maintenance products, nothing particularly noteworthy. The second drawer contained an array of feminine trinkets, predominantly in shades of pink. This indicated that Su Yunqi had a preference for warm colors, aligning with many other women's tastes. However, in the third drawer, he discovered an item in a striking cobalt blue. Holding it up for closer examination, he realized it was from the Blue Moon Night U series. What a rascal! I knew he was up to no good. Watching this unfold on the monitor, Su Yunqi slammed her hand on the desk, wincing at the pain in her wrist. She anticipated that Tsuruheyo might open the packaging to take a whiff. But to her surprise, it seemed he barely glanced at it. Half an hour later, the door swung open as Tsuruheyo emerged from the room. Su Yunqi shut her laptop and exited the study, asking, "So, what were the results?" Though she was well aware of the situation, she still posed the question. Tsuruheyo looked at her, perplexed, and remarked, "What's with you? You seem suddenly transformed." Su Yunqi, instead of lashing out or interrogating, was now asking in a calm tone, which took Tsuruheyo aback. "Have you had a change of heart?" he pondered, growing ever more curious. Nevertheless, he did not linger on this matter, proceeding to check every nook and cranny of the Su residence. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he notified the family. Seeing Tsuruheyo drenched in sweat, both Su Lingtian and Grandma Su felt a bit guilty. "Haoran, why not stay the night? This room is empty." "After all, indeed. Xiao Chu, make yourself at home. Stay for the night," Grandma Su insisted, clearly pleased with Tsuruheyo's presence. "I object." Su Yunqi interjected coldly, asserting, "I refuse to let this rogue stay in our home." Su Yunqi was unwavering in her stance against her father's wishes for Tsuruheyo to remain. With Tsuruheyo around, even without bodyguards, the Su family could feel secure. Yet Su Yunqi's resolve remained steadfast, declaring, "No means no. I will not allow him to spend the night." This, Su Lingtian found himself in a dilemma. How can this be? Su Yunqi had intended to refuse, but upon catching her father's stern glare, it was clear he was genuinely upset. Observing this, Tsuruheyo couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "Let us go. No need to linger here." He turned to leave, secretly amused as he stepped out of the Su household. Su Yunqi followed silently in his wake. On the way, Tsuruheyo took the opportunity to tease her. "I must remind you not to forget our wager, Yunqi." Hearing this, Su Yunqi halted abruptly, casting an indignant glare at him. "Go to hell. You will not do that." With a mischievous grin, Tsuruheyo replied, "What's this? Are you having second thoughts? Did you not say that one must accept the consequences of a wager?" Realizing she had no ground to argue, Su Yunqi decided to stand her ground resolutely. "No, you cannot do that." Tsuruheyo chuckled, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle. I promise it won't hurt." At that moment, Tsuruheyo resembled a lecherous uncle luring a young girl, which made Su Yunqi bristle with disgust. "Go to hell. If you dare touch me, I'll bite you to death." Su Yunqi seethed with frustration towards Tsuruheyo, an inexplicable sense of panic rising within her at the thought of his large hands. Yet, bound by the wager, she found herself trapped. Noticing Su Yunqi's vexation, Tsuruheyo found it immense. She was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invective when, unexpectedly, Tsuruheyo languidly remarked, "It truly compliments your physique." Su Yunqi's expression darkened as she enunciated each syllable. "Su-ruo. How?" Before she could utter the third syllable, Tsuruheyo had vanished from her sight, hastily fleeing the estate and diving into the confines of his vehicle. Standing at the entrance, Su Yunqi glared at the rapidly retreating figure of Tsuruheyo, her teeth clenched in frustration. This detestable fellow always behaved in such a manner. Each time she attempted to reassess him, he invariably provoked her ire. Inside the car, he greeted, "Brother, we meet again." Tsuruheyo smiled faintly. "You flatter me, my lord," came the response. "That day, you truly anticipated your opponent's moves. I am most impressed." Initially, he had considered his own skills commendable. But after witnessing Su Ruoheo's prowess, coupled with the events of today, he realized the vast chasm between their abilities. Now, it was impossible not to admire him. Moreover, rumors circulated within the company that Su Ruoheo was the boyfriend of the president. Having spent so many years in the Su family, this was the first occasion he witnessed the young lady personally escorting a man out. "I assure you, my lord, my lips are sealed," he pledged. Thumping his chest, "Did you truly believe this was still a secret? The news has spread like wildfire. Even the security at the entrance knows more than I do. Let us go, find a place to rest." After a long night, Su Ruoheo indeed felt a twinge of fatigue. He reclined his chair to a comfortable position, preparing to doze off. However, at that moment, the corner of his eye caught sight of a silver Jaguar parked not far from the entrance of the Su estate. Less than 100 meters from the Bentley. In this area, surrounded by opulent residences and luxury vehicles, the appearance of a Jaguar was not particularly remarkable. Yet, even in the darkness, Su Ruoheo discerned that the occupants of the car were fixated on the Bentley and the entrance of the Su estate. As the Bentley roared to life, the silver Jaguar followed suit, trailing behind it. After crossing 3 intersections, the Jaguar maintained a steady distance of approximately 200 meters. They were indeed persistent, having failed to locate them the previous night. They now sought them out. Su Ruoheo glanced in the rearview mirror. Although his demeanor was relaxed, a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. "Should we accelerate to shake them off, my lord?" he inquired. Feeling the tension rise as he sensed the unknown pursuers behind them. "Do you think I fear those people?" Su Ruoheo chuckled. "Let us not forget what transpired at the Su estate this evening." "Ah?" Su Ruoheo patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Worry not. Your concern should not be for me, but for them." As Su Ruoheo exited the vehicle, the silver Jaguar abruptly slammed to a stop, mere inches from him. Yet, it swiftly reversed, revving its engine, and charged directly at Su Ruoheo, seemingly intent on running him down. Not far off, a white delivery truck accelerated from another direction, aiming to collide with him as well. Swift and ruthless, they intended to eliminate any chance of Su Ruoheo escaping. Hearing the deafening roar of the engines, Su Ruoheo merely smiled faintly, contemplating whether to eliminate them entirely or leave a few alive for interrogation. In the next instant, he produced a small sword from his person. Tossing it into the air, the diminutive blade surged skyward, expanding dramatically. With the gas pedal fully depressed, both vehicles aimed to hasten Su Ruoheo's demise. Unhesitatingly, he pointed a single finger at the two men. Swish, swish! The flying sword transformed into 2 streaks of light, effortlessly slicing through the front tires of both vehicles. With their speed maximized, the punctured tires caused the vehicles to veer uncontrollably, flipping before they could even reach Su Ruoheo. After tumbling several times, they crashed into one another with a resounding impact. The vehicles were left severely mangled, with the Jaguar's half-frame pinned beneath the delivery truck, creating a scene of utter devastation. Su Ruoheo had intended to capture a few alive for questioning, but just as he prepared to extract the bloodied occupants from the wreckage, sirens echoed from a distance. Su Ruoheo narrowed his eyes, peering into the void of night. Even without supernatural insight, he could clearly see the flickering red and blue lights. How troublesome! The police arrived precisely at this inopportune moment. With his plans for interrogation thwarted, Su Ruoheo decisively directed his flying sword towards the fuel tank of the vehicles. The sword effortlessly ruptured the tank, igniting a cascade of metallic sparks that promptly exploded. Boom, boom! The 2 thunderous explosions reverberated, engulfing the vehicles in a raging inferno, illuminating a significant portion of the night sky. The heat surged, raising temperatures around the vehicles by several degrees, while fiery metal shards shot hundreds of meters away. Littering the area, the thoroughfare was rendered nearly impassable. With the Lord in peril, he could not remain silent and conceal this from Su Ling Tian. Upon learning of the situation, Su Ling Tian wasted no time. Commanding, "Call for reinforcements, lead the way. If anything happens to the chairman, who will take responsibility?" Glancing at him, Su Ling Tian retorted, "Hurry and lead the way. Howren has assisted the Su family immensely, and it is due to the Su family that he is embroiled in this matter. Out of both sentiment and reason, I must intervene." Hearing this, Su Yunqi felt a tumult of emotions within her. Had Su Ruoheo stayed at the Su residence that night, such calamity could have been averted, and they would not be in a state of anxiety. Biting her crimson lip, Her delicate brow furrowed slightly as she declared, "I will accompany you." Su Ling Tian looked at his daughter in astonishment. Shaking his head, "No way, it's too dangerous outside. Stay at home." Even if his beloved daughter were at fault in this matter, Su Ling Tian would never allow her to be thrust into danger. Su Yunxi persisted, "I must go with you." Just then, two deafening explosions erupted outside. Even from a distance, the Su family members faintly heard the tumult. Instantly, their hearts felt as though they had been tightly gripped. At that moment, they were utterly unable to ascertain what had transpired. "Let us go. We must depart immediately." Without the luxury of debating with his daughter, Su Ling Tian ordered decisively. The group rushed towards the site of the explosions. And en route, police sirens blared, seemingly converging on the explosion site. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ling Tian pondered, "We must go, naturally. How else will we discern what has occurred? Besides, this may not be entirely negative. Worrying leads to confusion. Let us not forget that with Howren's capabilities, few could pose a threat to him." At that moment, Su Yunxi was also awakened to the reality, asserting, "Regardless, we must confirm the situation. Drive." Just then, her phone chimed. It was a message from Su Ruoheo, and she gasped in surprise. Upon unlocking her phone, she found the message bearing Su Ruoheo's name. "Do not come. I am fine." Just a few words rendered her momentarily speechless. Was it possible that Su Ruoheo possessed mind-reading abilities? How else would he know? What did Howren say? Su Ling Tian, observing his daughter's frozen expression, felt a surge of curiosity. After glancing at the message, he too felt a wave of relief wash over him. The light from the explosion shot into the sky, suggesting that for many, this night would be one of insomnia. Su Ruoheo sauntered along the highway. Given the current circumstances, no one would associate him with the explosion. Yet, his sole regret was the failure to unearth the mastermind behind it all. The Tang Group. Tang Lia sat in his chair, gazing through the window at the vibrant neon lights outside. His brow furrowed slightly as he occasionally checked his phone, seemingly awaiting some news. Before long, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Tang Lia's expression morphed into a sinister smile. "No matter who you are, Su Yunxi shall be mine. If you dare to covet my woman, you will find only a dead end. As the future heir of the Tang Group, Tang Lia believed that only he was worthy of Su Yunxi. He had long regarded her as his own, and no one else was allowed to interfere. Having learned through his informants at the Su Group that not only was there a rival, but that rival had also become Su Yunxi's fiancé, boldly invited into the Su household, was intolerable to him. His stance was clear: touch my woman, and I shall take your life. Before receiving the call, Tang Lia felt a mix of anticipation and excitement, but upon discovering the complete annihilation of his men, he erupted in fury. He kicked the chair beneath him, shouting, "Su Ruoheo, your luck cannot hold out forever. I will surely eliminate you. And you, Su Yunxi, you wretched girl, wait for me. Once I have you, I shall show you how to be dealt with." The following morning, in the hotel room, Su Ruoheo sat cross-legged, his eyes snapping open as he exhaled deeply. With his palms pressed together, he held a milky white stone, irregularly diamond-shaped, emanating a faint glow. The essence contained within these elemental stones is quite potent. If one were to possess some exquisite variants, it could significantly enhance the rate of cultivation. However, such treasures are scarce, and with each use, they diminish in quantity. Once he completed his practice, Su Ruoheo stored the elemental stone away, took a refreshing shower, and then ventured out for breakfast. He found a nearby breakfast stall in a local park, casually selecting a spot to sit. "Madam, I would like a bowl of red bean porridge, 2 meat buns, and a plate of pickles, please." The flow of people around here was quite lively, with many patrons stopping to enjoy their morning meal, much like Su Ruoheo. "All right, just a moment, handsome," the stall owner cheerfully responded. Noticing the customer, "Madam, the usual, please. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, and 2 fried dough sticks." At that moment, a beautiful woman seated herself at the table opposite Su Ruoheo, greeting the stall owner with a smile. She was clad in a sky-blue sports outfit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an aura of freshness and competence. A black and white spotted headband adorned her forehead, and a white towel hung around her neck. The sweat glistening on her back suggested she had just completed her morning run. What a sight! Su Ruoheo's eyes brightened. As the young woman chatted, she dabbed at the perspiration on her brow. radiating a spirited vitality. This moment, all individuals within the base were experiencing a scene akin to Su Ruheo's, though some had already become Su Ling Tian's sons-in-law, while others had replaced the originally designated roles. With many indulging in the pleasures of companionship, the identical illusion, however, yielded drastically different outcomes. The bald man gazed intently at the screen displaying the trainees, his demeanor serene. The environment created by the flying shuttle had persisted for an hour, and he observed the performance of all the trainees closely. The bespectacled man would occasionally look up at the screen, only to lower his gaze again, busily jotting down notes. Trainee 12 has shown no signs of mental deviation or extraordinary abilities. The expressions of the three remained calm, clearly indicating that this scene was within their expectations. The individual who had transcended within the mental environment bore a thumb-sized pyramid floating atop his head, displaying a tangible mental stance, and within 3 minutes, he had extricated himself from the mental realm. Evidently, these trainees exhibited no anomalies. Should they remain, they would merely continue in a state of slumber until their bodies were deprived of energy, gradually leading them unknowingly towards death. This is intriguing. Just as the bald man contemplated activating the mental sensing switch on the flying shuttle, someone within the base unexpectedly awoke. In room 101. Li Juanhao stretched languidly on a crimson wooden chair and slowly sat up. Glancing around the room, he groggily rummaged through his belongings to find a toothbrush and blanket before stumbling towards the water basin in the corridor. He yawned repeatedly, appearing to be in a state of half-wakefulness. A smile graced the bald man's face as he remarked, Li Juanhao is on the verge of transformation, and his mental faculties have notably enhanced, allowing him to awaken from a different environment autonomously. This is indeed a pleasant surprise, the man in camouflage chuckled. Transformation is an inevitable phase that every individual must undergo. From childhood to adulthood, humans, like all living beings, undergo continuous growth and change. Such changes can be positive or negative, primarily depending on the direction of the transformation. What constitutes an evolved being is encapsulated in the term evolution. The enhancement of power is inherently tied to bodily transformations. Li Juanhao, too, is undergoing a comprehensive metamorphosis. Perhaps he lacks a unique mental force field, yet his senses and spirit are growing increasingly robust, a holistic strength rather than merely enhanced physical attributes. This is precisely why they are elated. Li Juanhao's innate talent surpasses their expectations, and he is not confined by the limitations of an ordinary evolver. His future is boundless. All right, that will suffice. Continuing further serves no purpose. The bald man decisively shut off the source switch for the shuttle's illusion. Subsequently, everyone gradually awakened, and upon realizing that the past few days had been a mere dream, none paid heed to previous occurrences. Eyes suddenly wide open, yet quickly closed again, Su Ruheo squinted, turning his head to see those training alongside him slowly rousing. He shook his slightly aching head, feeling a subtle strain. Was this truly a dream? Closing his eyes, the vivid memories flooded back. If it were indeed a dream, the fact that everyone had collapsed felt rather peculiar. Previously, in his recollection, at the moment the vehicle took flight, a white light seemed to emerge from the darkness, growing larger and more radiant. Su Ruheo speculated that perhaps it was speed that shattered that dream, a form of extreme velocity. The situation appeared somewhat uncanny. Even after awakening, he continued to feign sleep. That white light signified the dawn of a mental transformation, akin to the surface of a lake encased in ice, already displaying cracks of liberation, given time. The waters would inevitably surge forth. Because Su Ruheo pretended to remain within the dream state, the three did not notice anything amiss. However, had Su Ruheo awakened like Li Juanhao, the results of this test would have been rewritten. In the afternoon, on the western edge of Shenghe village, a black battle shuttle came to rest on the most barren stretch of mud. The sleek black vessel shot into the sky like a streak of light, disappearing from view within a mere 2 seconds. The sudden appearance of the shuttle drew the attention of all trainees, with 12 individuals clustering around the nearby structures. The powerful gust of wind generated by the shuttle's ascent caused everyone to sway unsteadily. That was a flying shuttle, an offensive aerial weapon. Among them, a keen-eyed trainee pointed towards the direction the shuttle had departed, his face filled with envy. That was a new type of weapon not available for public sale. An amalgamation of combat and flight. Countless wealthy individuals would be unable to procure such a treasure. Possessing such a shuttle would allow one to circumvent the approval of the United Government when traversing the walls, marking them as a privileged individual. Ji Yuhao silently lamented that the entire Gu family lacked the qualifications to own a shuttle. Another remarkable item, observing the excitement and envy radiating from those around him, Su Ruheo found it difficult to contain his own feelings. The significance of such an item was multifaceted. While these treasures currently felt beyond his reach, it did not imply that they would remain unattainable forever. Lost in thought for a moment, Su Ruheo soon redirected his attention to the two individuals approaching. With their tall postures and purposeful strides, their meticulously crafted appearances inspired a sense of reverence. Excluding Li Juanhao, none among the trainees dared to meet their gaze. What an imposing presence! Swallowing hard, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Ruheo's eyes. The bald man had already noticed everyone, aside from Li Juanhao. None of the individuals present captured his interest. Coming to a halt, he bellowed, "Everyone, assemble immediately." With a fierce glare, all promptly rushed over, forming a line within 2 minutes, albeit somewhat disorganized due to the first assembly. The bald man wore a solemn expression as he declared, "I believe I need not introduce myself. You should have already deduced my identity. I am Yin Chen, the instructor responsible for your training. This gentleman beside me, Instructor Wang Hai, is my assistant and your vice instructor. For any training-related inquiries, you may approach either myself or Instructor Wang Hai." Pausing briefly, Yin Chen's countenance hardened, and his voice rose several notches as he stated, "What I have just shared are mere pleasantries. You are all students of this institution, and the rules should be familiar to you. Only by officially becoming an evolver can you choose to graduate from this school. Without graduation, you shall forever remain within the confines of this base. The Evolution School never accepts waste. I, too, do not instruct the inept, nor shall I squander my time. Under my guidance, no one remains ungraduated." Upon hearing this, a few individuals secretly rejoiced. Did this not imply that everyone could become an evolver with a success rate of 100%, as long as one could graduate from the Evolution School? The future was boundless. This was a shared understanding. Presently, one trainee, smiling, inquired, "Instructor, is what you say truly the case?" With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Yin Chen retorted, "Those who leave my tutelage are undoubtedly graduates. Those who cannot, simply do not exist. Deceased individuals do not count." The trainee's expression instantly shifted, terror gripping him as he stammered in response. "Dead people?" With a sinister chuckle, Yin Chen replied, "As long as you can survive my training regimen, even pigs can learn to fly." Survive? Su Ruheo's brow furrowed slightly, though it quickly smoothed out again, for someone had already posed the question on his behalf. Throughout, Li Juanhao maintained his usual composure, calmly asking, "Instructor Yin, what do you mean by that? Does the school intend to take our lives?" Indeed. This question echoed the sentiments of many, as they eagerly sought admission to this institution, drawn by its value and the reputation it conferred. Being part of a prestigious lineage certainly carried weight. With a sweeping gaze, Yin Chen seemed to penetrate the thoughts of everyone present, sneering as he remarked, "A bunch of rubbish. What did you say? How dare you insult us? This is unacceptable." In an instant, the crowd erupted in outrage. "Insult you?" The bald giant cast a disdainful glance at everyone present before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "What qualifications do you possess to warrant my contempt? Take a moment to reflect upon yourselves. With such character, you scarcely deserve my attention." Su Ruheo's expression darkened slightly, as the encounter on this first day unfolded entirely contrary to his expectations. He had anticipated a harmonious rapport akin to that found in schools, or, at the very least, mutual respect. The palpable tension between the trainees and the instructors seemed to be an accepted aspect of the Evolution School's pedagogical approach, leaving him somewhat disheartened, observing several individuals eager to confront him. The bald man reveled in the situation, recognizing their latent potential to become evolvers. However, potential alone was insufficient. They required ample motivation to strive earnestly, as only then would the ranks of successful individuals grow. "Once you manage to become evolvers, perhaps I shall contemplate the notion of insulting you," he sneered. Suddenly lifting his left foot, the bald man stomped down with force. A resounding thud echoed as his foot sank 3 inches into the ground, leaving an indelible imprint. The wave of awe washed over the onlookers, emanating from the sheer force of the bald giant's presence. Yet, He continued, "A bunch of self-righteous fools. The evolution school cultivates only the elite. Do not presume that mere talent guarantees your evolution. If any one of you can withstand a punch from me upon becoming an evolver, I shall not only grant you your graduation but also take your surname as my own." This was merely a prelude. Yin Qin's display of strength was intended as a show of power, and while Su Ruheo found it somewhat impressive, it was by no means insurmountable, though he could not match it at present. He believed that with sufficient time, all things were possible. The other trainees, initially taken aback, felt a mixture of fear and admiration for Yin Qin's formidable prowess, yet they remained resolute in their belief that achieving evolution like him was not an insurmountable task. Each individual present harbored unwavering confidence in their potential to become evolvers, bolstered by the authority of their instructors. Su Ruheo perceived Yin Qin's remarks as somewhat opportunistic, almost leading in nature. In stark contrast to the silence of instructor Wang Hai, Yin Qin exuded an air of flamboyant bravado. After concluding his statements, Yin Qin casually nodded at Wang Hai, who promptly stepped forward. For these seemingly green newcomers, Wang Hai neither expressed concern nor offered unnecessary commentary. His right hand clutching a blue plastic box, prominently displayed for all to see. With a click, the clasps on either side of the box sprang open, revealing a neatly arranged array of 12 black wristwatches within. These are the terminal devices prepared for you by the school, the smartwatch. With such devices, communication among you will be seamless, and the instructors can easily issue urgent notifications upon receiving his watch. Su Ruheo examined it closely. At first glance, it appeared akin to any ordinary timepiece. Yet, upon activating the right side switch, the previously dark surface illuminated with a bright glow, revealing the time. New Era 201. Monday, 3:12 p.m. A gentle tap on the glass surface caused the time to shift instantaneously, replaced by a series of app-like icons, reminiscent of the independent applications from the old world. Such virtual programs had once thrived during the Dark Age, but the chaos of the times had led to a significant loss of knowledge regarding them. Su Ruheo had only heard tales of their existence within the school curriculum, never witnessing a teacher proficient in such knowledge. As he flipped through the program interface, communication, applications, settings, maps, his gaze lit up with intrigue. He tapped on the map icon, only to be met with a swift message. "You do not have permission to access this application." Clearly, access to the map was restricted. Curiosity piqued, he explored several other applications, discovering that most were accessible, save for a few exceptions. An irresistible urge compelled him to delve deeper. Since the Dark Age, humanity's living conditions had been drastically diminished. Su Ruheo himself hailed from the outer districts of the Wall, and it was impossible to deny his curiosity about the world beyond. He had heard whispers that the guards executing missions outside required supplies to survive, suggesting the existence of new bases beyond the Wall. Furthermore, he wondered if the watch contained maps of the core areas, yet it appeared that such information was beyond the reach of trainees, perhaps a privilege reserved for those deemed worthy. Wang Hai, appearing contemplative, spoke with a resonant voice. "Now, each of you possesses one of these terminal devices, which also serve as a means of connection for communication. I trust you will find them invaluable shortly. Additionally, the terminal is embedded with access to the school's marketplace. If you wish to procure anything available within, you may exchange points. As Su Ruheo's fingers glided over the various virtual applications, he soon discovered the marketplace program. Intrigued, he entered to find the homepage divided into several categories: exercise books, knowledgeable methods for enhancing efficiency by 3 to 4 times, daily necessities, essential supplies, and specialized training gear, and the Tech Vault, items available for exchange by academy students. Among these, a tricolor lucky box caught his eye, shimmering in gold, silver, and purple, the colors shifting rapidly. The rules for the random draw were clear. The golden box offered a 50 chance for daily use items, a 30 chance for exercise books, a 10 chance for scientific items, and a 10 chance of drawing nothing. The silver box had a 40 chance for scientific items, while the purple box boasted a 45 chance. Devoid of any empty draws. It became evident that scientific items were the most valuable, yet their draw probability was the lowest. Conversely, while the golden box presented a 50 chance, it was apparent that its utility was also lesser. Each item within the marketplace bore a price tag, with the golden box requiring 288 contribution points, the silver box 588 points, and the purple box a staggering 1888 points, twofold that of the silver. The allure of these random treasure boxes was undeniable. Yet as Su Raheo perused the scientific items, each demanded thousands of contribution points for exchange. The marketplace functioned as a tantalizing mechanism of temptation, one that was undeniably hard to refuse. As Su Raheo found himself somewhat taken aback, unexpectedly, someone stepped forward to pose a question. It was that icy young woman. Su Raheo's gaze sharpened as he observed by Lily raise her left wrist adorned with a watch high into the air. "Instructor," she inquired, "you mentioned that this device can facilitate communication between us. Could you please elucidate how this is achieved?" Wang Hai, casting a knowing glance at Gu Hao beside her, responded, "It's quite simple. Each smartwatch possesses a unique identification code, by accessing the settings on your device and searching for the corresponding identifier, you can initiate a communication request. As he spoke, Wang Hai rolled up the sleeve of his right arm. Lifting it above his head for all to see on his wrist, he too wore a watch. Its silver-gray hue and owl-shaped casing glimmered in the sunlight. "You all already have the identifiers for both myself and Instructor Yin stored in your smartwatches. In the same settings, one is labeled Owl, and the other Griffin. Should you need to reach out, feel free to do so." Su Raheo checked the settings on his own watch and indeed found the two identifiers present. "Instructor, I have a question as well," Li Juanhao suddenly interjected, shaking his smartwatch. "While I comprehend the rules regarding contribution points, how are we meant to actually obtain the items we exchange for? Surely they won't just materialize from our watches?" "You need not worry about that," Wang Hai reassured him. "Once someone successfully exchanges for an item in the school's marketplace, it will be delivered promptly. This is your primary training base. Once you arrive at headquarters, you can directly exchange items there. Of course, unless they are special items, you can retrieve them from any of the supply shops in the inner, outer, or core zones. Rest assured, the logistics and supplies from the department, as well as the base marketplace, are exceedingly convenient. Once you witness it firsthand, you will have no further doubts." In the midst of this rigorous training, the sound of repeated impacts resonated through the otherwise tranquil village. An incongruous interruption, utilizing a small village as a training base, isolated from the world, would have been the stuff of captivating tales in times past. However, certain individuals were far from amused. "Hurry up, haven't you eaten yet? Hey, I'm talking about you. Stop slacking off." With a sudden whoosh, a black teaching rod struck the ground, sending dust flying. With a square jaw and a robust physique, Yin Shan stood in the newly constructed training area, his piercing gaze sweeping over each trainee. Spotting someone attempting to evade the drills, he swiftly lashed out, the rod striking the ground with a resounding thud. If it were to land on a person, it would undoubtedly leave a severe mark. The training had been relentless, though fortunately, the rod was merely a tool of intimidation, not a weapon of actual harm. Yet the atmosphere remained daunting. Su Raheo, along with a few others, was currently running laps while supporting a hefty stone weighing 50 kilograms. Just 2 days prior, they had been hoisting a 30-kilogram stone, but now they faced the challenge of this immense boulder. Each morning, their task was simply to run laps, with no limits on distance or time. They could only stop when the instructor commanded. This was a grueling ordeal, akin to sheer torment. One student clad in a blue vest suddenly hurled the massive stone he was supporting to the ground. Exclaiming in exasperation, "Damn it! I'm not training anymore. They don't even let us have a sip of water. This IST training, it's outright murder." The others echoed his sentiments. Although everyone present had been meticulously selected for their physical capabilities, the intensity of this training was staggering. One nearby student whispered, "Shouldn't we discuss taking a 10-minute break with Instructor Wang?" This was indeed a feasible suggestion. The more, the merrier in negotiations. Someone glanced at Su Raheo and asked, "What do you think, Su Raheo? Should we approach Instructor Wang?" Having spent nearly a month together, they had developed a certain rapport, and Su Raheo, sensing the delicate situation, cautioned, "Instructor Yin is right here. It's best not to let him catch wind of our discussion." One individual scoffed dismissively, "Coward." Just as the words left his mouth, a lash descended. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as the black rod struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Wincing in pain, a long red mark surfaced upon his shoulder. Bruised and swollen, Su Raheo was taken aback. He hadn't even noticed Yin Chen approach. Not just him, but the others were equally oblivious to Yin Chen's sudden presence behind the unfortunate student. By the time they registered what had happened, the student was already down on the ground. With a stern expression, Yin Chen commanded, "Get up." The student, now thoroughly frightened, jumped to his feet. clutching the sore spot on his shoulder and yelping in agony. Humph! Yan Shen's gaze swept across the group, finally settling on the one who had spoken out. What do you wish to say? Several students wore expressions of dismay, and Su Ruheo wisely remained silent. If you wish to rest, you may, Yan Shen said, prompting their eyes to light up with hope as they stared intently at him. Instructor Yin, can we really take a break? Yan Shen regarded them with a sudden cold smile. Of course, the amber glow of the lights cast a dim ambience, allowing glimpses of what appeared to be swirling mist through the glass doors. Let us proceed inside, Wang Hai suggested. He removed his shoes and stepped barefoot onto the wooden floor of the establishment. Sliding the door open, the others followed suit, crossing the threshold and instantly feeling as if they had parted the clouds to behold a clear sky, warmth enveloping their bodies. This sensation was a result of the stark temperature difference between the indoors and outdoors. It seemed they had entered a bathhouse, however. The interior was devoid of any occupants, exuding a tranquil emptiness. At the entrance, a three-tiered wooden rack held neatly arranged white towels. Wang Hai took one and made his way towards a partitioned wooden door on the right. Clearly, Wang Hai was indeed intent on indulging in a soak. After days of grueling training that had drained everyone's energy, many had longed for a chance to unwind. A soak could effectively alleviate fatigue and soothe frayed nerves. Thus, one by one, they eagerly snatched the towels from the rack, excitement bubbling over. The splash of water echoed as they dove into the pool. At the moment of immersion, Su Ruheo felt a shiver run through him. An overwhelming sense of comfort blossoming from his feet to the crown of his head. With the absence of Yan Shen, everyone began to let loose, and Su Ruheo was no exception. He found a comfortable spot by the edge of the bath, closed his eyes, and savored the moment. Whether it was an illusion or the temperature of the water, he felt as if a furnace ignited within him, warmth radiating profusely and the heat steadily rising. Glancing down at his skin, he was taken aback. My skin! At that moment, his entire body flushed crimson, akin to a burn, taking on an extraordinary hui in contrast. The others had also turned a deep red. Though Wang Hai stood out with his complexion unchanged, devoid of any flush, you've noticed, I see, Wang Hai remarked with a smile, snapping his fingers to draw everyone's attention. Do not be alarmed. The water you are soaking in has been infused with a specially formulated medicinal solution. This concoction not only facilitates rapid recovery from your exertions, but also enhances your physical prowess. It is most effective when used after intense training, maximizing its benefits. Gazing into the azure waters, Su Ruheo felt the medicinal liquid seeping into his body, the warmth intensifying as his skin deepened in hue, radiating a sunset-like beauty. As time passed, all traces of fatigue vanished, and a surge of vigor erupted within him like a volcano. A slight lift of his shoulders sent a symphony of crackling joints resonating throughout his body, instantly heightening his presence. The other trainees experienced similar effects, the potency of the medicinal solution manifesting within them. Wang Hai surveyed the scene with satisfaction. After all, the initial application of the solution yielded the best results, and subsequently, as the body developed resistance and strength increased, its efficacy would diminish. For him, the benefits had nearly reached zero. With a barely perceptible nod of contentment, he retrieved a black remote control from behind the bath and, with a click, plunged the room into darkness, rendering the space behind him indistinguishable in the darkness. The 8 glass doors at the entrance of the bathhouse suddenly slammed shut, sealing the area as the others began to murmur restlessly. Wang Hai's voice cut through the silence. All right, settle down, I have something to show you. As his words fell, the 8 glass doors illuminated with a bright light, revealing a scene that momentarily blinded everyone. Once their eyes adjusted to the brightness, the image on the door screen transitioned into focus. A figure darted across the screen, set against a backdrop of rugged mountains and trees. The figure alighted atop a high branch, balancing precariously yet appearing as if traversing solid ground. The man's face was obscured by pixelation, but in his hand he wielded a short blade, his gaze fixed on an open clearing ahead. There, countless towering trees lay felled, and a massive brown bear-like beast roared ferociously, exuding a palpable sense of menace. In an instant, the man and the beast clashed, blades flashing, the ground trembling, as trees toppled around them, creating a scene of utter devastation. The man's movements were swift, nearly imperceptible on the screen, the glint of his weapon the only clue to his whereabouts. Wang Hai's voice broke through the tension. What you see is an evolved variant beast, renowned for its strength and defense. Throughout history, life has been in a constant state of evolution. The initial phase of variation is classified as zero level. Once evolved to a level comparable to humanity, it is termed an A-level beast. A second evolution places it in the B-level category, and so forth. Beasts capable of 3 evolutions inevitably gain intelligence, akin to the dawn of consciousness, making them formidable adversaries. They have learned to command lesser beasts, thus earning the title of Lord-level beasts. As the students absorbed this information, their amazement grew. Suruhei was riveted by the figure on the screen, his heart racing. This is true combat. The battle raged on, with the man gradually gaining the upper hand, the bear's blood saturating its fur. Victory for the man appeared imminent. Yet, as the massive beast found itself cornered, a furious roar erupted, the winds howling, and a foul stench wafting through the air. The bear's brown fur bristled, emanating a sinister crimson hue, akin to a boss monster on the verge of a rage-induced transformation. In an instant, its wounds sealed, and its body swelled nearly twice its size. The chilling blade clashed against its hide, but was repelled without leaving a mark. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The bear, once towering at 7 to 8 meters, now loomed like a small mountain. Its size exponentially increased. With a sweeping motion of its massive paw, it unleashed a gale that shattered rocks, forcing the man to retreat. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, revealing the bear as a Lord-level beast, boasting at least 2 evolutions in its defense. Previously, even artillery had been ineffective against it, necessitating the intervention of the 9 Heavens blade, wielded by a powerful figure. As a sea-level beast that had evolved thrice, its strength was undeniably formidable, exhibiting an awe-inspiring invulnerability. While such a colossal creature might seem cumbersome, the Lord-level beast moved with surprising agility, its speed only slightly lagging behind that of the man. This confrontation reshaped the perceptions of all present, the earth trembling and rocks splintering as the aftermath of their clash rippled for miles, transforming the surrounding jungle into a desolate wasteland. Wang Hai, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding chaos, continued, "The 9 Heavens blade refers to a martial art as well as a title. The man in the video, Lei Ting, is its creator, possessing 9 levels of mastery, each imbued with tremendous power. The school has begun to promote its study, offering the first 3 levels for free, while the subsequent 6 are classified as confidential and must be exchanged for contribution points." Suruhei felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. To battle a beast that had evolved thrice meant that Lei Ting himself must also be an evolved individual, and the techniques he devised were undoubtedly extraordinary. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, meticulously analyzing Lei Ting's movements during the fight. With a thunderous crash, rocks flew as the Lord-level beast's head was sent soaring, crashing to the ground, a fountain of blood erupting from its neck. The man vanished from the battlefield in an instant, and the scene quickly shifted to a cliff, evading the gruesome aftermath. Through the video, the headless corpse of the bear remained upright, a grim testament to its defeat. Surrounded by a pool of blood, the man slowly sheathed his blade and gestured in victory. Initially intending to stream the event live, he had been thwarted by some disagreeable individuals. The thought left him displeased. Had it not been for the favor of his elder brother, he would have compelled those individuals to face the beast themselves. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the video, unmistakably that of Lei Ting, broadcast through the bathhouse speakers. Clearly, the battle had concluded, allowing for a relaxed recording. With a final click, the screen faded to black, and the bathroom lights flickered back to life. The man's concluding remarks were tinged with jest, carrying a light-hearted tone as if he were joking. "Power, immense power. When will I also possess such formidable strength, capable of slaying such terrifying beasts?" Suruhei silently pondered. Having evolved more than 4 times, at least 4 times, Suruhei misjudged the strength of that formidable individual, whose prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of a Lord-level beast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to dispatch it so effortlessly. The earlier appearance of a balanced confrontation was solely the result of that superlative being holding back. Once the power of that bear-like creature was fully unleashed, the formidable individual would no longer restrain himself. Wang Hai gently cleared his throat twice, interrupting the discussions among the surrounding students, and remarked, "Concerning the first 3 tiers of the 9 Heavens blade martial arts, relevant materials have been transmitted to your intelligence terminals. Students with an interest may certainly study them. However, this is merely fundamental martial arts and may not suit every student. You are entirely free to seek out other martial arts in the marketplace that are more aligned with your needs and possess greater potency. Yet, one thing I must convey to you is that any powerful martial art necessitates formidable strength to wield it effectively. It is akin to a child attempting to lift an axe weighing 100 kilograms. It is an impossible feat. Wong instructor, what martial art do you practice? Is it also the Nine Heavens Blade? A student inquired. Wong Hai smiled faintly. No, I practice Willow Blade, a secondary martial art that allows one to reach the level of a C-class beast. A self-created technique. Although its rank is not high, it aligns perfectly with my combat style. Wong instructor, what category does the Nine Heavens Blade belong to? Li Juanhao posed the question. Upon hearing Li Juanhao's inquiry, Wong Hai's expression turned solemn as he replied, it is a top-tier martial art. Created by Lord Thunder, few within the barrier can surpass it. Naturally, it is also challenging to cultivate. While the first 3 tiers may not be overly difficult, I have only reached the second tier myself. As for the subsequent tiers, it is entirely dependent upon one's innate talent. This revelation, astonishment spread among the crowd. Sensing their thoughts, Wong Hai continued. This is entirely a matter of talent. Therefore, no matter how excellent a martial art may be, it can only serve as a reference point one day. When you accumulate sufficient strength, you may, like Lord Thunder, create a martial art suited to yourself, thereby elevating your personal power to an entirely new level. A month later, the once desolate village base gradually transformed into a bustling hub, growing from 12 members to 23. The increase in personnel invigorated the atmosphere, instilling a semblance of vitality into this previously lifeless locale. Yin Shen's training became increasingly rigorous, causing not only the new students to lament, but also the seasoned practitioners to groan in despair. The devilish training reached an extreme level, yet the results were undeniably significant. Within a month, Su Ruheo's total strength had surpassed 3,800 power points, nearing 4,000. Alongside the enhancement of his strength, his physical attributes soared as well. Under the intense training regimen, every 5 days, Wong Hai would dutifully lead everyone to soak in baths. And with the stimulating effects of the medicinal liquid, their strength recuperated remarkably swiftly. After 3 sessions, the initially prescribed light blue medicinal liquid's efficacy had diminished to a negligible degree for Su Ruheo. Subsequently, Wong Hai replaced it with a light red medicinal liquid, which was considerably potent, though its effectiveness was primarily limited to the first 2 applications. As the number of baths increased, Su Ruheo distinctly sensed a decline in the potency of the medicine. Conservatively estimating, after a maximum of 4 uses, the red liquid would yield diminishing returns akin to the blue liquid, rendering it ineffective. This was an inevitability, a natural phenomenon beyond his control. Maintaining an optimistic outlook, he could only hope for the emergence of new medicinal solutions. 2 months later, the number of students at the base had risen to 35, with the initial batch, including Su Ruheo, now categorized as senior students. Aside from daily training beneath the burden of 200 kilograms of stone, Yin Shun would intermittently allocate time in the afternoons to teach the art of life and death combat. Carrying weights of 100 kilograms had become as effortless for Su Ruheo as eating or drinking. He believed that even with an additional 100 kilograms, he could manage it with ease. In his leisure time, he devoted himself to studying the Nine Heavens Blade, utilizing the training information on his intelligence terminal. Perhaps due to innate talent, he found the practice remarkably effortless and had completed the first tier of cultivation, finding it exceptionally fluid and graceful in application. He had also begun to glimpse the threshold of the second tier of the blade technique, for which he had sought validation from instructor Wong Hai. Upon witnessing Su Ruheo execute the second tier of the blade technique, Wong Hai expressed his astonishment. Aside from minor discrepancies and a degree of awkwardness in execution, there were virtually no errors. However, Wong Hai pointed out the one element that Su Ruheo lacked at that moment: strength. The first tier of Thunder's Blade would suffice for even an evolved individual. Yet for someone like Su Ruheo, who had yet to evolve, it was merely a hollow form without substance. In simpler terms, it was a matter of insufficient power. It was akin to an individual possessing mountains of gold and silver without the means to spend it. Left in a state of longing. Acknowledging this, Su Ruheo resolved to train even more diligently. The enhancement of strength was not an overnight endeavor, and as one progressed, the path to power became increasingly arduous. A month passed, and Su Ruheo's strength value barely surpassed 5000.AT, the abandoned factory training facility. Within the strength testing area, Yin Shan stood expressionless nearby, while Wang Hai stood on the opposite side, pen in hand, recording samples. Inside the training facility, the original cohort of 12 students was present, with additional newly arrived students gathered at the entrance. It was the monthly testing day, and the recording speed for the 12 individuals was remarkably swift. Chen Hao, Chun Lei by Lily. Whenever Yin Chun called a student's name, that individual would step forward and swiftly strike the strength testing wall. The wall, composed of a soft metallic material, was a thick rectangular structure with measurements marked from 1 to 15 millimeters. Each millimeter of indentation represented 1,000 power points, while each small marking denoted 100 power points, creating a finely tuned scale. The wall's maximum capacity reached 15,000 power points, exceeding the 10,000 threshold typical for evolved individuals by 5,000, thus fully capable of withstanding the impact. Upon being called, Bai Lily elegantly approached the testing wall from a distance of 50 meters. In the next instant, her figure vanished, leaving a deep footprint on the wall. Wang Hai, unfazed, glanced at the testing wall and promptly recorded the result. Bai Lily, 4,500 power points. Observing her score, she calmly rejoined the crowd. This result was neither outstanding nor poor. While it did not reach half of the 10,000 mark, it was reasonably close to the average level, indicating promise for her potential as an evolved individual. Moreover, it was a well-known fact that female strength generally lagged behind that of males, a trend inherent in the natural progression of evolution. After recording Bai Lily's data, Wang Hai raised his wrist to check his intelligence terminal, his gaze sharpening slightly. Approaching a speed of 100 meters per second, he was nearing the pinnacle value of a transmuter, comparable to those evolved individuals who were less adept at speed. Each student's strengths and attributes had been documented in the school's records, and the training instructors were naturally aware of these details. Bai Lily's true talent lay in speed, prompting Wang Hai to place an asterisk next to her name, signifying her as a key student. Bai Lily's speed talent was indeed formidable. With focused training, she could become a valuable asset. A singular aspect of evolution could catalyze the advancement of the entire body. Everyone possessed weaknesses, and if one could bolster these, it would pose no issue. Conversely, even if enhancement were unattainable, evolved individuals would always rank above those who had merely entered the transmutation phase. Next was Gu Hao, a fair-skinned youth who cheerfully stepped forward from the crowd, approaching the testing wall and delivering a full-force punch. With a resounding impact, the wall yielded under the force. Wang Hai glanced at Gu Hao's result, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Gu Hao, 6,000 power points." Gu Hao's initial benchmark was quite commendable. He was also notably ambitious, having improved from 5,000 in the previous month's test to 6,000 this month, marking him as a promising candidate. Su Ruheo.as Wang Hai called Su Ruheo's name. He couldn't help but scrutinize him for a moment longer. This young individual had left a significant impression on him, demonstrating notable talent in blade technique cultivation. When he relayed this information to Yin Chen, the latter was equally astonished. To cultivate the Nine Heavens blade to the second tier within a month, albeit not yet fully mastered, was a testament to his innate potential. The Nine Heavens blade was notoriously difficult to cultivate, and it appeared that Su Ruheo was well suited to follow in Lord Thunder's footsteps. Thus, both Wang Hai and Yin Chen closely monitored Su Ruheo's daily training. After a month of grueling practice, Yin Chen was aware that Su Ruheo had also preliminarily grasped the flow technique. Stepping forward from the crowd, Su Ruheo positioned himself at a distance from the wall, a strategy akin to Bai Lily's. With his left foot initiating the movement, his right foot thrust forcefully against the ground, unleashing a palpable surge of energy. The flow technique inherently utilized momentum. The superlative individual from the video had appeared to move effortlessly, instantaneously teleporting with ease, yet there seemed to be something missing. Although he understood that he could not compare himself to that extraordinary being, Su Ruheo remained dissatisfied with his current self, feeling a clumsiness in his execution of the technique. Standing nearby, Li Juanhao raised an eyebrow, internally pondering. A speed-oriented individual, how intriguing. Although he was aware of Su Ruheo's intentions from the very beginning, based solely on their recent interactions, he had always assumed that Su Ruheo was a strength-oriented student, which left him astonished. Had Su Ruheo been privy to Li Juanhao's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have been amused to the point of laughter, realizing that his single action had inadvertently led to a misunderstanding. Wang Hai observed the marks left by Tsuruheo on the wall and nodded to himself, recognizing the undeniable talent displayed. Tsuruheo, with a strength value of 5500.at the same time, he underlined Tsuruheo's name with 2 horizontal lines, labeling him as exceptional. In just 2 months, his strength had nearly quintupled, a remarkable talent indeed. Wang Hai felt that Tsuruheo might possess even greater potential in terms of speed. He contemplated increasing the training intensity next month. His wrist-mounted smart terminal emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating a speed approaching 100 per second. Was this a private score? Tsuruheo was momentarily taken aback but quickly dismissed it. Keeping such speed confidential was perhaps for the best. It did not necessarily require public announcement. Li Juanhao was positioned at the very end, and his entrance always seemed somewhat delayed. "Look, it's Li Juanhao," someone exclaimed. "That's him. I heard his score last month was nearly 10,000. Doesn't that mean he is close to the standard for evolution? How enviable Li Xuezhang must be." Whispers filled the air. And Li Juanhao furrowed his brow momentarily but soon relaxed and walked straight up to the metallic wall designated for strength testing. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, causing discomfort to the ears of many. Looking up, a fist-sized deep dent was prominently visible on the metallic testing wall. Wang Hai and Yin Chen's gazes sharpened, with the former swiftly recording the data to Li Juanhao, with a strength value of 10,100. Had surpassed the threshold standard and had yet to evolve, showcasing astonishing potential. Yin Chen nodded at Wang Hai and then announced, "Li Juanhao, strength value 9,500.47 outdoor station." This proclamation elicited no significant reaction. After all, Li Juanhao had been nearing the 10,000 mark last month, making the 9,500 strength value unsurprising, albeit considerable, and still within acceptable limits. Instances of individuals surpassing 10,000 without having evolved were not unheard of in history. And to avoid unnecessary commotion, Yin Chen chose to keep the matter subdued. Li Juanhao's potential was almost universally acknowledged. His evolution was a foregone conclusion, and he had even more potential for advancement. Once he became an evolved being, his strength would undergo further transformation, placing him among the formidable in his cohort. Naturally, they were keen to safeguard such talent. Genius is always welcomed, regardless of the setting. After announcing the results, Yin Chen maintained a stoic demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke emphatically. "The path of training has never been a solitary endeavor. While you may seem to have achieved commendable results over the past 2 months, in my eyes, this is merely a deceptive illusion. Were you to encounter a living corpse or some mutated creature, you would likely be paralyzed with fear." His voice was commanding, silencing the room. Not a soul dared to breathe audibly. Scanning the training room, Yin Chen continued sternly. "On the battlefield, there is no room for complacency. Upon encountering the living dead, their first instinct will be to devour you. In military terms, you are akin to recruits who have never even fired a weapon, merely fodder for the slaughter. I, Yin Chen, will not tolerate such individuals among my students. Therefore, I have decided, in 2 days, all students must participate in a practical assessment." This announcement struck the students like a nuclear explosion, leaving them in shock. A distinct gulp echoed as one student trembled, asking, "Instructor Yin, are we to hunt mutated creatures outside?" In that instant, all eyes turned to Yin Chen and Wang Hai. Except for Tsuruheo, most had never truly encountered those living corpses. Life within the walls had been too comfortable for too long, to the point of nearly forgetting that humanity still cowered in a corner, with illustrations and books merely depicting fantasies. "What? Are you afraid?" Yin Chen's gaze sharpened, his voice cold. "From the moment you stepped into the evolution school and aspired to tread the path of evolution, you should have known that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges." At this juncture, Wang Hai interjected, "You need not worry. Your current strength may not suffice against formidable mutated creatures, and we will not require you to hunt A-grade or higher beings. However, the assessment is unavoidable. It is through practical experience that one's abilities are truly tested. This will merely be a small exercise, primarily involving the extermination of living corpses and some level 0 mutated creatures, with the victor determined by quantity. These creatures can be exchanged for contribution points at the school, making it a mutually beneficial endeavor. If you remain cooped up in the base, not only will your training progress stagnate, but you will also miss out on essential resources." This reassurance allowed the students to relax somewhat, as hunting mutated creatures was no trivial matter. Yin Xian maintained his icy demeanor, stating coldly, "The exam is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 6 a.m. Concluding the next day at 6 a.m., which means you have 2 days to prepare. As for the exam location, further notice will be provided. The more mutated creatures you kill, the more contribution points you will earn. To facilitate tracking, please leave the spines of the mutated creatures as proof. Remember, under no circumstances are you permitted to duel one another or engage in violent disputes over a single mutated creature. All activities will be monitored, and any violations will result in immediate disqualification," he continued. "During the exam, should you sustain serious injuries or encounter unmanageable mutated creatures, you may send a distress signal via your wrist-mounted smart terminal, and assistance will be dispatched promptly. However, sending a distress signal means you forfeit your qualification for the exam, effectively ending your participation." Yin Xian revealed his own smart terminal, pointing to the watch on his wrist, stating bluntly, "Since this is an exam, there will naturally be rewards for performance. The first place winner will receive 300 contribution points, a standard martial arts manual, and a level 0 body enhancement potion. The second place will earn 200 contribution points and a martial arts manual, while the third place will receive nothing." With that, Yin Xian waved his hand dismissively, asserting in an undeniable tone, "You may disperse now. We shall gather here at 3 a.m. 2 days from now." His tone was rigid, and soon all the students scattered like startled birds, leaving the training room eerily empty, save for Wang Hai and himself. Once he gathered his belongings, Wang Hai gazed at the departing students. Slightly sighing, "I will report the results of this internal assessment to the higher-ups. I believe Li Juanhao's performance will not pale in comparison to the others." Yin Xian crossed his arms, speaking solemnly, "Success lies in human effort, while fate is determined by the heavens. Our task is to cultivate outstanding talents. I've heard that many promising individuals have emerged from other bases as well. One exceptional individual is not enough. With resources so scarce and competition so fierce, the higher-ups will only nurture a select few. Rather than waiting for them to allocate resources, it is more pragmatic to seize opportunities ourselves." At this point, Yin Xian could not help but snort. Wang Hai shook his head with a wry smile, saying, 2 months is indeed a short training period, but it is what it is. I can only hope that a few outstanding talents emerge from among them, so that the higher-ups might consider our base more favorably when distributing resources." As night fell, the glow of the base's streetlights streamed through the glass windows into Su Ruheo's room. With bare arms, Su Ruheo performed a handstand, each foot strapped with 50-kilogram lead weights, the heaviest restraints available in the base. After dinner, he had maintained this state for 3 hours, verging on the extreme. Yet, he remained dissatisfied with his current condition. During the test, Li Juanhao's punch had left a profound impression on him, driving him to train even harder. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed through his room. "Coming," he responded, rising to his feet and wiping the sweat from his brow. Wondering to himself, "What time is it? Who is still awake?" "Ah, Instructor Wang." Upon opening the door and seeing the visitor, Su Ruheo was taken aback. "Instructor Wang, please come in." He stepped aside to allow entry. "No need." Wang Hai shook his head. "I'm here to bring you something." As he spoke, Wang Hai produced a gray-brown package from behind him, tightly bound with white string, revealing only a rectangular shape from the exterior. "Su Ruheo, this is the combat uniform, boots, and a steel combat knife prepared for you by the school. Since you are suited for the path of Lord Thunder, I believe this knife, forged through 100 cycles of tempering, will feel like an extension of your own arm." Wang Hai handed the items to Su Ruheo, stating, "Take good care of this if possible. Strive to hunt down several mutated creatures, as it reflects the dedication of your instructors to your training." "Thank you, Instructor Wang," Su Ruheo replied earnestly, nodding vigorously as he accepted the items. Wang Hai said little more, merely nodding slightly before departing. A mentor may guide one through the door, but the journey of cultivation is ultimately a personal endeavor. He holds a favorable view of Su Ruheo, recognizing his considerable talent and diligent nature. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is quite hopeful that Su Ruheo will aspire to become an evolver. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. He is merely an instructor, yet he harbors high expectations for his exceptional students. Such scenes frequently unfold within the dormitory building. After seeing Su Ruheo off, Wang Hai proceeded to deliver items to the other students. In Gu Hao's room, he sat cross-legged on his bed, his gaze fixed upon the watch, contemplating the information regarding the 9-fold heaven blade. Additionally, A new entry had appeared in his personal information section. Ordinary martial arts. Gua Mian. In by Lily's room, having just finished her bath, she lay on a lounge chair clad in pink pajamas, her moon-like bright eyes gazing up at the moon, lost in thought at this moment. A white combat suit was neatly folded in the center of her bed. The pair of light golden A-grade battle boots, the Jean Liu boots, rested atop the combat suit. Li Juanhao languidly reclined in a mahogany chair. Exuding an air of tranquility, he was already aware of his actual test results from earlier in the day. With one more step, he could surpass the threshold to becoming an evolver. Although it would not be easy, it was certainly not an insurmountable task. The instructor's guidance was clear. Focus on accumulation and refrain from attempting to break through prematurely. Presently, ordinary training no longer yielded significant results for him. He looked forward to the practical combat scheduled for the following day. Raising his wrist, Li Juanhao glanced at his smart terminal, navigated to the settings interface, and entered a series of new communication codes. Hello, is that you, Uncle San? I have a small favor to ask. A full set of A-grade combat gear, along with entry-level weaponry, iron fist gauntlets, and a basic martial arts manual for fist techniques will suffice. They don't need to be exceptional. Some items I can wait to acquire later. After ending the call, Li Juanhao squinted and drifted into a light slumber. At 2:50 a.m., the world lay in serene silence. A canvas-covered truck glided soundlessly into the base, where all the students were already in a state of anticipation within the training room. Yin Xin glanced at his watch and barked, "Everyone, board the vehicle." At his command, the 12 students entered in an orderly fashion. Once all were aboard, the truck's open top slowly closed, obscuring the occupants from the outside world. Yin Shun nodded at the truck driver, who immediately started the engine and sped out of the base, heading southeast towards the desolate town. At 5:40 a.m., the moonlight was hazy, and visibility was limited to no more than 5 meters. With a thunderous rumble, a massive stone door gradually shut in the sparse moonlight. The surrounding stone walls, made of the same material, resembled a hunting ground. They had all been placed at the entrance and learned along the way that this locale was a small town, abandoned for decades and transformed into a trial ground. As long as they did not wander into extremely perilous areas, safety was generally assured. "Brother Hao, let us join forces," Chenlei proposed to Su Raheo. Meanwhile, the distinguished students had already dispersed rapidly, making their way deeper into the town. Tightening his combat suit, Chen Hao exclaimed, "Brother Hao, you aren't intending to hunt alone, are you?" Although the mutated creatures in this town are mostly below A grade, it is still safer to have company. This exam did not prohibit forming teams. In fact, it was an unspoken agreement among the instructors. Everyone was facing their first real combat, and the situation could become complex. Su Raheo's test results were commendable, not top tier, but certainly impressive. In response to Chen Lei's invitation, Su Raheo smiled slightly. "Thank you for your kind offer, brothers, but I prefer to go it alone." Observing Chen Lei and his brother hesitating to speak, Su Raheo continued, "This exam is also a practical assessment, and individual performance is undoubtedly significant. Without delving too far, the battlefield is ever-changing. The likelihood of survival increases for those who can stand alone. Besides, the creatures here are the less dangerous ones that were left after the cleansing. It's a perfect opportunity to refine one's resolve and enhance one's abilities. The monsters we will face in the future will only grow more fearsome. If we require teamwork now, the path ahead will only become more arduous." "All right," Chenlei conceded with a nod. It was evident that their perspectives differed fundamentally from Su Raheo's. His words had not swayed them. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths do not conspire together. Acknowledging their differing ideologies, Su Raheo realized that collaboration was not feasible. Furthermore, matters involving the distribution of benefits could not be resolved with a few words, even among classmates, and he was wary of potential complications. Additionally, he harbored his own secrets. "Take care." With that, Su Raheo swiftly dashed toward the depths of the town's ruins. "We should move as well." Chenlei and Chen Hao exchanged glances before charging into the heart of the town. On the rooftop of a high building outside the town, 2 figures stood, gazing into the distance. Outside the town, dozens of fully armed soldiers stood vigil at every post. To the east, the sky began to brighten like a carp leaping, casting a faint light into the town, revealing some of its original features, yet many areas remained shrouded in darkness. This place had been abandoned for ages, and apart from the dilapidated structures prone to collapse. Tsuruheo saw no signs of life. Suddenly, chilling sounds echoed from the depths of the town, causing his heart to race. Are they inside? Momentarily stunned, Tsuruheo tightened his grip on his battle knife, his entire being poised to spring into action as he followed the source of the sounds. Approximately 5 minutes later, Tsuruheo halted, swiftly concealing himself in the corner of a nearby ruin. Hissing sounds emanated from a collapsed section of debris, where concrete slabs were rising and falling, sending dust swirling. A massive wild boar, its skin a deep crimson and its legs as robust as an ox, emerged from the rubble, towering at 3 meters tall. It was over 3 times the size of an ordinary domestic pig, with tusks protruding half a meter, glinting ominously in the sunlight. It was a mutated wild boar. Tsuruheo quickly scanned his surroundings and confirmed that no other mutated creatures or humans were present before boldly stepping out from his hiding spot, exposing himself to the boar's gaze. Upon spotting Tsuruheo clad in combat gear and wielding a 50-centimeter-long battle knife, the mutated boar let out a strange, guttural roar, its powerful left hoof scraping the ground, releasing a cloud of steam. In the next instant, it charged forward, kicking up dust as it barreled towards Tsuruheo like a heavy-duty vehicle. The sharp, elongated tusks radiated an icy menace as the massive creature bore down on him, and a foul wind rushed past him. Just as the mutated boar was about to collide with him, Tsuruheo deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the brutal charge. He quickly maneuvered to the side of the wild boar, which was too fast to halt its momentum. With narrowed eyes, a flash of cold light flickered within, and all of his strength surged into his arms. In an instant, he swung the battle knife down with blinding speed. The blade sank 3 inches into the boar's flesh but could not penetrate further, as if obstructed by something. Realizing it was not a fatal blow, Tsuruheo's expression darkened, and he swiftly withdrew his knife, retreating hastily. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The wounded boar let out a pained howl, yet due to its momentum, it continued to charge forward. With a thunderous crash, the already precarious building collapsed under the force. Burying the mutated boar within the ruins, Tsuruheo remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the debris. As anticipated, the wreckage stirred, and the boar burst forth. Dust billowed, engulfing a significant portion of the vicinity in a thick fog. At this moment, the mutated wild boar appeared utterly wretched, covered in dirt, with blood gushing from the wounds on its back. It seemed that even if he refrained from attacking, the boar would eventually succumb to its injuries. Are you desperate to fight back? Tsuruheo's eyes narrowed, observing the boar's bloodshot gaze, filled with a predatory instinct. Very well. Let us see how you fare against my blade. Taking a deep breath, Tsuruheo unleashed his power, shattering the cement floor beneath him as fragments of stone flew in all directions. With a flash of blade light, Tsuruheo vanished from sight, his figure gracefully descending from the AI art as the chilling glimmer ignited. He reappeared beside the mutated boar. With a swift strike, the boar's head was severed from its body. Soaring through the air, blood gushed from the severed neck, creating a horrifying spectacle. The head crashed to the ground, and the massive body fell with a resounding thud. Yet, in mere moments, the mutated boar was not entirely lifeless. Its body continued to convulse. Exhaling deeply, Tsuruheo recalled the scene of his earlier strike. Wiping the sweat from his brow, now drenched beneath his combat suit. Previously, it was indeed a harrowing experience. I never anticipated that this mutated wild boar would be so tough-skinned and resilient, impervious to a full-force strike. Why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The blow earlier from Tsuruheo was undoubtedly delivered with all his might, yet it still failed to deliver a decisive blow, despite possessing a strength value of 5,500. Tsuruheo was confident he could pierce a 10-centimeter thick steel plate with a single strike, yet he could do nothing to this mutated wild boar. Pondering over the weapon in his hand, Tsuruheo approached the carcass of the mutated wild boar and swung his blade twice, slicing through with a swift whoosh. With each stroke, the blade glided across the creature's body, the first cut severing a sizable portion of flesh, and the second cleaving the meat from the opposite side of the spine. With a flick of the blade, a 2-meter-long, blood-soaked spine landed in Tsuruheo's grasp. It weighed considerably, estimated at around 100 pounds. Weighing the spine in his hands, Tsuruheo surmised it certainly did not weigh less than 100 pounds. However, this was of little consequence to him. Observing the spine, he noticed a notch 2/3 of the way along its length. Precisely where his weapon had struck moments ago, it appeared this was indeed a valuable find. He simply wondered what purpose it might serve. Puzzled yet quick to act, he deftly stowed it in his backpack. The weapon he wielded was merely a standard-grade blade, more than sufficient to deal with typical zero-grade creatures, yet the spine of the boar was remarkably sturdy, rivaling the toughness of his weapon. If only he had an A-grade blade in hand, that strike would have surely severed the mutated creature in two. Alas, such thoughts were futile for Tsuruhei. Without becoming an evolver, he would never possess such weaponry. Perhaps there was another solution. A sudden epiphany struck him. There might be A-grade weapons available in the school's marketplace, provided he accumulated enough contribution points. Casting a glance into the distance, Tsuruhei vanished swiftly from the ruins, leaving behind the dismembered carcass of the mutated wild boar, its blood staining the dust-laden ground. Yet, the scene garnered no attention. As time ticked by, in this isolated town, such bloody skirmishes occurred frequently. Confronting zero-grade creatures rarely resulted in casualties. Although these mutated beings exhibited considerable strength, some even surpassing ordinary students, they lacked human intellect, relying solely on primal instincts, often finding themselves at a disadvantage in combat. Victory was merely a matter of time. At 7 in the morning, daylight broke over a 3-story rooftop where two shadowy figures clashed fiercely. With a resounding thud, one figure was abruptly sent sprawling backward. Blades flashed in a flurry, glinting with lethal intent. And with a sharp cry, blood erupted from the retreating figure, splattering like a crimson rain. The figure crashed onto the rooftop, leaving behind a long trail of blood as it slid several meters. Yet, before a moment passed, two more shadows surged forth from either side, catching one off guard. With a whoosh, whoosh of blades, these two figures darted in succession and were swiftly sent flying, crashing to the ground. Crimson blood pooled beneath them, staining the dusty rooftop. Coughing, Tsuruhei steadied himself, expelling the pent-up breath from his chest. He glanced down at the long, deep claw marks etched into his chest, nearly breaching his armored protective gear. A flicker of trepidation coursed through him. Had it not been for his rigorous training and the mastery he had gained over the ninefold heaven blade, he would have been unable to defend against the remaining two mutated creatures. Potentially facing dire consequences, Tsuruhei approached the two fallen shadows, assessing them. They resembled felines, their gray fur adorned with yellow vertical stripes, standing about 30 centimeters tall. Their elongated, sharp claws appeared exceedingly lethal. These two feline-like mutants were unmistakably the same species he had previously dispatched. Now, they lay lifeless, their bellies torn open, innards spilling forth, nearly bisected. Tsuruhei studied the corpses of the three felines, stroking his chin in contemplation. They were undoubtedly speed-oriented creatures. Their sharp claws could easily spell disaster for the unwary. It was fortunate for them to have encountered him. Otherwise, they would have posed a significant challenge for others. Such swift creatures were indeed formidable, catching even him off guard, and their coordinated assaults made them even more perilous. Except for by Lily, Tsuruhei suddenly thought of that icy, aloof girl. He recognized that his speed paled in comparison to hers, a realization he accepted, yet he felt confident in handling typical speed-oriented creatures. With a swift motion, Tsuruhei severed the spines of the three feline mutants and quickly stowed them in his backpack. Approaching noon, he had accumulated 10 spines within his pack, based on the standard conversion rate for ordinary mutants. That amounted to 100 contribution points, which was still insufficient for obtaining a suitable weapon. The rewards offered by the instructors were secondary. The key lay in Tsuruhei's relentless pursuit of honing his martial skills and accumulating combat experience. Until now, he had deliberately sought out solitary mutated beings, preserving his strength for a more impactful outcome, which necessitated a sharpening stone. After briefly cleaning the blood from his blade, Tsuruhei shifted his gaze deeper into the town. With a single leap, he descended from the 3-meter-high building, landing heavily on the concrete below, shattering the surrounding ground with a resounding crack. Dust billowed as Tsuruhei's silhouette swiftly vanished, pushing further into the town's depths. As he advanced, he stumbled upon a dozen wandering undead, aimlessly shuffling about. Their tattered clothing hung limply, faces rotten and grotesque, emitting a stench reminiscent of decaying cabbage. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned their hollow eye sockets toward the source of the noise. These individuals might well have been the town's original residents, yet Su Ruheo felt neither joy nor sorrow. The shock he experienced at school lingered more profoundly, where fear gripped everyone, rendering the scene more terrifying than the undead themselves. With a swift motion, Su Ruheo moved like a specter, wielding his blade with precision. Each step resulted in a decapitated undead head rolling to the ground, dark, foul blood splattered, filling the air with a nauseating stench. In an instant, all dozen undead lay headless. A howling sound caught his attention, and Su Ruheo's gaze sharpened, revealing a glimmer of excitement on his face. Just as he lamented the absence of prey, a horde of undead emerged from a street corner, sluggishly making their way forward, with what appeared to be a continuous stream of reinforcements, almost akin to a marching army. It was no wonder Su Ruheo felt exhilarated. While this might spell disaster for others, for him, it was an inexhaustible source of contribution points. In a nearby block, Li Juanhao, clad in a green combat suit, was fiercely battling a mutated wild boar. This creature, with its blue face and colossal tusks, towered at a staggering 8 meters, resembling a mountain of flesh. Its enormous tusks, akin to 2 massive scimitars, radiated a chilling aura, instilling fear in all who beheld it. This wild boar was even larger than the one Su Ruheo had encountered. Its blood-red eyes exuded a ferocious aura, embodying the very essence of a wild boar king. However, the beast bore numerous wounds. Its face grotesquely swollen, blood continuously oozing from its injuries. Li Juanhao found himself in a dire situation. His hands encased in bone gauntlets, each adorned with various bone spikes, now stained crimson. The longer spikes had already broken, revealing jagged edges. His hair was disheveled, and he panted heavily. Despite his near-evolver physique, he could not escape the toll of exhaustion. The man and the beast faced off, each slowly shifting their positions while seeking the other's vulnerabilities. Surrounding Li Juanhao lay the corpses of numerous mutated wild boars, their skulls shattered as if struck by a mighty blow, in a contest between an evolver and an equally matched mutated creature. An advantage was typically present, yet the boar king's tough skin and thick flesh rendered Li Juanhao unable to gain any upper hand, and he had no desire to confront an A-grade mutated being unless absolutely necessary. However, it appeared he had no choice in the matter. Gritting his teeth, Li Juanhao's eyes gleamed with a frenzied, bloodthirsty glint. Killing this boar king would surely secure his place as the first. With a furious roar, he unleashed a surge of power comparable to that of an evolver, his muscles swelling dramatically, veins bulging ominously on his forearms, resembling a spinach-fueled Popeye, his physique subtly transforming. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would likely faint from shock. With a resounding crash, the stones beneath Li Juanhao shattered instantly, dust swirling chaotically as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, disappearing in the blink of an eye, his speed almost surpassing that of Bai Lili. Clearly, Li Juanhao had held back during his previous tests against the walls. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust that struck the mutated wild boar king directly in the face. Die! With a deafening roar, the sharp-boned spurs lunged forward with ferocity, accompanied by the continuous, wrathful howls of the beast. The white-gloved fist struck the boar's head with unrelenting force, driving it further down. With a resounding crash, the boar's head, the size of a disc, was smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater and shaking the earth beneath. Such a punch could have obliterated the mutated wild boar king's skull. Yet it only incited its primal rage. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth. The massive boar head abruptly lifted, its 2 razor-sharp tusks resembling curved blades poised to strike. Although he slightly shifted his stance, it was still too late. The keen tusks grazed past Li Juanhao's chest, effortlessly tearing through his combat suit with a sharp rip. The A-grade protective gear was as fragile as paper against such might. Li Juanhao felt a powerful impact at his chest, sending him soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood. With a swift, acrobatic motion, he sprang back to his feet. In a flash, Li Juanhao charged forward, his fists slicing through the air. Countless white fist shadows rained down upon the mutated wild boar king's back. The sounds of impact were ceaseless, his movements as swift as the wind, delivering blows at a rate of no less than 100 per second. The boar king, in agony, thrashed its colossal body in a frantic attempt. A terrifying roar echoed through the air. As the remaining few undead trembled and staggered towards Tsuruheo, their dark, sharp claws poised to strike, Tsuruheo's expression shifted, astonished. A lord-level undead? Controlling the undead? However, he quickly dismissed this notion, setting aside whether he could evade the attacks of a leader-level undead. If a creature above Sa level truly existed, someone would have come to exterminate it at once. Otherwise, such a small town would spell disaster for everyone. It could not be that kind of monster. It was not an ordinary undead. Thus, there was only one possibility. It had mutated, having just reached a level. Those who could have detected and dealt with it had not yet arrived. After some contemplation, Tsuruheo deemed this possibility the most reasonable. Perhaps this creature was merely a fish that had slipped through the net, an A-level undead. Fixating on this distinct undead, Tsuruheo licked his cracked lips, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him. With a swift twist of his battle knife, he carved an arc through the air, beheading the ordinary undead that approached him. Their corpses thudded to the ground. However, this only provoked the ferocity of the A-level undead, which howled in rage. With a mighty leap, it launched itself towards Tsuruheo. The ground beneath it shattered, creating a deep crater upon impact. Tsuruheo nimbly dodged the assault. It seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence, though its speed still fell short. The undead's movements were inherently sluggish. After 2 encounters, Tsuruheo had gauged its speed. It was quicker than the ordinary undead, akin to a running adult, yet still not on par with a human evolver. With this realization, Tsuruheo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even if he could not defeat it, escaping was a viable option. Preserving his life took precedence. In a flash, Tsuruheo circled behind the A-level undead, unleashing the full force of his arm as he struck its right arm. The clash reverberated like the sound of metal grinding against metal. His blade struck with such force that it felt as though it had met steel. The bones of the undead were harder than iron, and despite his full exertion, he could not sever it. Inspecting his battle knife, he noticed a small area of the blade had dulled. This weapon was rendered ineffective. Nonetheless, the A-level undead was not unscathed. It stumbled from the impact, dark blood gushing forth, and its right arm showed signs of deformation. Likely fractured from the blow, the A-level undead howled in pain, wildly swinging its injured right arm. Its murky gaze fixated menacingly on Tsuruheo. In the next moment, it charged at him with reckless abandon. Boom boom, the surrounding streets reverberated with intense tremors as the A-level undead, infused with monstrous strength and in a frenzied state, advanced. Tsuruheo continually shifted his position, adopting a strategy of striking and moving, deftly evading the undead's grasp. Were it not for this tactic, he would have been devoured whole by now. With a leap, Tsuruheo landed atop the roof of an abandoned shop, shattering a rock overhead that plummeted towards the A-level undead below. The boulder soared through the air, crashing down onto the creature's head, capturing its attention. It let out a furious roar, swinging its uninjured left arm with lethal force to smash the boulder into fragments. Dust filled the air. What tremendous power! Tsuruheo's pupils constricted. He marveled at its might. The longer he fought it, the more he recognized its formidable strength. Had he not taken the initiative to strike first, the situation could have been far more dire. Though he had never fought an evolver directly, he was certain that the physical attributes and resilience of an A-level undead surpassed those of human evolvers. He had never witnessed an evolver's body capable of dulling a battle knife. As the A-level undead grew increasingly enraged, it briefly halted its advance against the boulder before charging recklessly towards the dilapidated shop. The ground shook with each thunderous impact as it barreled through the structure, creating a massive breach in the wall and causing debris to scatter. Once inside, the undead wreaked havoc, its inky fingers easily penetrating the walls as it tore apart chunks of concrete. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Tsuruheo snorted disdainfully, leaping from the rooftop and swiftly changing direction to flee. Moments later, the shop collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a shadow surged forth from its wreckage. The A-level undead howled, fixating on its target and giving chase. Despite its terrifying strength and burgeoning awareness, it remained a mindless beast, defeatable. Come on, catch up! A glimmer of determination flashed in Tsuruheo's eyes as he maintained his calm demeanor. The undead's speed was not extraordinary. It covered nearly 2 meters with each stride, closing the gap between them in mere moments. Glancing back to see the creature drawing closer, Tsuruheo halted, pivoted, and sprinted towards a nearby commercial building. The aging structure bore signs of neglect, its walls peeling and crumbling, the entrance long since destroyed, leaving only a bare metal frame, coated in dust. Peering inside, he noted the absence of light, plunging the interior into darkness. Without hesitation, he charged on the rooftop of the 5th floor. A short young man lowered his binoculars, gloating. I thought this guy was invincible. Yet here he is, fleeing from the undead, he chuckled, glancing at Luo Dong. Brother Dong, this kid's out of options, scrambling for any refuge. He is clearly at his wit's end. Is that so? Luo Dong replied, narrowing his eyes as he observed the frenzied undead. After a moment, he spoke again. Just watch. Something unexpected may occur. Unexpected? The short young man tilted his head, perplexed. What could possibly happen? Surely no one is coming to rescue him. Not quite. Luo Dong shook his head. You're overlooking a crucial factor, one of great significance. The young man, confused, asked, what factor could lead to such a drastic change? Luo Dong replied coolly, speed. This individual's speed exceeds that of the A-level undead. If he wishes to escape, the undead cannot possibly catch him, unless he never intended to flee in the first place. If that is the case, it becomes intriguing. Luo Dong's lips curled into a faint smile. His interest piqued. As he spoke, the short young man was momentarily taken aback by his own words, quickly adding, but how could that be? That is impossible. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. The young man's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Luo Dong's brow furrowed, a glimmer of unease flickering in his gaze. A sizable hole appeared in the north wall of the commercial building. And moments ago, a figure had been violently thrust out from the explosion, creating this very breach. Luo Dong immediately sensed something was amiss. The figure was notably tall, unlike an ordinary human in that instant. He recognized that it was the undead that had been sent flying. From the vantage point of the binoculars, the short young man witnessed the A-level undead shakily rise from the ground, his heart dropping as if struck by lightning. Not only that, but he also saw that half of the undead's head was flattened, appearing grotesquely deformed. If a normal person had half their head crushed, they would surely be dead in mere seconds after the A-level undead entered the building. The situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. Brother Dong, the short young man, swallowed hard, turning to Luo Dong, who remained silent, his expression grave. The A-level undead let out a pained howl, its gaze fixed on the dark, gaping hole, an unusual flicker of fear crossing its features. Despite sustaining such severe damage without its skull being shattered, Tsuruheo, shrouded in darkness within the building, was taken aback for a moment, but soon regained his composure. Truly tough-skinned and resilient. Yet, it was fortunate. Some things had to be tested to be fully understood. As Tsuruheo underwent complete assimilation, his skin transformed to a shimmering silver hue. Though concealed by his clothing, the change was evident, marking a stark contrast from before. The A-level undead roared twice in defiance, slowly retreating a couple of steps, sensing the transformation. With each step Tsuruheo took from the wall behind the gaping hole, the cement floor cracked beneath him, leaving behind deep impressions. Following assimilation, not only had his strength doubled, meeting the standards of a novice evolver, but his mass had also surged, causing the ground beneath him to struggle to support his weight. With a primal roar, the A-level undead, aware that this individual was no longer the same, leapt into the air, charging towards Tsuruheo with ferocity. In an instant, spanning a distance of several meters, the A-grade body soared into the air, landing directly above Tsuruheo. With a fierce swipe of its left claw, it descended menacingly. Should that claw make contact, even Tsuruheo, possessing the ability to assimilate metal and with a body as formidable as steel, would surely lose a chunk of flesh. Observing this, a glimmer of determination ignited in Tsuruheo's eyes as he bellowed, "Come at me!" As the towering A-grade undead lunged, he stepped forward, leaning into the strike and evading the outstretched claw. Seizing the moment of its airborne state, unable to effectively dodge, he swept his right leg back with great force. Boom! The impact of Tsuruheo's leg collided with its midsection, creating a thunderous sound that resonated through the air. The A-grade undead was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing against the building's wall, which crumbled like mere paper. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow sprang forth from the building, advancing swiftly, bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds of their clash echoed continuously. Both forces had reached a significant level, each encounter sending ripples through the air. However, the power wielded lacked the overwhelming might capable of shattering the very air. A striking weakness. This undead was terrifyingly strong. Despite Tsuruheyo's power equating to that of an evolved being, even having gained the upper hand with an initial blow, he still found himself straining in the confrontation. This disparity in strength was evident. Lacking an A-grade battle blade, Tsuruheyo had no choice but to engage the undead head-on. Otherwise, he would have claimed its head long ago. Bang! A punch landed squarely on its face. Although it was partially blocked by the undead's left arm, it nonetheless forced it to stagger back 2 steps. Continuing in this manner was futile. Tsuruheyo drew the battle blade from behind him. Raising it high as he lunged forward, he aimed a fierce strike at the undead's head. A tremendous roar erupted as the undead's skull cracked slightly, black blood oozing from the fissure. However, Tsuruheyo's expression began to shift dramatically. The undead's right fist suddenly swung out, crashing into Tsuruheyo's chest. Bang! He was sent soaring into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, he struggled to rise. Using the dulled blade for support, the pain was excruciating. Glancing down at his chest, he noticed a fist-shaped dent in his protective gear. He felt certain his ribs had fractured, and his breathing grew rapid. A moment of carelessness. Spitting blood onto the ground, Tsuruheyo's gaze fell upon the undead's right arm, his heart racing as it displayed a disturbingly human-like grin. His lips twitched slightly, rage igniting in his eyes. A murderous intent boiling within him. In the next heartbeat, he composed himself, gripping his battle blade tightly. Ninefold Sky Blade, 2nd level. In the ruins of the left street of the small town, a figure suddenly collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, their face growing ever paler with each exhalation. After the fierce battle, the taut nerves relaxed all at once. The force of that last punch was no trivial matter. Had it not been for his iron-like physique, he might have sustained a fatal injury. After resting for nearly 10 minutes, Tsuruheyo slowly rose from the ground, holding a twisted and mangled white steel blade, resembling a twisted piece of dough, utterly useless. He lifted his head, his gaze falling upon the A-grade undead lying there. Its once flat skull now split open, eyes shattered, black blood dripping steadily onto the ground from its hollow sockets, while a mix of red and black substances oozed from the gaping wound atop its head, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Pinching his nose, Tsuruheyo cautiously approached the undead, gently kicking its head, confirming that it was indeed lifeless. The previous strike had nearly drained all his strength. The battle blade had been rendered completely unusable in that clash, yet he had managed to split the undead skull, ultimately achieving victory through sheer effort. This outcome was something he could begrudgingly accept. With a clang, he discarded the ruined blade, murmuring, "It seems I truly need to acquire a suitable weapon. An ordinary battle blade is of little use." Exhaling a breath of stale air from his chest, Tsuruheyo used his toes to flip the undead's body over. Lacking a suitable weapon, he found himself at a loss on how to extract the spine of this undead, momentarily perplexed. What is this? His gaze shifted to the undead's head. From the fissure in the cracked back of its skull, a faint green glow shimmered, revealing a hint of brilliance. With great effort, Tsuruheyo smashed the undead's head to smithereens, sifting through the mixed substances that pooled on the ground until he uncovered a thumb-sized, irregularly shaped transparent crystal resembling green jade. He picked up a rusted piece of rebar from the ground, carefully extracting the green crystal from the mess and wiping it clean. The small crystal sparkled, reflecting a vibrant hue, the green light flickering erratically in the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, Tsuruheyo found nothing particularly extraordinary about the green crystal. He held it tightly in his palm and tucked it into his clothing. After confirming it was secure in his pocket, he turned his attention back to the undead's body. Picking up the discarded battle blade, he gently tapped the undead's back, shaking his head in regret. What a shame to waste such fine material. This bone should rival those A-grade metal materials, but its purpose remains unknown. And the skin is quite impressive too. As hard as iron, but it complicates matters since I can't extract the bones. Sighing, Tsuruheyo shook his head. He had no better options. with the battle blade ruined and his body battered. Even taking deep breaths caused him pain in his chest. The streets within 100 meters were littered with corpses, a grim sight. Hesitating for a moment, Tsuruheo grasped the ruined battle blade and began to harvest the spines of the fallen undead. Like a makeshift club, he thrust the blade into the backs of ordinary undead, pulling out the blood-soaked spines. Although the blade was useless, it still sliced through the ordinary undead with ease, so he was not overly concerned about retrieving the spines. This harvesting continued for nearly 20 minutes. Due to the sheer volume of spines, his backpack was already overflowing. Removing his nearly useless protective gear, Tsuruheo bundled the collected spines with those from the A-grade undead, using his clothing and slowly dragged them away. Now he intended to find a concealed location to rest until the examination concluded. Given his current condition, continuing the examination was unwise. Leaving prematurely would not be a wise decision either, after careful consideration. He resolved to wait until the examination's end. The surrounding mutated creatures had been largely eliminated, but he refrained from venturing too deep into the town's interior. The previous commotion had been considerable. After much deliberation, he decided to gradually retreat, seeking a safe resting spot on the outskirts. Whether it was intuition or mere sensation, Tsuruheo felt as though he was being watched. Turning to glance behind him, he found no one in sight. This instinct compelled him to quicken his pace, dragging his burdensome load as he hastened towards the town's periphery. On the 5th-floor rooftop, a short young man lowered his binoculars. The look of disdain long gone from his face, replaced with a grave expression. "Dong-gu, did you see that?" he asked. Luo Dong responded with a slight acknowledgement. "Yes, let us move." However, the short young man hesitated. Furrowing his brow, Luo Dong replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing to worry about. It's quite normal for other bases to have individuals like that. We should have anticipated this." Suddenly, Luo Dong's features contorted, transforming into something inhuman. Particularly his eyes, which elongated and sharpened like those of a hawk. He turned, gazing into the distance where Tsuruheo had vanished. At 6 in the evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a series of urgent bells rang throughout the testing town, the sound echoing from afar until it reverberated across the entire area. "Attention all examinees, please proceed immediately to the town's exit for assembly." Emerging from the dim confines of an abandoned building, Tsuruheo, clutching a piece of cloth tied to a gruesome collection of items, glanced at the smart terminal on his wrist, a smile breaking across his face. He had finally arrived. Located near the town's outer exit, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered no further mutated creatures along the way, a relief indeed. Casting a brief glance toward the exit, he pulled on the cloth and swiftly made his way to the gathering point. At the town's entrance, students emerged one by one, each bearing the marks of their ordeal. Some bore dried bloodstains on their clothing, while others were assisted by fellow students as they stumbled out. Beep! A shrill horn blared as a fully enclosed truck drove into the town, making its way deeper inside. Eerie howls emanated from the open back, sending chills down their spines. These were the cries of mutated creatures, a haunting reminder of their recent battles. Yin Chun stood at the entrance, gazing deeply into the heart of the town, seemingly oblivious to the returning students. "Instructor Yin, Instructor Wang, it seems the harvest was fruitful, far surpassing the results of my own first trial," he mused. "Although the creatures in this trial are of the lowest tier, I believe that through this practical experience, your abilities have undoubtedly seen significant enhancement." Wang Hai approached the long wooden table that had been prepared behind him, lightly tapping on its surface with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Come, let me observe your skills and the fruits of your labor." Despite some trepidation among the participants, it did not deter the others. "Wang Qi, quite impressive. You managed to hunt 6 mutated creatures, Li Songhai. For mutated creatures, commendable courage, keep up the good work." Such achievements are one of the metrics for evaluating students, and they hold considerable importance. "Look, here comes Li Juanhao. What is that? Why are there such enormous tusks? Goodness, where did Li Juanhao's backpack go? What is he holding?" Ignoring the gazes of his peers, Li Juanhao hefted the ball onto the wooden table, revealing a massive spine and a pair of razor-sharp tusks. Being classified as a grade, certain materials from the mutated creatures are exceptionally valuable, and I am certain these will yield additional rewards. Upon seeing Li Juanhao present his find, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Hai's mouth, but when he unwrapped the outer layer to reveal a blood-soaked spine, Wang Hai's expression truly shifted. 20, 30. No, perhaps even more. The spine, approximately 4 meters in length, captivated Wang Hai's attention. It coiled in several loops, and beneath the still fresh blood, a faint golden hue could be seen. An A-grade creature's spine. The crowd surged forward, seemingly engaged in counting their gains, with no path ahead. Su Ruheo shook his head in resignation and promptly lifted the item in his hand high, tossing it onto the wooden table amidst the crowd. With a resounding thud, everyone was left in stunned silence. What is this grotesque thing? ACOR such conditions are sought after by countless individuals, yet there are some who, incredibly, choose to refuse. Initially, he held high hopes for Li Juanhao, but alas, the family backing him was a formidable hurdle. On the other hand, Su Ruheo had only demonstrated decent talent previously. His test results, with a power value of 5,500, were far from impressive. Yet, he had single-handedly slain an A-level creature. Wang He believed that in his youth, he could never have achieved such a feat. In terms of combat prowess, Su Ruheo had already surpassed his younger self. Thus, Wang He speculated that Su Ruheo's innate abilities might even eclipse those of Li Juanhao. Given sufficient resources and time, surpassing a genius like Li Juanhao should not pose a challenge. Now was the perfect opportunity for him to win over Su Ruheo. Wang He paused, asking, "Are you truly not reconsidering?" He was a man of deep loyalty, and it was a pity, he thought to himself. "Very well, I shall not press you further. Should you ever come to your senses, do not hesitate to find me. My doors will always remain open to you." As an instructor, Yin Qian had always observed everything from a distance. He felt a twinge of regret at Su Ruheo's refusal of Wang He. For not every student was afforded such an opportunity. Upon exiting the tall building, Yin Qian offered a few words of advice to Su Ruheo before departing, following the direction he was aware of. And after a day of hunger, Su Ruheo arrived at the dining hall of the 3rd Military Base. The meals here were quite satisfactory, featuring 4 dishes and a soup, a significant improvement over the village base at his school. Su Ruheo feasted heartily, and after satiating his hunger, he proceeded to the designated assembly point to report in. After enduring the recent biological hunting examination, he sensed a subtle shift in the way others regarded him. There were glimmers of envy, jealousy, and admiration in their gazes. It seemed that opinions were mixed. Su Ruheo had no desire to mingle with his peers. It felt like a waste of time, and he had nothing to prove to them, as it was entirely unnecessary. The day's brutal battles had not been without merit. In addition to gaining a deeper understanding of martial arts, Su Ruheo's practical combat skills and experience in battling mutated creatures had considerably increased. The scale of this place far surpassed that of the student base, populated by numerous military personnel, creating a lively atmosphere. In the bathhouse, they had set aside a small bathing area exclusively for their group, accommodating a dozen or so individuals. However, this time was somewhat different. Su Ruheo and his companions enjoyed a special supply of potent medicinal agents designated for military personnel, intended for use in their baths. In mere moments, Su Ruheo could feel the powerful effects of the medicinal bath. A tingling sensation replaced the lingering pain in his chest, signaling the healing of his wounds. This stark contrast in benefits between bases left him pondering the disparities in treatment. In the dormitory building, Su Ruheo glanced at his hands and was instantly elated. "My rewards have finally arrived," he exclaimed. He had accrued 4,900 contribution points, along with an additional 100 points for being an outstanding student, totaling 5,000 contribution points. With a smile, Su Ruheo sat up on his bed, realizing he was genuinely in a fortunate position. These contribution points would allow him to purchase numerous items. "Greetings, Su Ruheo. Your reward contribution points have been credited. In your personal inventory, there is 1 martial arts treasure chest, and a level 0 body enhancement potion will arrive shortly." Su Ruheo smiled as he opened his inventory, indeed discovering a quaint, ancient treasure chest radiating a faint golden hue. It was an ordinary martial arts treasure chest, containing a random selection from the martial arts library, with a one-time use limit but no time constraints. Su Ruheo beamed with delight, nearly bouncing off the bed in his excitement. After his moment of joy, he gazed at the glowing golden martial arts treasure chest, only to find himself hesitating. Now that I have 9 Heaven's Blade, having another martial arts technique could be beneficial. However, one should not be greedy. I am not currently facing any bottlenecks in my learning. There is no urgency to utilize this opportunity right away. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuruheo decided not to dwell on the matter further. Martial arts were merely an embellishment. The true power lay within his own capabilities. At this juncture, he was still far from meeting the standards of an evolved being, and it was time to enhance his own strength. The arduous battle against that A-level zombie had been taxing, primarily due to his lack of a suitable weapon. Had he possessed an A-level combat knife, the situation would have been entirely different. Moreover, with his assimilation abilities, ordinary metals were becoming increasingly redundant for him. If he could acquire a piece of B or C-level metal, his defenses would surely reach those levels, alleviating any concerns about injury. Lost in thought, Tsuruheo felt a surge of excitement, swiftly opening the school's marketplace to search for weapons and metals. Each smart terminal possessed its own identification code, akin to a student's identification card. Logging into the marketplace, Tsuruheo felt entirely at ease, untroubled by the possibility of identity theft, as the likelihood was minimal. The actual recipients were always students, and both the sender and courier were school members, ensuring that only registered students had the authority to receive items, providing an additional layer of security. Ding! A flash of light danced across the smart terminal's interface, transitioning into the school's marketplace. The main page displayed 4 major categories: martial arts, life, technology, and weapons, with an additional small category labeled others, where the lucky boxes resided. Curiosity piqued, Tsuruheo clicked on the small envelope, and orderly messages unfolded before his eyes. Dear Tsuruheo, welcome back to the marketplace. Enjoy your shopping experience. Following this were his personal details: name, Tsuruheo member, student, gender, mail address, outer district base, contribution points, 5,000, items. 1 martial arts treasure chest. Indeed, he had 5,000 contribution points, although not in abundance. It should suffice to acquire a decent number of items. Most technological weapons were firearms, which were consumable, yet they held advantages with their immense power and user-friendliness. It was akin to a child attempting to outmatch an adult through sheer brawn, an almost impossible endeavor. However, should the child possess a gun, the scenario would shift dramatically. Yet, when faced with an evolved being, especially one with remarkable speed, the chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Over the past 2 centuries, as personal capabilities continued to grow, firearms had become increasingly ineffective. To date, they had not achieved the popularity one might expect, resulting in their relatively low prices in the marketplace. Conventional grenades and explosives were only slightly more expensive than firearms. However, as Tsuruheo browsed through the technological category, he had no intention of purchasing grenades or other such weaponry. His goal was protective gear. The protective suit belonged to the realm of technology and was not classified as a weapon. Tsuruheo's current protective suit had been damaged during his battle with the A-level zombie. The quality of that suit was lacking, merely capable of resisting minor scratches without sustaining external injuries. In the face of significant impact, such as a sudden punch from the A-level zombie, it had proven utterly inadequate. Tsuruheo had endured the blows with sheer fortitude, a feat that would have likely resulted in death for anyone else. As he scrolled through the options, he encountered the following: Broken Moon Armor, Ordinary Armor, capable of withstanding 500 points of impact, priced at 2,500 contribution points. Tsuruheo raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Vine Armor, Ordinary Armor, of mediocre quality, lightweight and able to withstand 200 points of impact, priced at 1,800 contribution points. Iron Plate Armor, Ordinary Armor. After perusing for a considerable time, he found that even the most inexpensive armor was priced at a minimum of 1,500 contribution points and offered subpar resistance. Shaking his head, Tsuruheo redirected his gaze towards armors exceeding the ordinary grade. Bright Moon Armor, a level armor, crafted from the fur of A-level mutated silver wolves, of average quality, priced at 4,200 contribution points. Willow Armor, standard vine armor design, made from the bark of A-level mutated willow trees, of average quality, priced at 5,500 contribution points. Brown Stone Armor, crafted from the hard shell of A-level mutated scorpions, of superior quality, priced at 7,500 contribution points. Damn it! Tsuruheo cursed under his breath, grabbing a teacup from his bedside and gulping down a mouthful of cold water. This was simply outrageous. With 5,000 contribution points, he couldn't even afford decent armor. Now that he possessed assimilation capabilities, if he disregarded the potential for alarming reactions, ordinary armor was becoming increasingly impractical. Once his strength reached the level of an evolved being, it would be necessary to discard it. However, purchasing A-level armor was a different matter. Contribution points posed a challenge. Rubbing his aching head, he sighed. What I truly lack right now is a superior weapon. After all, armor is of lesser importance compared to a good combat knife. Although Tsuruheo was inclined to exchange for one, he would have to set that desire aside for the time being. Shaking his head, he exited the technological weapon repository and turned his attention to searching for combat knives in the weapon repository. A-level metal layered steel, floating platinum combat knife, weighing 80 kilograms, priced at 2,000 contribution points. A-level metal alloy, floating platinum combat knife, weighing 150 kilograms, priced at 2,500 contribution points. A-level refined metal, floating platinum combat knife, weighing 200 kilograms, priced at 3,200 contribution points. A-level synthesized refined metal, floating platinum combat knife 02, weighing 258 kilograms, priced at 3,600 contribution points. All the combat knives in the repository shared a similar appearance, differing only in materials and weight, as they were mass-produced standard combat knives. Tsuruheo harbored little interest in those specialized models of combat blades. His sole pursuit was sharpness, capable of swiftly dispatching foes. That would suffice. With a gentle upward motion of his finger, he expended 3,600 contribution points to successfully exchange for a floating platinum combat blade weighing an impressive 258 kilograms. Ordinary weight blades could not fully harness his strength, for he could not simply rely on conventional logic to acquire them. The disparity in weight, despite identical dimensions, could only be attributed to density. This superior metal was the finest quality, thus commanding the highest price. Tsuruheo would either refrain from purchasing or opt for the best. With only 1,200 points remaining, he directly searched for B-grade metals, revealing a plethora of categorized metallic materials before his eyes. Upon searching for C-grade metals once more, he was taken aback by the response. Sorry, your permissions are insufficient. Please upgrade your permissions and come again. Was it a prohibition? Tsuruheo furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it. He had underestimated the complexity of the situation, believing that ample contribution points would suffice to procure what he desired. He had never heard the instructor mention the concept of permissions, but since purchasing was off the table, he had no choice but to abandon that pursuit. Acquiring ordinary armor was entirely out of the question, as its efficacy was minimal. B-grade metals were still a consideration. Tsuruheo wished to avoid drawing attention, while secretly intending to utilize his assimilation ability as a trump card. The scene shifted, and lines of information materialized before him. The search indicated that it was merely a small piece of material, yet the school's marketplace offered hundreds of materials to choose from, complete with detailed descriptions. Each metal possessed distinct uses, properties, and materials. For defensive purposes, it was imperative to select a robust metal, as the material used for testing walls would be inadequate. Tsuruheo spent 600 contribution points to exchange for a B-grade metal composed of chromium. This metal, known for its high density and hardness, met all of Tsuruheo's requirements, though he felt a pang of regret for spending 600 points on such a small piece. Naturally, he had no intention of carrying a mere chunk of metal with him. No matter how expensive it was, Tsuruheo added an extra 50 contribution points to specify in the exchange remarks that it should be crafted into a male accessory, thus ensuring it would be both aesthetically pleasing and fashionable. However, this left him with precious few contribution points. The combat blade and accessory had nearly depleted more than half of Tsuruheo's resources, prompting him to lament how quickly money could be spent. Alas, these were decisions beyond his control. After a restful night, he rose early the next morning, adhering to his routine of exercise. At 8 o'clock, all trainees underwent unified training. BY-10, two unfamiliar individuals unexpectedly arrived at the base. After a brief respite, many received items from the newcomers, and Tsuruheo was no exception. Tsuruheo, this is the item you purchased from the marketplace. Please verify it. Tsuruheo accepted the sealed metal box handed to him. It felt heavy in his hands. The lid featured an embedded LCD screen with an electronic opening code. The metal of this box was exceptional, impervious to damage from external forces. Tsuruheo activated his smart terminal, located his order code, and directed it at the LCD screen. A beep signaled successful identity verification, and the lid of the metal box sprang open, revealing a 2mm gap. Lifting the lid, he beheld its contents, a light purple potion, a 50-centimeter combat blade with a razor-sharp edge glinting ominously, and a bronze-colored cross-shaped metal chain, hollowed out and adorned with intricate diamond patterns, currently wrapped around the handle of the combat blade. Floating platinum combat blade, B-grade accessory, and enhancement liquid for reward items. Confirming the accuracy of his order, Tsuruheo nodded at the individual. Tsuruheo, if everything is in order, please sign here. The delivery person, wearing a stoic expression, handed him a checklist and pointed out the signature line, a clear indication of what was required. There was no need for Tsuruheo to worry about counterfeit items. After signing, the delivery man departed with the sign list. Gazing at the items within the box, Tsuruheo shook his head in disbelief. These 2 items had cost nearly 4,000 contribution points, far beyond his means. This transaction required only contribution points, necessitating the hunting of mutated creatures to earn them. A far more perilous endeavor than mere monetary gain. A complete set of protective equipment would require at least A-grade armor, boots, and healing potions, and he still lacked many essential items. Tsuruheo, he turned to find it was Wang Hai calling him. Turning, Tsuruheo smiled and asked, Instructor Wang, is there something you need? A good opportunity, but also a challenging one, Wang Hai replied with an inscrutable smile. He glanced at the contents of the box and remarked, Not bad. Given the current situation, it's quite suitable. Come with me. Where to? Tsuruheo inquired, confused. Wang Hai smiled faintly, saying, The items in that box cost you a considerable number of contribution points, aside from the reward potion. The combat blade from the marketplace isn't cheap, and that B-grade metal accessory is indeed extravagant. You must be running low on contribution points. On his way over, he had noticed several trainees purchasing primarily potions, especially those enhancing physical abilities. With a hint of speculation in his heart, Tsuruheo shook his head and replied, Instructor Wang, I don't quite understand your meaning. Wang Hai snapped his fingers playfully, stating, Instructor Yin is waiting for you. An opportunity to earn contribution points has arisen. Wang Hai intentionally withheld details, knowing he wouldn't extract answers from Tsuruheo. Deciding not to press further, Tsuruheo followed closely behind Wang Hai. At the base's training grounds, Instructor Yin was indeed already waiting, accompanied by another individual. Li Juanhao. A light flickered in Tsuruheo's mind, confirming his earlier suspicions that an opportunity to earn contribution points could only come from hunting mutated creatures or completing tasks, which were rated according to their difficulty, thus determining the contribution points awarded. In the past 2 months, no tasks had been issued at the base. Of course, other possibilities existed, but this one seemed more likely given the current circumstances of fewer participants. Upon seeing Tsuruheo, Li Juanhao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Instructor Yin, Tsuruheo greeted as he approached. Yin Shen nodded and suddenly turned to Li Juanhao, who appeared to have been called over unexpectedly, likely due to his previous performance in the mutated creature hunt. A fierce competitive spirit simmered within him, reminiscent of Tsuruheo's own stubbornness during his student days. Having experienced similar situations firsthand, Yin Shen recognized that losing faith could easily cause someone to stagnate. Both Tsuruheo and Li Juanhao were students he held in high regard, possessing immense potential for the future. After a brief pause, he began to share the opportunity he had been contemplating. Li Juanhao, Tsuruheo, there is an opportunity at hand. We have learned from the expansion core that a forsaken hillock has been discovered within the walls, seemingly indicating some signs of human habitation. The military has ordered a portion of the guard forces to enter for exploration. Currently, the danger level of this hillock appears to be low, making it an excellent site for excavation. The school is in discussions with the military to send a group of students for exploration. Any rewards obtained within the hillock will belong to the individual students. The school will not forcibly confiscate anything you find. Of course, after your exploration, you may sell your findings to the school for contribution points, money, or weapons and equipment. With that, Yin Shen looked at the two of them. Li Juanhao showed no hesitation, nodding eagerly. Instructor, I'm in. This was akin to an outdoor expansion training, and the presence of fellow participants would ensure safety. Additionally, unexplored areas might still hold artifacts from 2 centuries ago, presenting the possibility of other discoveries. After receiving Li Juanhao's affirmation, Yin Shen turned his gaze to Tsuruheo. Instructor, what exactly is this place? Is there still prehistoric civilization within our walls? Tsuruheo asked directly, a hint of confusion in his heart. While he recognized this as an opportunity, he felt it prudent to clarify before agreeing. Very well, I shall explain. Yin Shen replied with a nod. You should be aware that the land we stand upon is essentially the site of the original city. The so-called core city is actually a new city established from the outset, that is the true inner city. Over generations of development, the city's boundaries have expanded, leading to the emergence of inner and outer cities. Wang Hai interjected, the city's barriers were constructed step by step, and many lives were lost in the process of clearing out threats. Yet, even so, certain areas were inevitably overlooked during the gradual expansion. And those regions became our forbidden zones, perpetually posing risks that the military sealed off. Such places are not marked on ordinary city maps, as they lack habitation and their conditions remain unknown. They were never included in the area maps. Thus, it is entirely normal for you to be unaware of them. The exploration of that hilly terrain transpired a fortnight ago. Most of the dangers have been mitigated. Leaving only remnants that require finalization in a few years, this area will be transformed into a newly accessible region. Su Raheo scratched his head, and I understood. Li Juanhao did not inquire, clearly aware of the situation. Su Raheo offered a bashful smile, glancing back and forth between Wang Hai and Yin Chen. You? Wang Hai chuckled, shaking his head. This is a golden opportunity to uncover treasures. Others are clamoring for a chance. And you're still pondering benefits? Yin Chen was equally amused by this remark, scoffing. Reward yourself with a chance to collect. Aside from some gear provided by the school, there's nothing else. That works. After a moment of contemplation, Su Raheo acquiesced in the uncharted territories. The dawn broke with wispy clouds and mist enveloping the small woodland, coalescing into dew that gradually cascaded from the verdant leaves of towering trees. Leaving subtle watermarks behind, directly facing the forest, at the camp's main entrance, two tall wooden towers stood sentinel, each manned by a vigilant guard. The woodland, save for its entrance, was enclosed by barbed wire, adjacent to a station. A long stretch of railway, composed of lightweight steel, extended into the depths of the forest, its gleaming metallic surface marred by patches of brownish yellow, due to rain and dew, combined with exposure to the elements. The entrance rails were rusted and oxidized rapidly. The tracks had not been laid down long. Otherwise, they would have completely discolored. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent honk of a vehicle shattered the tranquility of the camp. Instantly, the two guards atop the tower tensed, directing their gazes toward the vehicle below. Halt! No vehicle may enter without inspection. The vehicle in question was a military truck, its black open top obscuring the rear cargo area. Although it was evident that the vehicle belonged to the military, it was nonetheless halted. With a clang, the metallic gate of the truck was kicked open, echoing a fierce collision as numerous students clad in various protective gear leaped from the truck. Each individual was burdened with backpacks of varying sizes, armed with an array of weapons. The truck was now empty, leaving a throng of 20 to 30 students congregating at the tower's entrance. Mingling in small groups, this is the hilly terrain. It appeared more like a forest with an agreeable environment. Before arriving, I had imagined it to be a small-scale city, at the very least featuring some urban structures. Yet there was nothing at all. Wasn't it said that there were no significant dangers? Why had the adults not considered erecting some shelters to make the surroundings more presentable? Some students had anticipated the finalization of this area, but the living conditions were rather different from what they had envisioned. No one was permitted entry. They lingered at the entrance, brazenly surveying the camp's periphery. This was still the outskirts, and aside from the expansive woods, far removed from urban residential buildings, it was undeniably a splendid place for hiking and sightseeing. Su Raheo inhaled the crisp air deeply, his gaze drifting toward the platform nestled within the woods. Pondering, what could that place be? It was enclosed by barbed wire. Could it be akin to a small town? With a hint of speculation, the chatter around them grew somewhat raucous. Li Juanhao furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he scanned the surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze on Su Raheo. How about we team up? Team up? Su Raheo was taken aback slightly, his gaze fixing on Li Juanhao's face, as if trying to glean something from his expression. To be honest, the notion of collaboration had not crossed his mind. Li Juanhao's sudden proposal compelled Su Raheo to ponder deeply. Unlike the previous exam, most of the students here were newcomers from other bases, and they were unfamiliar with one another. Moreover, Wang Hai, Yin Chen, and the other base instructors had not accompanied them. Another factor was that this time, there was no stipulated time limit. Hence, the finalization process had no specific deadline. In an environment shrouded in uncertainty, Teaming up with fellow students from the same base seemed like a prudent idea. Though it remained merely a notion. No, I prefer to work alone, Tsuruheo replied, shaking his head. I believe we have no need for an alliance. The genuine threats should have been eradicated, and it is unlikely that particularly troublesome mutated creatures will emerge. Dealing with them alone should pose no issue. Tsuruheo continued to shake his head. He was resolute in not forming a team, even with students from other bases. The perennial topic of discussion among groups of 2 or 3 invariably revolved around the distribution of spoils. Furthermore, it was highly unlikely that creatures of A rank or higher would appear. Otherwise, it would not serve as a trial for students who had yet to evolve, but rather a feast for those mutated beings. The small-town trial had left a deep impression on him, particularly Li Juanhao's white A-rank protective suit. Operating solo offered greater maneuverability, devoid of encumbrances. Seizing this opportunity, Tsuruheo intended to amass a considerable number of contribution points, ensuring he had access to decent gear afterward. He cast a glance at Li Juanhao's green vine armor, and then at the protective suit provided by the instructor, sighing inwardly. An A-rank suit must be worth at least 2,000 contribution points. It must be nice to belong to a wealthy family, free from worries. Fixating on Tsuruheo, Li Juanhao's brow furrowed. His lips parted as if to say something when a voice interrupted them. Here comes another group of little kids. They really think this is a sightseeing spot. The voice carried a languid tone, laced with disdain and dissatisfaction. The words struck the students at the entrance like a thunderclap, igniting expressions of anger among several. A long-faced man, with a buzz cut and a lean physique, stood around 1.70 meters tall, an unremarkable figure in a crowd, clad in a loose white vest and camouflage trousers. His identity was almost self-evident. Yawning, the long-faced man glanced at all the students with a hint of dejection. It's early morning, and you're disturbing my dreams. What a hassle, he scratched his head, ignoring the fiery glares directed at him. My name is Shilai Gua, and I am the instructor responsible for you greenhorns. If you have any issues, feel free to approach me, although it's best if you don't, as I probably won't be of much help. With that, Shilai Gua turned and sauntered into the camp, showing no inclination for further introductions. Tsuruheo found himself at a loss for words, his frustration tempered by the absurdity of the situation. Nonetheless, some astute students quickly followed behind Shilai Gua, recognizing that this was not the moment for idle chatter. Li Juanhao cast a meaningful glance at Tsuruheo before trailing behind. Tsuruheo maintained his composure. Striding closely, the camp was filled with military green tints, with individuals emerging, some holding toothbrushes and face cloths, bustling about. Most merely glanced at the new students before returning their focus elsewhere, evidently accustomed to their presence. Fighting was prohibited within the camp. The tents served as living quarters, meal times were fixed. Tardiness was not tolerated, and no additional assistance would be provided. Inside a small tent, Tsuruheo unloaded his backpack. Sitting cross-legged on the ground while surveying the interior, the tent was modest, accommodating 2 people for sleeping, yet spacious for one. A neatly folded white blanket lay on the ground. Nearby, some used toiletries indicated prior occupancy. At the tent's entrance, a white card dangled from the zipper, signifying 2 possible scenarios. The other possibility was that the occupant had already met their demise. Leaving belongings behind could indicate a carefree attitude or something more grave. With a sigh, Tsuruheo removed the white card and tucked it away. Shilai Gua had made the camp's requirements abundantly clear, outlining the majority of expectations. Aside from some egregious incidents, such as causing harm, their attitude towards the students arriving here was rather casual, bordering on neglectful. Make yourselves comfortable. It seemed he would have to navigate this situation as it unfolded, shaking his head as he murmured to himself. The circumstances here were starkly different from his expectations, lacking even a leading figure. Having just arrived and unfamiliar with the surroundings, he found himself in dire need of a guide who understood the area. Here, Tsuruheo saw no arrangements in place. Pulling aside the tent flap, he peered outside, observing the myriad figures within the camp, including some who appeared injured, wrapped in bloodied bandages and moving with difficulty. Indeed, some students were rather astute. Tsuruheo's spirits lifted as he recognized 2 familiar faces. Although there had been no conversation during the truck ride, they had crossed paths. 2 students, wearing smiles, were engaged in conversation with a man in military attire, seemingly enjoying their exchange. Were they attempting to build connections and extract information? A smile crept across Tsuruheo's face. This was indeed a clever strategy. However, it was evident that he was not the only one with such intentions. For he spotted another individual in a scene that stirred a twinge of envy. Li Juanhao, unbeknownst to himself, had managed to strike up a conversation with a young woman clad in a white lab coat. Her skin was fair, and her features were well-defined. While she could not be considered a beauty, she was at least pleasing to the eye. Leaning slightly towards her, Li Juanhao whispered sweet nothings into her ear, their laughter echoing in flirtatious banter. Could this be the advantage of being a pretty boy? Su Ruheo pondered, stroking his smooth chin, lost in thought. At dawn, as the clock struck 5, the darkness of night began to wane, and gentle rays of sunlight filtered through the forest, casting dancing shadows. Outside the camp, a solitary figure stood, gazing deep into the forest's iron tracks. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Ruheo, fully equipped with all his belongings, stood quietly, inhaling the fresh morning air. After taking a moment to appreciate the surroundings, he swiftly adjusted his mindset and set forth along the tracks, venturing deeper into the woods. This was an unbounded opportunity to cleanse the battlefield, as the military had adopted a laissez-faire approach towards them. No time constraints, no support, and not even a hint of interference or assistance. This unexpected turn of events left Su Ruheo astonished, yet he quickly pressed on into the thicket. It was evident that he was not the first student to enter this woodland. It was rife with danger. Even in a seemingly safe area, mutated creatures or formidable A-grade remnants could pose fatal threats to the students. However, it also brimmed with opportunities for growth. Seizing resources and trading with the military or the school were pathways to becoming stronger. After walking for an hour and a half, the sights along the way stirred deep emotions within Su Ruheo. Scattered throughout the area were the remnants of collapsed, abandoned structures, their ruins telling tales of devastation. Dried, darkened bloodstains trailed ominously, and the air was thick with an unsettling silence. Among the crumbling debris, wild grass thrived, and towering trees had sprouted, seemingly flourishing in the wake of the city's downfall. The process of destruction had left only the remnants of what was once a bustling urban environment. Su Ruheo felt a tumult of emotions as he reflected on this. The path beneath his feet was a narrow, man-made track, flanked by wild grass that had grown rampant to waist height. Amongst the chaos lay several stark white bones and animal remains scattered across the ground, with dried blood caking the shattered remains, carelessly discarded at the roadside. A nauseating stench of decay permeated the air. Glancing around, Su Ruheo furrowed his brow slightly, drawing his combat knife from his waist and deftly severing the surrounding vines and weeds as he advanced cautiously, raising his gaze to the sky. The sun was climbing higher, its scorching rays beginning to dissipate the morning mist. As he pressed on, his senses heightened. The presence of decayed bones indicated that he had entered a perilous zone, one that could harbor mutated creatures. Before him, a small hill emerged into view, and while maintaining vigilance, he swiftly dashed up the hillside, blending into the thicket. The forest was a labyrinth of jagged rocks, with boulders of various sizes littering the ground. As he stepped on a dry twig, it snapped underfoot with a crackling sound. Su Ruheo nimbly leapt onto a rock spanning several dozen square meters, surveying the area from his elevated position. The surroundings were dominated by shrubs towering around 2 meters high, providing natural cover beneath the rocks. This spot could serve as an excellent hiding place, allowing him to observe any movement in the vicinity. While it remained on the outskirts, he was gradually encroaching upon more hazardous territories. The dense forest offered a decent refuge, but as night fell, the situation would become increasingly complex. In the obscurity of night, should aggressive mutated creatures appear, it could spell trouble. This was not a small town with buildings to seek shelter within. Survival in the wilderness demanded a different set of skills. Su Ruheo removed his backpack, using it as a makeshift pillow, and reclined upon the rock, preparing for a brief respite. He tightly gripped his combat knife, ever ready for confrontation. After contemplating his strategy, he decided to rest during the day and hunt mutated creatures at night, for it was during the night that humans were most vulnerable. He resolved to turn this weakness into an advantage, preparing himself for extended combat. In the distance, he could still see remnants of structural ruins. There, and over there. Tiger brother, do you think they might have already ventured inside? One voice chimed in. Perhaps they've been devoured by some beast, another suggested. You idiot, those clearly don't look like human bones. They've been dried out for ages. It's obvious they aren't fresh animal remains, a third voice retorted. Xiao Bo's words rang true. However, caution was paramount. The fact that they had already encountered animal remains indicated that danger lurked within. The elders from the barracks had spoken of this place once being a small city, long in ruins, some parts barely qualifying as ruins. Cleaning up after the outbreak had been an arduous task. As the entire population had succumbed to mutation, giving rise to exceedingly powerful zombies, there could still be stragglers hiding within. That's terrifying, Tiger Brother. You must protect us, came a delicate voice, soft enough to make one's bones feel weak. From his vantage point behind the dense shrubbery, Su Raheo keenly observed a small team of 6, 4 men and 2 women, all clad in high-quality protective gear, their equipment appearing quite formidable. Surrounding them were a dozen or more individuals, both male and female, mingling in small groups. Su Raheo scanned the gathering twice, yet failed to spot Li Juanhao among them. Had he not set off yet? The man named Xiao Bo cast a sweeping glance around, jesting, Tiger Brother. Isn't it strange? Just a while ago, a pale-faced lad approached us, eager to join our team, and now there's not a trace of him. Do you think he got scared and decided to back out? Another chimed in. I didn't think that guy was weak, that we're unfamiliar with the situation here. Having one more person could mean one more advantage. If we band together, we might stumble upon unexpected treasures. With so many of us, plus Tiger Brother, why do we need an outsider? Came the retort. We can't trust those from other bases. If we cross paths with him, we might get to see what he has found. A voluptuous woman next to Tiger Brother, who had said nothing thus far, suddenly pouted, Tiger Brother, why aren't you saying anything? We're counting on you to make the decisions. The burly man, known as Tiger Brother, frowned slightly. Old 3, put away those thoughts. I've seen that guy. His strength is definitely not as simple as it appears. He gives me an unsettling vibe. It's not worth it to antagonize someone we don't know for something of little value. Furthermore, the fragments of genes were the only reason he bothered with this tedious training exercise. The onlookers were taken aback by his words, their expressions reflecting disbelief, while others might not comprehend Tiger Brother's true strength. His companions were all too aware. Even you find him troublesome, Tiger Brother? They murmured, incredulous. I'm not teaming up with him. I simply don't trust someone I don't know well, and it's best to avoid unnecessary trouble. He concluded, prompting nods of agreement among his companions. From his concealed position behind the shrubbery, Su Raheo had observed everything clearly. Once he confirmed that they had departed, he settled back into a cross-legged position atop the rock. He recognized all those individuals. They were indeed part of the batch of students sent here. He remained there until 5 in the afternoon, witnessing several more groups pass by, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. Likely part of the military camp. In the distance, he spotted a long train making its way inward, filled to capacity with people. At least several hundred, by his estimation. Su Raheo longed to join the military personnel. Yet after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. Not only was it uncertain whether he could catch up with the train, but even if he could, it wouldn't necessarily lead to the outcome he desired. If it were that simple, the other students would have already boarded and moved out with them. Not dwelling further on the matter, Su Raheo opened his backpack and retrieved a bottle of mineral water and some compressed biscuits to satiate his hunger. After filling his stomach, he swiftly navigated through the underbrush, racing towards the base of the small hill. The sky grew darker, and as dusk settled upon the mountains, Su Raheo halted by a small stream. Gazing upstream, he detected movement. There were people. 100 meters away, beside the trees, lay a pond, its waters merging into the stream below. Shadows danced along the water's edge, and several figures flitted about. Su Raheo had no intention of getting involved or greeting them. He crouched down, pulling out an empty water bottle to fill with drinking water. However, his expression suddenly changed as he plunged his knife into the stream, stirring it vigorously. The water instantly became murky, but it seemed that something had clung to the blade. The pool of water was devoid of any flowing streams, resembling a stagnant body of water. It seemed to be a deep pit that had accumulated rainwater from the heavens, thus forming this tranquil pond as for the small stream that meandered downstream. It was solely the result of rainwater runoff. Li, the leader of this small group, had discovered the pond early in the morning, and with twilight approaching, they decided to spend the night here. The terrain was expansive, the hills were low, and the view was broad. rendering it a relatively safe location, at least free from the worry of sudden attacks by mutated creatures. Even if such creatures were to appear, they would surely detect them promptly. Everyone hurried to light a fire, as darkness was imminent. They needed to complete this task before nightfall to avoid any potential mishaps. Molly issued commands while remaining vigilant. The area consisted of gentle slopes, nestled against the forest, where they could easily dig a small pit, gather dry branches and leaves, and kindle a fire to boil water. Aside from the provisions they had brought, some turned their attention to the pond. A few girls squatted by the water's edge, brandishing sharpened wooden forks made from conveniently sourced materials, with the tips honed to a sharp point. After waiting for some time, uncertainty loomed over whether any fish resided in the pond. They were growing weary of consuming canned food daily. If they could catch a sizable fish, it would serve both for soup and roasting. A veritable twofold gain. Chun Feier's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she envisioned a grand feast. "What is that?" One of her companions gently tapped her shoulder, puzzled. "A fish?" Beneath the surface, a long, dark shadow appeared, undulating unpredictably. The once calm water rippled with concentric waves as the shadow swiftly vanished below. Could it be a water snake? A snake would suffice. We could make snake soup, she mused, but now, there was nothing at all. "You're quite bold, aren't you? What if it bites you?" Molly furrowed her brow. While she did not oppose their free movements, this was not the city, and unpurged areas always posed certain safety risks. The dark shadow resurfaced beneath the water, 1, 2, 3. An increasing mass of shadows, the size of which burgeon. "It could be a school of fish," someone exclaimed joyfully. "Tonight we shall have fish soup." Chun Feier raised her wooden fork triumphantly and thrust it into the water. Plop! The pale blue surface was instantly stained crimson. A vibrant splash. "I hit it." "Oh yeah." The fork had been tied with a piece of rope, and Chun Feier beamed as she began to pull it towards the shore. Molly, already drawn by the commotion, focused intently on the pond. Sensing something amiss, as the fork pierced the water, the already agitated surface erupted with splashes. Not to mention the considerable amount of blood was not typical of ordinary fish. The startled fish would surely scatter like arrows. Bubbles surged to the surface, creating a tumult that defied logic, utterly irrational. Chun Feier retrieved the fork, her excitement abruptly frozen. "How could this be? I should have hit it." The wet fork bore no prize, merely a faint trace of our eye in that moment of distraction. The surface roiled, and the water turned murky. "Retreat, there's danger," Molly shouted, grabbing a nearby girl and swiftly retreating. Just as she finished her warning, chaos erupted at the pond. A loud splash sounded as a group of close sisters encircled Chun Feier, who had long felt embarrassed and extricated herself from Su Ruheo's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, accompanied by Hao Yin, with traces of unshed tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Aside from Chun Feier, the four girls bore varying degrees of minor injuries, their scrutinizing and doubtful gazes incessantly assessing Su Ruheo, as if intent on dissecting him for analysis. The girl clad in yellow, slightly plump and the boldest among them, jabbed her finger at Chun Feier beside her and whispered with a teasing tone. "Little vixen, speak. Honestly confess, when did you find this flower protector? How come you kept it a secret so well? We never noticed you had a boyfriend when we were together." "Wenwen? I?" Chun Feier lowered her head, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, her face burning crimson. The memory of her earlier fright and the panicked rush into the arms of a stranger filled her with further embarrassment, especially since she had been calling him Sister Molly. With her weapon lowered, Molly regarded the young man before her with a composed demeanor, stating calmly, "Hello? I am Molly, the captain of this small team. Thank you for saving my teammate. Are you a new recruit this year, or a lone soldier from the military camp?" The man before her seemed unfamiliar, suggesting they had not previously met. Given his preparedness, Molly could only speculate about his identity. "Su Ruheo, a newly arrived recruit," he replied straightforwardly, having recognized her identity as well as Su Ruheo was curious about their backgrounds. At least they were not fellow recruits from the same truck. Upon hearing his words, Molly exhaled in relief and said, "We are part of the batch of new recruits who arrived for training earlier. We've been here for nearly a week. Initially, there were 11 of us. But now," Su Ruheo remained silent, subtly expressing his regret at their team's significant reduction. As Molly's expression darkened momentarily, she quickly regained her composure. Although such training was fraught with danger and challenges for newcomers and seemed unfair, they were not ordinary individuals when selected. I am alone. The girl in yellow exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you afraid? It's incredibly dangerous here. If it weren't for the fierce instructors driving us here, we wouldn't want to come at all. Xiao Yin. As she spoke, tears welled in the yellow-clad girl's eyes. Su Ruheo sighed internally. These girls appeared far too fragile, like delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Incomparable to Bai Lily. Well, since you are all fine, let's part ways here, he declared as the sky grew darker. He had no intention of wasting more time in this place. Wait. Upon hearing Su Ruheo's intent to leave, Molly called out to him immediately, since you are also a trainee here, why not join us? The wilderness is quite perilous. We have hesitated to venture deeper during our stay. Acting together not only allows for mutual assistance, but also significantly enhances our safety. With a glimmer of untraceable excitement in her bright eyes, Molly fixed her gaze on Su Ruheo. Regardless of why he chose not to join the team, she had her own considerations. Anyone daring to wander alone in the wilderness must possess some skills. Although she had not witnessed Su Ruheo slay 5 mutated fish monsters, the traces left behind suggested a clean and efficient execution. A single strike for each. Ailey questioned whether she could handle such a situation with similar composure. If she could invite Su Ruheo into her small team. Apologies. Are you truly going to decline a beautiful woman's invitation? Molly stared intently at Su Ruheo, her expression earnest. Once she confirmed he was not the type to play hard to get, she asked, why? Su Ruheo shrugged. It's too troublesome, and besides, he glanced at the other girls and replied nonchalantly, there are too many people. Sharing the spoils could lead to complications. In truth, he had another reason unvoiced. These individuals were too weak, utterly unsuitable for survival in such a complex wilderness. When it came to combat, they would only be a burden. Selecting quality over quantity, Su Ruheo began to understand why Instructor Yin had only chosen him and Li Juanhao. This matter of spoils is easy to resolve. We can distribute them based on contributions, with non-contributors receiving nothing. As long as you are willing to join us, I will share half of my spoils with you afterward. Chen Feier. Sister Molly. How can this be? Sister Molly, you shouldn't do this. Silence. Su Ruheo was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised, yet he shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but while it may sound hurtful, I must tell you that I have no interest in half of your spoils. You could easily seek out other teams to join or attract them to your group. He could see her sincerity, yet Su Ruheo lacked any enthusiasm for joining this team. He intended to strive for what he desired rather than rely on others' offerings. If that were the case, he might as well have opted for the Taoist Guard, which offered far more appealing terms. You scoundrel! Chen Feier was instantly enraged, gritting her teeth, her expression one of wanting to devour Su Ruheo. Inwardly cursing, I thought you were a good person at first, and now I feel like I've been taken advantage of while you flaunt your greedy nature, thinking of how to escape. If Su Ruheo were to hear her thoughts, he would surely cry out in protest, as it was she who had rushed over uninvited. He had done nothing. Seeing Su Ruheo's resolve to leave, Molly sighed softly, no longer persuading him, but instead pointed to the nearby corpses of the strange fish and asked, what about these? Will you leave them behind? Su Ruheo merely glanced at them and replied coolly, these are too heavy. It's inconvenient for me to carry, so you may keep them. Carry? Molly was taken aback by his words. Why would you carry them? Don't you intend to eat them? These mutated fish are excellent for supplementing and enhancing our strength. Although they may not be of great value at their current level, the true essence lies within the meat. Normally, such resources would nourish combat soldiers. We sisters have not hunted this much meat in the days we've been here. It is far more than just a feast. Can we eat this? Su Ruheo scratched his nose awkwardly, feigning interest in the sky. Molly quickly realized, her eyes wide with surprise, you truly didn't know? Has no one taught you? Since you are unaware, you must also be unfamiliar with the legend of evolution theory. In his memories, aside from forcing them to train relentlessly, Instructor Yin occasionally had Instructor Wang Hai teach them other subjects, yet he was utterly in the dark about evolution theory. Intrigued, Su Ruheo asked, could you explain to me what evolution theory is? About that, Molly suddenly fell into contemplation, a glint of cunning in her eyes. It's not impossible, but you must join us to learn. Su Ruheo was not foolish enough to agree so readily. He shook his head, to gain a bit of information. You want me to join a team with a combat strength of only 6? I cannot do that. Molly was unfazed, pointing again at the strange fish carcasses. Along with tonight's dinner, our sisters will handle the cooking. Not enough. Tsuruheo shook his head. Emily was instantly furious, her anger flaring. Are you expecting us sisters to serve you at night? That's simply delusional. There's no need for that. Tsuruheo maintained his refusal. I would be willing to join you, but you must follow my command and obey without question. I do not want to hear conflicting voices within a team. If that is the case, the team is little more than scattered sand, and I would prefer not to join. After a moment's hesitation, Molly gritted her teeth and replied, Fine. As long as you can protect us sisters, we will naturally support you. Deal. Then about the evolution theory. Tsuruheo looked at Molly, who turned to her sisters and commanded, Sisters, make a fire. Tonight we feast on grilled fish. An hour later, Tsuruheo sat before a roaring campfire. The fierce flames illuminating the dark night sky. A large fish, perfectly grilled with a crispy exterior and tender interior, hung high on the rack on the opposite side. Molly and her sisters sat together, each enjoying a piece of the savory grilled fish. Tsuruheo was no exception. During the grilling, Molly shared her knowledge of evolution theory with him. This theory originated when evolutionists first emerged. A scientist once posited that humans and other organisms share the same origin, suggesting that organisms could evolve, and so too could humans. Positioned at the apex of the food chain, humans were thus believed capable of evolving by consuming mutated creatures. Theoretically, after 2 long centuries, this notion gained recognition, and some even compiled it into a book. Tsuruheo sank his teeth into a piece of fish meat in his hand. It was tender and fragrant. As he swallowed it whole, a jolt of electricity coursed through his body, a tingling sensation that quickly dissipated. Could this truly be the effect of such potent sustenance? As a connoisseur of food, Tsuruheo was elated, devouring the fish with great enthusiasm. After consuming all the food at hand, that invigorating current faded once more. He hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise. This alone made the journey worthwhile. This sensation was almost imperceptible, yet he also noticed that upon consuming a certain quantity of food, his spirits soared, as if he had received an adrenaline boost, brimming with boundless energy. It seemed that Molly's assertions about evolution held truth. With prolonged consumption, one's constitution would undoubtedly improve. Molly's sisters were also voraciously devouring their food, and this spectacle brought immense joy to Tsuruheo, who couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. The night passed without incident, with guards stationed throughout, allowing Tsuruheo to enjoy a restful sleep. Due to the sudden turn of events, the original plan had to be shelved, leading him to devise a new strategy. The difference between acting solo and in a team was stark. Thus, early the next day, he announced the new plan. What? A carpet search? Search for what? This place is perilous. Excellent. Excellent. The group chimed in, their voices overlapping as they enthusiastically finalized their approach. Tsuruheo stood by, raising an eyebrow, showing no inclination to intervene. Even after the events of the previous day, most did not seem inclined to take risks. Tsuruheo himself shared this sentiment. He sought A-grade creatures to enhance his own strength through this training, not to court danger or engage in battle with A-grade creatures. Despite their assurances the day prior, it appeared that the girls had forgotten their commitments in just one night. Cough, cough. Observing their cheerful determination to pursue a course entirely contrary to his own vision, he felt compelled to speak up. However, Molly stepped forward, her expression one of mild anger, and retorted loudly, Sister Molly. Seeing that Molly was genuinely upset, the group instantly fell silent, visibly apprehensive. In truth, Tsuruheo found himself rather exasperated with this group of delicate girls. Unable to scold them, he cast a grateful glance at Molly and spoke slowly. I completely understand your concerns. I would never joke with my own life, as I have but one. However, if we do not grow and do not confront these creatures, we shall forever live in fear. The events of yesterday serve as a warning for today. We cannot rely on luck forever. There will not always be someone to rescue you in times of peril. At this, the group fixed their gazes upon Tsuruheo, who recognized that this was precisely what had been troubling Molly. The overall weakness of the team, coupled with their lack of ambition, a dangerously troubling signal. If this continued, significant trouble would inevitably arise. Tsuruheo surveyed the faces around him, taking in their expressions before continuing. Of course, this is not an excuse or justification for any individual. It is not aimed at anyone in particular. Rather, I hope we can view this as an opportunity for training, treating it seriously, not for the sake of achievement, but to ensure we all possess adequate self-defense capabilities. What should we do then? Chen Feier was the first to muster the courage to ask. Quite simple. Progressively enhance your own strength, Su Ruheo replied, gesturing toward a nearby forest. I propose that we operate as a team, steering clear of excessively dangerous areas and creatures. We can attempt to find some isolated or less aggressive mutated beings. Let us regard this as a food-finding game, without imposing too many constraints. After all, fun and enjoyment should reign supreme. Upon hearing the word food, their eyes sparkled in unison. After a brief pause, having enjoyed a breakfast of fish soup, they commenced their search in the surrounding area, seemingly treating it as a game for food. Thank you. Molly approached Su Ruheo, her lips moving slightly as she expressed her gratitude. Su Ruheo sighed, feeling somewhat dejected. What can I say? I had promised you. Shifting his expression back to normal, he added, I've considered it. Consuming food is the best way to address our team's inadequacies. Treating mutated creatures as sustenance can enhance everyone's constitution. Once we accumulate a certain degree of strength, we can proceed to practical combat. As I mentioned, we can begin by searching for weaker mutated creatures, accumulating battle experience and enhancing our adaptability in combat. Certainly a gradual process. To be honest, that previous speech was neither sentimental nor commanding, and the effect it had was quite unexpected. Molly pondered for a moment before stating, That credit still belongs to you. Su Ruheo replied nonchalantly, It's hardly a matter of credit. If we wish to assist them, we ought to remain vigilant and seek out some edible plants as well. While mutated creatures are challenging to contend with, certain mutated plants might serve as potent tonics, and they can be easily unearthed. Molly's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, I recall a place. Before reaching the waterhole, we passed through a barren area where I noticed some withered potato leaves. I hadn't paid much attention to them at the time, especially as dusk was approaching. But perhaps we could attempt to dig them up. There might be potatoes, and even if they aren't T-mutated, they would still fill our stomachs. Potatoes, Su Ruheo mused, knowing well that this plant could be cultivated. As long as it was buried in the soil, it could thrive even past its harvest period, sprouting anew the following year, and the potatoes would grow larger over time. Let us go check it out. I'll lead the way. Molly called to her sisters, taking the initiative to head forward. Along the way, Su Ruheo spotted red ants the size of eggs, which the girls referred to as giant ants. Everything here seemed rather unusual. If humanity wished to inhabit this area, it would be quite a challenge to clear out such creatures in the short term. However, these giant ants posed no significant threat, aside from their size. They were not edible, as they continued. Su Ruheo also found discarded water bottles and remnants of food packaging, indicating that others had passed this way before. Aside from signs of human presence, they encountered several mutated creatures, such as enormous caterpillars and insects with wings as large as fans. Thankfully, these mutated beings did not attack them, providing a sense of relief. After nearly 20 minutes, they arrived at the barren area on the southern slope and paused at the edge of a field. Molly pointed ahead, saying, Look over there. The ground is covered in withered leaves. Those aren't ordinary grass leaves. They're potato leaves, just dehydrated and shriveled, resembling yellowed grass. If we examine the roots, we'll see that the roots of these leaves are quite different. Su Ruheo nodded. He was no expert in agriculture and could not identify specific plant species, but he trusted Molly's judgment. After all, each field has its own expertise. The wasteland was overgrown with weeds. The ground cracked and dry, yet remnants of rectangular tofu-like patches of farmland were visible. Su Ruheo surveyed the area and instructed, Let us form pairs and start digging in this patch of land to see if we can find any potatoes. While also remaining cautious of potential dangers, the girls nodded, cautiously making their way toward the field. Molly led the way, clearing the underbrush with her machete to forge a path suitable for two. Su Ruheo also drew his own machete and joined the fray, beginning to dig. Perhaps due to the drought, as they excavated along the roots, the potatoes were not small but rather resembled peas. The potatoes were egg-sized, while others were merely shriveled remnants. I've unearthed a massive potato, bigger than my fist. I've found one too. It's enormous. The excited voices of Huang Wanwen and Chen Feier rang out, and without needing to look up, Su Ruheo could discern who was exclaiming with joy, Oh my gosh, I dug up a gigantic worm. Where? How did you chop it in half? That is so gross. What is this slimy, dark thing? Why don't you praise me? I just killed a worm. Tsuruheo was drawn over by their playful banter, and upon closer inspection, he was met with a forehead full of black lines. That was no worm. It was clearly an earthworm. The girl had chopped the earthworm into several pieces, and the so-called slimy substance was merely the secretion from its wound. Tsuruheo couldn't help but chuckle as he walked away. At night, they washed the potatoes they had dug up and added them to the fish soup. It must be said that the combination of meat and vegetables made the fish soup even more delectable. Moreover, the soup made from the mutated fish also brought back that delightful electric sensation coursing through his body. After drinking nearly half of the pot, the invigorating feeling surged once more. For several consecutive days, Tsuruheo led them in their quest for sustenance, encountering minor troubles along the way, yet they managed to resolve these issues on their own. Though they sustained some minor injuries, the overall strength of the team had significantly improved compared to before. After 5 days of consuming the peculiar fish, Tsuruheo made a new decision. The emergence of troublesome creatures has various theories, with the most prevalent and widely accepted explanation being the annihilation of the sun. The frequent appearance of black holes, and the explosive radiation from outer space. To this day, this notion continues to circulate within the Steel City. However, the evolution of life forms has been a project that humanity has diligently researched for 2 centuries. Encapsulated in a single word, growth. The path of growth encompasses the consumption of similar beings or other organisms, a route that humanity is also endeavoring to emulate. Ali informed Tsuruheo that mutated creatures were preying on humans, while humans were similarly consuming these mutated beings. Some even acquired abilities that did not previously exist, though such evolved individuals are exceedingly rare. At least, Molly claimed she had never encountered one. Numerous reasons exist for this rarity, often attributed to various side effects or other factors. Most evolved beings still adhere to a gradual training regimen, slowly accumulating strength. External factors also play a role, such as enhancement liquids, products of science. Initially shocked by this revelation, Tsuruheo soon came to terms with it, recognizing that he had long ceased to be a normal person. Furthermore, the likelihood of acquiring abilities through consumption was minuscule, particularly when compared to evolved beings with superior physical attributes. Such occurrences are lamentably rare. The question remained, why couldn't this method be applied to ordinary individuals, leading to their mutation into zombies? With their food supplies nearly depleted, Tsuruheo leaned against a tree trunk, gazing steadily ahead, his expression composed. Nearby, Chinfeir and her companions darted about, a mixture of fear and excitement painted on their faces. Ah, it's coming towards you. Intercept it. Chinfeir, abandoning her earlier fragility, now exhibited bravery and resolve. A mud eel, roughly the size of an arm, suddenly leaped from the muddy ground, revealing its sharp, jagged teeth as it lunged at one of the girls. The creature appeared ferocious. Positioned at a distance, Tsuruheo realized he could not intervene in time, nor did he intend to do so for such a minor inconvenience. After several days of hunting, the girls had developed remarkably keen instincts. The targeted girl swiftly dodged the attack. The eel landed with a splash in the mud, sending filth flying. Chinfeir, now relieved, shouted in a flurry, her cheeks flushed. "Oh no! It's trying to escape. Wanwan, quick, finish it off!" The eel, sensing its adversaries were not easily intimidated, wriggled its way toward the wetland. Determined not to let it flee, Huang Wanwan sprang into action, her weapon slicing downwards with precision. With a satisfying thud, the eel was cleaved in two, its severed tail thrashing wildly. "Careful, don't let the other half get away," Chinfeir cautioned as she rushed to assist. It must be said, these mutated creatures exhibited an extraordinary vitality. Had they been ordinary eels, they would have perished the moment they were severed in two, rather than thrashing about. Chinfeir's concern was entirely justified. Huang Wanwan, gripping her weapon tightly, plunged it into the mud where the eel had attempted to escape. Stirring up the muck, the enormous eel let out a shriek, suddenly propelling itself from the mud, ferociously lunging at Huang Wanwan. Startled, she stumbled backward in panic. Chinfeir, quick on her feet, swiftly dispatched the eel, the school's combat knife proving to be extraordinarily sharp. The creature's head was severed, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, blood and viscera mingling in a gruesome spectacle. In that moment, Chinfeir was momentarily stunned before a jubilant smile broke across her face. Her heart raced as she breathed heavily, the others also exhaling in relief. Just then, Molly, who had remained silent until now, shouted, "Don't just stand there in a daze. More monsters are coming." The girls immediately panicked, their eyes darting about in search of threats. Indeed, they observed writhing forms in the mud, resembling bulging tunnels, disappearing from sight if not closely monitored. The atmosphere shifted from joyous to chaotic, with frantic cries echoing around them. Tsuruheo observed this scene without intention to intervene. These mutated eels were merely minor nuisances, trivial compared to the potentially more formidable mutated beings that might inhabit the small town. If they could not handle such trivial matters, he would genuinely worry for them, especially since they were not his wives. He could not protect them indefinitely. These creatures were of a gentle nature, having only recently undergone mutation and had yet to attain any significant level. Such beings would hardly warrant attention from military camps, likely contributing to their abandonment. Up to this point, they had not encountered a single mutated creature of any noteworthy level. If they could not effectively manage even this, then Tsuruheo spoke in a languid tone, his voice low. Upon hearing his words, Chinfeir and the others exchanged glances, a surge of indignation igniting within them. They altered their strategy, each channeling a newfound determination to confront the approaching giant eel. It must be noted that when girls become serious, even boys might find themselves intimidated. At the very least, Tsuruheo no longer perceived any trace of timidity among them. After much effort, the girls successfully secured their quarry. Clearly, Tsuruheo's earlier words had proven effective. This was indeed a positive development. He had no intention of hindering their progress, instead choosing a spot to extract two particularly plump eels from their sack, gutting and cleaning them. Everyone was busy, and he could not rely on others to prepare lunch, so he took it upon himself to do so. After cleaning the eels, he kindled a fire, adding the potatoes he had unearthed 2 days prior, covering them to cook thoroughly. Having completed these tasks, Tsuruheo made his way back toward the wetland. Before he could reach it, the sounds of an altercation ahead piqued his attention. He refrained from approaching immediately, observing from a distance a gathering of people, including Mali's team, with 2 groups totaling dozens of individuals, nearly all unfamiliar faces. Among them, 2 individuals caught his eye. One, a tall, lean man clad in camouflage with a buzz cut, a red scarf tied around his left arm, was confronting Mali aggressively. The other, a burly man with a rugged appearance, arms crossed over his chest, was fixated on the girls behind Mali, sporting a grin that straddled the line between amusement and menace. Moreover, Tsuruheo astutely noted that several girls were huddled behind Mali, their expressions forlorn, terror etched upon their faces. Had they not been leaning against Chinfeir and her companions, he worried they might struggle to remain upright. The lean man suddenly caught sight of Mali's spoils, a contemptuous smirk spreading across his face. "Oh, Mali, since when did you grow the audacity to take in those little harlots? I see you've managed to catch some prey, but I notice your team seems to have dwindled considerably. They haven't all perished, have they? It makes sense. The people around you are all worthless, only useful in bed. Now that your numbers are so pitiful, of course, anyone will do, even the most undesirable." Upon hearing such derogatory remarks about her companions, Mali's countenance darkened with fury. "Xiao Lei, your words reek worse than your actions. Your mouth is as foul as the filth beneath you. If you can't clean up your act, I wouldn't hesitate to assist you." Chinfeir and the others glared daggers at Xiao Lei. The burly man wore a smug grin, his gaze wandering insidiously over the girls, lingering on sensitive areas. Xiao Lei, utterly shameless, chuckled. "Did I say something incorrect? You know full well what kind of individuals they are. Just look at them." He gestured dismissively at the 4 trembling girls who had sought refuge in Chinfeir's embrace, licking his cracked lips in disdain. Though they may not be much to look at. In bed, there's something else entirely. You have no idea. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as a handprint appeared on Xiao Lei's face, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared at Mali, seething with rage. "You wretched girl, how dare you strike me? Why wouldn't I?" Mali met Xiao Lei's venomous gaze, unyielding. "For someone as vile as you, a slap is merely a light punishment. Did I say something wrong? They are all coerced into bed with me. No, they came to me willingly. Why not take advantage of a free meal? You and your pathetic crew are nothing but weaklings. I've long invited you to join my team. A powerful alliance would yield far greater rewards than you currently possess." Spare me your repugnant offers. Even in death, I would never ally with someone like you. Molly retorted, her expression one of utter disdain, inciting Xiao Lei's fury further. For whatever reason, if you choose to team up with them, you have an obligation to protect them, yet you torment them instead. You are no better than an animal, and I could never associate with your kind. At that moment, Chen Feier erupted. Rogue, where are you looking? If you continue like this, I shall not hold back. Humph, the burly man sneered. Not holding back, you say? In what manner? As he spoke, a pig's trotter slowly reached towards Chen Feier's chest. A glimmer of cruel malice flashed in his eyes. Ah, you filthy scoundrel! Chen Feier shrieked, raising her battle blade to slash at the offending trotter. The burly man scoffed and, with a swift motion, seized her right wrist, applying just enough pressure to elicit a painful gasp from her. Ouch, that hurts. Chen Feier felt as though her wrist were caught in a vice, and her battle blade clattered to the ground. Jiang Yu and his companions observed the imposing figure, recognizing that he was not someone who could be easily dismissed by a few girls like Chen Feier and her friends. From the very beginning, Jiang Yu had appeared to have them in his grip, with only Molly truly capturing his attention. This realization pierced Jiang Yu's heart, for he had long since lost patience with Molly. If given the opportunity, he would not let her escape so easily. Now, witnessing her humiliation and pleas for mercy, he could hardly contain his delight. Molly, look at you now, as the petite beauty faltered. Jiang Yu's entourage erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter, their faces alight with mockery. Fei, Feier. Molly's expression shifted dramatically as she dashed towards the burly man. Jiang Yu, you scoundrel, what are you plotting? Step aside this instant. Xiao Lei swiftly positioned himself to block Molly's path, placing himself between her and Jiang Yu Dengmei Li. Do you intend to confront Jiang Yu? As long as I'm here. You shall not succeed. You bastard, Molly cried, her anger boiling over. If you don't let me pass, I will not hold back. Jiang Yu let out a cold snort. Not holding back? What do you mean by that? Let us not forget that your people initiated this conflict. Were it not for your gender, my brothers would have done more than merely subdue her. They would have incapacitated her completely. No. Upon hearing the threat of losing her hand, Chen Feier felt tears welling up. Sister Molly turned her fierce gaze upon the burly man Li Lei. Are you truly willing to act as an accomplice? If you release Feier now, I shall consider this matter closed. Li Lei shook his head with a mocking smile. Li, you cannot intimidate me. He then glanced at Jiang Yu. You know this is not a possibility. Before entering the evolution school's base, Li Lei was merely a somewhat talented ordinary person. Now, as classmates, his future was boundless, and he had no reason to fear a woman. Moreover, with Jiang Yu backing him, he felt invincible, especially since he was stirred by the sight of Chen Feier. His interest ignited. Jiang Yu, with a smug grin, squinted at Molly and said, I might consider sparing Chen Feier, but only if you are willing to entertain me for several nights, serving my desires. Ugh, before he could finish, Molly spat on the ground in disgust. You shameless rogue, you are delusional if you think I would ever hold you in esteem. Underestimating Jiang Yu's audacity, Molly was taken aback by his blatant coercion. Jiang Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. You refuse my generosity? I had hoped for a more civilized resolution, but if that is the case, do not blame me for resorting to force. With a derisive chuckle, he continued, we are in the wilderness. Anything could happen, including meeting a gruesome fate at the hands of a monster, or disappearing into some perilous abyss. Ali's expression darkened. Jiang Yu was far more sinister than she had anticipated. In a moment of desperation, she seized the opportunity, her battle blade slicing through the air with a chilling swiftness. The long blade shimmered, transforming into a streak of white light as it arced toward him. Without moving her body, she initiated the attack. A wave of dread washed over Jiang Yu, and his face paled as he realized the imminent danger. Just as the blade grazed his neck, he instinctively turned and stepped back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Nevertheless, a thin line of blood appeared as it nicked his skin, crimson droplets seeping forth. Molly, you wretched woman, you dare to harm me? I will kill you, Jiang Yu roared in a rage. His face contorted with fury, his eyes glinting with the desire for vengeance. Unprepared for Molly's sudden assault, he felt the sting of humiliation, even as he managed to evade the worst of her strike. Undeterred, Ma Li's countenance grew cold and resolute. With agility, she lunged forward, her blade dancing in the air, providing him no chance to retaliate. Die! Jiang Yu quickly regained his composure, engaging Ma Li in combat. Bang! A sudden clash sent Ma Li stumbling backward, retreating several paces before finally stabilizing herself. Her complexion shifted between pallor and flush. She had not anticipated Jiang Yu's strength, and his previous blow had left her feeling disoriented. Jiang Yu's expression twisted with malevolence. Once I catch you, I shall repay you for that blade. Suppressing his murderous intent, he unleashed a flurry of punches toward Ma Li, as if a storm of fists were descending upon her. Even without stepping into the ranks of the Evolved, he intended to demonstrate the vast disparity between them. In contrast, Ma Li found herself on the defensive, nimbly evading Jiang Yu's strikes. Lacking his raw power, she could only rely on her sharp blade to momentarily keep him at bay. This was only possible because Jiang Yu refrained from inflicting serious harm. Ma Li understood that a single blow from him would leave her incapacitated. And the consequences could be dire. Li's sister, Ma Li, the other girls, on the verge of tears, felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and assist. Yet, they were instantly surrounded by dozens of menacing figures, their glares fixed on them. Chen Feier struggled against Li Lei's grip, desperation etched upon her face. Li Lei smirked, pulling her closer, his hands beginning to roam. Come here, little beauty, just as he reveled in his triumph. A sudden silhouette appeared behind him, a hand raising for a swift strike. Li Lei burst into raucous laughter, oblivious to the new arrival. Who are you? His teammates sensed something amiss, having never seen this person before. It was as if he had materialized from thin air. Before he could process the question, a hand struck his face, and darkness enveloped his vision, stars dancing before his eyes. Staggering, Li Lei lost his balance and stumbled away. Pooh! Once he regained his footing, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth, his spirit shaken. Upon seeing Su Ruheo, Chen Feier burst into tears, her sorrow flowing like a river unleashed from its dam. In an instant, she rushed into Su Ruheo's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder as she continued to sob. She had been saved once more. It's all right, it's all right. Su Ruheo, unfamiliar with comforting women, gently patted her back. Yet, his gaze remained cold. Kid, no matter who you are, you have successfully enraged me. Today shall be your last. Spitting out blood, Li Lei glared at Su Ruheo with fury in his mind. This man had already earned a place on his death list. Su Ruheo released Chen Feier, his icy gaze betraying no hint of emotion. Jiang Yu, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, turned his focus towards them. What an opportunity! Amidst her struggle against Jiang Yu, Ma Li seized the brief moment of distraction, her blade slicing sharply towards his arm. Jiang Yu's face paled as he staggered back in pain. Realizing he had underestimated her, Li felt a pang of regret. Her intent had been to sever his arm. Yet it appeared she had failed to inflict significant damage. Jiang Yu's fury escalated. This unexpected turn of events had cost him dearly, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Nothing to worry about. I shall resolve this swiftly. As he spoke, before he could fully grasp the situation, a sharp kick landed below his waist, causing him to cry out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Just as he opened his mouth to curse, a cold blade pressed against his throat, the sharp edge slicing through his skin, drawing forth beads of blood. The rapidity of these events left everyone stunned. None had anticipated how swiftly Su Ruheo had acted. And the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving onlookers in shock. Seeing Li Lei, the villain, suddenly brought to his knees, Chen Feier and her friends were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. You attacked me, Li Lei spat, his face contorted with resentment. Why not have a fair fight? Do you not have the guts? Su Ruheo shook his head, dismissing explanations. Whatever you say is fine by me. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the blade, sending a wave of panic coursing through Li Lei. Big brother, I was wrong. Please, let this go. Treat it as if I were nothing more than a passing wind. Elder brother. Upon witnessing his brother in such a dismal state, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Friend, this is a personal matter between me and these individuals. I kindly ask you not to interfere. If you do so, I shall be immensely grateful. Others might be oblivious, yet he understood that the disparity in strength between Li Lei and the opponent was so vast that it was impossible to perceive any trace of their attack. For a moment, He found himself at a loss regarding the opponent's capabilities. Immensely grateful, Su Ruheo scoffed. Who needs your gratitude? Is it worth anything? So, it was a matter of money. Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Surely, there would be a substantial reward. Su Ruheo smiled with amusement. And how might you express this gratitude? He cast a sweeping glance over Jiang Yu's entire team, showing no reluctance to engage in a bit of playful banter. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and declared, an A-level material, plus I will personally gift you a mid-level enhancement potion. Furthermore, should you choose to join our team, you will have priority in the distribution of any biological materials we hunt together in the future. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to agree to any terms as long as he could first secure Li Lei's release. Once that was achieved, with a mere command from him, they would swarm the opponent. Regardless of their formidable abilities, Su Ruheo chuckled softly. Is that so? Those terms are indeed quite generous. The A-level material speaks for itself, but a mid-level enhancement potion? Until now, I have only used basic potions. Albeit with enhanced formulas and effects, a mid-level potion is quite a significant offering. The thought of being courted by the opponent was a clever maneuver indeed. Su Ruheo couldn't help but muse over Jiang Yu's substantial wealth. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's proposal, Chen Feier and the others felt a tightening in their chests, their eyes fixed anxiously on Su Ruheo, fearing he might acquiesce. Li, equally apprehensive, quickly interjected, Su Ruheo, do not trust them. These people are unworthy of your faith. Regardless of what conditions they offer you, I can match them, even— Shut up, you wretch! Jiang Yu barked, interrupting her in a fit of rage, fearing that Su Ruheo might be swayed by Ma Li's words. Just as Ma Li was on the verge of panic, Su Ruheo flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Not good. Ma Li's heart sank. In the next moment, a sense of trepidation enveloped Jiang Yu, prompting him and his companions to abandon their weapons and plead for mercy before Chen Feier and her group. With a calm demeanor, he approached Ma Li and helped her to her feet. Are you all right? He inquired, meticulously assessing her condition. The blow she had received was indeed severe, but fortunately, there were no fractures. With a couple of days of rest, she would recover, Li expressed her concern. What about Jiang Yu? In contrast, Su Ruheo remained unfazed, assuring her, it's nothing. He will no longer be able to bully you. Upon hearing this, Ma Li's pupils constricted in shock, her expression one of disbelief. I rest assured. As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. True to her reputation as a leader, Ma Li exhibited a resilience far superior to that of Chen Feier and the others. She discreetly wiped away her tears and, as if nothing had transpired, walked over to embrace her frightened companions. Apart from her slightly reddened eyes, she maintained her composure, witnessing the demise of their leader. Jiang Yu's team members had already scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in disarray. These individuals were merely trainees, and Su Ruheo had no intention of ruthlessly pursuing them to the ends of the earth. As for the two troublemakers he had eliminated, he harbored no concerns about repercussions. From the moment they entered the training base, Instructor Yin Chun had made it clear that deaths were not a significant matter. Not everyone could become an evolved being, nor could everyone expect to graduate unscathed. Instructor Shi from the military district had also indicated that private conflicts were prohibited within the camp, but had not explicitly forbade such conduct in the wilderness. One could easily interpret this as tacit approval. With this thought in mind, Su Ruheo found himself shaking his head. Half an hour later, after a brief cleanup, Su Ruheo settled on a rock, facing a pot of soup. Cradling a small metallic bowl, wisps of steam rose from the bowl, revealing a milky white loach soup, interspersed with chunks of mashed potatoes. He leaned in to sniff the broth, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Delicious, he called out to the girls seated across from him. I made this soup today. It's particularly fragrant. You must try it. After taking a sip of the loach soup, he closed his eyes in sheer enjoyment. The laughter of several girls erupted, charmed by Su Ruheo's expression. After the earlier turmoil, the remnants of anxiety and fear were swiftly dispelled by his playful demeanor. Each girl grabbed her bowl, eagerly vying to scoop food from the pot. However, the newly arrived girls appeared somewhat timid, casting furtive glances at the soup, their eyes betraying a deep longing. They licked their cracked lips. Having journeyed outdoors, they had only packed compressed biscuits or sealed bread. Never having tasted cooked food, let alone meat, The idea of using mutated creatures for soup was out of the question. Those were resources not yet sufficient for every member of the team to exchange for contribution points. Having listened to the previous accounts, Tsuruheo was already familiar with the names of these girls and the events they had endured. He refrained from offering excessive commentary, acknowledging merely that they had encountered unfortunate circumstances. Observing their expressions, he spoke with calm authority. Since you have joined my team, you must obey my orders. Rest assured, I will not let you go hungry. As long as I have fish soup, you will share in it too. He discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Molly, who understood his intent. Since you've lost your belongings, if you're not averse, come and share a meal with me. Molly placed her bowl in front of the others. Smiling warmly, instantly, Qin Fei and the others followed suit, offering their bowls as well. Overcome with gratitude, they expressed, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you." As they received the small bowls, the girls ravenously devoured the food. As if they hadn't eaten in days, witnessing their fervor, Molly's expression darkened slightly, and she couldn't help but glance at Tsuruheo. He remained unperturbed, lifting a loach from the pot and placing it into his own bowl. The moment it touched his tongue, the familiar electric sensation coursed through him, tingling and invigorating. Quite delightful, he remarked, continuing to enjoy his meal. To be frank, these individuals were not of particular concern to him. He had no inclination to assume the role of a benevolent leader, practicing benevolence or coercion to win hearts. That was a task better suited for Molly. Tsuruheo's purpose here was twofold: to grow stronger and to accumulate points. However, thus far, he had remained stagnant, hindered by these inexperienced individuals. Fortunately, there had been some gains. After several days of consuming mutated creature meat, he had noticeably increased his strength, achieving results comparable to those of low-grade enhancement potions. Within his two backpacks, the brown one belonged to the burly Li Lei, while the light gray one was Jiang Yu's. Both now constituted Tsuruheo's spoils of war. These backpacks, similar in design to standard travel bags, featured 3 compartment layers, secured by zippers. Each side had a pocket designed for smaller items. In the right pocket of the brown bag lay an A-grade metal combat knife, its hilt secured upside down to prevent it from slipping out. Bound by a black strap, Tsuruheo's eyes sparkled with excitement. An A-grade combat knife was worth at least 1,000 contribution points. Even though he was unaware of the specific metal from which it was crafted, its value remained undiminished. Little did he know, he had already expended 3,000 contribution points for the knife in his possession. Upon opening the inner and outer layers of the brown backpack, he found not only some food but also several preserved parts of mutated creatures. Not bad. While lacking A-grade materials, they still amounted to a considerable number of contribution points. To his surprise, he discovered an additional compartment. Tearing open that small section, he retrieved a test tube containing a red liquid. The size of a fingertip. Is this a potion? Tsuruheo pondered, uncertain of its nature, and decided to stow it away for the time being. The gray backpack was stained with numerous blood splotches, and to his surprise, Tsuruheo did not find Jiang Yu's weapon inside. Instead, the bag was stuffed with the limbs of mutated creatures, the most valuable contents, A-grade materials. Among the biological materials, a pair of claws, resembling those of a cat, caught his attention. They bore a faint golden hue. Although subtle, they were inherently A-grade materials, akin to the pale golden spine he had encountered in the small town. A surge of excitement coursed through Tsuruheo. This gray backpack also contained a small compartment, housing 2 potions, one red and one purple. Could one of them possibly be a mid-grade enhancement potion? His heart raced with anticipation. At 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky remained dim, with only a hint of light breaking through the darkness in the hazy twilight. A sense of ethereal tranquility permeated the air, enhanced by the gentle breeze weaving through the forest, presenting a unique morning scene. Emerging from the tent camp, Tsuruheo stretched lazily, inhaling the fresh air. This had become his morning ritual. Regardless of how late he had gone to bed, he consistently rose early to train. He methodically practiced the 9 Heavens Blade, a routine he had long since mastered, followed by a leisurely jog through the morning woods. 1, 2, 1, 2. In the distance, he caught the sound of lively exclamations, seemingly emanating from the forest. Following the voices, he jogged over to find Molly leading a group of girls in a weight-bearing run. Lacking proper training equipment, they utilized rocks from the ground as substitutes. Each girl bore a stone of varying size on her back. some already sweating profusely. In the midst of this, Molly led by example, encouraging her sisters behind her. We are in the wild now. We must rely on ourselves. Only then can we survive, avoiding becoming prey and resisting the advances of those wicked men. This reality is true now and will remain so in the future. We must not only grow stronger, but also surpass the men, becoming the most exceptional evolved beings, the finest trainees. With that, Molly removed the massive stone from her back, aligning her fingers, and struck the rock with her palm. With a resounding crack, the large stone shattered into several smaller pieces, scattering across the ground. If one were to consider the past, it would have been unthinkable for a delicate girl to effortlessly break a boulder. However, for those who had transcended the ordinary human realm through training, anything was possible. Shinfeier and the others followed suit, setting down their stones to attempt a similar feat, yet, after several attempts, they only managed to chip away at a small corner. This was not merely a matter of strength but also required a certain finesse. Observing Molly's mastery over her power, Tsuraheo had to concede that she was indeed formidable. While he could achieve similar results, he struggled to harness his excess strength efficiently. Following yesterday's events, it seemed as though each girl had matured considerably. Tsuraheo stood at a distance, lacking any desire to join their training. He merely watched for a while before resuming his own exercises. This marked the 7th day of his time in the forest. Aside from fundamental training, he had been consuming mutated creature meat, utilizing the invigorating electric sensation to enhance his physique. Now, his strength had grown significantly, with improvements in his vision, hearing, and other senses, rendering him sharper and more agile. The changes in his body and the amplification of his power directly influenced the potency of his attacks. The first strike of the blade brought forth the downfall and demise of Jiangyu, illustrating the formidable mastery of martial arts possessed by that powerful individual. When confronted with an A-class mutated creature, Tsuraheo was entirely confident in his ability to effortlessly hunt without resorting to amplified strength. However, this was merely the beginning. Tsuruheo's gaze sharpened as he murmured to himself. The previous night, he had perused the terminal mall at school, delving into the knowledge of potions, their effects, and accompanying illustrations. The school mall offered a selection of red and purple potions for sale. The purple vial undoubtedly contained a mid-level enhancement potion, capable of refining one's physique, while the red potion, albeit slightly less effective, served a similar purpose. Jiang Yu and his companions possessed only a meager supply of these potions, rendering them reluctant to use them, thus inadvertently benefiting Tsuraheo. Nonetheless, the cost of these potions was exorbitant. A single bottle of the basic red enhancement potion demanded 2,000 contribution points, surpassing the typical price of an A-class battle blade. As for the purple mid-level enhancement potion, its exchange value stood at 5,000 contribution points per bottle, exceeding that of an ordinary A-class protective suit. Upon seeing these prices, Tsuraheo couldn't help but wince. He had previously utilized the basic red potion during training, but after several applications, his body developed a resistance. And given his current physique, further use bore little effect. Conversely, he felt a sense of anticipation towards the mid-level potion. The mall's usage manual indicated that the efficacy of mid-level enhancement potions typically exceeded that of basic ones by tenfold or more, and they were unsuitable for individuals of frail constitution. If he could significantly elevate his strength and physical prowess, wouldn't he be that much closer to attaining a power level of 10,000? Tsuraheo gazed at the purple potion bottle, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Presently in the wilderness, devoid of a bathing facility, the potion could not be ingested. Yet this posed no challenge for Tsuraheo. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, poured in the purple potion for dilution, and gave it a gentle shake. Instantly, the 500 milliliters of mineral water transformed into a violet liquid, rippling and swirling within the bottle. After a moment's contemplation, Tsuraheo added 2 bottles of the red potion, shaking the container to blend the 2 liquids. Moments later, the rippling water stilled, the once purple liquid now imbued with a hint of deep red. Morphing into a purplish-red hue, he pondered how the addition of the other potion would affect the current potion's efficacy. Would its potency increase? An excited glimmer flickered in Tsuruheo's eyes as he shed his outer garments. Revealing his robust physique, he applied the mixed potion to his entire body, causing his skin to take on a peculiar purple hue. Suddenly, Tsuraheo inhaled sharply, his body jolting as a wave of intense heat coursed through him. Pain! It felt as though myriad ants were violently gnawing at his skin. Every pore on his body expanded, and simultaneously, tiny spots emerged on his skin, his complexion turning crimson. Upon closer inspection, these spots were droplets of blood seeping from his pores, resembling a constellation of blood dots from a distance. Unable to remain still any longer, Tsuruheo collapsed to the ground, convulsing and writhing. The potion's effect was overwhelmingly potent. Enduring the excruciating pain, Tsuruheo fought to remain conscious. His skin cracked open in several places, blood flowing freely. At that moment, he felt an inferno of boiling energy surging within him, the enhancement potion's power relentlessly coursing through his body, showing no signs of abating. Tsuruheo bit down hard on his lip, his face flushed with crimson. This intense pain persisted for nearly half an hour until the potion's potency finally subsided, allowing him to exhale deeply. Rising from the ground, Tsuruheo clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds. At that moment, he sensed an indescribable power within him. A harrowing scream erupted from their makeshift camp, jolting everyone awake. Upon hearing the piercing cry, Tsuruheo vanished from his tent, seizing his battle blade and rushing towards the source of the commotion at lightning speed. By the time he arrived, a crowd had already gathered. What had transpired? He squeezed through the throng, finally breaking into the circle to see a girl of average appearance but striking features, surrounded by two close friends. This girl was Yao Shaoqin, a rather reserved individual with whom Tsuruheo had scarcely exchanged a few words. All eyes were on her, neglecting Tsuruheo entirely. What was the matter? Tsuruheo anxiously observed Yao Shaoqin, scanning the surroundings for anything amiss. I've done it! I've done it! Yao Shaoqin exclaimed excitedly, grasping Qinfei's hand. Her face flushed with exhilaration. Ellie offered a faint smile as she explained to Tsuruheo. You see, Shaoqin has mastered the manipulation of power. She can now shatter a stone with one hand. Conservatively estimated, her strength is at least 5,000 points. Indeed. Tsuruheo was astonished by Shaoqin's rapid progress, and Qinfei shared in the JOYIT. Was worth noting that before their arrival, the strength of the group was barely above that of an average person. And even with training, their gains had been minimal. Tsuruheo placed a hand on his forehead, sighing internally. He certainly had no intention of discouraging the girls. Instead, he smiled, recognizing this as a moment of joy. Especially given his earlier concerns about potential mishaps. Qinfei raised her tiny fist, playfully challenging Tsuruheo. Humph! Don't underestimate us. We're quite formidable now. Emily chuckled, clearly delighted. That's so? Tsuruheo mused, sizing up Qinfei with a grin. Shall we have a little spar? Qinfei pouted. It wasn't mere banter. She had also made significant strides recently. Although she had yet to test her newfound strength, she was prepared to astonish Tsuruheo with her progress. However, you're a guy, and it wouldn't be fair to duel with just you. Qinfei's eyes twinkled mischievously, as if plotting something. Tsuruheo raised an eyebrow and smiled. What do you propose? Simple. Qinfei snapped her fingers, declaring, our sisterhood has formed a team, so of course, we'll fight together. So, this was her scheme. Having experienced a surge in strength, Tsuruheo was eager to put himself to the test and ascertain just how much stronger he had become. How many of you will it take to take me down? Upon hearing Tsuruheo's direct inquiry, Qinfei replied, just me, Shaoqin, and Xiaoyu will suffice. Tsuruheo chuckled. All right, sounds good. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qinfei launched herself at him with her tiny fists. That's an ambush, Tsuruheo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. You're cheating. I'll file a complaint. Defeat us 3 first. Qinfei's eyes gleamed with mischief as her delicate fists aimed for Tsuruheo's face. Even with the element of surprise, Tsuruheo merely stepped back, creating distance and deftly sidestepping the punch. At the same time, Yao Shaoqin wielded her battle blade, executing a horizontal slash. Given his quick reaction to evade Qinfei's punch, Tsuruheo knew he had to stabilize himself before responding to the impending strike, especially since the blade was aimed at his midsection. Slight movements would not suffice. A flicker of surprise crossed Tsuruheo's mind. The girls had evidently trained hard to coordinate so seamlessly. As he evaded, he couldn't help but chuckle. You all have such confidence in me, holding nothing back. While speaking, Tsuruheo drew his own battle blade, swiftly preparing for the encounter. Block. The horizontal strike was easily parried, creating a melodious clash of metal. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, he found it amusing that others dared to engage him in such a manner. With a flourish, Tsuruheo wielded his blade gracefully, akin to a dancing flower. With a fluid motion, the blade descended towards Yao Shaoqin. Of course, he exercised restraint, utilizing no more than a fraction of his strength. Otherwise, given his current power, he could easily incapacitate his opponent. With another clang, predictably, Yao Shaoqin raised her blade overhead, her form shifting to Tsuruheo's left side. "Well done. You're quite the clever girl," Tsuruheo commended her. He understood her intent. She had effectively neutralized most of the force from his previous strike, likely aiming to circle around to his left rear for a follow-up attack, though she had miscalculated the strength behind his blow. Chen Feier, feeling slightly indignant, continued her pursuit, trying to land punches on Tsuruheo's face. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he effortlessly blocked her punch, seizing her wrist and giving it a gentle tug. Chen Feier found herself propelled away by his strength. Just as he pondered why the other girl had yet to act, he heard a whoosh as an arrow shot towards him, a cold arrow. Tsuruheo halted, twirling his battle blade to shield himself. The arrow was deflected, and from a distance, the girl named Xiaoyu had drawn a small bow, observing Tsuruheo's every move. That moment, she held the bowstring taut, her form resembling a crescent moon, clearly the source of the arrow that had just been fired. Impressive. She possessed ranged capabilities. Tsuruheo nodded in approval, casting a few extra glances at Xiaoyu. The arrow was crafted from wood, devoid of any metallic tip. Even if it struck its target, it would inflict minimal damage. "Woe is me! You are bullying me!" Chen Feier stamped her foot, swiftly dashing into Mali's embrace to lodge her complaint. Mali regarded Tsuruheo with a smile, beginning to console Chen Feier. It must be said that Tsuruheo's performance was indeed astonishing. The almost flawless execution of Chen Feier's team was effortlessly thwarted. Contrary to her earlier expectations that Tsuruheo would at least face some challenges, little did she anticipate such an outcome. The capable black dog was not to be overlooked, as Mali had contributed to this success. However, he felt there was still room for improvement. Chen Feier's attacks lacked potency, failing to compel him to take her seriously, which allowed him to easily handle Yao Shaoqin as for the skilled archer Xiaoyu. Her weapon was subpar, and her strength was insufficient. Had she possessed a bow with a draw weight of around 3 stones and could maintain a continuous barrage, even wooden arrows would have warranted Tsuruheo's full attention. When Tsuruheo voiced this thought, he was met with Chen Feier's eye roll. "Oh, you think everyone is as monstrous as you? Don't you realize that girls are generally weaker?" A faint smile of resignation appeared on Tsuruheo's face. Yet he maintained a serious tone. "This is no excuse. Not everyone can be as ruthless as I am. Only by becoming stronger will your chances of survival increase." Ali nodded in agreement. Indeed, whether battling foes or hunting mutated creatures, one's vulnerabilities could easily become fatal flaws. Chen Feier understood this principle, yet she was merely displeased with Tsuruheo's lack of leniency towards them. Humph. Standing beside Mali, Chen Feier still bore an air of indignation. Overall, Tsuruheo was quite satisfied with them. While numerous issues remained, the potential for improvement was substantial, and he could not be overly harsh. After a tiring morning without breakfast, he suggested, "Why not prepare breakfast first? Once we have eaten, we can plan our next steps." Emily and the others nodded in agreement. Their small camp had dwindling food supplies, yet it was not due to scarcity. Including Tsuruheo, they still had biscuits and other rations from their initial provisions. The mudfish and strange fish they had caught earlier had been nearly consumed, and their palates had grown accustomed to a more lavish diet. It seemed that the entire camp had not indulged as they had, feasting daily on fine meats. The advantage was that everyone appeared healthy, with noticeable improvements in strength and constitution. The downside was that they had exhausted their edible supplies without materials to exchange for contribution points. Including the materials Tsuruheo had found in Jiang Yu and Li Lei's backpacks, aside from a pair of valuable claws and some bones, everything had been turned into soup, leaving a few sisters to cook at the temporary camp. The rest ventured out in search of food. Perhaps due to the area having been previously scoured, they found little in the way of consumables or living creatures a quarter hour after returning to camp. Tsuruheo received some unsettling news. "What? A monster is eating people?" Tsuruheo rubbed his ears, inquiring seriously. "Where did you hear this? What kind of monster is devouring people? Can it even do that?" The girl he questioned appeared momentarily stunned. It should be able to eat, right?" She extended her arms, gesturing. It seems to be a large black dog, having killed several people. I saw members of other teams who were so frightened they went mad. Lead the way, Tsuruheo decisively commanded. Ali added, let's go. We should see for ourselves. Beyond the small hill lay a plain. Standing atop the slope, Tsuruheo could already hear several roars interspersed with cries of despair. Following the sounds, he spotted a black dog the size of a small car, its coat shimmering with a glossy sheen. Its eyes, resembling copper bells, emitted an eerie green glow. The black dog appeared no different from an ordinary one, save for its considerable size, lacking the grotesque features often seen in mutated creatures. Accompanying it were two smaller black pups, barely reaching the height of the larger dog's limbs, still in their youthful stage. The people on the plain scattered in all directions, but they could not match the speed of the black dog and soon fell victim to its jaws, becoming prey for the pups. Boss, what should we do? Everyone turned their gaze to Tsuruheo. The black dog's aggression was surely to protect its young and seek sustenance. It was killing those who approached, circling to guard the pups as they fed. Though fearsome, the black dog was but one. While nearly 100 people surrounded it, armed with weapons, Tsuruheo understood that their thoughts were aligned. The many were merely taking advantage of the few. The black dog, despite its fierce demeanor, was under threat of death. Tsuruheo surveyed the scene, calmly stating, no need to rush. Let us wait a moment longer and not allow others to seize the opportunity. Now that everyone hesitated with many against few, dividing the spoils would be problematic. What are we waiting for? Those two pups are about to finish eating. The black dog will surely depart with them. Are you all willing to let your comrades be devoured for naught? Attack, for the sake of our fallen comrades. Yes, indeed. We shall avenge our deceased allies, in no time. A throng surged forward, most targeting the two pups. Heh, quite impressive. Tsuruheo's eyes flashed like lightning, fixating on the instigator of the assault. It was a man clad in a denim vest, tall and robust, with dark skin, wielding a short dagger that looked quite menacing. The others who spoke up were likely his companions, blending into the attacking crowd. Additionally, Tsuruheo noted a few others. Chaos erupted in the arena, punctuated by shrieks, as clusters of people collapsed. Tsuruheo's expression hardened, and he gravely remarked, an A-grade black dog. We have a predicament on our hands. This was a black dog that had reached a certain level, capable of launching its fur as projectiles. Having killed numerous individuals, this was an evolved ability, a form of area attack, where sheer numbers did not guarantee safety. The remaining survivors lamented loudly, the situation quickly devolving into a stalemate, as no one dared to advance. Damn it, what a stroke of misfortune! A low growl emanated from the formidable black dog, bearing its sharp, menacing fangs as it cast a fierce gaze upon all present. Tsuruheo and his three companions occupied the 4 cardinal points, forming a tight encirclement to confine the beast. Suddenly, Xiaolei sprang into action, dashing forward with a glinting dagger in hand, launching an unexpected attack. The blade appeared exceedingly sharp, indicative of a weapon of considerable caliber. Heh, since we've reached an agreement, let us first see who can slay this black dog, and then we shall deliberate on the rest, he declared. Datsu Hua, harboring disdain for Xiaolei's cunning, brandished a weapon resembling a short spear and charged forward as well. Observing this, Tsuruheo and a refined-looking young man simultaneously joined the fray. Slaying an A-class creature was no simple task. Initiating an attack did not guarantee success. It was Su Hua who should truly be concerned. Xiaolei's speed was impressive, his dagger dancing through the air, each strike leaving a crimson mark upon the black dog. Enraged by the pain, the wounded creature's fury escalated. Su Hua fought valiantly, yet was taken aback by the black dog's astonishing agility. As it bounded out of their encirclement, the onlookers, captivated by the spectacle of the 4 hunters pursuing the black dog, experienced a mix of excitement and trepidation. However, some could not contain their impatience and turned their attention to the 2 smaller dogs. Seizing the opportunity while the black dog was preoccupied, they attempted to dispatch the lesser creatures. The black dog, fierce and relentless, unleashed its razor-sharp claws, and Su Hua found himself unfortunate as the claws tore through his protective gear, leaving long gashes across his chest. Despite the armor's defense, the claws penetrated, drawing blood. Su Hua stumbled back, disheveled and visibly distressed. Tsuruheo merely engaged in distraction, his combat knife striking the black dog, inflicting a grievous wound that saw blood pouring forth. In its agony, the black dog became increasingly berserk, with Xiao Lei at the forefront. Feeling the weight of immense pressure, this moment, Xiao Lei recognized his own disarray, with several claw marks marring his body and his complexion growing pale under the relentless assault. However, the two smaller black dogs were far less fortunate. Having been beset by a dozen individuals wielding iron rods, one was struck down outright, while the other yelped in agony, its teeth bared. Its legs were broken, its back battered, skin torn, and blood flowed freely, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. The plight of the smaller dog elicited a heart-wrenching howl from the larger black dog, laced with fury. It sprang into the air. Mouth agape, sharp fangs aimed at those attacking its offspring, and with a single, violent bite, it tore into one man's shoulder, rendering him lifeless, blood cascading down in torrents. The horrified onlookers fled in panic, scrambling towards the nearby hillside. While some sought refuge with Xiao Lei and his companions, crying out for salvation. Humph! A bunch of fools unaware of their impending doom. Su Hua scornfully regarded those rushing toward him. The refined young man merely chuckled coldly. Standing unmoved, offering no assistance, Fu Ruihao maintained his stoic demeanor, clasping his fists as he observed the chaos. Xiao Lei let out a heavy snort, cursing, "Damn it! Here I am, fighting for my life, and you lot dare to steal my chance. Now you expect me to save you? What a delusion!" The black dog licked its wounded offspring with its crimson tongue, tears glistening in its dark eyes. Yet, this proved futile. The smaller dog was fading. Breathing shallowly in the wake of losing its young, the black dog unleashed a chilling roar that sent shivers down the spine. With a powerful leap, it began to ferociously pursue the remaining humans. The scene devolved into chaos, with bloodied fangs and torn bodies littering the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the encounter. Fu Ruihao and his companions wore expressions of grave concern. Su Hua, feeling indignant, urged, "Let us take action. It's time to show our true capabilities, or we may find ourselves in deeper trouble." Though they had previously scorned the fleeing students, the grim tableau stirred a sense of sorrow and unease within them. Su Hua, wielding his spear-like weapon, charged at the black dog, aiming a powerful strike. Xiao Lei's eyes gleamed with determination as he bellowed and surged forward with formidable force. Fu Ruihao and the refined young man exchanged a knowing glance. Both following suit. A-class creatures were notoriously difficult to subdue, possessing resilient life forces and evolved abilities that rendered them formidable foes. None of them had yet ascended to the ranks of evolvers, and their strengths were comparable. Without employing their alternative powers, Su Ruihao hesitated to claim dominance over the others. Just as Jiang Yu could hunt A-class creatures through teamwork rather than solitary endeavors. All four possessed potential power, but it was far from straightforward. This was precisely why they had formed a team. More hands meant greater strength, capable of overwhelming A-class creatures. The now maddened black dog appeared particularly wary of Su Hua, especially in regard to his spear-like weapon, which could inflict serious harm. With a howl, it leapt aside, attempting to flee. "Trying to run, are you?" Xiao Lei's expression darkened as he roared, "Die, black dog." He hurled his dagger, which spun through the air like a shuriken, embedding itself in the creature's abdomen, blood splattering from the wound. In a crucial moment, Xiao Lei relinquished his weapon, indicating the gravity of his resolve. The refined young man delivered a powerful punch, while Su Ruihao slashed downward with his knife. Their combined strikes sent the black dog hurtling away, howling in pain as it tumbled across the ground. After enduring the assault of four, it was grievously injured but remained in a state of furious wrath. Its fur bristled, and its bloodshot eyes glared hatefully at its assailants. A hail of sharp quills erupted from its body like a rain of needles. A sense of danger washed over Su Ruihao, who instinctively retreated a few steps, brandishing his combat knife as a shield before his chest. Su Hua reacted swiftly, positioning his spear defensively as the projectiles clashed against their weapons. Xiao Lei, in a reflexive motion, shed his vest, sweeping away the onslaught of quills. As the barrage ceased, they moved as one, charging forward in unison. Su Hua's spear found its mark, piercing the black dog's flank with a sickening squelch, blood gushing forth. Seizing the moment, Xiao Lei retrieved his dagger and plunged it into the creature's belly, cutting upwards with a decisive motion. The blade easily sliced through, nearly severing the beast in two. A mix of red and white spilling forth, saturating the air with a nauseating stench of blood. With a single, mighty stroke, Tsuruheo beheaded the black dog, its severed head rolling away. The refined young man, with a sudden burst of energy, darted towards the head. Though Tsuruheo was closest, he paused, taken aback by the young man's actions. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint golden hue at the wound's edge, obscured by blood, yet unmistakable to their keen eyes. The black dog's evolutionary point was, astonishingly, its head. Realizing this, Tsuruheo relinquished his dagger, transforming it into a swift arc as it grazed the dog's head and embedded into the earth. "My friend, why the haste?" he remarked, stepping forward to place his foot upon the dog's head, slowly withdrawing his weapon from the ground in a nonchalant manner. The refined young man regarded Tsuruheo with a look of disdain. Xiao Lei and Su Hua, now grasping the situation, turned their gaze to the bloody head. Yet, it was too late, my friend. You've strayed from the agreed terms. Xiao Lei was the first to voice his displeasure. A hint of anger lacing his words, he cleaned his bloody dagger against his vest. Su Hua, equally intent on claiming the head, and Xiao Lei both abandoned the severed body, fixating on Tsuruheo. "You initially agreed to take half of the black dog's meat and leave the most valuable items untouched. Are you now attempting to have your cake and eat it too?" With a flick of his foot, Tsuruheo sent the head soaring into the air, catching it deftly in his grasp without replying. The trio exchanged glances, uncertain of his intentions. Tsuruheo then grasped the black dog's remaining body, discarding the head as he turned towards the forested hillside. Xiao Lei and the others exchanged looks before decisively sprinting towards the abandoned head. Tsuruheo caught wind of the escalating commotion behind him but paid it no mind. He was intent on claiming what was rightfully his. As for the highly coveted head, it seemed a challenge to obtain, and he had no desire to wade into further complications. He rejoined Qinfei and the others, the group jubilantly celebrating their victory. "My dear leader, your prowess is truly remarkable. That creature is a mutated being of considerable rank. How astonishing it is that you would casually dismiss its value, which could be worth several hundred contribution points. My esteemed leader, there is an abundance of meat from the large dog. Today's lunch is assured, and I have yet to savor the delights of grade A dog meat." Tsuruheo, too, was swept away by the exuberant atmosphere, his face brightening with a smile. "Let us indulge in a grand feast of dog meat, steamed, boiled, and fried. We shall have it all, ensuring everyone partakes in this camp." Tsuruheo has nearly transformed everyone into food enthusiasts, their eyes gleaming at the sight of fresh ingredients, as if their very eyeballs might fall from their sockets and land upon the dog meat. Without needing Tsuruheo's prompting, several girls eagerly dashed towards the pristine brook to clean the hefty chunk of meat. Tsuruheo restrained the urge to roll his eyes and addressed the remaining girls. "Let us all lend a hand. Please contribute 5 spice powder, star anise, and 13 spices. Let us prepare for a full dog feast today, roasting the large pieces and simmering the smaller ones into soup. Moreover, we must gather as much easily combustible wood as possible from the mountains." As soon as he finished speaking, the air erupted with joyous applause and cheers. With lunch secured, Mali led several girls up the mountain, while Tsuruheo busied himself chopping down a sturdy tree to fashion a roasting rack. He peeled the bark from the trunk to create wooden skewers, which he inserted into the cleaned dog meat, rotating it slowly over the fire. The black fur crackled in the flames, igniting almost instantly. The fire blazed quickly, consuming the fur and leaving behind a pungent odor in the in the absence of cooking wine. He could only sprinkle a little seasoning and apply a hint of fragrant sap from nearby branches. Meanwhile, another large pot of water had already come to a boil, into which a smaller piece was tossed for blanching and skinning. Once everything was prepared, they awaited the cooking to commence. "Look, what do we have here?" Tsuruheo squinted, noticing that the girls held not only some dry twigs but also a handful of vibrant green leaves. "Is that fern?" he inquired uncertainly. In the wild, one typically encounters either weeds or a scarce amount of edible ferns. He could think of no other possibilities. Qinfei, trailing behind Mali, appeared startled and asked, "You know about this too?" Tsuruheo playfully winked at her, smiling without a word. "All right, set down the firewood and wash the ferns first. They need to be ready for the pot," Mali instructed, directing Qinfei to gather the greens. She was the most active among them, and it wouldn't do to let her forget her responsibilities. Today's events seem to have excited everyone, but truth be told, great a creature meat is not something one can easily come by, so their delight was entirely understandable. The large piece of dog meat on the rack glistened with fat, shimmering under the flames, and a tantalizing aroma began to waft through the air as Suruhei wielded his combat knife to score several cuts into the succulent meat, sprinkling on some seasoning before continuing to rotate it over the fire. On the other side, the broth was bubbling vigorously, and the largest piece of bone was chopped into smaller bits and added to the simmering pot. A dozen girls gathered around the campfire and soup pot, chatting and laughing, their appetites whetted by the aromatic scents, some already salivating. As the time drew near, with the fragrance intensifying, Suruhei called everyone to dine. Fixating on the delectable, glistening dog meat, Suruhei effortlessly sliced off a fragrant leg and began to indulge heartily. With each bite, he chewed rapidly, nodding in approval. It was indeed delightful. Though slightly lacking in salt, the richness of flavor more than compensated. Ali filled her bowl with a small portion of dog meat soup. Tasting a bit, her eyes immediately reflecting satisfaction. Other girls rushed over, tearing into the roasted meat or ladling soup from the pot, entirely unbothered by decorum, as if they hadn't tasted fine cuisine in ages. Today's luncheon proved to be exceptionally lavish, and Suruhei indulged in nearly half of the roasted meat, though he found himself unable to consume any more of the soup. Lying back on his bedding with his eyes closed, he feigned sleep, feeling a surge of heat coursing through him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while a more powerful current surged within his abdomen. As time passed, this sensation grew increasingly pronounced. Simultaneously, several girls began to feel a similar electric charge coursing through them, their bodies tingling. Those who had eaten less fared better, but the girls who had indulged in the great roast experienced sensations akin to Suruhei's. Molly, having consumed a considerable amount of roasted meat, felt the effects more acutely than anyone else present, aside from Suruhei. The enhancement and transformation of one's physical condition is not an overnight process. However, with a steady diet of meat over the past few days, she felt a burgeoning power within her, slowly manifesting. During the training sessions, Molly noted a distinct change. After a round of exercises, she no longer felt as fatigued as before, but rather composed and with energy to spare. This transformation was not unique to her. Every girl exhibited similar improvements. The most notable progress was seen in Shenfei, Xiaoqin, and Xiaoyu, who, despite their initial lack of strength, exhibited the highest potential for growth. The other girls also showed improvement, albeit with certain limitations in their gains. Not every individual could rely solely on consumption to determine their fate. The quality of the ingredients plays a pivotal role. The effects of roasted meat and soup were markedly distinct. For nearly half an hour, Suruhei experienced the electric sensations coursing through him, his body radiating heat as the currents coursed through him repeatedly, countless cycles blurring together. At that moment, he felt a renewed vitality, an overwhelming sense of expansion. Rising to inspect himself, he appeared unchanged, yet there was something peculiar. As he gazed at the back of his hand, a hint of luminescence flickered on his skin, faint and elusive. As the sensation of heat subsided, the glimmers faded, returning to normalcy. Startled, he thought he had undergone a mutation. The very notion struck him. He had long been different from ordinary people. While the creatures around him experienced mutations, why could he not be considered a variant as well? Or perhaps, this mutation could be perceived as a form of ability. Wang Shuang and Jiang Yu, who had undergone the transplantation of mutated biological organs, exhibited extraordinary transformations, albeit less apparent in his case. Ali once mentioned that perhaps through consumption, one could acquire a form of ability. This could be seen as an enhancement of biological mutation. Suruhei pondered this notion, having never contemplated it deeply before. Today, a spark of insight ignited his curiosity. Take us to feast on meat. Perhaps the answer lay in the journey ahead. He found himself reminiscing about his previous school life, which had been irrevocably altered by chaos. As he concentrated, his skin radiated a bronze hue, accentuated by the B-grade metal pendant hanging from his neck, revealing his transformation abilities. With a moment's relaxation, the bronzed skin vanished, and everything reverted to its original state. It was a peculiar sensation. Yet Suruhei felt increasingly adept with this newfound ability, even in the absence of regular practice. beyond a significant increase in strength. He sensed a heightened acuity in his senses. The day passed uneventfully, and after a night's rest, Tsuruheo soon heard unsettling news that stirred his thoughts. Reports of formidable mutated creatures emerging circulated among the girls, igniting a flicker of unease within him. Perhaps something extraordinary was unfolding deep within the hilly terrain, a mystery yet to be unraveled. Ali nodded in agreement with his speculation. This conjecture was not baseless. He recalled the morning several days prior when a train filled with hundreds passed by him. Moreover, he pondered the fate of the students who had ventured deep into those woods. Their experiences remained unknown. This place could only be considered the periphery of something larger. The outside world had become perilous, and the question arose. What should they do now? Well, if that is the case, we shall relocate. Relocate? An hour later, everyone packed their tents and cookware, gathering together in anticipation. Tsuruheo observed the anxious expressions of those still burdened with worry and said, I understand that facing a sudden change can be disorienting. It is entirely natural to feel lost. Life in the wild is far more arduous than training in the base. However, remaining in the base is akin to a flower that never blossoms. No one can forever linger in a greenhouse. I can share an experience of my own. When my school faced a zombie outbreak, my classmates crumbled at the sight of the monstrous entities described in our books. In the chaos to seize the escape route, unimaginable horrors unfolded, resulting in more deaths among my peers than at the hands of the undead. Fleeing the school, we were besieged by swarms of mutated mosquitoes at the central station, a scene too horrific to recount. His words, seemingly mundane, sent shivers through the hearts of several girls as they grasped the gravity of his experience. Mary was taken aback by these abrupt words, her gaze shifting to Tsuruheo with a profoundly intricate expression. She silently mused. I never expected him to have endured such terrifying experiences. Speaking so casually about it, I can't fathom how one could escape and survive in such an environment, Tsuruheo stated. I merely wish to convey to everyone that what is more daunting than an accident is the lack of ability to cope with one. This place is perilous, and unforeseen events could arise at any moment. We must not only strive to survive but also learn to face these contingencies with composure. The same opportunities lie before us. Those mutated creatures are indeed dangerous, yet they also present a valuable chance to enhance our strength. Whether in combat experience or in the form of flesh that can augment our abilities and improve our physiques, it is only by becoming stronger that danger ceases to be a threat, and accidents lose their unpredictability. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group brightened. Huang Wenwen, standing beside Qin Fei'er, was the most exuberant, raising her small hand and exclaiming, Boss, I want to eat meat. I want to become incredibly strong. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Tsuruheo couldn't help but chuckle, suppressing the pang of hurt in his heart, and nodded. All right, you can have meat. Boss, I want meat too. I want to be as strong as Sister Mary. Boss, I like meat as well, but I want to be even stronger than you so that I can eat even better meat. That's right, boss, take us to eat meat. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and Tsuruheo felt as if a stampede of horses was galloping wildly within him. Trampling his thoughts at that moment, he raised his hand decisively and commanded, Let us move out. A group of over 10 individuals surged towards the southeast, with Tsuruheo at the forefront, wielding his battle knife. Clearing a path wide enough for 3 to walk side by side, Mary remained at the rear of the group, with the 2 of them protecting the safety of the entire team. After approximately 2 hours of searching, around 10 o'clock, they suddenly halted. Boss, what's wrong? Asked the curious Xiaoyu, who had been trailing behind Tsuruheo. Having walked for nearly 2 hours without encountering a soul or a rustle of the wind, the abrupt alertness made her feel uneasy. Tsuruheo cleared away the dried grass and branches in front of them and pointed to the ground. See for yourself. Upon hearing this, several girls gathered around him, craning their necks to look. Bones, someone screamed, causing the others to hurriedly step back in fright. Crouching down, Tsuruheo prodded the object with his knife. Leaning in closer, it was a human skeleton, stained with traces of blood, and its clothing was tattered beyond recognition. On the small leg of the skeleton, remnants of flesh that had not yet fully desiccated clung to the bones, while the hollow eye sockets of the skull were devoid of anything, save for a few bloodied strands of hair. Judging by the remaining blood and flesh, the time of death could not have exceeded 2 days, and from the state of its clothing, it resembled the standard protective gear issued by the base. If his assumption was correct, This individual was likely a student. Everyone, be cautious. There may be something unusual here. Tsuruheo stood up, scanning the surroundings. Let us search for anything we might have overlooked. His expression darkened. There were no external signs of trauma on the skeleton, and its bones were intact, yet the cause of death remained a mystery. Boss, come here quickly. Look what we found. Not far off, Xiaoqin and the others waved at Tsuruheo. Just then, a sudden rustling noise reached his ears, seemingly emanating from the dense thicket of thorns. A chill ran down Tsuruheo's spine as he swiftly made his way towards Xiaoqin and the others. Boss, look, there's a camp here. Xiaoqin waved her hands at Tsuruheo, her face displaying a sense of urgency. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream erupted, sounding alarmingly like Huang Wenwen, causing chaos to ensue within the group. By the time Tsuruheo arrived, the slightly plump girl was stomping her feet in frustration, cursing vehemently. Relieved to see that everyone was unharmed, Tsuruheo relaxed slightly and approached her, asking, "What happened? Boss, it tried to bite me." Huang Wenwen cried, lifting her foot. On the ground lay a squashed, meaty mass mixed with dark red blood. Since it was beyond recognition, Tsuruheo couldn't discern what it was. He pointed at the mass. His expression one of disbelief. "You showed me this?" "It suddenly flew at me, and I panicked." "So," Huang Wenwen said, clutching the hem of her shirt, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Changing the subject, she added, "But I found something else." After saying this, she pointed towards the disheveled camp, indicating several collapsed tents. "This thing flew out from there. I was curious and lifted the tent, and then this thing suddenly came flying out, and I smashed it to the ground with a slap." Killing Tsuruheo's gaze fixed on the tents, and he pondered. "What did you see?" "I didn't see clearly." Huang Wenwen shook her head. "I was too scared and only caught a glimpse." The other girls who were with Huang Wenwen huddled together, equally frightened. The situation had terrified everyone. Upon hearing their companion scream, they rushed over in a panic, abandoning their search. Just then, Mary and her small team arrived. "What happened? Is everyone all right?" Seeing that everyone was present, Mary felt relieved as well. Tsuruheo explained, "There's a camp here, and it seems something unfortunate has transpired. There's not a single person in sight, yet belongings remain." Mary too observed the scene and quickly understood that something was amiss. Tsuruheo took a few steps forward, lightly swinging his battle knife to lift a fallen tent. A strong, foul odor assaulted their senses, prompting everyone to cover their noses and step back. Inside the tent lay two skeletons, completely stripped of flesh, their remains in an exceedingly gruesome state. A few girls turned pale at the sight and began to retch violently, while others grew pale and trembled slightly, equally horrified. He approached one of them, gently patting her back and offering a bottle of water. "How are you? Feeling any better?" "Much better." After rinsing her mouth with the mineral water, Chenfeier no longer felt the urge to vomit. However, her delicate face was as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of any color. Even without lifting the remaining tints, she could already guess what lay within. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emerged from one of the unopened tints. Tsuruheo's expression tightened as he steadied Chenfeier, urging her to retreat cautiously. "Let South leave this place for now." From the hollow eye sockets of the two skeletons sprang forth several thumb-sized insects, flapping their tiny wings as they surged forth. Tsuruheo deftly swung his battle knife, dispatching several of the insects in midair. Mary and a few other capable girls quickly joined in to eliminate the remaining creatures. Though the insects were swiftly cut down, the remnants on the ground resembled ordinary ants, with their black, hard exoskeletons and exaggerated bodies, each sporting an additional pair of delicate black wings. "Are these mutated ants?" Tsuruheo raised an eyebrow in surprise as he examined the fragmented corpses. "Is this truly an ant? Can ants have wings? Can they grow to such a size?" "Fool! Having already encountered monstrous fish, what are winged ants to worry about? They shouldn't even be called ants anymore. They should be termed flying ants. I just wonder if they can be roasted and eaten," he mused, rubbing his forehead, which was now lined with dark thoughts. "Perhaps you could give it a try." Yes. Perhaps after roasting, they would be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside." Several girls clapped their hands in agreement, pulling out bags to pack the dead ants. Mary let out a long sigh of relief and approached Tsuruheo, expressing her concern. "If that's the case, it seems these people were all attacked and devoured by these flying ants. We should leave quickly. Who knows what else might appear?" The buzzing sound from the tents grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by unsettling movements. All right. Ignoring the carefree girls, Tsuruheo nodded. 10 minutes after their departure, the tents were torn apart, revealing 5 bodies that had not been entirely consumed, their forms swarmed by countless black ants. Creating a terrifying sight, as the 5 bloodied corpses slowly rose into the air, they began to drift southward once they reached a height of 8 feet above the ground. From a distance, with his keen eyesight, Tsuruheo observed the entire scene. Beside him, Mary remarked, "Was it because of this that you didn't continue walking earlier?" The notion of becoming food for mutated creatures sent a shiver down Mary's spine. The sight of countless flying ants loomed ominously overhead, and she felt a surge of anxiety. "Boss, do you want to eat ants?" "Indeed. Why didn't you move earlier, boss?" The curious Huang Wanwan and the others gathered around, their eyes fixed on Tsuruheo's face, as if trying to discern his thoughts. "No, I have no interest in these flying ants," Tsuruheo replied, shaking his head. "Even if they were to be exchanged for contribution points, they wouldn't amount to even 10. However, being swarmed by thousands of flying ants poses a lethal threat. An ordinary mutated creature could be exchanged for 10 contribution points, but he doubted that an ant the size of a thumb would be valued as such in the school's marketplace or the military camp. In fact, they only accept items of true worth." Mary waited for his next words, and suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "You intend to hunt the Ant Queen?" Tsuruheo smiled slightly. "Indeed. Rather than risk danger, we should eliminate the existing threat. Moreover," he turned to glance at the girl behind him, raising an eyebrow, "the Ant Queen is significantly larger." At the foot of a small hill, a dark, half-human-sized frozen burrow lay. Not far off, Tsuruheo and his companions concealed themselves among a few trees, having closely followed a group of flying ants transporting food until they observed the ants settling at the entrance of the burrow, gradually moving their cargo inside. Furthermore, there were signs of other flying ants active around the cave. "Boss, what should we do? Should we just charge in?" Huang Wanwan, slightly plump, nervously inquired, a blade of grass sticking from her mouth. "Foolish. We must wait until nightfall." Chinfeir corrected her smugly, "I think it's fine now. If we wait too long, we might miss the Ant Queen." Such a carefree thought made Tsuruheo want to ask them, "Are you serious?" Rubbing his temples, he sighed before stating, "There is no need for that. The entrance is too small. We cannot enter. We merely need to lure them out." "All right," Tsuruheo nodded, pointing to the dry twigs and leaves on the ground, chuckling, "We just need to wait patiently." Mary smiled and walked away with a grin. Chinfeir leaned in, asking, "What riddle are you two pondering? It sounds so mysterious. You'll find out soon." Around the cave, a dozen stray flying ants lingered outside. The battle blades swept through the air, clearing them away. The pile of dry leaves formed a solid barricade at the cave's entrance. As sparks fell, all the leaves ignited instantly, thick white smoke curling upwards, the acrid smell wafting into the cave. Standing 10 paces away from the fire, Tsuruheo's calm demeanor belied his underlying vigilance. "Everyone, ready your weapons and prepare to fight." He certainly did not believe that a mere fire could eradicate all the flying ants. After speaking, he twirled his battle blade, preparing for action. Soon, the burning pile emitted a rustling sound, shifting as if it were a small mound of graves. "Here they come." Tsuruheo's expression sharpened, his gaze fixed on the blaze. In the next moment, a shadow erupted from the flames, lunging at Tsuruheo. Maintaining his composure, he swung his battle blade down fiercely. With a resounding clang, akin to metal clashing, the shadow was thrust back into the fire, while a powerful force jolted through his hand, causing Tsuruheo to stumble back several steps. "Boss, are you all right?" The girls hurriedly surrounded him. Tsuruheo shook his head, signaling that he was fine. The strength of that shadow had caught him off guard. A nearly full-force strike felt like striking a metal plate. From the burning pile, the shadow emerged once more, soaring high into the air, hovering just beyond the reach of the flames. Surveying below, it was then that everyone could discern the true nature of the shadow. It was an ant the size of an infant, with a pitch-black exoskeleton, its body several times larger than an ordinary flying ant, its thin wings the size of a palm, and its dark red antennae setting it apart from the common flying ant. "The Ant Queen!" Tsuruheo exclaimed, a flicker of delight crossing his face. Although he wished to draw out the Ant Queen, He had not anticipated that the first creature to burst forth from the nest would be the very target he sought. Moreover, the raging flames seemed to inflict little harm upon it that moment. As the ant queen broke through the entrance of the cave, swarms of thumb-sized flying ants poured out of the darkness. The moment they emerged, they were engulfed by the fire, producing crackling sounds as they burned, the air thickening with the scent of charred flesh. Despite their fiery demise, several flying ants managed to escape. Xiaoyu, attack! At Suruheyo's command, the fair-skinned girl swiftly nocked an arrow, aiming it at the airborne ant queen. She released the arrow, but it was easily dodged by the queen. Undeterred, Xiaoyu continued to draw her bow, firing a flurry of arrows at the queen. Despite her persistence, Xiaoyu showed no signs of stopping. She had previously prepared nearly 30 wooden arrows at the camp, now reduced to 11, before igniting the fire to burn the cave. Suruheyo had devised a series of plans for coordinated action, considering how to manage any potential failures. The strength of teamwork was crucial in such circumstances, since the flying ants could hover in the air, making direct combat inconvenient. Xiaoyu's archery skills allowed for ranged attacks, aiming not necessarily to kill, but to provoke the ant queen. Suruheyo's strategy proved remarkably effective. After incinerating hundreds of the flying ants, the queen was on the brink of fury. Even without Xiaoyu's provocations, it would still attack, but now the queen targeted Xiaoyu, charging toward her. "You'll face me," Suruheyo sneered, swiftly positioning himself in front of Xiaoyu, his battle blade whirling as he formed a barrier. Simultaneously, Mary and the others sprang into action, sweeping through the isolated flying ants, cleaving them into pieces that fell to the ground. The reactions and defenses of the flying ants were nowhere near comparable to those of the ant queen. With the team attacking together, it felt akin to slicing through ripe melons. Initially, Mary and her companions held the advantage, but as the flying ants from the cave surged forth through the flames, they began to struggle, the sky resembling a gathering storm cloud, expanding ominously. Even with the worst-case scenarios in mind, the sheer number of flying ants emerging from the nest was unexpectedly vast. Suruheyo, "Think of something," Mary urged anxiously mid-battle. A-class creatures are not so easily hunted, Suruheyo lamented inwardly. The ant queen's power was formidable, and the defensive capabilities it had evolved were no less than that of B-class metallic materials. His battle blade could only leave a harmless white mark upon its shell. Exhaling deeply, Suruheyo made a decisive choice, deliberately revealing a vulnerability to lure the ant queen into a ferocious charge. As it barreled toward him, he swiftly caught the ant queen in his embrace, both being propelled backward. Before being flung aside, Suruheyo summoned all his strength to shout, "Retreat is planned." Upon witnessing Suruheyo's desperate move, Mary stomped her foot in frustration, commanding, "Sisters, retreat." Though more flying ants appeared, the situation and combat plan remained largely unchanged. Mary and her companions followed the established strategy, managing to escape safely. Cough, cough, cough. Once all the girls had retreated to the woods and evaded the pursuing flying ants. The first sight that greeted them was Suruheyo slumped on the dirty ground, leaning against a tree trunk, his protective gear tattered like torn rags. Huang Wenwen blinked her bright eyes at Suruheyo, expressing concern. "Boss, are you all right?" Mary surveyed him, her brows furrowing slightly. Chen Feier and several other girls rushed over, extending their hands to help him up. They had retreated about 100 meters from the cave. It was astonishing to realize how far the impact had thrown him. Facing a dozen delicate hands, Suruheyo weakly waved them off, struggling to say, I'm fine. Just let me rest for a moment." Now, Suruheyo's face was as pale as a sheet, devoid of any desire to move. His chest throbbed painfully, and any movement aggravated his injuries. Previously, he had dropped his defenses, confronting the ant queen head-on. Even though he had transformed in advance, the immense force from that collision had left his protective gear in tatters, the result of the ant queen's bites. The ant queen's evolved defense was not significantly inferior to that of B-class metallic materials. Thankfully, it hadn't broken any ribs, but it was still a serious injury. Resting for a while would allow him to recover. If only he had such armor, Suruheyo mused, but quickly dismissed the thought. That would require hunting at least 20 or 30 A-class creatures, a daunting task, especially without revealing his full capabilities. Casting a glance at everyone, he chose to remain silent. "Boss, what about the ant queen? Did it escape?" Xiao Yu inquired, curiosity lighting up the faces of the others as they turned to Su Ruheo. They had all witnessed the earlier events, yet now only Su Ruheo was present. Huang Wenwen patted Su Ruheo on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Boss, it's all right. If it escaped, let it be. At least we preserved our lives. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future." There was no trace of the Ant Queen to be found. Huang Wenwen instinctively believed that the Ant Queen had flown away, and thus began to console Su Ruheo. The other girls nodded in agreement, each offering words of comfort. Little did they know, when Huang Wenwen patted Su Ruheo, it triggered the pain in his chest, causing him to grimace in agony. Speechless, he quickly rolled his eyes in exasperation, and, with a sense of resignation, he pulled something from behind him and tossed it in front of everyone. In an instant, the scene fell into a hushed silence. It was a shriveled, dark shell, smeared with a damp, dark red slime, resembling liquid that had oozed out from the cracks of the black shell, quite nauseating. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to an ant queen, albeit one that had been crushed. "Is this the Ant Queen?" came a tentative voice, muttering to oneself. A few girls examined it from various angles, increasingly convinced that it was indeed a shrunken version of the Ant Queen. "Boss, I adore you," one exclaimed. "Boss, you are simply amazing. How did you manage this? It's unbelievable. Oh my, this is truly real." The girls were so delighted that they could hardly contain themselves, eager to rush towards Su Ruheo for a flurry of affectionate gestures. Before the retreat, several girls had collected numerous corpses of flying ants, and undoubtedly, the most valuable among them was the Ant Queen's remains. Molly used her battle knife to lift the Ant Queen's corpse and struck it down with a forceful blow. A sound like metal clashing echoed, leaving a white mark from the knife on the Ant Queen's body. While the cracks in the hard shell widened, Ali was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the Ant Queen's remains. She then inserted the knife into the crack of the shell and painstakingly pried it open. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Su Ruheo inquired, his gaze falling on Molly's knife. The Ant Queen had already been flattened by him, rendering any further strikes unnecessary. "I don't know, but it feels a bit off," Molly replied, shaking her head, yet her hands did not slow in their task. A few girls gathered curiously around, and after a quarter of an hour, Molly had dismembered the Ant Queen's body, uncovering a small, irregular object about the size of a palm. It resembled a crystal shard, multifaceted, refracting a dazzling light under the sun. Holding it in his hand, Su Ruheo felt a slight chill, yet it was significantly weighty. "What is this?" he wondered aloud, weighing it in his hand. "Genetic fragment, one of the primary materials for gene potions," Molly affirmed confidently. "It can also be refined into a weapon, combined with the Ant Queen's body. If fashioned into armor, it would enhance the quality of said armor, possibly even imparting a unique characteristic. However," she lamented, "it's a pity that the Ant Queen's body is too small. It would take at least 3 Ant Queens to make a proper piece of armor." He began to comprehend. "Defense, then?" Molly nodded. "Yes, the Ant Queen possesses formidable defensive qualities, and the genetic fragment serves a similar function. This should be considered armor of A-grade quality, comparable to B-grade armor." Su Ruheo's heart surged with excitement as he remarked, "To think such a thing could appear. I've never encountered it before. I wonder how many contribution points it could yield." At this moment, he felt his injuries were worth the effort. The appearance of this item was quite random, making its value difficult to assess, yet it was undoubtedly the most valuable material from the Ant Queen. Upon hearing Molly's words, everyone erupted in cheers and laughter. However, Su Ruheo had single-handedly hunted the Ant Queen, and the others had hardly contributed, instead placing him in considerable danger. Though Molly refrained from expressing this sentiment bluntly, the issue of loot distribution loomed. As in the past, they had simply consumed whatever they found without concern for ownership. Now, however, the situation was different, and a look of hesitation crossed her face. Immersed in the joyous atmosphere, Molly managed a smile, while Su Ruheo, belatedly realizing her thoughts, discreetly stowed the genetic fragment in his backpack. He promptly declared that the item would be shared equally in terms of contribution points. Li was somewhat taken aback. It was understandable if Su Ruheo chose not to share, as it was indeed his exclusive trophy. She cast a grateful glance at him, and he, as usual, joined in the laughter with everyone else. He nudged the dismembered body of the Ant Queen and chuckled. "I have a suggestion. Let us cook the Ant Queen." It won't tea roast well, but we could try. The Ant Queen was impervious to fire, as they had all witnessed firsthand. Many were taken aback by this proposal. Boss, are we really going to eat this? It has such a precious material. Everyone shared a similar sentiment. While they joked before taking action, the thought of actually cooking it made them feel a little regretful. If the black dog can eat it, why should we feel sorry for the Ant Queen? Tsuruheo shrugged, declaring boldly, "We're eating the Ant Queen today." After some effort, the Ant Queen was cleaned and placed in a pot, while a dozen flying ants were skewered on a stick, encircling a campfire like a string of meat. After extensive training and the refining effects of enhancement potions, Tsuruheo's physique had begun to evolve, thus his recovery abilities were remarkably swift. After resting for an hour, he found himself able to move without hindrance. At this moment, Chinfeir and the others had already prepared several skewers of roasted ant meat, setting them aside as the air filled with a burnt aroma. Yet, they hesitated to take a bite. "Boss, how about you try the flavor first?" Huang Wenwen boldly suggested as she saw Tsuruheo regain his mobility and approach. Yes, boss, you're just in time. It's just finished cooking and still warm." Chinfeir chimed in. Ali laughed, leaning forward. "So it seems I'm to be the guinea pig." Tsuruheo wore a wry smile as he accepted a piece of the roasted flying ant meat from Huang Wenwen. The darkened portions on the skewer made him pause as he inhaled the aroma. "You guys have no conscience at all, treating a patient like this," he jested, feigning indignation. Everyone regarded him with expressions of curiosity. Like eager spectators, the hard shell of the flying ant was exceptionally tough. Even when charred, it was still challenging to bite through. Unlike shrimp, Tsuruheo pinched the ant shell between 2 fingers and, with a sharp crack, shattered it, peeling away a small piece of the broken shell. The shell revealed a small portion of white meat, its aroma enticing. After tasting it, he found the flavor to be average, perhaps due to the lack of seasoning. Nodding in approval, he tore off another small piece, savoring it as he exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad." As Tsuruheo continued to eat with increasing enthusiasm, he quickly grabbed another piece of the flying ant meat, eagerly swallowing it down. "This is delicious, truly delicious, even better than black dog meat." Observing his voracious appetite, Chinfeir and the others gazed at him with eyes wide with desire, fixated on the white meat by his mouth. Each skewer contained only about a dozen flying ants, not large in size, and they were swiftly devoured by Tsuruheo. Seeing that Tsuruheo still wanted more, the girls quickly took the remaining skewers of roasted flying ants and began to share them. "Ah, this is awful." The first to cry out was Chinfeir, her face contorted in disgust as she chewed the ant meat. Tui. Within moments, she had spat it all out, her expression one of utter distaste. "This meat is tough and gritty. It's impossible to chew. Boss, you lied to us. Boss, you're so mean." Molly showed a hint of difficulty on her face, but still managed to eat some. Among all, she was the only one to swallow it down, truly embodying a leader's demeanor, unlike Chinfeir and her friends, who were a bit spoiled. Seeing their disgruntled expressions, Tsuruheo laughed heartily. "Let us see if you dare to call me boss and make me your guinea pig again." The girls' faces were comically sour, and while they had initially intended to settle the score with Tsuruheo, they were rendered speechless upon seeing him continue to eat. Tsuruheo was not as finicky as the girls. His thoughts were straightforward. First, laughter filled his belly, and second, the energy from the ant meat would accelerate his recovery. The girls, uninterested in the ant meat, shifted their attention to the pot of soup. After nearly 2 hours of simmering, the water had transformed into a thick, milky broth. The taste was unremarkable, not particularly pleasant, as using ants as ingredients was not favored by most. However, it was somewhat surprising that no matter how they cooked it, the Ant Queen remained intact. The hard shell seemed to possess this resilience, exhibiting a sort of water and fire immunity. In the end, the Ant Queen was dried and packed away, poised to yield a substantial number of contribution points. After a brief respite, they continued to delve deeper. Having learned from the experience of a previous camp being overrun, Chinfeir and her companions had become much more cautious. Along the way, Tsuruheo and the group encountered several scattered small teams. Some engaged in fierce battles with mutated creatures. They also came across various mutated beings, such as decayed-smelling black crows and incredibly swift giant rabbits, all of which were ordinary mutations and did not include any A-grade creatures at random. With a swift blow, Su Raheo sent a half-human tall, yellow-furred giant rabbit flying. Chen Feier danced with joy at the sight. The rabbit bore a deep gash across its face, blood oozing from the wound. And as it convulsed, struggling for breath, Chen Feier did not hesitate to land another strike. The other girls exhibited varying levels of skill, but Xiao Yu's performance particularly pleased Milida, as a ranged attacker. Xiao Yu remained calm and focused before each shot, achieving a hit rate of over 80%. She accounted for nearly half of the giant rabbits taken down. Su Raheo sat cross-legged on the ground, suddenly hurling his battle knife without warning, striking down the escaping giant rabbit in one swift motion. "Boss, you are truly impressive." Su Raheo chuckled. "Enough with the flattery. Just now, you were a bit too cocky. If it were someone else, perhaps it would have been you lying down instead. Ultimately, there are still areas lacking that cannot be overlooked." "Understood." Chen Feier pouted at Su Raheo's words. Su Raheo shook his head in resignation, planning to tidy up the campsite and prepare a meal when a loud explosion echoed through the AIRDM. Ellie furrowed her brows in concern. "What is that noise?" Su Raheo paused slightly, uncertain, and replied, "It sounds like an explosion, coming from the north." They exchanged glances and immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. Explosives? The first thought that crossed Su Raheo's mind was explosives, but soon a wave of doubt washed over him. Such items were available in the school's marketplace, yet they lacked the authority to exchange for them. In fact, it was prohibited for students to obtain such materials, setting aside the considerable contribution points. These items are considered controlled substances, and he certainly hadn't seen any in the military district camp. Ailey felt equally perplexed, suspecting they might have encountered personnel from the military district clearing obstacles, likely facing a formidable boss-level creature. Boom! A deep, thunderous sound erupted, resonating like a tsunami rolling forth in all directions. At the explosion site, thick clouds of dust lingered, making it difficult to breathe. "Damn it, you've truly lost your mind. I can't believe I actually agreed to your idea." Cursing under his breath, a disheveled, burly man with a hairstyle resembling a bird's nest leapt up from the ground, his attire equally shabby. Xiao Lei spat out a clump of grass, glaring bitterly at Lu Haixing, who was also sprawled on the ground, his expression gloomy. Cough, cough. After a fit of violent coughing, Lu Haixing rolled over and stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, unconcerned as he said, "This idea was endorsed by everyone. If you have a better plan, or if you can charge in and slay the 7 bee queens inside, I will immediately bow down and apologize." Upon hearing the challenge to single-handedly defeat 7 A-grade bee queens, Xiao Lei immediately deflated, and after a moment's pause, he scoffed. "So what do we do now? Wait? Or take action?" Waving away some of the surrounding smoke, Lu Haixing gazed toward a collapsed teaching building in the distance, his expression steady. "Let us wait a moment. Who knows what might happen next?" The previous situation was the best example. There might still be some eager individuals who can't resist charging ahead. This area was an old teaching block, resembling an educational elementary school from 2 centuries ago, dilapidated and worn down. With numerous residential buildings nearby, a small team was the first to discover this place, unearthing many ancient items that, while lacking in value, were quite suitable for collection and remembrance. Somehow, news of their find leaked, and more teams began to search the area. Aside from the items eroded by time, there had been minor collapses, with piles of rubble scattered about. Some objects, remnants from 2 centuries past, metal components, written records, preserved gold pieces, and more, lay hidden beneath the ground. Although these items were not within the scope of the school's marketplace for exchanging contribution points, they could yield significant wealth if sold to others or collectors. During the search, someone stumbled upon 7 large wooden boxes in the overgrown schoolyard, which led to trouble. Each box was home to countless bees, with the queen residing in each hive. Those who attempted to destroy the bee nests found themselves stung to death by swarming bees. Now, the searching teams had withdrawn from the school area, terrified of the bee queen's presence. Previously, while searching, they discovered several abandoned trucks, and Lu Haixing had an epiphany. The idea of a gasoline bomb stemmed from the gasoline in the truck beds. At that moment, flames blazed through the ruins, thick black smoke billowing skyward. Because the explosion site was near the teaching building, the entire structure was blown apart. The epicenter of the explosion was not on the playground. No one wished to risk their lives delivering a gasoline bomb into the playground, fearing for their own safety and inadvertently benefiting others. Consequently, this explosion was far from perfect, and coupled with the smoke, it obscured visibility of the playground's conditions. Outside the school, Lu Haixing and Xiao Lei watched as the dense smoke rolled, their gazes shifting to another direction. A group of over a dozen individuals, armed with iron sheets and wooden doors, cautiously approached the flames. Upon spotting the short leader of the group, Lu Haixing pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Xiao Lei chuckled as well. Who else could look so ridiculous? This guy is as bold as ever, fearlessly charging in first, not worried about being outsmarted. This school district, along with the surrounding residential buildings, concealed many individuals. Those who remained hidden were likely hoping to reap the rewards in the end. Xiao Lei had no doubt that once word spread of the 7B queens being decimated in the explosion, a throng of others would immediately appear. Wait, what is that? Xiao Lei's gaze sharpened, noticing shadows flitting amidst the flames. Suddenly, the shadows darted through the fire, transforming into a direct line racing toward their group. These shadows were swarms of bees bursting forth from the flames, appearing in large clusters. Screams erupted as people rolled on the ground, the bee stings carrying venom, causing red welts to bloom on those unfortunate enough to be stung, leading to their swift demise before the toxins could fully take effect. Xiao Lei was taken aback, immediately dropping to the ground, watching the horrific scene of the bees attacking. Lu Haixing's expression was no better. He quickly concealed himself behind a rock, equally astonished. Leading the swarm were 3 bee queens, each the size of a fist, their wings fluttering with blinding speed, their attacks fierce and rapid. How could this be? Such a powerful explosion, yet so many bees emerged, a small cloud of yellow, resembling a dense fog, gathered in the sky, capable of engulfing the entire rooftop. Xiao Lei breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't rushed in first. The buzzing intensified as the small team of over a dozen was swiftly annihilated. Xiao Lei's face turned pale. Damn it, these indestructible pests were far more troublesome than anticipated. Had he known, he wouldn't have lingered here. Enough with the defeatist talk, Lu Haixing said, narrowing his eyes at the yellow cloud. Who says it's useless? Isn't it useful? Xiao Lei, puzzled, replied. What do you mean? Where's the usefulness? Lu Haixing smirked. In the past, there were 7 bee queens working together. Now only 3 remain, and the swarm has diminished considerably. Could it be that 4 bee queens have perished? Xiao Lei was skeptical. After all, 4 A-grade creatures were formidable, and if he miscalculated, those who had charged in could serve as a cautionary tale. It's uncertain, but it's not impossible. Lu Haixing provided a vague response. The playground had been reduced to ruins. Those who could escape had undoubtedly done so, while those who couldn't would remain trapped. Look, they're flying away. Xiao Lei followed Lu Haixing's gaze, noticing the swarm moving toward the outskirts. Let us take action, Lu Haixing urged. Why risk it? Why not wait for them to disperse? Xiao Lei questioned. Lu Haixing shook his head resolutely. Fortune favors the bold. To me, the value of the 3 bee queens surpasses that of ordinary items. Just as Xiao Lei hesitated, a figure cloaked in dark green, concealing their entire form, leapt from the 2nd-floor window of a nearby building, heading straight for the swarm in the sky. What incredible speed! As they marveled, another figure emerged, wrapped in bandages and wielding a battle knife. This person had their wrists, neck, and face tightly bound, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. Damn it! Xiao Lei cursed loudly, charging forward. In contrast to Xiao Lei's late reaction, others swiftly emerged from various locations, ready to seize the opportunity. Not everyone was rushing toward the swarm. Most were heading toward different areas within the school district. Previously, thousands of bees had filled the air, a dense mass obscuring the sky. A moment's misstep could provoke an onslaught from the entire swarm, but now, with the number of bees drastically reduced, the threat was not as dire, prompting everyone to act on their own agendas. Damn it, these bastards are running so fast. I've never seen them this fierce before, Xiao Lei grumbled. Falling behind, he regretted not heeding Lu Haixing's advice. A moment's hesitation had placed him behind so many others. The battle ahead had commenced, and Lu Haixing noticed a couple of familiar faces among those charging into the swarm. At least he had seen them before. Let us go. There are too many people ahead. We'll search the experimental building in the northwest. Let others handle this chaos. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the northwest direction. Lu Haixing had no doubts. Those who dared provoke the swarm were not to be trifled with. Rather than engage in a bloody conflict, it was wiser to step aside. Xiao Lei gritted his teeth in frustration, glancing at the chaotic swarm, but resignedly followed Lu Haixing's lead. In midair, thousands of bees flapped their wings, creating a relentless buzzing sound as the figure in the dark green cloak suddenly charged in, akin to a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan, causing the entire surface to boil and splatter. The bees in the sky immediately surged toward him, a dense mass enveloping his entire being, creating a truly terrifying scene. There were not just one but several individuals drawn towards the queen bee, with an increasing number of people joining the fray. However, the swarm of bees in the air was overwhelming. Even though some were attracted to the cloaked figure, the remaining bees were akin to countless grains of sand. Dozens of bees swarmed around a single person, producing a deafening buzz, and it wasn't long before that individual became grotesquely swollen, as if engorged with blood, their features distorted beyond recognition, collapsing to the ground in agony. This horrifying scene did not deter the relentless tide of newcomers. Several, then dozens, and eventually more than 20.3 queen bees soared high above, their wings thrumming, commanding hundreds of bees to attack. The figure, wrapped in strips of cloth with only a pair of eyes visible, was none other than Su Ruheo, who had arrived first. He witnessed a small team of over a dozen from the bank being mercilessly torn apart by the swarm, resulting in their swift annihilation. Hence, he devised a plan to wrap himself like a mummy, encasing himself in layers, and charged into the chaos. The strips of cloth served only a partial protective function. He could not possibly believe that mere fabric could withstand the onslaught of the bees. Yet, in his transformed state, he was impervious to their attacks. The cloth effectively concealed his bronzed skin post-transformation. Xiao Lei, a familiar acquaintance, was among those vying for the dog head, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Lu Haixing, one of the four, was a delicate-looking individual with fair skin and handsome features, his appearance starkly contrasting with Xiao Lei's dark complexion. Su Ruheo was taken aback by their alliance, pondering whether they had been a team all along. Merely feigning ignorance of one another at that moment, he found himself surrounded by hundreds of bees, obscured from clearly perceiving the surrounding state, as if enveloped in a shroud. With his combat knife, Su Ruheo spun it into a whirlwind, the blade flashing as it sliced through the air, annihilating several bees in its path. Despite this, his defenses were stretched thin, as bees of all sizes clung to him, incessantly stinging. Yet, these bees seemed to have met an impenetrable barrier. No matter how sharp their venomous stingers, they could not pierce his skin. Indifferent to their assaults, Su Ruheo continued to whirl his knife, sending dozens of bees tumbling to the ground. Gradually, the swarm around him diminished, until only a few dozen remained, merely tickling him. Su Ruheo's gaze flickered towards the sky, and he crouched low before propelling himself upward with the force of a rocket. His bandage-wrapped metal arm shot upward towards one of the three queen bees, seizing it with a vice-like grip, producing a crackling sound, and a grade queen bee, utterly defenseless, was crushed in his palm by sheer brute strength. Its life extinguished before it could even struggle. Blood mixed with viscous fluid oozed through his fingers. An utterly repulsive sight. Just as Su Ruheo prepared for a second strike, the cloaked figure before him suddenly moved. Previously surrounded by bees, the figure's body trembled slightly, causing all the bees to drop lifelessly to the ground. From beneath the cloak emerged a pair of delicate hands gripping a short, sharp dagger. With a swift motion, he slashed at the two queen bees in the air, as if cleaving them with blades of light, instantly severing their bodies in two, causing them to plummet without resistance. Witnessing the demise of the queen bees, the onlookers around were instantly ignited with fervor, rushing towards the fallen queens. The cloaked figure's garment fluttered without wind, transforming into a shadowy green figure that swiftly reached the site of the queen's demise. In an instant, the bodies of the two queen bees vanished from sight with a mere flick of his cloak. Such speed was astounding. Su Ruheo felt a tremor of surprise. In the blink of an eye, he had outpaced everyone, appearing as though it was the cloak that moved, when in reality, it was the figure himself who had acted with blinding swiftness. The figure was formidable, and Su Ruheo found himself unable to gauge his true strength. At that moment, the cloaked figure seemed to glide like a specter, dispatching anyone who dared approach with a swift slash to the throat. leaving no cries but a string of silent casualties. Thud, thud. In an instant, goosebumps arose on Tsuruheyo's skin. After dispatching those foolish enough to approach, the cloaked figure turned to Tsuruheyo, icy eyes locking onto him as he rasped. "Hand over the queen bee, and I shall spare your life." Tsuruheyo scrutinized him from head to toe, replying solemnly, "You are being unreasonable. This queen bee is my kill, and I have never wronged you. I risked my life to acquire it, and thus it is non-negotiable." The cloaked figure retorted bluntly, "Die." His icy gaze brimmed with murderous intent as his delicate hands emerged once more from the cloak. Tsuruheyo crossed his arms, coldly observing, amidst the backdrop of the playground where flames flickered in the gentle breeze, dancing with a captivating grace. With the death of 3 queen bees, the once coordinated swarm was now akin to headless flies. Lost and directionless, clusters of bees fell like rain, soon leaving only a handful to escape. The ground was littered with dozens of corpses, most stung to death by bees, while others bore the marks of a swift throat-slitting. Their expressions frozen in disbelief, resentment, and despair. Tsuruheyo stood tall, unwavering in his gaze as he met the cold, unfriendly eyes of the cloaked figure. An unspoken tension hung thick in the air. The cloaked figure's power was terrifying. With a single stroke, he had easily dispatched a queen bee. Those who had recklessly rushed in before had met their demise, blinded by greed, unable to recognize the peril they faced. Some perceptive individuals exchanged glances, searching for clues about Tsuruheyo, but aside from the bandages, nothing could be discerned. "Die." The words fell from the cloaked figure's lips as he moved with ghostly grace, striking like a shadow. His speed was so blinding that those observing from the sidelines could barely catch a glimpse. Terrifyingly swift, it was likely that no one could even comprehend his movements. Marilyn arrived late to the scene, witnessing a confrontation between the cloaked figure in the dark green cloak and the peculiar bandage-wrapped individual. Recognizing Tsuruheyo by his shape and the distinctive combat knife in hand, she instantly saw through his disguise. "Be careful," she shouted, her heart racing as the cloaked figure moved to strike. The speed was astonishing. Tsuruheyo raised an eyebrow. Reacting immediately, he stepped back rapidly, increasing the distance from his previous position, and swung his combat knife forward with force. However, his expression darkened as he felt an overwhelming surge of power. What terrifying strength! The force from the cloaked figure's strike rattled his wrist, nearly causing him to drop the knife. A tremendous force crashed upon him, propelling his already retreating form into a hurried backtrack. Regaining his footing, Tsuruheyo's expression swiftly returned to calm, his eyes warily fixed on the cloaked figure. After his transformation, his strength had more than doubled. Tsuruheyo was certain that he had reached the level of an evolved being, far beyond the typical thresholds. The physical attributes of his body had undergone significant enhancement, and the critical threshold of 10,000 would surely yield notable improvements. Though he could not ascertain the precise standards for bodily enhancements post-evolution, he speculated that the range might lie between 12,000 and 15,000, achievable under optimal conditions. After transforming, he estimated his strength to be between 14 and 15,000, possibly even more. How formidable must his opponent be to surpass that? Having consumed the flesh of mutated creatures and combined it with 3 bodily enhancement serums, Tsuruheyo had reason to believe his strength exceeded 7,000. Otherwise, he could not have easily crushed an A-grade queen bee. He regarded himself as an anomaly. The cloaked figure before him, however, also appeared to be extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Tsuruheyo, the cloaked figure was equally astonished. He had been thwarted. Could it be that Tsuruheyo was also an evolved being? Having failed in his initial strike, the cloaked figure furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Tsuruheyo with renewed intensity. If so, it would complicate matters, and evolved being reached their physical limits, leaving little room for further advancement. Utilizing external stimuli and the ambient radiation in the air to plant a seed of power within them, this power seed, initially no larger than a grain of rice, was invisible to the naked eye, requiring personal experience to perceive. Being able to sense the seed allowed one to harness the ambient radiation, leading to growth and development. This phenomenon was largely a manifestation of mental strength, often referred to as air energy perception or simply chi perception. A chi perception the size of a grain of rice was imperceptible and minimal in effect. However, should it grow to the size of a fist or a grinding stone, the transformation would be profound. an evolved being's physical constitution would surpass that of individuals undergoing transformation, possessing a modicum of chi perception power, which made little difference in the grand scheme. From an external perspective, it was nearly impossible to discern whether he was an evolved being or not. This ambiguity was precisely the reason for the cloaked man's hesitation. With a swift twist of the dagger in his hand, he made a rapid slash towards Tsuruheo, as if a flash of white light had passed by. This was the force he wielded to slay the queen bee, utilizing the last remnants of his inner energy seed. The power surged into his palm, enabling him to unleash a might and speed far surpassing his usual strikes, coupled with the razor-sharp dagger. His attacks were nearly unstoppable. The astonishing speed and the glimmering blade created an illusion of the knife slicing through the air. In that fleeting moment when the cloaked man struck, Tsuruheo recognized the method mirrored that which had claimed the life of the queen bee, and an alarm rang in his heart. Deflecting the blow was an arduous task, yet in the face of imminent death, his mind cleared as if he were standing in a vast, empty white field. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the hilt of his battle knife tightly and swung it down towards the cloaked man, the ninefold thunder blade. Second strike, violent thunder. Upon closer inspection, one could see Tsuruheo's breath quicken, his chest rising and falling, slightly deflating. Yet, as he breathed, the muscles in his arms, wrists, and elbows swelled slightly, becoming more explosive. Sparks flew as the battle knife made contact, creating a small dent. Tsuruheo's face flushed crimson, and he retreated 2 steps, appearing much more composed than before. The dagger in the cloaked man's hand remained unscathed, yet he was forced back a step. Indeed, he was not to be underestimated. The cloaked man's heart tightened, and he spoke, "There is always tomorrow. I take my leave." With that, his figure vanished swiftly. Lacking absolute certainty of victory, he saw no reason to waste time. For someone who was also an evolved being, a win would be ideal, but acquiring the remaining queen bee effortlessly was preferable. If that proved impossible, he deemed it unnecessary to risk his life over a single queen bee. It simply wasn't worth it. It was this very mindset that allowed Tsuruheo to evade a fierce battle. Exhaling the pent-up frustration in his chest, Tsuruheo's complexion turned pale as he gazed at the dented blade of his battle knife, his heart aching at the thought. What bad luck, to encounter such a foe. Such a pity for this battle knife. Mali, terrified by the clash between the two, was relieved to find herself unscathed. Sheathed the battle knife, Tsuruheo's face still bore traces of anguish, shaking his head. "I don't know. He doesn't seem like a good person, but he is certainly no ordinary individual. He is likely an evolved being." Upon hearing this, Molly was taken aback. Very likely an evolved being. Her voice rose incredulously as she stared at Tsuruheo's face. Suddenly, she became serious. "You're not joking, are you? Seriously?" With an eye roll, she turned and walked away. Tsuruheo's implication was clear to her. She prayed he was not an evolved being. If that were the case, they might have caught the attention of an evolved entity, even though he had already departed. However, Molly found Tsuruheo perplexing. To be precise, she hardly knew him well. Throughout the 2 encounters with the cloaked man, he had startled her on 2 occasions. Could it be that Tsuruheo? With that thought, it seemed to align perfectly with the cloaked man's departure. The more she pondered, the more she believed this explanation to be the most reasonable. Noticing Molly's gaze, Tsuruheo awkwardly touched his nose. "What is it? Is there something wrong with my face?" As he did so, he felt only bandages on his hand, almost forgetting that it was unlikely for anyone to see him clearly. Molly suddenly inquired, "Are you an evolved being?" Tsuruheo was taken aback, instantly understanding her line of thought. Furthermore, overthinking was unwise. He merely believed that the cloaked man's displayed abilities were just a part of his strength. Leading to some speculation, Tsuruheo possessed a degree of talent in practicing swordsmanship, while other students struggled to grasp the basics of martial arts, their learning abilities differing. Tsuruheo was not arrogant to that extent. Thus, employing his strength took considerable effort, and his power was sufficient only to contend with those who were not evolved beings. He utilized sheer force, while the cloaked man harnessed the seed of power. This was somewhat akin to the Taoist concept of essence, qi, and spirit, where martial attacks are scientifically referred to as the body's potential being unleashed. Tsuruheo was acutely aware that he had not yet attained such power and was uncertain how to unleash it. Seeing Tsuruheo deny her assertion, Molly shifted the topic. "What should we do now?" Tsuruheo surveyed the surroundings. and the entire school campus lay in disarray. The playground was ablaze, with people rummaging through debris. After pondering, he said, "Let's search around. Out of the 7 queen bees, only 3 have appeared. Perhaps we will uncover other discoveries. If there are swarms of bees, there must be a hive nearby. The playground is their stronghold, making it the most likely location for a hive. Due to the few individuals competing for the queen bees, not many have approached here, and those who did have mostly been eliminated by the cloaked man. Thus, we need not worry about someone else getting there first." As they traversed the ruins of the explosion, the once lush greenery had been uprooted by the blast's aftermath, the grass reduced to ash. With remnants of flames flickering, it was immediately evident that 3 boxes were still burning, enveloped in thick smoke. Scattered across the ground were partially burned wooden beams, while 2 large boxes remained relatively intact. Albeit tilted and askew, their lids long gone, at the opening of one box lay a golden-hued hive, toppled over, with yellow liquid spilling out and adhering to the wooden planks. "Honey!" Molly and Tsuruheo exchanged glances before dashing over. 2 golden hives, each the size of a soccer ball, were densely packed with hexagonal cells, from which honey flowed slowly through the openings. As Tsuruheo righted the box, he took a closer look at the hive. Inside the hive, there were likely hundreds of pale yellow larvae. "There are quite a few bee larvae here," he noted. "Same here," Molly remarked, examining one of the hives and discovering it was primarily filled with larvae. Indicating a scarcity of honey, she pinched one of the larvae, roughly the size of a thumb, its pale skin coated with honey. Wriggling as if resisting capture, Ali tossed it into her mouth and began to chew. Instantly, she felt a powerful surge of electricity coursing through her body, almost uncontrollable. Raising an eyebrow, she exclaimed, "This honey can generate electricity. How astonishing! This is mutated honey. Perhaps it's due to the queen bee," Tsuruheo speculated. Molly pointed at the hive. "Try it. It tastes quite good." He could hardly fathom the flavor, but gritting his teeth, he chewed and swallowed without hesitation. Moments later, a familiar current surged within him, rapidly replenishing the energy he had just expended. "A bit sweet," Tsuruheo said incredulously. Ali snapped her fingers. "It's honey. I've had this before. It isn't as bad as you think. Plus, with the honey, there's hardly any bitterness." Tsuruheo consumed another larvae, taking his time to swallow. Indeed, it was as Molly had said. His mouth was filled with the taste of honey. Feeling the revitalized energy within him, he and Molly each hoisted a box of honey as they continued their search throughout the school. "What do you intend to do?" Thick layers of dust covered the ground, with deflated soccer balls, decayed and rusted shuttlecocks, and fragments of glass that barely resembled their original forms scattered about. The earth was marked with footprints, each indicating that no one had entered or exited this place for quite some time. Breaking through another rotting wooden door, dust swirled in the air, forcing them to cover their mouths and noses. Inside the dusty classroom, desks and chairs lay in a state of decay, wooden frames scattered across the ground, buried beneath layers of soot. Scenes like this were common throughout the campus. After several hours of searching, every corner had been scoured. The place had become lively again, with sporadic skirmishes breaking out or mutated creatures being discovered, leading to battles. Due to the prolonged passage of time, most buildings were at risk of collapse. And whether it was due to a lack of caution or not, Tsuruheo and Molly found nothing of value, as if the area had been thoroughly searched multiple times, leaving it mostly barren. Of course, their previous findings were not insignificant. After consuming a small portion of the bee larvae, the electrical currents within Tsuruheo multiplied, from a subtle tingling sensation to a flushed face, feeling hot and parched. With every step he took, the currents coursing through his body accelerated. Clad in thin clothing, beads of sweat began to emerge on his back. Phew! It felt akin to having consumed an exceedingly spicy pepper. As Tsuruheo gasped for fresh air, a look of discomfort written across his face. However, he sensed his body growing stronger, his acute hearing picking up sounds from 20 meters away. It was hot. Very hot. Something felt lodged in his chest. Yearning to break free, Molly, walking ahead of Tsuruheo, sensed his heavy footsteps and became alert. "You seem a bit off. It's hot and somewhat uncomfortable." Tsuruheo's voice had grown hoarse. Molly glanced down at the hive in the box. Startled, "How much honey have you consumed?" The box contained 2/3 larvae and 1/3 honey, the energy within the honey far exceeding that of the larvae. At this point, half of the once sizable hive was empty, and a bit of honey lingered at the corner of Tsuruheyo's mouth. I don't know. Maybe just a small portion? With a gesture of one hand, indicating a bowl size, Tsuruheyo uncertainly remarked. In truth, it was certainly more than that. Dame Ali exclaimed. You've overindulged. The excess energy is beyond your body's capacity to digest, and it has already placed a burden on your system. A light sigh escaped her lips. As the warm mist swirled around them, the fiery sensation within her heart not only persisted but seemed to intensify. The current generated by the energy from the honey surged with alarming potency, leaving Tsuruheyo with an ominous feeling. It was akin to the inflation of a balloon, the pressure mounting, drawing ever closer to the brink of bursting. Is there a way to resolve this? Tsuruheyo turned to Molly, hoping she might possess a solution. After a moment's contemplation, Molly hesitated. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. The surplus energy exceeds your absorption capability. The best course of action is to release it, expelling the energy from the honey. Of course, there is a second option for you. You could concentrate the excess energy in one part of your body, much like a first-level evolver. Suddenly, Tsuruheyo's eyes brightened. Both methods indeed seemed promising. If it were the latter, how could one achieve it? Molly shook her head. The second option essentially lays the groundwork for evolution, allowing your body to undergo a transformation, resulting in a qualitative enhancement. I only possess a general theoretical understanding, as I am not an evolver and am unfamiliar with the process of overcoming this stage. However, I have heard from instructors that with sufficient external stimuli, combined with robust physical attributes, there exists a possibility for evolution. It resembles the way organisms mutate due to radiation. There's luck involved, as well as serendipity. External force, like radiation? Tsuruheyo furrowed his brow, perplexed. There were many aspects of this that defied comprehension. The notion of external force was vague, not directly referring to any specific object or situation. As he pondered, Tsuruheyo seemed to grasp a fleeting notion but could not fully seize it. Meanwhile, events unfolded suddenly. The others were initially at a loss, realizing they could not pursue the elusive figures. The group settled down to set up camp and roast rabbits. This nest of giant rabbits provided ample meat, and with firewood readily available, they soon had the large rabbit roasting. Within moments, the exterior of the rabbit turned a crispy golden brown, its skin glistening with a shiny sheen, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The tantalizing scent drew the attention of the other girls, and soon, a few food enthusiasts began to eye the roasted rabbit, momentarily forgetting about Tsuruheyo and Molly. They remained blissfully unaware that they had already caught someone's eye. Among them was a burly male student, his face resembling blackened charcoal, with a visage marked by excessive flesh. His appearance was overly mature, his gaze fixated on Chen Feier, revealing a fervent desire. Beside him stood a diminutive figure, barely reaching 1.60 meters, with a lewd expression and eyes that darted about with a sinister grin. He remarked to the leader, "Boss, look over there. Shall we?" The small man rubbed his hands together, a sly smile creeping across his face as he suggested, "Boss, we could go make friends with them. All those girls are here, and it's quite dangerous. Who knows, they might even be of assistance." The leader, with a grin exposing rows of white teeth, clapped the small man's shoulder with satisfaction and replied, "Good. Let us go make friends with them." Upon hearing their leader's words, the others erupted into laughter, fully aware of his character, which was far from honorable. The charcoal-faced leader joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Come on. Stop dawdling. Let us see what we can do to assist those lovely ladies." Suddenly, Tsuruheyo collapsed to the ground, catching Molly completely off guard. Previously, he had consumed energy larvae without issue, but now it appeared as though some aftereffects were surfacing. Lying on the ground, the honeycomb slipped from his hand, his face flushed to a frightening degree. What should they do? The area was teeming with treasure seekers, and if they encountered any ill-intentioned individuals, it would only compound their misfortune. After a moment's reflection, a chill ran down Molly's spine. She had never witnessed Tsuruheyo in such a state and felt utterly at a loss for a solution. Her head spinning with anxiety. Due to previous skirmishes and the bloody aftermath caused by the cloaked figure, few dared to approach them at that moment. They owed their current safety to that ruthless individual. Otherwise, with the honeycomb in hand and Tsuruheyo unconscious, they would have undoubtedly been besieged by greedy and merciless foes in the wild. Aside from unexpected occurrences, The most terrifying threats came from other students. Even those from the same base. It was a matter of fate whether they could endure this predicament. Ali sighed inwardly, scanning the surroundings before lifting Tsuruheo, making her way toward the nearest instructional building. Tsuruheo's consciousness drifted into a haze, as if submerged in volcanic lava, surrounded by thick smoke that obscured his vision, leaving him disoriented. It was scorching, excruciatingly hot. The sensation was akin to being enveloped in flames. Every movement tearing at his skin. In a daze, he felt as if he had entered a fiery realm, flames licking at him. Desperately, he sought an escape, yet the path remained elusive, a strange terror lingering in his mind. He recalled that just before entering this infernal space, the sky had darkened abruptly, and he had felt himself fainting. Was this a dream? Was this my dreamscape? Why did I faint? Perhaps I overindulged in honey, leading to indigestion? Surely, it couldn't be that severe. To faint from consuming honey. This must be a first in history. If it is a dream, then there is no need for concern. Yet how does one awaken? Should I simply wait to wake naturally? Tsuruheo found himself lost in thought. Meanwhile, Qinfei and her companions had also noticed the sudden arrival of a group. One among them appeared particularly untrustworthy, a hulking figure with a dark face, leering at her with a predatory gaze. Another had a distinctly lewd expression, trailing behind the others like a lapdog. The rest of the group exuded an air of menace. Following a series of attacks, Qinfei and her friends had become far more vigilant, no longer the naive girls they once were. They despised those insidious, smiling eyes. The other girls instinctively gripped their weapons, readying themselves for any potential threat. With Tsuruheo and Molly absent, Qinfei and Xiaoqin bravely stepped forward, casting cold glares at the newcomers. Sensing the unsettling scrutiny, Qinfei's expression turned frigid. "Who are you? Halt! Do not advance any further, or I shall not hold back." Her small hand tightened around the hilt of her knife, turning pale from the pressure. The air around them seemed to vibrate with her ire. As the only ranged combatant in the group, Xiaoyu drew her bow halfway, aiming an arrow at the advancing brute, ready to release it at any moment. "Do not be afraid. We merely wish to see if you require assistance." Wang Xiao quickly interjected, waving his hands in a pacifying manner, assuring them of his benign intentions. Among the 11 girls, none appeared particularly formidable, and the girl with the fierce demeanor was likely the leader, her strength probably not exceeding that of the others. Despite Wang Xiao's seemingly jovial exterior, those who underestimated him had often met with regret. Simultaneously, Qinfei scrutinized the newcomers. 7 individuals comprised their team, relatively few in number. Apart from the imposing figure, who appeared somewhat harmless, the lewd little man beside him and the remaining 5 exuded an unsettling aura, their expressions dark and menacing. Although they held a numerical advantage, it did not guarantee that their overall strength surpassed that of Qinfei's group, especially with their leaders absent. "We do not require your assistance. Please leave," she declared, her words a mix of truth and bravado. Qinfei understood the importance of projecting strength, hinting that there were more allies outside, and their capabilities extended beyond appearances. "Is that so?" Wang Xiao replied, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. His smile unwavering. "If that is the case, we shall not impose." Yangzhe, the lewd little man, expressed confusion, pondering whether their leader had truly changed his tune or had simply decided to abandon their pursuit. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Xiao's expression shifted abruptly. He produced a small stone from his hand and swiftly flicked it toward Xiaoyu, who was still drawing her bow. The stone struck her wrist with astonishing speed, catching her completely off guard. The impact caused her to release the arrow involuntarily. However, due to the unexpected distraction, the arrow veered wildly off course, missing Wang Xiao by a wide margin. Yangzhe jumped back in fright, retreating in panic. Wang Xiao revealed his seemingly harmless smile, cheerfully remarking, "Not bad, not bad at all. Still quite beautiful." Suddenly, a wave of unforeseen events caused Qinfei to flinch, her expression shifting as she glared at Wang Xiao. The rational part of her mind held her back from rushing toward him, as a foreboding sense of dread began to settle in. As anticipated, Wang Xiao's demeanor darkened, and he commanded his companions, "Get to work, swift and decisive. Do not strike too hard. Remember to capture them alive." In a chaotic swirl of movement, a dozen pairs of eyes glinting with malice fixated on them like ravenous wolves eyeing tender lambs. In the blink of an eye, those individuals surged forward, akin to wild dogs unleashed in the wilderness. Humans can be far more terrifying than beasts. Upon witnessing the approaching horde, Qin Feier's gaze sharpened, her grip on her weapon tightening in preparation. Anger surged within her. At this critical juncture, she reminded herself that Su Ruheo and Sister Molly were absent, and she had to be the pillar of strength for the others, resisting the urge to act recklessly as she had in the past. Xiao Qin and another sister swiftly positioned themselves beside Qin Feier, as if they had rehearsed this countless times before, forming a small team ready for battle. As the long-range attacker, Xiao Yu supported them in the fray. The earlier failure of her shot had caught her off guard, but she quickly nocked another arrow, aiming at the assailants. Whoosh, 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 the arrows flew in rapid succession, meeting the oncoming foes head-on. Their reflexes were sluggish. Despite Xiao Yu's archery skills not being exceptional, her rapid-fire shots succeeded in taking down two adversaries, sending them tumbling to the ground. The remaining attackers began to scatter, desperately evading the barrage of arrows. In an instant, their momentum faltered. Qin Feier's composure shone as she seized the opportunity, launching an offensive with the fruits of her extensive training, entangling the invading foes. The other two sisters, as if choreographed, surged from the side and swiftly dispatched one enemy. The performance of the remaining sisters was somewhat lacking, with 2 or 3 of them merely managing to restrain a single foe. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth with a sharp whistle, striking down another enemy. Xiao Yu had timed her shot perfectly, taking advantage of the distraction caused by her sisters to secure another kill. The tide of battle shifted in their favor, despite the fierce appearances of their opponents. The girls' coordinated efforts continually inflicted damage upon them. Within minutes, they had eliminated nearly half of the enemy, sustaining no injuries themselves and growing ever more emboldened. At this moment, the tension in Qin Feier's heart eased slightly. They had the upper hand, while Wang Zhao's face darkened. An expression of frustration etched across his features. The cunning and fearful Yang Zhe did not charge in like others, but instead remained beside Wang Xiao, cheering him on. His gaze fell upon Qin Feier and her companions, their unexpected performance surprising him. He had not anticipated that a few young girls would present such a challenge. Had he known, he would have reconsidered his approach. Casting a cold glance, Wang Xiao moved with astonishing speed, his form becoming a blur, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. "Be careful," Xiao Qin shouted, her instincts kicking into high gear. Qin Feier and her comrades were equally alert, for his speed was beyond comprehension. They could only perceive the afterimage of his movement, unable to predict who would be his first target. Xiao Yu attempted to shoot an arrow at the swiftly moving figure, but her aim faltered. Among those present, her focus was unparalleled, her senses sharp. Yet, she could only barely track his position. Just as she prepared to release a second arrow, a sharp pain surged through her arm. With a thud, Xiao Yu was thrown back, unaware of the calamity that had befallen her. The world around her retreating at an alarming pace, pain radiating through her like a piercing shard. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. A cacophony of buzzing filled Qin Feier's ears, her body trembling involuntarily as if struck by a heavy blow. Xiao Yu had been sent sprawling like a discarded sandbag, her hands that once gripped the bow now grotesquely twisted, rendering her incapacitated. Xiao Qin, witnessing Xiao Yu's fate, felt as if struck by lightning. Her mind went blank, tears brimmed in her eyes as she charged at Wang Xiao in a fit of rage. Xiao Yu lay motionless on the ground, oblivious to her fate. With one swift move, the long-range threat had been neutralized, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Naturally, the archer was the primary target to be eliminated. In that fleeting moment, Wang Xiao contemplated whether he had perhaps been too harsh. Qin Feier, consumed by guilt, watched as Xiao Qin rushed toward the looming figure. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She followed suit, desperate to reach her friend. Seeing Xiao Qin, blinded by fury, Qin Feier felt a surge of anxiety. "We must remain calm. We cannot let chaos ensue," she silently admonished herself. Yet, Xiao Qin, like a desperate rabbit, disregarded her words. Intent on fighting, Wang Xiao smirked disdainfully at the somewhat plump Xiao Qin, effortlessly sidestepping her attack. With a lightning-quick motion, he delivered a swift kick to her rear end. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted as Xiao Qin fell, landing awkwardly, her face meeting the ground, her mouth smeared with dirt. Wang Xiao shook his head, a look of incredulity on his face. this was merely the result of his restrained efforts, had he not held back. Chen Feier and the others hurried over to assist the fallen Xiao Qin, fortunate that she had not sustained severe injuries, though she appeared quite disheveled. However, Xiao Yu's situation was far graver. Her hands were severely deformed, and she lay in a state of unconsciousness, unable to be roused. Wang Xiao observed the scene with cold indifference as Chen Feier glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Run, everyone, disperse, the farther, the better." With all her might, she let out a desperate cry, realizing that her only hope lay in someone escaping to seek aid from Sister Molly and the others. Wang Xiao showed no inclination to intervene. Watching coldly as the girls fled, a chilling smile gracing his lips, foolishness. Chen Feier's face bore an expression of near despair, a resolute determination etched upon her features as she glared fiercely at Wang Xiao. Fleeing was the best strategy she could devise. Not only did she support the unconscious Xiao Yu, but she also aimed to buy time for the fleeing sisters, with Xiao Qin and Wenwen remaining by her side. They stood united. Wang Zhao's calm demeanor was unexpected, his lack of urgency unsettling Chen Feier, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. Instinctively sensing danger, she shouted, "Danger! Move quickly!" A hint of mockery flickered in Wang Zhao's eyes as he replied coolly, "Until you reach the Yellow River, you will not give up. Very well, let you experience the taste of despairing struggle. Think you can escape? Do you really believe you can?" Wang Xiao declared, exuding an air of arrogance. "If you cooperate and serve us well, perhaps in a moment of good humor, we might just let you go. Indeed, our leader is quite the soft-hearted fellow." As the situation unfolded entirely in Wang Zhao's control. The diminutive Yang Zhe scampered over, eyeing Xiao Qin and the others with a greedy glint. He calculated that Wang Xiao would pick the most attractive, leaving him with a couple of decent-looking ones. If the boss feasted, he would certainly enjoy the leftovers. With fury burning in her eyes, Chen Feier spat, "People like you will face retribution. Our leader will not spare you." Wang Zhao's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice. Whether I face Yangzhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he anticipated the impending intense scene. Unable to resist licking his cracked lips, his heart racing with exhilaration, he turned to glance at Xiao Qin and the others, and suddenly felt a wave of affection. Each of them appeared so stunningly beautiful. The more he thought about it, the more his excitement grew. Just as he had chosen Wenwen, intending to indulge in a wild escapade, he suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the demeanor of a few individuals beside him. Turning his head, the sight that met his eyes rendered him utterly speechless. What was happening? Who were they? At that moment, a multitude of questions surged within him, and an icy chill gripped his heart. Chen Feier lay helplessly on the ground, tears welling in her eyes, darting around desperately. Molly stood beside her, crouching down to gently pat her back, soothingly murmuring, "Don't cry. I'm here for you." Yet, Chen Feier broke down in tears, droplets cascading down her cheeks with a soft patter. She buried her face in Molly's embrace. Her sobs echoing, Ellie's face turned pale as she brushed the dried grass from Chen Feier's hair while her gaze remained fixed on Wang Xiao, her brows knitting tightly together. Wang Xiao, oblivious to Molly and the others, continued to roar in anger, his body retreating rapidly. He halted abruptly, slamming his foot into the ground, leaving two deep impressions. "Friend, let us talk this over. It was my mistake before. I can apologize to her. I possess some fine materials. If you let me go, I can offer you everything. Friend, it's just a woman. I haven't done anything outrageous to her, so why persist in this relentless pursuit? If you continue this way, I won't hold back." Even Wang Xiao, despite his inability to grasp the situation, recognized that the person before him was the leader of this group and not one to be trifled with. He inwardly lamented, regretting that he had stirred trouble over a few women. Initially, he had subdued Chen Feier, merely waiting to strip her of her clothing for his own pleasure, when unexpectedly, a man and a woman had interrupted his grand scheme. Naturally, Wang Xiao was unwilling to suffer such a loss and, in his fury, targeted the audacious individual before him, eliminating the man while keeping the woman for himself. However, he soon realized he had kicked against an iron wall. Su Raheo's expression was eerily calm, his gaze locked onto Wang Xiao, and with a simple swing of his fist, he attacked. Recalling Chen Feier's earlier pitiful state ignited a volcano of rage within him. Since he dared to lay hands on someone of mine, he must be prepared to meet his demise. After exchanging a few blows, Su Ruheo gauged Wang Zhao's strength. It was terrifyingly potent, almost rivaling his past self. With a speed that far surpassed it. "You dare to be rude? Then don't blame me for being merciless." Wang Zhao roared angrily, his fists dancing wildly, the air around him crackling with sound. "How ridiculous. What camaraderie could possibly exist between us?" Su Ruheo coldly mocked. "You harm me and expect sympathy. Such absurdity." In that moment, Su Ruheo's aura suddenly erupted, a terrifying presence emanating that sent shivers down spines. He ceased holding back, launching a fierce kick that struck Wang Zhao, sending him flying through the air, crashing to the ground in a grotesque twist, motionless. The sheer force of the blow left Yang Zhe and his companions paralyzed with shock. Their bodies shaking uncontrollably, Su Ruheo showed no mercy to the others either, swiftly dispatching them all. "Are you all right?" After concluding the chaos, he slowly approached Xiao Qin and the others. Wherever Chen Feier was, Molly was not far behind, so he came to check on the others. Aside from Xiao Yu's serious condition, the rest of the sisters had only minor injuries. Upon seeing Su Ruheo approach, Xiao Qin was startled and stammered, "Lao, duh, what happened to you?" The blackened, charred head crashed to the ground like a broken sandbag, creating a small crater, debris flying everywhere. That impact nearly cost him his life. He could barely muster the strength to rise. Su Ruheo cast a cursory glance at the individual before turning away. This person possessed decent strength, but merely decent, far inferior to the sense of danger evoked by the cloaked man. Having avenged Chen Feier and her companions, he felt a surge of relief. Had they truly suffered significant harm, Su Ruheo would not have merely incapacitated him. He would have taken his life. As for the others, they posed no threat. At that moment, Chen Feier and the others, upon spotting Su Ruheo, were filled with tears, their hearts brimming with both surprise and gratitude. However, they were soon taken aback, their astonishment palpable. "Lao, duh, what happened to you?" Su Ruheo raised his arm, glancing at the reddened skin on the back of his hands, and smiled faintly. "It's nothing. Just feeling a bit warm." He flexed his wrists and neck, bouncing lightly to indicate his well-being. The girls remained skeptical. He then proceeded to explain the circumstances following the explosion, recounting how he and Molly had arrived at the site of the blast in the derelict old school, encountering familiar faces and contending with the mutated queen bee for 2 crates of honey. Despite the absurdity of being overwhelmed by honey, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recounted the tale. Moreover, such occurrences were quite rare. Su Ruheo's current state was undeniably peculiar. His skin appeared as if scalded, flushed a vivid red. His once fair complexion now resembled that of a flushed warrior, and although hints of his former self remained, it was a far cry from the figure they once recognized. Observing the expressions of the girls, Su Ruheo sighed deeply, feeling quite helpless. His present condition was entirely unanticipated, as for the reason behind such a transformation. He suspected it was related to the energy within the honey. Excessive consumption had led to an overaccumulation of energy in his body without an outlet, plunging him into a state of semi-consciousness. The massive buildup of energy affected him entirely, creating what appeared to be some form of reaction, prompting various changes. There were both positive and negative aspects, the negative being his appearance was decidedly abnormal, distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Fortunately, no particularly adverse situations had arisen. On the positive side, he felt a significant enhancement in his strength, along with an overall improvement in his physique. The process of evolution entailed altering everything: strength, physical condition, reaction time. A comprehensive enhancement. Perhaps due to the rest he had taken, Su Ruheo sensed that his physical condition had already surpassed the standards expected of an evolved being. This was not mere arrogance. Based on his confrontation with the cloaked man, his original physical prowess had been close to this benchmark, and now, bolstered by the honey's power, it had surged immensely. Taking down Wang Zhao had been a trivial task, devoid of any challenge or interest in combat. Thus, he felt a mix of affection and disdain for his current state. Sensing the concern radiating from the girls who had gathered around him, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. An idea struck him. He set down the 2 wooden crates, gesturing towards them. Inside these are the nests of the mutated queen bees, and there's quite a bit of honey. The taste is rather delightful. You should give it a try. As he pushed the crates forward, shifting the topic to capture their attention, Chen Feier was the most eager. hastily wiping her tear-streaked face before rushing over to open the crates. Lauda, is this the honeycomb that caused your transformation? It looks much larger than ordinary honeycombs. How did you end up looking like this? Chinfeir lightly licked her honey-coated fingers, her face revealing a hint of astonishment. After a moment, she exclaimed, "It's very sweet and fragrant." The other girls, unable to contain their eagerness, began tasting it, some spreading the honey on roasted rabbit meat, which exuded an enticing aroma that ignited their appetites. That evening, Tsuruheo sat within his tent, surrounded by 7 or 8 assorted backpacks left behind by the charred heads. His space was cluttered with a hodgepodge of materials, including some compressed food and a dozen bottles of energy-restoring potions. Among them were a few valuable items. Overall, their small team's haul was quite impressive, possibly containing treasures seized from others. Tsuruheo even discovered 3 smartwatch terminals among the backpacks, one of which bore dried, darkened bloodstains on its strap. Sometimes, it is the absence of rules that renders a place most brutal. Without standards of conduct or normal order, everything devolves into chaos, only to give rise to new regulations. Until a stable state is finally achieved, Tsuruheo silently regarded the 3 smart terminals before dismissing them. 2 months ago, he was merely a student. Now, 2 months later, he had evolved into a cadet, his change in identity and environment fostering not only growth but a deeper understanding than before. As he lifted his gaze, the flap of his tent was lifted, and Molly stepped inside. She scanned the interior, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she paused and inquired, "What did you summon 114? Are we dividing the spoils?" A hint of confusion lingered in her mind as she chose a vacant spot, kneeling across from Tsuruheo, her eyes fixed intently on him. "No. Look at this." Tsuruhua shook his head and retrieved a cylindrical sealed vessel from behind him. Presenting it forward, the object was slightly larger than an adult's palm, resembling a potion bottle, crafted from glass, yet possessing a subtle distinction, perfectly fitting into one hand. Furthermore, the container was filled with a myriad of cellular structures akin to those depicted in biological texts. Their hue a delicate blue that saturated the entirety of the vessel. A flicker of surprise crossed Molly's face as she took it, scrutinizing it closely before finally exclaiming, "It's a gene chain." "This is indeed a valuable item." Tsuruhua stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering its utility. Dealing with ill-level creatures is quite a formidable challenge. Their vitality is tenacious, and they have evolved unique abilities that make them difficult to eliminate. None of us have transcended into the realm of evolution. Our strengths are relatively comparable. Without resorting to alternative powers, I cannot confidently assert that I could easily overpower the other 3, just as Jiangyu is capable of hunting ill-level creatures. It requires teamwork rather than a solitary confrontation. Among the 4 of us, we should all possess such capabilities, yet it is certainly not as effortless as imagined. Collaboration is crucial, as an individual's strength alone is insufficient. This is precisely why we formed a team. There is strength in numbers, enabling us to overwhelm A-level creatures. The already deranged black dog seemed particularly wary of Su Hua, especially in regard to the short spear-like weapon, which could easily inflict harm upon it. Consequently, it howled and leaped away, attempting to escape. Xiao Lei's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Black dog, perish!" The dagger in his hand flew forth like a spinning shuriken, piercing the black dog's abdomen with a sickening thud, blood erupting from the wound. In that crucial moment, Xiao Lei even relinquished his weapon, unknowing the gravity of his decision. The delicate man delivered a punch while Tsuruhua swung his blade. Their combined assault sent the black dog tumbling through the AI. It yelped in pain, rolling several times before struggling to rise. After enduring a collective strike from the 4, it was nearly incapacitated. Yet, despite its injuries, it remained in a state of fury, its fur bristling, and its bloodshot eyes filled with hatred directed at the 4. A barrage of black needles shot forth like reindeer having spoken. Yin Chun waved his large hand dismissively and declared in an undeniable tone, "It's nothing, you may disperse now. Gather here at 3 a.m. 2 days hence." His voice was rigid, prompting the trainees to scatter like birds and beasts, leaving the training room desolate save for Wang Hai and one other. Without needing Tsuruheo's instruction, several young women eagerly grabbed the dog meat and rushed towards the pristine stream to clean the sizable chunk of flesh. Tsuruheo stifled the urge to roll his eyes and addressed the remaining girls. "Let's all pitch in. Bring forth 5 spice powder, star anise, and 13 spices. Let's contribute our seasonings." Today, we shall feast on a full dog banquet, roasting the larger pieces and preparing soup with the smaller ones. We must also gather as much easily combustible wood as we can from the mountains. And no sooner had he finished speaking than the atmosphere erupted with lively cheers and applause. The prospect of lunch seemed secure, prompting Mali to lead several girls up the mountain, while Tsuruheo busied himself with locating a sturdy tree to fell for a roasting rack. He peeled the bark off the trunk to create wooden skewers, impaling the cleaned dog meat onto them and placing it over the makeshift grill, turning it slowly. The black dog's fur crackled in the flames, igniting almost instantly. The fire flared up quickly, consuming the fur and filling the air with the charred stench. Lacking cooking wine in the wilderness, they could only sprinkle a bit of seasoning and smear some fragrant tree sap. Meanwhile, water in another large pot had already reached a boil, and the smaller dog was tossed into blanch, removing its fur and skin. Everything was prepared, awaiting the cooking process. "Look, what is this?" Tsuruheo squinted to see that, besides some dry twigs, the girls held a handful of green leaves. "Is this fern?" Tsuruheo inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. In the wild, one typically encounters either weeds or a scant supply of edible ferns. He could conceive of no other possibilities. Mali turned to glare at the robust, tall man, fuming. "Lilei, are you truly willing to act as an accomplice? If you place the blame on Fair now, I can pretend this never happened." The burly man shook his head with a sardonic smile, replying, "Mali, you cannot intimidate me." He then glanced at Jiangyu, adding, "You know this is impossible." Before entering the evolution school base, Lilei was merely an ordinary person with a hint of talent. Now, they were all classmates, and once they graduated, his future would be boundless. There was no reason to fear a woman. Moreover, with Jiangyu standing in front, he felt no need to be afraid. Additionally, upon seeing Chenfeier, a stirring desire began to brew within him. Jiangyu, with a smug expression, squinted at Mali and said, "I could let you off regarding Chenfeier, but you must be willing to keep me company for several nights and serve me." Before he could finish, Mali spat on the ground, disdainfully retorting, "You shameless rogue, your delusions are utterly laughable. Someone like you will never earn my respect." The audacity of his blatant threats left Mali underestimating Jiang Yu's lack of shame. Jiang Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl as he seethed. "If you refuse my hospitality, don't blame me for using force." With a derisive laugh, he continued, "This is the wilderness. Anything could happen, such as being consumed by a monster or vanishing in a perilous place." Li's expression darkened. Jiang Yu was far more sinister than she had anticipated. In an instant, her battle knife moved. The blade sliced through the air like a streak of white light. Without changing her stance, she struck first, her icy determination surging. Jiang Yu's face shifted in surprise as he sensed the cold intent, and just as the blade grazed his neck, he instinctively recoiled, narrowly escaping. Even so, a thin line of blood appeared, trickling down to his chin. "Mali, you vile woman, you dare to injure me. I will kill you," he roared, his expression twisted with rage, his eyes glinting with a predatory glare fixed on Mali. Caught off guard by Mali's sudden attack, Jiang Yu's visage bore the mark of failure, a crimson line marring his skin. Unfazed by his fury, Mali's resolve remained frosty as she advanced, her battle knife dancing through the air, denying him any chance to retaliate. "Die!" Jiang Yu's instincts kicked in, and he retaliated. Mali's complexion suddenly changed as she exclaimed in shock towards Tsuruheo. She pounded her chest with her fists, producing a series of thudding sounds. On the ground lay a squashed, fleshy mass, mingled with dark red blood. Its features were so distorted that Tsuruheo could not discern what it was. He pointed at the mass, his expression one of exasperation. "Is this what you wanted to show me?" It suddenly flew at me, and in my fright, I Huang Wenwen, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, spoke with some embarrassment. Then, shifting her tone, she added, "However, I also discovered other things." With that, she gestured towards the disheveled camp ahead, where several collapsed tents were situated. "This thing flew out from there. Out of curiosity, I lifted the tent, and before I knew it, this creature flew out, and I slapped it down, killing it instantly." Tsuruheo's gaze lingered on the tents, and he inquired thoughtfully, "What did you see?" "I couldn't see clearly." Huang Wenwen shook her head, recalling the fear of the moment. "I only caught a glimpse." The other girls accompanying Huang Wenwen huddled together in fear. The situation had terrified everyone. Upon hearing their companions scream, they rushed over in a panic and ceased their search. That moment, Molly and her small team arrived as well. What happened? Is everyone all right? With everyone present, Molly felt a wave of relief wash over her. Tsuruheo explained, "There's a campsite here, and it appears something unfortunate has transpired. Not a single soul is in sight, yet remnants remain." Molly, having observed the scene, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Tsuruheo stepped forward, gently waving his combat knife to lift the collapsed tent. A heavy stench assaulted their senses, prompting everyone to cover their noses and step back. Inside the tent lay two skeletons, utterly ravaged and in a state of grotesque disarray. As the tent was lifted, several girls turned pale and began to retch uncontrollably, while others trembled in terror. Their faces drained of color, he approached, patting one on the back and offering a bottle of water. "How are you? Feeling any better?" Witnessing Molly's control over her strength, Tsuruheo couldn't help but concede that she was more formidable than he. While he could manage similar feats, he often struggled to contain his excess power effectively. After yesterday's events, it seemed every girl had matured significantly. Tsuruheo stood at a distance, not wishing to train alongside them, simply observing for a while before resuming his solitary practice. This marked the 7th day since he had entered the forest. Beyond basic training, his days were filled with consuming the flesh of mutated creatures, harnessing the tingling currents to enhance his physicality. Now, his strength had grown even more formidable, with his vision, hearing, and senses all experiencing varying degrees of enhancement, rendering him sharp and vigorous. The transformation of his body, coupled with the amplification of his power, had bolstered the effectiveness of his attacks. His initial sword technique had swiftly led to Jiang Yu's defeat. This demonstrated the might of a skilled practitioner. When faced with an A-grade mutated creature, Tsuruheo was confident he could hunt effortlessly without relying on augmented strength. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. Tsuruheo's gaze sharpened as he murmured to himself. Last night, he had perused the school terminal's marketplace for information on potions, their effects, and illustrations. The school's marketplace offered red and purple potions for sale. The purple vial undoubtedly contained a mid-tier enhancement potion, capable of refining the body. The red potion was similar but slightly less effective. Jiang Yu and his group had little of these, and thus were reluctant to use them, inadvertently benefiting Tsuruheo. However, these items were indeed quite costly. A single bottle of the red primary enhancement potion was priced at 2,000 contribution points, surpassing the cost of an ordinary A-grade combat knife. Meanwhile, the purple mid-tier enhancement potion cost 5,000 contribution points a bottle, exceeding that of a standard A-grade protective suit. Upon seeing these prices, Tsuruheo couldn't help but wince. He had previously utilized the red primary potion during training, but after several uses, his body had developed a resistance, rendering it less effective given his current physique. The mid-tier potion, however, piqued his anticipation. According to the marketplace's usage manual, the efficacy of mid-tier enhancement potions typically exceeded that of primary ones by 10-fold, and they were not to be administered to those with weakened bodies. If he could significantly elevate his strength and physical condition, he would be that much closer to unparalleled power. Gazing at the purple potion vial, a flicker of eagerness ignited in Tsuruheo's eyes. Currently in the wilderness, without the luxury of a bathing facility, the potion could not be ingested directly. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for Tsuruheo. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, diluted the purple potion within, and gently shook it. Instantly, the 500 milliliter bottle of water turned violet, its surface undulating softly. After a moment of contemplation, he added 2 bottles of the red potion into the mixture, shaking the bottle once more to amalgamate the 2 liquids. Moments later, the water settled, transforming from purple to a deep crimson hue. Yet, uncertainty lingered. How would the addition of the other potion affect its potency? Would the effects intensify? A glint of excitement danced in Tsuruheo's eyes as he shed his outer garments. Revealing his robust physique, he meticulously applied the mixed potion over his body, causing his skin to take on a peculiar purple hue. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, his entire being jolted by a wave of searing heat. Pain surged through him, akin to countless ants viciously biting at his skin. Every pore on his body expanded, and his skin erupted with tiny specks, his face flushing crimson. Upon closer inspection, these specks were droplets of blood seeping from the pores. resembling a constellation of crimson dots. Unable to endure any longer, Tsuruheo collapsed to the ground, convulsing and rolling in agony. The potency of the potion is overwhelming. He fought against the excruciating pain, striving to remain conscious. His skin cracked, blood oozing forth. At that moment, Tsuruheo felt an inferno boiling within him, the enhancement potion's potency continuously coursing through his body, showing no signs of abating. He bit down hard on his lip, his complexion a vivid shade of red. This intense suffering persisted for nearly half an hour until the potion's effects began to wane, allowing him to exhale a long breath of relief. Rising from the ground, Tsuruheo clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds. Simultaneously, he felt an indescribable force within him. A blood-curdling scream erupted from their makeshift camp, jolting everyone awake upon hearing the scream. Tsuruheo vanished from his tent, seizing his combat knife and rushing toward the source of the commotion. By the time he arrived, everyone had already gathered. What happened? He squeezed through the crowd, finally breaking into the circle to see a girl of average appearance, with well-defined features, encircled in the middle, flanked by two of her friends. This girl, Yao Shaoqin, was known for her reserved nature, and Tsuruheo had exchanged only a handful of words with her in the past. Now, all eyes were on her, and none acknowledged Tsuruheo. "What is going on?" Tsuruheo asked, his heart racing as he observed Yao Shaoqin, scanning the surroundings for any signs of abnormality or distress. "Yes, I did it. I did it," Yao Shaoqin exclaimed excitedly, grasping Qinfei's hand, her face flushed with exhilaration. Molly smiled slightly and explained to Tsuruheo, "It's like this. Shaoqin has mastered the application of her strength and can now shatter a stone with one hand. By conservative estimates, her strength is at least 5,000 points. Indeed. Who would have thought Shaoqin would progress so rapidly?" Qinfei chimed in, equally delighted for her friend. "Before we came here, our strength was barely above the average person's. Even with training, we only made marginal gains." Tsuruheo rubbed his forehead, sighing internally. He certainly did not wish to dampen the spirits of these girls, and a smile graced his face. This was indeed a joyous occasion, especially considering his earlier worries about potential misfortunes. Molly chuckled, clearly pleased. "Is that so?" Tsuruheo surveyed Qinfei, saying with a grin, "How about we have a little fun?" "Who's afraid of whom?" Qinfei pouted slightly. It wasn't a mere challenge. She had also made significant strides lately. Though she had not tested her strength against others, she had been training relentlessly alongside everyone else, ready to astound Tsuruheo. "But you're a guy. It wouldn't be fair to compete against just you." Qinfei's eyes twinkled mischievously, as if plotting something. Tsuruheo raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What do you propose?" "Simple." Qinfei snapped her fingers. "We girls have our own team. Of course, we should play together." Having experienced growth and strength, Tsuruheo was eager to conduct a test to gauge how much stronger he had become. After a hearty meal, he reported to the designated assembly area. After enduring the grueling examination of biological hunting, he subtly sensed that the gazes of those around him had shifted, filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. Their opinions seemed to diverge greatly. Tsuruheo, disinterested in mingling with his classmates, deemed such interactions a mere waste of time, feeling no compulsion to prove himself to them, as it was entirely unnecessary. The day's fierce struggle bore some fruit. Aside from a deeper comprehension of martial arts, Tsuruheo's practical combat ability and experience in battling mutated creatures had significantly increased. The scale of this place far surpassed that of the trainee base. Bustling with members of the military, creating a lively atmosphere in the bathhouse, they had reserved a small bathing area for a group of over 10 individuals. However, this time was somewhat different. Tsuruheo and his companions were treated to a potent medicinal soak specifically supplied for military personnel. Within mere moments, Tsuruheo felt the powerful effects of the medicinal bath, the dull ache in his chest giving way to a tingling sensation, a sign of the wound's healing. This prompted him to reflect on the stark contrast in welfare benefits within the same base. In the dormitory building, within Tsuruheo's room, he raised his hand to check and was immediately filled with joy. "My rewards have finally arrived." A total of 4,900 contribution points, along with an additional 100 points for being an outstanding student, bringing my total to 5,000 contribution points. With a broad smile, he sat up on his bed, realizing he had truly struck gold. These contribution points would allow him to purchase a considerable number of items. "Hello, Tsuruheo," Your contribution points have been credited. In your personal inventory, a martial arts treasure chest awaits you, and a zero-level body enhancement potion will arrive shortly. Uraheo smiled as he opened his inventory. Indeed, discovering an ancient chest radiating a faint golden glow. It was a regular martial arts treasure chest, capable of randomly yielding a basic martial arts technique, with a one-time reward that bore no time constraints. Elated, Uraheo felt as if he could leap from his bed in exuberance. After the laughter subsided, he gazed down at the glowing chest, only to find himself hesitating. Now that I possessed the ninefold heaven blade, having another martial arts technique would be beneficial. However, one must not be greedy. I am not currently at a bottleneck in my studies, and there is no urgency to utilize this opportunity right away. After pondering for a moment, Uraheo decided not to dwell on this matter further. Martial arts were merely embellishments. The true power lay in one's own strength, and he was still far from meeting the standards of an evolved being. It was time to enhance his own capabilities. The last encounter with that A-grade ghoul had been exceedingly arduous, primarily due to the lack of a suitable weapon. Had he possessed an A-grade battle knife, the situation would have been entirely different. Furthermore, the items he could assimilate were becoming increasingly ineffectual. If he could acquire a piece of B-grade or C-grade metal, his defenses would accordingly elevate to those levels, alleviating any concerns about sustaining injuries. Excited by the thought, Uraheo promptly accessed the school's marketplace to search for weapons and metals. Each smart terminal bore its own identification code, equivalent to a student's identity card. Ensuring that Uraheo could navigate the marketplace without concern for identity theft, as the actual recipients of deliveries were always students, while the senders and couriers were school staff, with only registered students possessing the authority to sign for items, a layer of insurance. Ding! The interface of the smart terminal flashed with a white light, transitioning the screen to the school marketplace. The main page displayed 4 categories: martial arts, daily life, technology, and weapons, alongside a smaller category labeled others, where the lucky chests were located. Curiously, Uraheo clicked on this small envelope, and a message appeared before him as orderly as printed paper. Dear Uraheo, welcome back to the marketplace. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience. Indeed, he had 5,000 contribution points. Though not an exorbitant amount, it should suffice to purchase several items. Most technological weapons were firearms and consumables, yet they held considerable advantages, boasting immense power and user-friendliness. It was akin to a child attempting to overpower an adult through mere physical confrontation, an improbable feat. However, possessing a firearm would alter the dynamics entirely. Yet, when faced with an evolved being, particularly one with remarkable speed, the chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Over the past 2 centuries, as individual capabilities escalated, firearms had become increasingly obsolete, at least up to the present day. They had not achieved the anticipated popularity, leading to their relatively low pricing in the marketplace. Standard grenades and bombs were scarcely more expensive than firearms. As Uraheo browsed the technology section, his intentions were not to purchase such explosive weapons, but rather a set of protective gear. Protective suits were classified as technological products, not weapons. The suit he had worn during his previous encounter with the A-grade ghoul had sustained damage. That particular suit was of mediocre quality, only capable of defending against minor scratches and superficial injuries, in the face of a significant impact, such as the unforeseen punch from that A-grade ghoul. It had proven utterly ineffective, and Uraheo had endured the blow solely due to his robust physique. Had it been anyone else, they would have met a grim fate, with a swipe of his finger. He scrolled through the options: Broken Moon Armor, Ordinary Grade Armor, capable of withstanding 500 points of impact, priced at 2,500 contribution points. Uraheo raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Vine Armor, Ordinary Grade Armor, of mediocre quality, lightweight, capable of withstanding 200 points of impact, priced at 1,800 contribution points. Iron Plate Armor, Ordinary Grade Armor. After perusing for some time, he realized the cheapest armor available was still priced at 1,500 contribution points and offered subpar protection. Shaking his head, Uraheo shifted his gaze toward armor exceeding the ordinary grade. Bright Moon Armor, A-grade armor, crafted from the fur of an A-grade mutated creature, of average quality, priced at 4,200 contribution points. Willow Armor, styled after standard Vine Armor, made from A-grade mutated willow bark of average quality, priced at 5,500 contribution points. Brownstone Armor, crafted from the hard shell of an A-grade mutated creature of superior quality, priced at 7,500 contribution points. Damn it, he cursed vehemently, grabbing the teacup on his bedside and gulping down a large mouthful of lukewarm water. This is simply outrageous. With 5,000 contribution points, I can't even afford a decent piece of armor. Now, with his assimilation ability, ordinary armor had become somewhat redundant. Once his strength reached the level of an evolved being, he would have to abandon it altogether. If he were to purchase A-grade armor directly, contribution points would prove to be a significant issue. Rubbing his aching temples, Tsuruheo sighed, "What I truly lack is a decent weapon. After all, armor is of lesser importance compared to a battle knife." He was inclined to exchange for one, but decided to postpone it. Shaking his head, he exited the technological weapon repository and began searching for battle knives in the weapon repository. A-grade metal, layered steel, floating platinum battle knife, weighing 80 kilograms, priced at 2,000 contribution points. A-grade metal alloy, floating platinum battle knife, weighing 150 kilograms, priced at 2,500 contribution points. A-grade refined metal, floating platinum battle knife, weighing 200 kilograms, priced at 3,200 contribution points. A-grade refined synthetic metal, floating platinum battle knife 02, weighing 258 kilograms, priced at 3,600 contribution points. All battle knives in the repository shared similar appearances and dimensions, produced in bulk. Tsuruheo held little interest in the special models. He only sought sharpness, capable of swiftly dispatching opponents. This one, he decided, lightly tapping the screen to spend 3,600 contribution points on the floating platinum battle knife, weighing 258 kilograms. Ordinary weight battle knives could not unleash his full strength, as he could not rely on conventional reasoning to wield them. Given the same dimensions, such a stark difference in weight could only imply one thing: density. This refined metal had the highest quality, and thus the steepest price. Tsuruheo would either refrain from purchasing or acquire the best. With 1,200 contribution points remaining, he directly searched for B-grade metals, and a plethora of metallic data appeared before him, neatly categorized. Upon searching for C-grade metals, the result left him momentarily stunned. "Sorry, your permissions are insufficient. Please upgrade your permissions and welcome back next time." "Restricted? Is that what it means?" Tsuruheo furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. He had overcomplicated the matter, thinking that sufficient contribution points would allow him to purchase whatever he desired. As for permissions, he had never heard the instructors mention them. But since he could not make a purchase, he had no choice but to forego that option. Buying ordinary armor was utterly infeasible. Its effects were minimal, so he decided to consider B-grade metals. Tsuruheo wished to avoid drawing attention to himself, also wanting to utilize his assimilation ability as a hidden card. As the scene shifted, a series of messages floated before his eyes. 90 and 1. Just as he stabilized himself, 2 teeth mixed with blood were expelled from his mouth. In that instant, his soul trembled. Tsuruheo. Upon seeing Tsuruheo, Chen Feier burst into tears, her tears flowing like the torrential yellow river. Impossible to stop. In the next moment, Chen Feier dashed into Tsuruheo's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder as she continued to sob. She had been saved once more. "It's all right. Everything is fine now." Tsuruheo, lacking the finesse to comfort a girl, merely patted her back gently. Yet, his gaze remained chillingly cold. "You, whoever you are, have successfully provoked my ire. Today shall mark your demise." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Lei glared fiercely at Tsuruheo. In his heart, this man had already secured a place on his death list. Tsuruheo released Chen Feier, his icy stare revealing not a hint of emotion. Jiangyu, sensing the shift, turned his attention towards this unfolding drama. What an opportunity! Seizing a moment of distraction from Molly, who was under pressure, she viciously slashed her combat blade towards his arm. However, Jiangyu was not to be trifled with. He paled momentarily, stepping back in pain, but a flicker of regret crossed Molly's face. She had intended to sever his arm, ensuring he would pay a price, but it appeared she had not succeeded in injuring Jiangyu. Anger surged within Jiangyu. This unexpected turn had cost him, and more crucially, the situation was deteriorating. "No worries, I will resolve this swiftly." Barely had he spoken when, before he could react, he felt a sharp kick to his groin, causing him to double over in agony, clutching himself as he knelt on the ground. Damn! Just as he opened his mouth to curse, A cold blade was pressed against his neck, its razor edge slicing through his skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. All of this transpired too swiftly. No one had witnessed how Tsuruheo had made his move, and the scene shifted dramatically, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Qinfei and the others were overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of the villain, Li Lei suddenly kneeling in submission. Tears welling in their eyes. "You ambushed me," Li Lei exclaimed, his face a mask of resentment, challenging Tsuruheo to a fair contest. Tsuruheo shook his head dismissively. "Whatever you say, it shall be so." Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on the blade, causing Li Lei's heart to race. "Brother, I was wrong. Please, be magnanimous and let me go." Witnessing his brother's disgrace, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Friend, this is a private matter between me and them. I kindly ask you not to interfere. I, Jiang Yu, will be eternally grateful." Others might not grasp the situation, but he understood that the gap in strength between Li Lei and his opponent was insurmountable, making it impossible for him to even catch a glimpse of the latter's movements. "Eternally grateful?" Tsuruheo scoffed. "Who needs your gratitude? Is it of any value?" Realizing the demand was for money, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "There shall be a generous reward." Tsuruheo smirked. "And what form shall this reward take?" His gaze swept across Jiang Yu's team, and at that moment, Tsuruheo was intrigued by the prospect of playing along. After a moment's deliberation, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and declared, "An A-grade material, plus I shall personally gift you a mid-tier enhancement potion. Moreover, should you choose to join our team, you will have priority in the allocation of any biological materials we hunt together." Determined, he resolved to agree to any terms, as long as Tsuruheo released Li Lei. Once that was accomplished, he would signal for an all-out attack, regardless of Tsuruheo's capabilities. Tsuruheo chuckled. "Is that so?" Quite the generous offer. The A-grade material was one thing, but a mid-tier enhancement potion was a significant boon. Thus far, Tsuruheo had only used beginner potions, merely variations in formula and efficacy. The prospect of a mid-tier potion was indeed a substantial offer, and it dawned on him that Jiang Yu's resources were not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's proposal, Qinfei and the others felt a tightening in their chests, their eyes fixed on Tsuruheo. Terrified that he might acquiesce, Li's expression turned serious. "Tsuruheo, you mustn't believe them. These people are untrustworthy. Whatever conditions they offer, I can match them, even—" "Shut up, you wretched woman." Fearing that Tsuruheo might be swayed by Ma Li, Jiang Yu interrupted her vehemently. As Ma Li's anxiety peaked, Tsuruheo flashed a radiant smile, revealing his pearly whites. "Not good." Ma Li's heart sank, her face paling. Jiang Yu, momentarily elated, exclaimed, "See, even the heavens are against you." But soon, his laughter faded as he heard Li Lei would be spared. Li Lei burst into laughter. However, he was met with a dizzying sensation as the world spun around him. He remained kneeling, a gaping wound on his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a thud, he collapsed, his consciousness forever suspended at that moment. Tsuruheo continued to beam, adding, "Not at all. This is very bad. You are all mine. I am your leader. How can I allow you to suffer while I claim your possessions? Shouldn't I be avenging you?" Furthermore, as the leader, he had the right of first choice. He would not accept anything from them. Pointing at Jiang Yu, he declared, "I do not trust such a person. If he desires something, he ought to take it himself." "You?" Qinfei was moved to tears once more, longing to throw herself back into his arms. Ma Li, too, shed tears of joy. "You seek death?" Jiang Yu bellowed, furious and wild, tearing off his shirt to reveal a powerful physique. He pounded his chest with his fists, creating a resounding thud. Tsuruheo's keen eyes immediately caught sight of the shimmering scales embedded in Jiang Yu's arms, reminiscent of fish scales enveloping his forearm entirely. "Be careful." Ma Li's expression shifted dramatically as she cried out to Tsuruheo, "Be careful." Seeing Ma Li's alarm, even without knowing the reason, Tsuruheo could not afford to be careless. He scrutinized the glimmering scales, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had encountered something similar before, yet it was distinctly different. After a moment, he suddenly recalled a name that lingered in his memory, Wang Shuang. A figure he had yet to forget, with wild hair, white eyes, and an arrogant demeanor. She exuded an aura of terror that had left a profound impression on Tsuruheo. It was then that he learned of Jin warriors. individuals who acquired abilities through the transplantation of organs from mutated creatures. Back then, Tsuruheo had been naive about the concept of evolution, merely recognizing the terrifying potential of such powers. However, in retrospect, the reality was not as daunting, at least. That burly man had not opted to implant a mutated creature's eyes. Tsuruheo had never encountered an instructor at the base adorned with such unsettling features. The white-eyed cat, from which Wang Shuang had seemingly obtained her eyes, was curious. Yet, he wondered where this fellow had procured the scales on his arm. Were they from a fish? In the eyes of everyone present, Tsuruheo's demeanor was oddly calm, perhaps excessively so. Most would have reacted with alarm to such a sight, yet he appeared unfazed. Ali bit her lip, inwardly anxious. Could it be that he knows nothing at all? There was indeed a possibility. He seemed oblivious to the theory of evolution and the teachings of his instructor. The risks associated with implanting mutated biological organs were significant, and few dared to undertake such a path, rendering it a rarity. There were two primary reasons. First, even if one successfully transplanted a mutated organ and gained enhanced strength, it was still not a human component. Thus, it could easily elicit a rejection response, resulting in mild discomfort or severe disability. In extreme cases, one might transform into a grotesque entity, neither human nor animal, lost to madness. Secondly, such modifications often prove to be of limited utility. While they could provide a temporary boost in power, one could imagine that if one had initially implanted organs from ordinary creatures, upon becoming an evolved being, those enhancements would become burdensome, flavorless, and regrettable to discard. Ultimately, while such modifications might offer brief strength, they were not worth the long-term risks, as they lacked growth potential and carried the threat of life itself. What kind of person would resort to such repulsive modifications? Perhaps a desperate seeker of power or someone aware of their limited potential for advancement. In other words, unless one were a fool, most would refrain from such actions. Indeed, it was possible that he had never encountered such things, and thus had no cause for concern. Emily's gaze shifted towards Jiang Yu, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Jiang Yu's aura intensified. He was already nearing the strength of an evolved being, and now, bolstered by additional power, Molly could scarcely fathom how formidable he had become, perhaps even rivaling the evolved. Even if Jiang Yu were to plateau after this, at present, he could likely sweep away all of them. No. I cannot allow him to be dragged into this, she resolved, making a decisive choice. She shouted at Tsuruheo. Hurry, get away. The farther, the better. I will hold him off. You must flee with that. She positioned herself defiantly in front of Jiang Yu, a look of resolute determination on her face. Hearing her words, Tsuruheo stood momentarily stunned, bewildered. Chen Feier and the others felt their spirits plummet, as if they had fallen from the heavens. Conversely, Jiang Yu's followers erupted in excitement, positioning themselves behind Chen Feier and the others to prevent their escape. Tsuruheo's expression hardened, his gaze fixed intently on the campfire. In the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the flames, launching itself towards Tsuruheo with ferocity. Maintaining his composure, Tsuruheo swung his battle knife with force, delivering a powerful strike. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of metal colliding. The dark figure was once again forced back into the fire, a tremendous force reverberating through Tsuruheo's hand, causing him to stagger back a few steps in astonishment. Boss, are you all right? Several girls rushed over, concern etched on their faces. Tsuruheo shook his head, signaling that he was unscathed. The strength of the shadow had taken him by surprise. A near full-force blow felt like striking a metal plate. Ringing loudly in his ears, from the burning haystack, the shadow re-emerged, soaring high into the air, ascending to a height beyond the reach of the flames. Gazing down below, at that moment, everyone finally discerned the true form of the shadow. It was an ant the size of an infant, its body cloaked in a pitch-black exoskeleton, several times larger than an ordinary flying ant, with thin wings the size of a palm, and dark red antennae that set it apart from its common counterparts. The queen ant! Tsuruheo exclaimed in surprise, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Though he had intended to draw out the queen, he had not anticipated that the first creature to emerge from the nest would be the very target he sought. Furthermore, the raging flames seemed to inflict little harm upon it. Simultaneously, from the hole opened by the queen's charge, swarms of thumb-sized flying ants surged forth from the darkened cave. As they emerged, they were quickly engulfed by the flames. producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. Those flying ants pressed on relentlessly, rushing out from the cave, only to be consumed by the fire, turning to ash without a hint of fear. Yet, a few fortunate ones managed to escape. Xiaoyu, take action. With Su Ruheo's command, a fair-skinned girl swiftly nocked an arrow, aiming at the queen ant hovering in the air. She loosed an arrow, but the queen easily evaded it. Undeterred, Xiaoyu continued to draw her bow, shooting successive arrows at the queen. Despite her efforts, she showed no signs of stopping. Having prepared nearly 30 wooden arrows at the camp, she quickly found herself down to 11. Before igniting the cave, Su Ruheo had devised a series of plans for coordinated combat, including contingencies for failure. The strength of teamwork was proving invaluable in such dire circumstances. As the flying ants could maneuver in the air, making it difficult to engage in close combat. Xiaoyu's proficiency with the bow allowed her to attack from a distance, not seeking to slay, but merely to provoke the queen to it must be said. Su Ruheo's strategy was remarkably effective. After incinerating countless flying ants, the queen was on the brink of fury. Even without Xiaoyu's provocations, it would have still attacked, but it had now targeted Xiaoyu, launching itself towards her. You'll have to contend with me, Su Ruheo sneered, swiftly positioning himself in front of Xiaoyu, his battle knife moving rapidly to form a barrier. Meanwhile, Molly and the others sprang into action, sweeping through the isolated groups of flying ants, cleaving them into pieces that fell to the ground. The reactions and defenses of these flying ants were no match for the queen, and when a united team attacked, it was akin to slicing through vegetables. Initially, Molly and her companions held the upper hand, but as more flying ants emerged from the cave, they began to feel the strain, the sky above resembling a gathering storm cloud, expanding ominously, even with the worst-case scenario in mind. The number of flying ants emerging from the nest was unexpectedly vast. While engaged in battle, Molly anxiously urged, Su Ruheo, think of something. Class A creatures were not so easily hunted. Su Ruheo felt a deep frustration. The queen's power was formidable, and its evolved abilities were likely defensive in nature. His battle knife could not penetrate its hard shell, leaving only a superficial mark. Exhaling deeply, Su Ruheo made a decisive choice. Feigning a vulnerability to lure the queen into a fierce charge, as the queen barreled towards him, he swiftly trapped it in his embrace. Thus, both he and the ant were propelled backward, before being thrown. Su Ruheo summoned all his strength to shout, according to plan, retreat. Seeing Su Ruheo's desperate actions, Molly stomped her foot in panic, commanding, sisters, fall back. As they surveyed the shattered corpses, Su Ruheo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this still an ant? Can ants even have wings? How absurd. I've encountered monstrous fish before. Ants with wings seem trivial in comparison. Perhaps they should be called flying ants, though I wonder if they can be roasted and eaten. In the midst of such madness, Su Ruheo rubbed his forehead, now lined with dark thoughts, and stated solemnly, perhaps you might want to give it a try. Sure, that could turn out delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Several girls clapped in agreement, pulling out a bag to collect the dead ants. Molly sighed in relief, walking over to Su Ruheo, her expression turning serious. At this rate, it seems these people were devoured and perished at the hands of the flying ants. We should hasten our departure. Who knows what else might emerge? The buzzing from the tents grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by unsettling movements. Very well. Ignoring the carefree girls, Su Ruheo nodded in affirmation. 10 minutes after their departure, the tents were torn apart, revealing 5 corpses that had not been completely devoured, their bodies swarming with countless black ants, a terrifying sight. The remains, still dripping with blood and flesh, slowly ascended, hovering 8 feet above the ground before meandering southward. From a distance, with keen eyesight, Su Ruheo observed the entire scene. Beside him, Molly spoke up. You didn't continue moving earlier because of this, did you? The thought of being consumed by mutated creatures after death sent shivers down Molly's spine. The sheer number of flying ants loomed ominously, and she suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Boss, do you want to eat ants? Indeed. Why didn't you just leave, boss? Huang Wenwen and the others approached, their curious gazes fixed on Su Ruheo as if trying to decipher his thoughts. No. I have no interior. Su Ruheo helplessly shook his head, intending to tidy up the campsite and prepare a meal. At that moment, a tremendous noise echoed through the air. This time, Not only had his strength noticeably increased, but he also felt a heightened sensitivity in his senses. The day passed uneventfully. After a night of rest, the following morning, Tsuruheo heard some news that quickly unsettled his mind. Rumors of new, formidable mutated creatures had surfaced, and upon hearing the information gathered by Chinfeir and her companions, Tsuruheo's gaze flickered. Deep in thought, perhaps something unknown had transpired in the depths of this hilly terrain. It was highly likely, a notion that elicited a nod of agreement from Molly. This speculation was certainly not unfounded. Tsuruheo recalled the morning a few days prior when a train filled with hundreds of people had passed before him. Furthermore, there were those students who had ventured deep inside earlier. Their fates unknown. For now, this place could only be regarded as the periphery. The outside world had become increasingly perilous. Boss, what should we do now? Well, if that's the case, we should find another place. Another place? An hour later, everyone packed up their tents and cooking utensils, gathering together. As they prepared to set off, Tsuruheo observed the worried expressions on the faces of those around him and spoke. I understand that facing a new choice so suddenly can be bewildering. Feeling lost is entirely normal. Life in the wilderness is far more challenging than training at the base. But remaining in the base is akin to a flower that never grows. No one can stay in a greenhouse forever. I can share an experience of mine. When my school faced a wave of zombies, all my classmates collapsed upon encountering monsters that only existed in books. I in the chaos for escape. Far more perished at the hands of their peers than by the undead. Escaping the school, we were attacked by swarms of mutated mosquitoes at the central station. The carnage was unimaginable, seemingly recounting an ordinary tale. A mere hint of the experience sent shivers down the spines of several girls. Emily was momentarily taken aback by his words, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she thought. I never imagined he had such a terrifying experience. Speaking so lightly, I can hardly fathom how one could survive in such an environment, Tsuruheo continued. I merely wish to convey that what is more terrifying than unexpected events is the inability to cope with them. This place is dangerous. Unforeseen occurrences could arise at any moment. We must not only survive, but also face these surprises with composure. Opportunities lie before us. While these mutated creatures are indeed perilous, they also present an excellent chance for us to enhance our strength, whether through combat experience or by acquiring nourishing meat that improves our physical condition. Only by becoming stronger can we transform danger into mere inconvenience and render the unexpected controllable. After this declaration, the spirits of the group visibly lifted. Huang Wenwen, standing beside Chinfeir, was the most exuberant, raising her small hand and exclaiming, "Boss, I want to eat meat. I want to become incredibly strong." Seeing her earnest expression, Tsuruheo couldn't help but chuckle, suppressing a pang of hurt in his heart, and nodded. "All right, you can have meat. Boss, I want meat too. I want to be as strong as Mali Jie. Boss, I also enjoy meat, but I want to be stronger than you so I can eat even better meat." "Exactly, boss. Take us to eat meat." The atmosphere suddenly shifted, and Tsuruheo felt as if a stampede was surging within him. Roaring and trampling at that moment, he waved his hand decisively and commanded, "Let's move out." The group of over 10 set forth energetically towards the southeast, with Tsuruheo at the forefront, wielding his battle knife to clear a path wide enough for 3 to walk side by side. Molly remained at the back of the line, ensuring the safety of the entire team. After searching for nearly 2 hours, around 10 o'clock, they suddenly halted. "Boss, what's wrong?" asked Xiaoyu, who trailed closely behind Tsuruheo. Her curiosity piqued. After walking for nearly 2 hours without seeing a soul or feeling the slightest breeze, the abrupt stop made her uneasy. Tsuruheo cut through the withered grass and pointed to the ground. "Take a look for yourself." Upon hearing this, the girls crowded around him, craning their necks to see bones. Someone screamed, causing the others to recoil in fright. Tsuruheo knelt down, using his battle knife to prod the remains. Leaning closer, it was a human skeleton, stained with blood, clothed in tattered garments. The lower leg still bore remnants of flesh that had not yet completely decayed, and the hollow eye sockets of the skull were devoid of anything, save for a few strands of bloodied hair. Given the condition of the remains, it seemed the death had occurred no more than 2 days prior, and judging by the clothing, it appeared to be standard protective gear issued by the base. If his assumption was correct, this individual was likely a student. "Everyone, be cautious. Something strange may be afoot here," Tsuruheo warned as he rose to survey the surroundings. Let's search for anything we might have overlooked. His expression darkened as he noted the absence of any external signs of injury on the bones. The skeletal structure was intact, yet the cause of death remained a mystery. Boss, come over here and see what we found. Not far off, Xiaoqin and the others beckoned to Tsuruheo. Just then, a rustling sound reached his ears, seemingly emanating from the dense thicket of thorns and weeds. A chill ran down Tsuruheo's spine as he hurried towards Xiaoqin's group. Boss, look quickly. There's a campsite. Xiaoqin waved her hands frantically, her face etched with urgency. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream shattered the air, sounding alarmingly like Huang Wenwen's voice, causing chaos to erupt within the group. By the time Tsuruheo arrived, the slightly plump girl was stomping her feet in agitation, cursing under her breath. Relieved to see everyone unharmed, Tsuruheo approached and inquired, "What happened?" "What is going on, boss? It tried to bite me." Huang Wenwen's face was streaked with tears as she lifted her foot. Beneath it lay a squashed, gelatinous mass, mingled with dark red blood. Unable to discern its identity, Tsuruheo pointed at the mass, incredulous. "This is what you wanted to show me." It suddenly flew at me. And I panicked. Huang Wenwen stammered, clutching her clothing in embarrassment. Then, shifting her tone, she added, "But I also discovered something else." She gestured towards the disheveled campsite, indicating the collapsed tents. This creature came flying out from there when I curiously lifted the tent flap. Before I knew it, I slapped it down and crushed it. Tsuruheo's gaze fixated on the tents, pondering as he asked, "What did you see?" I didn't get a good look. Huang Wenwen shook her head. Her fear still evident. I was too scared. I only caught a glimpse. The other girls who had accompanied Huang Wenwen huddled close, equally frightened. The earlier incident had terrified them all. Upon hearing their companions scream, they had rushed over in a panic, neglecting to continue their search. At that moment, Mali's small team also arrived. "What happened? Is everyone all right?" Seeing everyone gathered, Mali breathed a sigh of relief. Tsuruheo explained, "There's a campsite here, and it seems something unfortunate occurred. Not a soul in sight, yet remnants remain." Mei Li, upon surveying the scene, quickly grasped the unsettling reality. Tsuruheo stepped forward, deftly swinging his battle knife to part one of the toppled tents. A pungent, nauseating odor wafted out, prompting the group to cover their noses and retreat. Inside the tent lay two skeletons, gnawed clean and in a state of utter devastation. Ugh! Upon unveiling the tent, several girls turned pale, clutching their stomachs in a fit of retching. The others' faces turned ashen, trembling slightly, their composure deteriorating. Tsuruheo approached one of them, gently patting her back and offering a bottle of water. "How are you feeling? Any better?" "Yes, much better," she replied, taking the bottle and rinsing her mouth with the water. However, her delicate face remained as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. Even without needing to uncover the other tents, she could guess what horrors lay within. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from one of the unopened tents, drawing the curiosity of the girls who gathered around. After a quarter of an hour, Mali dissected the queen ant's body, revealing a small, irregular object about the size of a palm. It resembled a crystalline shard, multifaceted, refracting blinding light in the sunlight. Tsuruheo held it in his hand. It felt cool to the touch yet possessed substantial weight. "What is this?" he asked Mali, intrigued. "Genetic fragments, one of the primary materials for genetic serum," Mali replied confidently. The remains of the ant queen could also serve as a weapon for forging. When combined with her body, it could yield armor of superior quality, perhaps even imbued with unique characteristics. However, it is somewhat unfortunate that the ant queen's physique is rather diminutive, falling short of the necessary material for a complete suit of armor. At least 3 queens would be required. He grasped the implication. Defense, perhaps? Mary nodded, affirming that the ant queen exhibited formidable defensive capabilities, akin to the effects of genetic fragments. This could be comparably classified as armor of A-grade quality, rivaling that of B-grade armaments. Tsuruheo felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming with a smile, "To think such a thing could exist! I've never encountered anything like it before. I wonder how many contribution points it could fetch." At this moment, Tsuruheo regretted his injuries, realizing the randomness of this discovery made its value difficult to ascertain. Yet it was undoubtedly the most valuable material sourced from the ant queen. Upon hearing Mary's words, the group erupted in jubilant laughter. Yet, It was Tsuruheo who had single-handedly hunted the queen. They had hardly assisted him, instead placing him in considerable danger. Mary refrained from expressing her thoughts bluntly but was aware of the implications regarding the distribution of spoils. Previously, they had consumed their gains without the need for allocation, but the circumstances had changed. A look of hesitation crossed her face. While everyone basked in the joyous atmosphere, Mary joined in the laughter. And Tsuruheo, coming to a realization, sensed her thought. He discreetly placed the genetic fragments into his backpack and promptly declared that the spoils would be shared equally in terms of contribution points. Mary was a bit taken aback. It was understandable if Tsuruheo chose not to share, as it was, after all, his exclusive trophy. She cast a grateful glance at him, and he continued to laugh along with the others. He playfully kicked at the disassembled body of the Ant Queen, suggesting, "I propose we cook the Ant Queen. This creature is not susceptible to fire, as everyone had witnessed." Many were taken aback by the suggestion. "Boss, are we really going to eat this? It's a valuable material." In truth, everyone shared a similar sentiment. Though they joked before taking action, the thought of actually cooking it made them feel a pang of regret. Since the black dog had eaten, what was there to lament over the Ant Queen? Tsuruheo shrugged nonchalantly, declaring boldly, "Eat. Today we feast on the Ant Queen." Seeing Tsuruheo regain his mobility and approach, Huang Wenwen mustered the courage to ask, "Is that so?" Just in time. "It's just been grilled and it's still warm." Chen Feier chimed in, adding to the excitement. Although these items were not within the school's marketplace for exchanging contribution points, selling them to others or collectors could yield considerable wealth. Mary laughed, leaning forward, realizing that she was to be the guinea pig. Tsuruheo wore a wry smile as he accepted the grilled flying ant meat from Huang Wenwen. The charred pieces on the stick looked unappetizing, and after sniffing it, he felt a moment of hesitation. "You lot have no conscience, treating a patient like this," Tsuruheo jested, scolding them with a smile. Everyone wore expressions of curiosity, like eager spectators. The hard shell of the flying ant was remarkably tough. Even when charred, it was difficult to crush like a small lobster. Tsuruheo pinched the ant shell between 2 fingers, producing a cracking sound as he crushed it, tearing off a small fragment. The fragments revealed a touch of white meat, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Placing it in his mouth, he chewed thoughtfully. The flavor was mediocre, perhaps due to the lack of seasoning. Nodding, he tore off another small piece to taste, continuously praising, not bad, not bad." As he devoured more quickly, he eagerly grabbed a piece of flying ant meat and swallowed it whole, exclaiming, "Delicious, absolutely delightful, better than black dog meat." Witnessing his voracious appetite, Chen Feier and the other girls stared with wide eyes, fixated on the white morsel at Tsuruheo's mouth, eagerly anticipating their turn. Each skewer contained only a dozen or so flying ants, and they were soon consumed by Tsuruheo. Noticing that he desired more, the girls swiftly grabbed the remaining grilled flying ants to share among themselves. "Ah, this is terrible." The first to scream was Chen Feier, her mouth full of ant meat, contorting her face in disgust. Tui, tui, tui. Within moments, she had expelled it all, her expression one of disdain. "Boss, you lied. Boss, you're so mean." Mary also displayed reluctance but still forced herself to eat. Among the group, she alone managed to swallow it down, embodying the role of a leader, unlike Chen Feier and the others who were a bit spoiled. Observing their disgruntled expressions, Tsuruheo burst into laughter. Teasing, "Let us see if you dare to call me boss and make me your guinea pig again." Their faces twisted in displeasure. The girls had initially intended to confront Tsuruheo, but seeing him continue to eat, they were rendered speechless. Tsuruheo, unperturbed by their reactions, had a straightforward mindset. First, to enjoy a hearty laugh, and second, to absorb the energy from the ant meat to expedite his recovery. The girls, disinterested in the meat, shifted their focus to the pot of soup. After nearly 2 hours of simmering, the clear water had transformed into a thick, milky broth. The taste was unremarkable and not particularly enjoyable, as ant-based dishes were not favored by most. However, what was surprising was that no matter how it was cooked, the Ant Queen remained unyielding. Her hard shell exhibited remarkable resilience, akin to being impervious to fire. Ultimately, the Ant Queen was dried and packaged, promising to yield 100 contribution points when exchanged later. After a brief respite, they continued deeper into the area. Having learned from the experience of a previous camp being overrun, Chen Feier and the other girls had become considerably more cautious. Along the way, Su Ruheo and his group encountered several scattered squads engaged in combat with mutated creatures. They faced various mutated beings, like decaying rats, foul-smelling black crows, and remarkably swift giant rabbits, all of which were ordinary mutations. They had yet to encounter any A-grade mutated creatures. With a swift strike, Su Ruheo sent a half-human tall, yellow-furred giant rabbit flying, causing Chen Feier to dance with joy. The rabbit bore a deep gash, blood oozing from the wound as it convulsed, gasping for breath, yet Chen Feier was determined to deliver another blow. The other girls exhibited varying levels of skill, but Xiaoyu's performance particularly pleased Mary. As a ranged attacker, Xiaoyu maintained composure before each shot, boasting an accuracy rate exceeding 80%. She accounted for nearly half of the giant rabbits taken down. Su Ruheo sat on the ground, and without warning, he hurled his battle knife, striking down the fleeing giant rabbit. "Boss, you're truly impressive." Su Ruheo chuckled, cautioning, "Enough with the flattery. You were a bit too overconfident earlier. If it were someone else, perhaps it would have been you lying down. There were still areas for improvement. One must not become complacent." "Understood." Chen Feier pouted at his remark. Su Ruheo shook his head in resignation, preparing to set up camp and cook. Just then, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Mary frowned, unease creeping in as she asked, "What was that sound?" Su Ruheo paused, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he replied, "It sounds like an explosion." Coming from the north, they exchanged glances and immediately rushed towards the direction of the noise. Explosives? Su Ruheo's first thought was indeed explosives, but soon a wave of confusion washed over him. Such items were available in the school's marketplace. Yet they lacked the permissions for exchange. These were classified as controlled items, and he had never seen them in the military camp. Mary shared his perplexity, suspecting they might have encountered military personnel clearing obstacles, hinting at the potential emergence of a boss-level creature. Boom! A resounding, thunderous detonation reverberated, spreading like a tsunami in all directions. The site of the explosion was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke that lingered, choking those nearby. "Damn it, you've truly lost your mind. How could I ever agree to such a notion?" A man, dust-covered and with a wild hairstyle resembling a chicken's nest, leapt up from the ground. His clothes in tatters, Xiao Lei spat out a mouthful of grass, casting a resentful glare at Lu Haixing, who lay on the ground, looking despondent. Cough, cough. Lu Haixing rolled over and stood up, brushing off the dust, dismissively stating, "This idea was unanimously supported. If you have a better plan or dare to charge in and take down the 7 queen bees yourself, I'll immediately bow down and apologize." Upon hearing the suggestion of single-handedly challenging 7 A-grade queen bees, Xiao Lei immediately deflated, remaining silent for a long moment before snorting disdainfully. "This item is rather difficult to roast. Otherwise, we could give it a try. The queen ant is unafraid of fire, as everyone has witnessed with their own eyes." Many were taken aback by this proposal. "Boss, are we really going to eat this? It's quite a valuable ingredient." Indeed, everyone shared a similar sentiment. They joked before taking action, yet when it came time to actually ignite the flames, they felt a pang of regret. The black dog has already eaten it. Why still have qualms about the queen ant? Su Ruheo shrugged and declared boldly, "Let us eat today. We feast on the queen ant." After extensive training and the refinement of enhancement serums, Su Ruheo's physique had transformed toward that of an evolved being, resulting in remarkably swift recovery abilities. After resting for an hour, he was essentially fit for action again. At that moment, Chen Feier and the others had prepared several skewers of roasted ant meat, setting them aside as the air filled with a charred aroma. However, they hesitated to take a bite. "Boss, why don't you try the flavor first?" Huang Wenwen mustered her courage to ask as she saw Su Ruheo regain his mobility and approach. Yes, boss, you've arrived just in time. They are freshly roasted and still warm." Chen Feier Chandian laughed, her body swaying in amusement. "So, it seems you're to be our guinea pig," with a wry smile. Su Ruheo accepted the roasted flying ant meat from Huang Wenwen. The charred pieces clung to the skewer. He sniffed at them, feeling a moment of hesitation. "You lot have no conscience, treating a patient this way." Su Ruheo jested, his tone light-hearted. Everyone watched with expressions akin to curious onlookers. The hard shell of the flying ant was exceptionally tough. Even when charred, it was difficult to crush like that of a crayfish. Tsuruheo pinched the ant shell between his fingers, and with a crunch, he crushed it, tearing away a small piece of the broken shell. A bit of white meat clung to the shell, emanating a savory aroma. Placing it in his mouth and chewing slowly, he found the taste rather mediocre, perhaps due to the absence of seasoning. Delicious, absolutely delightful, even better than black dog meat. Upon witnessing his enthusiastic consumption, Chinfeir and the others' eyes sparkled with longing as they gazed intently at the white morsel near Tsuruheo's lips, eager to devour it. Each skewer contained no more than a dozen flying ants. Their size modest, and soon they were entirely consumed by Tsuruheo. Observing his desire for more, the girls quickly snatched up the remaining roasted flying ants to share. Ah, this is terrible. The first to scream was Chinfeir, her mouth still chewing on the ant meat, wearing a face reminiscent of bitter melon. Tui, tui. Within moments, she spat it all out, her expression one of distaste. This meat is tough and astringent. It's impossible to chew. Boss, you deceived us. You're so wicked. Molly also displayed her discomfort but still took a bite. Among the group, she was the only one who managed to swallow it down, truly embodying the leader's role. Unlike Chinfeir and the others who displayed a hint of petulance, seeing their disgruntled expressions, Tsuruheo burst into laughter. Let us see if you dare to call me your boss again after this. With faces twisted in displeasure, they had initially planned to confront Tsuruheo, but upon seeing him continue to eat, they fell silent. Unlike the girls, who were so finicky, Tsuruheo's intentions were straightforward. First, to amuse himself while filling his belly. Second, to absorb the energy from the ant meat to hasten his recovery. The girls, averse to such fare, shifted their focus to the pot of broth. After nearly 2 hours of simmering, the clear water had transformed into a rich, milky soup. The flavor of the broth was ordinary and unpalatable, as ant-based dishes were not favored by most. Surprisingly, the queen ant refused to soften no matter how it was cooked. Its hard shell exhibited a remarkable resilience, akin to being impervious to water and fire. Ultimately, the queen ant was dried and packaged, destined to yield hundreds of contribution points. Following a brief respite, the group continued deeper into the area. Having learned from the tragic fate of a previous camp, Chinfeir and the other girls had grown considerably more cautious. Along the way, Tsuruheo and his companions encountered several scattered small teams engaged in battles with mutated creatures. They came across mutated rats, foul-smelling black crows, and incredibly swift giant rabbits. Most were ordinary mutated beings, and it was rare to encounter an A-grade mutant. With a swift strike, Tsuruheo sent a half-man-high yellow-furred giant rabbit flying, prompting Chinfeir to dance with joy. The rabbit bore a deep knife wound, blood gushing from the injury. Despite the rabbit's convulsions and evident struggle for life, Chinfeir still felt compelled to deliver a finishing blow. The other girls, too, exhibited some hesitance. Though Xiao Yu's performance brought satisfaction to my ally. As a ranged attacker, Xiao Yu maintained calm focus before each shot, achieving a hit rate exceeding 80%, with nearly half of the giant rabbits fell by her hand. Seated on the ground, Tsuruheo suddenly cast his combat knife with no warning, skillfully slaying the escaping giant rabbit. Boss, you're amazing. Tsuruheo chuckled. Spare the flattery. You were just a tad too overconfident earlier. If someone else had been in your place, you might have been the one lying down. There were still shortcomings to be addressed. One must not overlook them. Understood. Chinfeir pouted at Tsuruheo's words. He shook his head in exasperation, intending to set up camp and prepare a meal, when a tremendous noise suddenly erupted. Molly furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy. What is that sound? Tsuruheo paused, uncertainty lacing his voice. It sounds like an explosion. It's coming from the north. They exchanged glances, immediately heading toward the direction from which the explosion had originated. Explosives? Tsuruheo's first thought was indeed explosives, but soon a wave of doubts flooded his mind. Such items were available in the school's shop, yet they lacked the authority to redeem them. They were strictly forbidden for students. Setting aside the vast contribution points involved, these items were considered controlled materials, and he had never seen them in the military base. Ellie shared his confusion. She speculated that they might have encountered military personnel clearing obstacles, potentially facing a formidable boss-level creature. Boom, a muffled, violent sound reverberated, akin to a tsunami crashing forward, echoing in all directions. Smoke billowed from the explosion site, lingering in the air and rendering it difficult to breathe. Damn it, are you out of your mind? How could I have ever agreed to this idea? Cursing under his breath, a disheveled, burly man with a wild hairstyle sprang up from the ground, his clothes equally ragged. Xiao Lei spat out a blade of grass. Glaring resentfully at Lu Haixing, who had also just gotten up, looking rather dejected, cough, cough. After a fit of violent coughing, Lu Haixing stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes, unperturbed. This idea was supported by everyone. If you have a better plan or dare to charge in and slay the 7A grade B queens inside, I will immediately bow and apologize. Upon hearing the challenge of facing 7A grade B queen solo, Xiao Lei immediately deflated, and after a pause, he coldly huffed, "So, what now? Wait? Or take action?" Waving away the surrounding smoke, Lu Haixing gazed at the collapsed teaching building in the distance, his expression composed. "Let us wait and see. There may still be unexpected developments. The previous incident serves as a prime example. There might be eager individuals who cannot resist rushing ahead." This area comprised an old teaching building district, reminiscent of an educational institution from 2 centuries ago, dilapidated and worn down. Surrounded by residential complexes with numerous buildings. The first to discover this site was a small team that stumbled upon many ancient items, which, although lacking in value, made for decent collectibles. Somehow, word leaked out, and more teams flocked here to search. Beyond the erosion of time, small areas had collapsed, leaving behind numerous ruins where some items lay buried underground. Metal components from 2 centuries ago, written records, preserved gold ingots, and more. While these items did not qualify for contribution points in the school's shop, they could fetch a handsome sum if sold to others or collectors. During the search, someone discovered 7 large wooden boxes in the overgrown schoolyard, leading to trouble. Each of the 7 boxes housed countless bees, and those who attempted to destroy the hives met their demise at the hands of the swarming bees. Consequently, the searching teams retreated from the school district, fearful of the bee queens. Earlier in the search, they had come across several abandoned trucks, and Lu Haixing's mind sparked with the idea of a gasoline bomb, inspired by the gasoline in the trucks. At this moment, flames engulfed the ruins, and thick black smoke billowed into the sky. The explosion site was near the teaching building, which had been blown apart. The explosion's epicenter was not on the playground. No one was willing to risk their life to deliver a gas. Dozens of lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground, the majority having succumbed to the deadly stings of bees, while others bore the grim marks of a throat slashed by a single, cruel blow. The sight was harrowing, their eyes wide and unblinking, resembling copper bells, filled with a mixture of resentment, disbelief, and an unwillingness to accept their fate. Su Ruheo straightened his chest, locking eyes with a pair of cold, malevolent gazes without flinching. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he used the tip of his foot to nudge the torso of a live corpse. Flipping it over, lacking a suitable weapon, he found himself at a loss on how to sever the spine of this undead creature, feeling somewhat at a standstill. What is this? Su Ruheo's gaze shifted to the head of the A-grade corpse. Within the crack of its shattered skull, a faint green light flickered, hinting at something bright and unusual. With immense effort, Su Ruheo smashed the head of the live corpse until it was utterly obliterated. Discovering amidst the gory mess a thumb-sized, irregularly shaped transparent crystal that resembled a green gem. He picked up a rusted steel rebar from the ground and carefully extracted the green crystal from the mixture. Wiping it clean, the small gem sparkled with a translucent brilliance, its green hue wavering in the sunlight's reflection. Upon closer inspection, Su Ruheo found nothing particularly extraordinary about the green crystal. He held it in his palm and tucked it into his undergarment, patting the pocket to ensure it was secure before his gaze returned to the corpse on the ground. Grasping the discarded battle knife, he gently struck the back of the live corpse. Shaking his head in quiet lamentation, what a pity to waste such fine materials. This bone should rival those of A-grade metals, though its purpose remains unknown. And the skin is quite impressive as well. As hard as iron, yet it complicates matters, making it impossible to extract the bones. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Su Ruheo realized he had no viable solutions. His battle knife was rendered useless, and he was heavily injured, even a slight breath causing a twinge of pain in his chest. The street was littered with corpses for 100 meters, a gruesome sight to behold. After a moment's hesitation, Tsuruheo lifted the ruined battle knife and methodically harvested the spines from the lifeless bodies. The knife, though unsalvageable, proved effective against the ordinary corpses, slicing through them with ease as if cutting through vegetables. So he was not overly concerned about the lack of spines he had collected. This grim harvesting continued for nearly 20 minutes, but as the number of spines grew, his backpack quickly became full. He removed his nearly useless protective gear and used it to bundle the collected spines with the A-grade corpse, dragging them away slowly. He intended to find a secluded spot to rest until the examination concluded. Given his current condition, it was unwise to continue the test. Leaving prematurely was not a prudent choice either. After careful consideration, he resolved to wait until the examination ended. The area around him was mostly cleared of mutated creatures. Yet having ventured too deep into the town's interior, the previous skirmishes had stirred considerable noise. After much contemplation, he decided to retreat slowly, seeking a safe resting point along the outskirts. A faint sensation nagged at him, as if he were being watched, prompting him to glance behind, though no one was in sight. This instinct urged Tsuruheo to hasten his departure, dragging his burdensome load as he made his way towards the town's periphery. On the fifth-floor rooftop, a short young man lowered his binoculars, his expression no longer one of disdain, now serious as he addressed his companion, Dong Gu. "Did you see that?" Luo Dong responded with a brief acknowledgement. "Yes, let's go." However, the short man hesitated, furrowing his brow. Luo Dong replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing unusual. It's quite normal for other bases to have individuals like that. We should have anticipated this." Suddenly, Luo Dong's features contorted grotesquely, transforming into something neither human nor beast, his eyes elongated and sharp like those of a hawk. He turned to gaze into the distance where Tsuruheo had vanished, at T6 in the evening. The sun began its descent. A series of urgent bells rang throughout the trial town, their sound echoing from afar, swiftly permeating every corner of the settlement. "Attention all examinees, please proceed immediately to the town's exit for assembly." Emerging from the dim confines of an abandoned building, Tsuruheo, with a strip of cloth tied to his hand, trailed behind a gruesome array of objects. Glancing at the intelligent terminal on his wrist, a flicker of joy crossed his face. He had finally arrived. Being near the town's outer exit, Tsuruheo was fortunate enough not to encounter